in the vast front courtyard of a certain sect. Several disciples were walking back and forth. There was also a group of people gathered discussing something. A light brown-haired guy stood between two lackeys. He frowned, looking at our protagonist with disdain. Going to the scripture library to read again? If we're talking about the most diligent student in the outer sect, it definitely has to be Xiaoqi. I heard you've already read every single book in the scripture library once, haven't you, Xiaoqi? Why don't you show us a few moves? Xiaoqi glanced at them with cold eyes, thinking to himself, these monkeys are at it again. So annoying. TSK, you're making it too hard for him. He's a master of theory, but he doesn't have a shred of spiritual power in him. Even if he studies, he can't use any of it. Oops, iforgo, xieki. Don't be mad at me, okay? Xiaoqi coldly turned and walked away, saying, I'm not mad. Isn't everything you said the truth? I've been transmigrated here for 3 years now. I already know Liuening and his pack of hunting dogs inside out. However, this level of bullying is nothing to me. Compared to what I went through before coming here, these tricks are just mosquito bites. The brown-haired youth was so angry his veins popped out. He grabbed Xiaoqi by the collar. Do you know why I keep targeting you? It's because of that stinking face of yours. Pretending to be strong? Acting so calm? Actually, you're scared to death inside, aren't you? Kneel down and beg me to spare you. Maybe I'll grant you some benefits in the future. He changed his tone, starting to threaten Xiaoqi. I am the young master of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. Offend me, and you can just wait to be kicked out of the outer sect. After all, you've cultivated for 8 years, and you're still just a level 1 blood condensation cultivator. Even a dog looks down on you. Xiaoqi turned his face away, asking, no need for you to worry about that. Suddenly, an old man appeared, saying, according to the rules of shamming, fighting fellow disciples is prohibited. The troublemaker let go. He huffed, then raised his voice. I was just sparring a bit with senior brother. I didn't expect senior brother to be so weak. We'll take our leave first. Good that nothing happened. Hurry back to the martial arts arena and cultivate on your own. The guy waved his hand and said, let's go. Xieki, about the matter I discussed with you a few days ago, have you thought about it? There's nothing worth thinking about. You've been at this sect for 18 years and barely reached the first level of blood condensation. There's really no need to waste any more time here. I'm doing this for your own good. Leave the outer sect early. Who knows, you might find a new path. Thanks for your kindness, steward. I have my own plans. I still have to go to the scripture library to read. I'll take my leave first. The old man watched his retreating back. Sigh, does he really think he can smash through the southern wall? Xiaoqi pushed open the door to the scripture library and entered, cultivating for 8 years, barely reaching the first level of blood condensation. Even the dogs in the outer sect looked down on me. Average looks, a country bumpkin. 3 years ago, I transmigrated to this world. After waking up, aside from inheriting some of the original owner's memories, I didn't receive any golden finger. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, I knew the spirit root I inherited in this body is of the lowest quality, the bottom of the barrel. Worse than trash. It's absolutely not good material for cultivation. Although I can't cultivate, and I don't know what the goal of this transmigration is, but thinking about how food and shelter are provided here, I'll just stay here for a while and figure out later. Finished reading this one. Looks like I've read all the classics in the scripture library. Xiaoqi placed the cultivation manual back on the shelf in the outer sect. He sighed helplessly. 3 years, and then another 3 years. I'm about to become an undercover agent at this rate. I should have gained something at least. Xiaoqi smiled to himself. I might be last in cultivation, but my theoretical knowledge is top of the server. Who knows, maybe one day, I can discover a cultivation genius. When that time comes, Xiaoqi leaned against the bookshelf, sat down, and started reading. I heard the Centennial Grand Gathering is coming soon. The grand selection for true disciples, held every 3 years by the 4 fairies of Xiaoming, is happening for the 135th time. For hundreds of years, both the inner and outer sects have almost given up the right to challenge, let alone the 9 Heavens Destruction formation set up by Empress Li Chan and those 99 Jade Heaven Steps. Basically, no one dares to challenge them. A cultivation trash at the first level of blood condensation, like me, shouldn't bother getting curious. Xiaoqi buried his head in books until late at night. Asterisco, Yon asterisco. Finally finished reading everything. Rage system activated. Xiaoqi stared blankly at the system panel. Since you have completed the hidden compliance task, read all the classics in the scripture library. This system has officially activated. The rage of 3 years has fermented. Receiving rage points allows you to unlock system tasks and items. System, it's been 3 years. Xieki screamed internally. Do you have any idea how I've lived these past 3 years? In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beautiful jades. In books, there are thousands of bushels of grain. Now I can add another line. In books, there's a golden finger. I was so shocked at the time that I didn't hear the system categories clearly. I thought a system gained from 3 years of hard study would be elegant, very proper, very cultured. But it wasn't until I realized it 3 days later. Old thief. Xietzi. Godi. Xieki. I'll tear your mouth apart. I've never seen anyone with such a foul mouth. You bastard. Behind him was a crowd chasing and beating Xiaoqi. This system is useful, but the side effect is making enemies everywhere. Drawing full aggro. This isn't a golden finger at all. It's clearly a trap set by someone who wants me to die early. Your first mission has been loaded. 10 seconds to choose. What if I refuse? Immediate obliteration. Xiaoqi crossed his arms and said, then why give me a choice? Playing pointless games. Not entirely pointless. If you fail to complete the mission, you will also be immediately obliterated. Xiaoqi's face darkened. Speechless, he said, you're good. 10 seconds to accept or refuse. Counting down, 10, 9, 8. Big brother, you haven't even told me what the mission is, and you're counting down. So what is the mission this time? Become a true disciple of the 4 fairies of Xiaoming. Xiaoqi's eyes widened. Huh. The scene shifted to a sect gate floating in midair. Majestic and magnificent. Extraordinary atmosphere. Xiaoming sacred domain. Founded by the 4 fairies. No disciple has ever climbed to the top of the 99 Jade Heaven steps. Nor has anyone ever passed the 9 Heavens Destruction formation set by Empress Li Chan. Except today, history will be rewritten. So Xiaoqi stepped onto the first step, preparing to rewrite history. Breaking the formation requires consuming 2,333 rage points. Breaking formation in progress. Progress has reached 80%. Immediately after, a giant formation appeared, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Xiaoqi spread his legs wide, swung his arm, easily breaking the formation. Several glass-like shards flew towards him, forcing him to cover his face. His robes fluttered. Suddenly, a beam of teleportation light took him from the ground high up into the air. He landed safely, on his face, lying prone on the ground. He thought, scare me to death. This means I passed the 4 fairies test, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Startling Xia Ki. Hey, how did you pass this test? Meeting his eyes was the view from under a girl's skirt, looking up. Xiaoqi looked up and thought, this is in front of the Xiaoming Grand Hall. The only people here could be the 4 fairies of Xiaoming. He opened his mouth to speak. It was a beautiful red-haired girl, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Xiaoqi. Could this be one of my 4 future masters? She doesn't look much older than me. Answer my question first. Your cultivation is only at the first level of blood condensation. It's impossible to climb the Jade Heaven steps. Xiaoqi looked troubled. And even more impossible to pass Big Sister's 9 Heavens Destruction formation. Xiaoqi sprang up, scratched his head, and said, didn't you see it with your own eyes? Host, please speak carefully. Otherwise, divine punishment will descend, and there won't be a grave for you. I know. I'll keep it a secret. The girl asked suspiciously, could it be that the Jade Heaven steps and the formation haven't been maintained for so long that they broke? The girl stood up and pointed at him. I have to go tell my 3 sisters. You stay right here. Don't run around. Whoa, too slippery. She used fire to create a path, disappearing into the void. Our Xiaoqi stroked his chin and thought, if the 4 masters want to know how I broke the formation, how should I explain it? The system spoke beside him. Host, look quickly. It's the Immortal condensation pool. This is an ancient clear spring, formed by the condensed essence of the cold moon. It takes 15 years to form a single drop. It can solidify the foundation and nurture the origin. Replenish vitality. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he stripped and jumped into the water. Good stuff. Blood condensation, level 1. Level 2. Level 3. The red-haired girl teleported to her sisters. A voice rang out. Little Yuer, Have you seen the disciple? The red-haired girl replied. I saw him. He looks quite handsome. It was a woman with a hot figure. Mountainous curves crossing her legs, revealing extremely seductive long legs. Asking just what? Next, another one with exquisite features. Majestic becks, several foxtails swaying behind her back. Looking incredibly charming, she opened her mouth to speak. Isn't little Yuer usually very straightforward? Why are you stuttering today? Finally, a woman in clothes as thin as cicada wings, seeming like they would break at a touch. She also had a proud chest and endless legs. She just glanced once, offering no opinion. That kid is very strange. Clearly, just an outer sect disciple at the first level of blood condensation. Yet he could climb the Jade Heaven steps and even break the 9 Heavens Destruction formation. How is that possible? That means our disciple is uniquely lucky. Little sister, hurry up and continue. The red-haired girl suddenly grabbed the tail of the woman next to her and said, I suspect he cheated. Otherwise, the 9 Heavens Destruction formation must be broken after years of neglect. The 9 Heavens Destruction formation isn't broken. I just wanted to say that kid is too abnormal. Since he passed the test, then he is our disciple. I can't wait to meet our little disciple. A moment later, where is he? I told him not to run around. A string of bubbles rose from the water. Blub blub. Our Xiaoqi surfaced, feeling refreshed. The red-haired girl pointed at him angrily. You. Xiaoqi put on a face begging for a beating and said, Oh, you're back? The other 2 masters have arrived too. How dare you bathe in the immortal condensation pool? Rage points plus 500. Angry already? Looks like she has a short fuse. Xiaki suddenly achdaplen. Sorry, 4th master. What's wrong with soaking in the spirit pool for a bit? I was smelly. I have to bathe every day. Not only am I bathing, I also want a back scrub. System, cackle, you're risking your life to provoke her. Remember not to disappoint me. Rage points plus 500. Congratulations, host. You have angered the 9-blade god. Yin Yu. Received 9,000 rage points. Also detected shameless behavior from you. The system will grant an additional divine rank technique. Borhondet blade coaching. Can completely block any single attack. Cooldown, 7 days. Duration, 15 minutes. Borhondet blade coaching. A divinhonk technique? You're not mistaken, are you? Absolutely not mistaken. Host, try it and you'll know. Big brother, you're really good at drawing aggro too, huh? Doesn't the size of the reward depend on the rage points? But in front of me are the 4 fairies of Shamming. You should at least give me a more domineering technique, like the Void Heaven Palm, or Azure Dragon AK, 47 or something. Host, do not underestimate the system's judgment. The little master was furious. With eyes cold as ice, she shouted, You, what are you mumbling about? I'll give you time. Get the hell out of the spirit pool immediately. Okay. I'm coming out. The 2nd master shyly covered her face and said, Wow, it's not small either. The 3rd master beside her also covered her face like the 2nd master, saying, Not bad. Who told you to stand up? Put your clothes on right now. That smackable youth raised both hands and said, Master told me to get up. Didn't I listen? The 4th master was radiating killing intent, her eyes glowing like a demon, growling, How could I have a disciple like you? As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled a flaming long sword from the void. Sword intent filling the sky, about to slash at Xiaoqi. She closed her eyes, striking ruthlessly. Go to hell. The 3rd master was about to intervene. Stop. The sword strike slashed down. The spirit spring shook violently, seeing that he was about to meet his ancestors. He quickly calmed down, deciding to take a gamble. Xiaoqi confidently raised both hands, executing the barehanded blade catching stance. Suddenly, the sword strike stopped. Xiaoqi had actually caught the sword. Yin Yu was stunned. How is that possible? At this moment, the 1st master, Empress Li Chan, appeared. Speaking, Yin Yu, stand down. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole courtyard went silent. After the slash, Xiaoqi coolly said, Master, that was dangerous. I was almost burned to death. Yin Yu stood frozen on the spot. Impossible. How can a 1st-level blood condensation cultivator block my blade? Li Chan fronat. Yin Yu. The red-haired girl immediately retracted her attitude. Bowing her head, she said, Yes. Then she withdrew her blade, causing Xiaoqi to fall flat on his face. The blade flew back, immediately burrowing into a hole to hide. Li Chan was angry. The system notification sound rang out. Rage points, 1,000,000. Did you not hear my words? Go copy the heart-clearing sutra 500 times for me. The little girl replied aggrievedly. Yes. Congratulations, host. Empress Li Chan, the future Golden Crow Empress, destined to suppress the heavens. An invincible existence. Has gotten angry. You will receive an epic tier reward unlocked by the system. Universe Divine Body. Universe Divine Body. Ranked first on the physique leaderboard. Increases comprehension by 100 times. Increases cultivation speed by 100 times. Legend has it from ancient times. The possessor of the Universe Divine Body will eventually become the overlord of the three realms. Indirectly causing anger also counts as the host's achievement. Xiaoqi came back to his senses. Thinking, that works too? Xiaoqi has successfully climbed to the peak and passed the test of the Nine Heavens Destruction Formation. From now on, he is the true disciple of the four of us. Also the future lord of the Shangming Sacred Hall. It is decided. Notify the entire sect immediately. Follow us back to the Shangming Divine Hall. The second master posed elegantly. Giving him a flirtatious look, she said, Good disciple, master will take good care of you from now on. Studying the classics will be handled by me. Third master, I'm in charge. Yin Yu is still fuming, loudly saying, What are you standing there for? Let's go. Xiaoqi excitedly waved his hand and shouted, I'm coming for masters. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace. Empress Li Chan krosit herlegs komfortabi. Raising a scroll, she said, before the Grand Hall officially accepts the disciple. Let junior sister Yin Yu teach Xiaoqi. Yin Yu frowned and pointed at him. Shouting what? Me. Rage points plus 500. Big sister. You know me. I can't teach well. Meanwhile, our Xiaoqi sat blankly to the side. The scroll opened. Empress Li Chan coldly said, Precisely because you two don't get along, you need to temper each other's temperament. It is decided. You take Xiaoqi to get familiar with the Shangming Divine Hall. You don't need to do the copying punishment these few days. The little girl pouted and sat down. Yes, whatever big sister says. Yin Yu stood up. Hey, you brat. Let's go. Xiaoqi raised his hand and said, Yes, fourth master. He followed behind, smiling slyly, thinking, Yes. Just like that. The little bean is angry. Angry. Huh. The third master quietly watched the two leave, then turned to Li Chan and said, Big sister, Yin Yu's personality is simple and straightforward. I'm afraid she's no match for the little disciple. The Shangming Divine Hall has been too cold for all these years. Taking this chance to breathe some life into it is good. Miyu held a pipe and said, Our little disciple has quite a few secrets. Life is going to be very interesting from now on. She puffed out her chest and said, I'm looking forward to it. Li Chan said nothing more. The scene shifted to the Divine Hall. Xiaoqi acted like a country bumpkin in the city, asking rapidly, Fourth Master, who built the Shangming Divine Hall? Fourth Master, when did you become one of the four fairies? Fourth Master, is Second Master really a fox? Fourth Master, why are you ignoring me? Yin Yu coldly replied, I don't know. You're annoying me to death. She pointed inside and said, That is the Shangyun Pavilion, a place for reading. I've read almost all the books in the scripture library, just in time to see some new classics. Xiaoqi pointed there and said, Fourth Master, can I go in and look now? Yin Yu coldly replied, Dream on. I still have to do my punishment. I don't have time to wait for you. That is the Nine Heavens Hall, a place for meditation. Xiaoqi's eyes widened. Looking amazed like a country bumpkin, Yin Yu explained with a helpless face, Yuyang Pavilion is Big Sister's private residence. Two words immediately flashed in Xiaoqi's mind. Imperial Yang. Thinking, I feel like my thoughts are getting corrupted. Yin Yu continued. The sisters say you are a child of destiny. I don't believe it one bit. Host, stop spouting nonsense. Isn't the point that we're touring the Divine Hall? But I only guide true disciples on tours. If you use some underhanded method to pass the test, you won't have a good ending. Blood condensation, level 1. How could you block my move? Haha, I am at the spirit refining realm. 6 major realms higher. 54 minor realms. Do you take me for a clown? Xiaoqi scratched his head, thinking, I'm a child of destiny after all. She's definitely suspicious of my barehanded blade catching, but she has no proof. So what? Xiaoqi replied, stubbornly. The little girl turned away, retorting, We have plenty of time to verify. I want to see how long a child of destiny, like you can stay lucky. Xiaqi shamelessly followed, saying, girls who get angry often will hit menopause early, you know. What is menopause? It's an incurable disease. People with this disease are often depressed. Hot flashes, insomnia, acne breakouts, and Xiaqi shamelessly pointed at her chest and said, they even grow beards, and their chests go flat. Fourth master, yours aren't big to begin with. Add this erratic temper. I'm afraid it'll be hard to marry you off. Yin Yu is furious by now, veins popping out on her face. Rage points plus 5,000. You, Xieki, the day my chest is small, is the day your thing is short. Rage points plus 1,000. She angrily prepared to draw her sword and castrate him. Xiaqi raised his hand to stop her, saying, Fourth master, don't forget big master's instructions. Careful she doesn't get angry with you. Ha, very good. You learned to use big sister to suppress me so quickly. Xiaqi thought, this crazy girl. She seems to care a lot about the size of that, huh? To think she got angry enough to generate 5,000 rage points. Conversely, she didn't care much about the threat. Turns out she cares a lot about this body setting, as long as it works. Xiaqi snapped, feeling like he had grasped her weakness. But Xiaqi's eyes suddenly darkened, saying, Fourth master, small chest is fine, but you seems a bit saggy too. Rage points plus 10,000. She couldn't take it anymore, abruptly pulling the flaming long sword from the void, about to swing and slash. Furious scream, flame gigantification. Xieki, no one can save you today. The next day, in Xiaqi's room, a foot suddenly kicked the door open. It was the little girl, Yin Yu. She shouted, Xiaqi, get up, get up. Xiaqi woke up and said, Fourth master, I told you. Doors are for knocking. We didn't even finish half the tour yesterday. Hurry up and let's go. Xiaqi started dressing properly, then quickly went out the door to chase after her, thinking, stinky brat, watch how I provoke you. Xiaqi put on a face begging for a beating. Fourth master, you're not still mad about me, saying your chest is small yesterday, are you? Rage points plus 1,000. Sister, I'm afraid I can't teach this brat. The third master gently patted the little girl's head and said, he's still a child. Don't hold grudges against children. Xiaqi thought, that's right. I'm still a child. How can you make things hard for a child? Yin Yu resented it in her heart. Who isn't a child? Just you wait. Although she thought that, outwardly, she pretended to be pleasant and said, child? Ha! Just you wait for me. Kong Han put a hand on her shoulder and said, Yin Yu, cultivation requires avoiding anger. Don't forget what Big Sister said yesterday. Yes. Good disciple. Don't forget to respect your teacher. Understand? Xiaqi put on an innocent face. The third master put a hand on his shoulder and said, it seems your fourth master can't complete the task. She turned away and said, then, I'll lead the way. Xiaqi smiled at the pouting Yin Yu. Fourth master, learn from third master. Someone like that is worthy of being a master. Ha! Consider yourself unlucky. I'm destined to be your master in this life. Right? I'll kindly remind you of one thing. Don't provoke third sister. As for the reason, haha, what is the reason? Tell me quickly. Rage points plus 1. I won't tell you. Die of curiosity. Congratulations, host, for getting angry for the first time. This time is exempted. In the future, the host needs to pay attention. If you get too angry, the actual rage points received will be drastically reduced. Hearing this, Xiaqi thought angrily. TSK, this function is to help me cultivate my mind and character, isn't it? Arriving at a certain place. She said, let's visit this place today. Hungry. Weha Garden. Third master. Is Weha Garden where fireworks are made? It's a place for us to feel that this place still has life. The little girl said with a dark face. Looks like you still haven't realized. Xiaqi frowned and asked, realize what? She pointed and said, haven't realized this is a test? A cooking test. Haven't the 4 fairies reached Anidia? Do they still need to eat? No, Romilly, no. We just want to get a taste of the mortal world. With your cultivation and lifespan, it's hard for me to explain it clearly to you. Big sister loves ginkgo stewed chicken. Second sister likes roasted chicken with potatoes. I like salt-baked chicken. And fourth sister likes chopped chili steamed chicken. Third sister used to make them, but she wants to focus on breaking through. This task will be yours from now on. Want to eat chicken? The little girl grabbed a chicken by the neck with a sly look, held it out to Xiaqi, saying, stop playing dumb. It's almost mealtime. Hurry up. Xiaoqi looked at the chicken. This is my specialty. Hopefully. If it's not good, watch how I deal with you. Xiaoqi made an okay gesture and said, Haha, leave it to me. Xiaoqi carried the chicken into the kitchen. Die early, reincarnate early. May you escape the animal realm. Xiaoqi wielded the knife, tossing it up and catching it, looking at the chicken on the cutting board. A series of skillful cooking movements, like a professional chef. Top chef appearing. This is my specialty. Then, Xiaoqi carried 4 bowls out, shouting, serving up. He placed the bowls on the table one by one. The masters were all stunned, looking up with anticipation. Please taste for masters. The lids were slowly lifted. Golden delicious light radiated everywhere. The 4 masters waited intently. Then, 4 chicken dishes appeared one by one, looking extremely appetizing, making people drool. Miyu covered her mouth in surprise. That light, just now. What was that? Li Chan picked up her chopsticks and said, Well then, let's eat. The 4 of them put food in their mouths simultaneously. All 4 blushed, feeling the deliciousness in their mouths. All 4 were a bit dazed. Not bad. It's been a long time since I tasted this flavor. Flavor explosion on the tip of the tongue, slapping straight onto the face. Like a phoenix nirvana. Just one bite, and the spiritual energy in the body stirred involuntarily. Like the feeling of breaking through. I know, it can bring a feeling of infinite happiness. These 4 dishes, for you to stimulate the most perfect flavor of the chicken, requires a delicate touch to stimulate, highlighting the freshness of the meat, coming from love. After adding spices and vegetables, the chicken still retains its original flavor, not covered by the sauce. Miyu lifted Xiaoqi's chin and said, Little disciple, master is very satisfied. Xiaoqi put his hands on his hips and said, 4th master, did I pass or not? Hurry over and eat. After eating, go back to your room and cultivate properly. After the meal, everyone dispersed. In Xiaoqi's room, he was sitting and checking the system. From the information received, provoking others can earn points. But I can't get angry myself. Otherwise, I'll lose most of the rage points. What is this for? Does it want me to purify my 6 senses? Have no desires? I don't know when I can unlock new functions. Hey, system big brother. What functions do I have now? Basic functions can unlock the store. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Can I buy everything in the store? Does not include items from the old world, like sniper rifles, atomic bombs, and such. Host, what do you want to do? 7 steps for external trauma. 1 step for internal trauma, fast and accurate. Moreover, I'm more curious. Is brutal technology more powerful? Or are immortal arts more savage? Tell me, do you have them or not? Conversely, there are suitable items to exchange, corresponding to the corresponding accumulated points. For example, an atomic bomb is a weapon of mass destruction. It might require tens of thousands of points. Xia, Kiponderid. Atomic bomb versus Big Master. Which one is more powerful? The system database does not have similar comparison data. The host can test it personally in the future. Atomic bomb. Xia Ki jumped. What? Nothing. Big Master. You. Did I overthink it? Could it be that Big Master? During the meal, just now, I originally intended to give you this illusion song talisman. I didn't expect the dishes to disrupt the plan. She handed him a talisman. It looked like a small blue ball. This talisman is proof, proving that you are the true disciple of the 4 of us. In times of danger, it can protect you completely. Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I was thinking too much. How could that be? Xiaoqi clasped his hands and knelt down. Thank you, Big Master. An atomic bomb is not as powerful as me. If there's a chance, I'll show you. You need to work harder. Cultivate well. You must have a lot of things you want to know. Master needs to think for a while. Li Chan disappeared, leaving him with a bewildered look. Atomic bomb isn't as powerful as me? Show me? What does that mean? Surely Big Master doesn't know what an atomic bomb is, right? Early the next morning, Xiaoqi arrived at the Xingyun Pavilion. What was it called yesterday? Scripture Library? Something Pavilion? Must be here. Damn Yin Yu. Truly a terrible guide. 3rd sister, I thought of a few lines to provoke that Xiaoqi. I'm just afraid one of the masters will be angered to death by you first. Why don't you sit down and drink some tea with me in peace? He was about to push the door open and enter. I wanted to check out the Shangming Divine Hall Scripture Library for a long time. As soon as the words fell, the large door opened automatically. He was still stunned. Before he understood what was happening, A foxtail wrapped tightly around him and pulled him inside. He could only raise his hands, face full of horror. Screaming loudly, he fell flat on his face, crying out, "Ouch!" Turns out it's Miyu's place. Little disciple, looking for master for something? Second master, it's you? Hearing your tone, you seem very disappointed? He hurriedly waved his hands to deny. No, absolutely not. I just intended to go to the scripture library to find some cultivation manuals to study. I didn't see the way clearly yesterday, so I went to the wrong place just now. This place is also very good. Also on my tour plan. Second master Miyu struck a seductive pose, saying, "Why is my disciple so eager to learn?" Well, just average. I have a feeling something is about to happen. Miyu covered her mouth with her hand and said, "What are you hiding from? Is master that ugly? Did I scare you?" Xiaoqi pointed at her two grapefruits and said, "Second master is gentle like a soaring swan, graceful like a wandering dragon, radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, lush like spring pines. You could be said to be a beautiful woman, appearance like a fusion of the best things in the world." One glance to Tilda City, another glance to Tilda Kingdom. She happily wagged her tail. "Second master, so your tail appears like that? So cute." She lifted her tail and stroked it, saying, "Whenever I'm in a good mood, the tail comes out. I didn't expect my little disciple to have such literary talent. Why don't you praise me a few more times? If I'm happy, maybe I'll reveal all 9 tails. I'll reward you with some big treasures." Xiaoqi asked curiously. "What big treasures?" "The pills on the shelf are all things I refined. Some can solidify the foundation and nurture the origin. Some can extend lifespan. There are also some that help people break through realms. In short, whatever you want, master will give it to you." Clearing his throat, "Then this disciple will take the liberty to compose a poem. This world probably doesn't have Li Bai, right? Clouds bring to mind her robes. Flowers bring to mind her face. Spring breeze brushes the railing. Dew thick on the flower," reaching his hand towards her, "if not seen at the Jade Terrace." After the poem rang out, several more tales appeared behind her back. Success. This poem is truly beautiful. He held her hand and said, "Second master, the poem is beautiful. You are even more beautiful. Stinky brat. You dare tease master?" She used her tails to wrap around him. "Second master, what do you want to do? Smooth talker. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Let you know what respecting the teacher means. Second master teaches profoundly. Only then will I study harder." Makes sense." She gradually relaxed, letting him go. Then she circled behind him, hugged him, and said, "That purple bottle on the shelf over there. You can have whichever one you want." "Thank you, second master. Why is my little disciple learning cultivation manuals? How about master teaches you illusion arts next?" Showing an enjoying expression. Proud look. The illusion arts of the 9-tailed fox must be very interesting. Even if I'm sleepy, I have to learn. Just then, Yin Yu appeared with her hot figure, saying, "What is second sister doing?" He rolled on the ground, crying out, "Ouch! What is second master doing?" "Sister? Why is Xiaoqi's face so dazed? You didn't use illusion arts on him, did you?" I don't know. Miyu played dumb. I was just about to teach him cultivation techniques. Do you want to learn, little sister? Yin Yu came over. Is something wrong? No need. Cultivating chaotically. I'm afraid he'll suffer chi deviation. Big sister said Xiaoqi is at the Xingyan Pavilion. Told me to take him to get familiar with the surroundings. The little girl kicked him. "Wake up. Ouch. My waist. Damn it. Her mental power is really strong. If I wasn't careful, I would have fallen into second master's trap. How would it have developed after that? Not getting to experience it makes me regret it a bit." Suddenly, everyone went silent. The system's voice rang out. "Host, Miyu is a descendant of the ancient Qingxiu Fox clan. Her illusion arts rank first among the 3 great clans." The little girl beside him asked, "What did you see in the illusion just now?" I didn't even have time to see anything clearly before it was interrupted. Xiaoqi clasped his hands and took his leave. "Second master, please teach me illusion arts another day. You must teach me everything you know. Goodbye, second master." Leaving Miyu's place, he thought, red bottles, choose freely. Purple bottles, don't touch. I'm really curious. What kind of pill is in the purple bottle? Being at Xingyan Pavilion really has some regrets. The little demon king beside him roared, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go." Scene shifted to a magnificent building. The 2 master and disciple entered. So, was the chicken yesterday delicious? He put his hands on his hips. Fourth master, do you want to make peace with me? Improve our relationship? Yin Yu said proudly. Make peace with you? No, no. Master just decided not to bicker with a little disciple like you anymore. He stared at her. What are you looking at me for? Joe. The sun came out from the west. I can't wait to counterattack. He looked up. Nothing. When things are abnormal, there must be demons. She definitely wants me to squat and watch a show. He turned and said, Fourth master, I want to go to the scripture library first. Please lead the way. Yin Yu was angry, but didn't know what to say. Oh my, you're acting strange today. The brat laughed inwardly. You're plotting something evil again, aren't you? Want to see me make a fool of myself? I'll let you watch to your heart's content. Make you squat until your legs go numb. This disciple just wants to find the scripture library quickly. Fourth master should just do her job as a guide properly. Didn't Big Master say to let you guide me into the sect? I'm still waiting here. The little girl angrily circled in front of him, stuck out a finger to block him from leaving. Rage points plus 50. Idiot. Didn't I take you on a tour yesterday? Can't even remember such a small thing. How will you learn from us in the future? Disciple is stupid, making fourth master worry. Soldiers have no constant momentum. Water has no constant shape. I'm an outsider. Getting a handle on you isn't hard. A moment later, they arrived. This is definitely the scripture library. But let me warn you first. You might understand the outer sex classics. But here it's not certain. After all, you're just a little blood condensation genius. Xiaoqi acted pretentious and said, I know myself. Fourth master. Rage points plus 50. The two pushed the door open and entered. The door of the scripture library was painted with a layer of lacquer. So third sister is here. Inside was the third master, sitting amidst a huge pile of bookshelves, intently reading a book. Xiaoqi clasped his hands and said, Third master really has elegant interests. She coldly ignored him, continuing to read intently. He felt very awkward. Silence. And you turned to him and said, don't mind it. When third sister is focused, she ignores everyone. Follow me. Although I don't come here often, I'm quite familiar with this place. Really? I don't believe it. While walking, he turned his head back to look. I remember leaving my 9 Lee blade technique up here. We've been walking for half an hour. Is this all you found? And you said you were familiar. She frowned as usual. You talk too much. You hold this first. This is called being prepared, so you don't have to worry. He started provoking. You even know how to use idioms? Why can't I find it? I remember putting it on this shelf. Could it be up high? He picked up a book. It was exactly the one she was looking for. The book cover is really novel and interesting. 9 Lee, Shaoli Fire Blade Technique Introduction. Clearly written out carefully. Fourth master threw it on the ground here. How pitiful. Suddenly, his third master appeared behind him. Quietly whispered in his ear, You can't read this book. Third master. He turned around in terror. I was reading just now. Didn't pay attention to you. The book in your hand. The little girl, climbing the bookshelf, spoke up. Hey, third sister is here. She jumped down, just in time. Third sister, have you seen my book? I remember putting that book on that shelf. Your book? Is it the 9 Lee blade technique? I think that's the name. No impression. Someone probably borrowed it. Is that so? Forget it then. What are you guys doing here? Xiaoqi said he wanted to find some books. So I brought him here. He stuffed the book into his chest. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Xiaoqi, what book do you want to find? Scriptures or techniques? Xiaoqi hurriedly turned around, playing dumb. I want to find some high-level techniques. High-level methods? She raised her hand. Several streaks of azure light shot out. Bringing a pile of techniques in front of him, she said, You take these first. Threw them at him, forcing him to hug a pile of techniques. Xieki bod. Thank you, third master. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me. Xiaoqi clasped his hands and said, I will be quiet. I won't disturb third master. The little girl grabbed his hand and dragged him away, saying, Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to read? Third sister, I'll take him away immediately. Yin Yu, wanting to learn more is a good thing. But don't write wrong characters anymore. The two left the scripture library and went downstairs. Fourth master, don't ruin my plan just because third master mocked you for writing typos. You're new here. You don't understand third sister's deep meaning. Those words of hers were clearly chasing guests away. If you stayed a moment longer, she would have turned you into an ice statue. Don't ask me how I know. He was skeptical. Are you being too sensitive? She continued. If you don't believe me, just try. It doesn't matter if you get frozen by her. She doesn't care anyway. She won't care about things she deems unimportant. When that time comes, I won't save you. He thought. Looking at her, she doesn't seem to be lying. I've warned you. Don't provoke third sister, especially when she is focused. As for me, writing typos, if you dare reveal it to anyone, I will roast you. Roast until both sides are burnt golden, then throw you into the beast forest. Ha! Fourth master, if you wanted to keep a secret, there's a price. Otherwise, if I slip up and it reaches everyone's ears in the sacred domain, it will definitely look bad. Rage points plus 2,333. Very good. You set your own death date. I won't stop you. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. In a short time, you have angered Yin Yu multiple times. Received special rage points. System mission currently activated. Current mission. Pass the intersect assessment. Reward. Choose one heaven rank technique or one treasure. Penalty. Stared at the system status bar for a while. Penalty is... What is the penalty? The little girl beside him was roaring with rage. What are you mumbling about? Didn't hear my threat. Just let him be anxious for a bit. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky, plunging straight down. Some passers-by below gaped, faces full of surprise. Turns out it was our Xiaoqi, falling down with hands clasped. Do you remember a palm technique that falls from the sky? The young man beside him replied. Could it be the long-lost palm technique? Just as he was about to hit the ground, he shouted, Everyone move aside. He landed safely. Xiaoqi reached a hand out from the pile of rocks. Fourth master is too cruel. Hurts like hell. Suddenly, a young man approached and said, Joe, isn't this the trash Xiaoqi? Turns out it's this guy, Liuening, a bastard who specializes in causing trouble. Xiaoqi prepared to give him a taste of face slapping. He swaggered over and said, Why were you kicked down? Didn't you climb the Jade Heaven steps and break the 9 Heavens destruction formation? Xiaoqi lay down comfortably and said, Liuening, why do you always give me a hard time? Before, you brought your gang to mock me every day. Now you come to ridicule me again. Is it because you couldn't even climb to the 30th step of the Jade Heaven steps? A group of people turned red with anger. Rage points plus 100. Huh, you are someone kicked out of the Divine Hall by the 4 fairies of Xiaoming. How do you still have the face to bark here? Xiaoqi dusted off his clothes and said, Me walking down by myself and you not being able to climb up are 2 different things. With that free time, you might as well go cultivate. Prepare for the intersect assessment. But with this little cultivation of yours, I'm afraid you don't even qualify to register. Xiaoqi thought, Right. It's best if you and your pack of dogs think I was kicked out by the Xiaoming Divine Hall, just as I intended. Host, rage points have accumulated to 100,000. System store opened. Please choose. Do you have Coke? Give me a can. As he prepared to leave, Liuening grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Did I say you could go? Stand still. Holy crap, what did I just choose? Buying Coke for the host. Deducting 5,000 points. Reminder, Coke will self-destruct after drinking. Damn it, this can of Coke costs 5,000 points. Too expensive. Invalid proposal. Exchanging for system items not present in this world requires deducting a large amount of points. Xiaoqi was annoyed with the system. Why didn't you say so earlier? And it's the 200 milliliters kind. Isn't that too much? Damn system. Liuening's face darkened. Now even a piece of trash dares to act pretentious in front of this young master? Ha! He roared. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will this young master have the face to look at others in the future? Liuening began to gather power for an attack. Fist swinging towards Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi quickly realized. Turned around to catch his move. An aura radiated from Xiaoqi. Thought he was going to do something. Turns out he was gulping down Coke. Gulp, gulp. Then crushed the can. Although his face looked uncomfortable, he still forced a smile. 5,000 point Coke. The taste isn't bad. At this moment, the Coke can also disappeared. He thought, it's just 5,000 points gone just like that. I forgot who told me once. What I have lost, I must take back. Xiaoqi stood in the center, whole body wrapped in electric light, looking extremely cool. Exhaling a breath, he said, Is this all the skill you have? How is that possible? Liuening's face became heavy. You are already at the 7th level of blood condensation, before climbing the Jade Heaven steps. You were clearly just a trash, not even at the first level of blood condensation. Xiaoqi proudly dusted himself off, laughing loudly. What's going on? Everyone around was amazed. It must be cultivation bestowed upon him by the 4 fairies of Xiaoming. Everyone said admiringly. That must be it. But even with the reward, he's only at the 7th level. Still a piece of trash. That's why he was kicked down? Hearing this, Liuening gradually regained his momentum in the crowd. Pointing at Xiaoqi, he said, I know. This must be compensation from the 4 fairies for kicking you down the mountain. They don't need a talentless piece of trash. Just someone with dog shit luck like you. You really are lucky. However, although my realm is not equal to yours, but this young master is the young master of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. The Heavenly Blade Alliance can stand firm among the great sects for 100 years thanks to a secret medicine. It can increase cultivation by 3 levels in a short time. Li Wenxing Buesta. Xieki, today I will definitely make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Sudenli, Xia Chies Ohaskai Rokuted. He laughed and said, I don't care if you're the Heavenly Blade Alliance or the Hatchet Gang. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoqi hooked his finger. Come here. This move of mine. I'm afraid you can't handle it. Li Yuanqing thought. You think you're the only one who knows how to take drugs? Then he reached into his chest, searching for something. Pulled out a small light green bottle. He popped the cork. Poured a pill into his mouth. Xiaoqi was still bewildered. Didn't understand what the guy was doing. Thinking, popping pills? Suddenly, the opponent's aura and power skyrocketed. Like a first-time top-up player. Holy crap. Where the hell is the referee? I want to report. Someone is hacking in the match. Blood condensation, 9th level. This kid became 2 levels higher than me in the blink of an eye. Cheating right in front of my face. Truly shameless. He walked towards Xiaoqi like a god descending. Xieki, go to hell, Xiaoqi said coldly. Still far from enough. He rushed over with red eyes. This guy won't give up until he kills me, right? Big boss. Use 5,000 rage points to exchange for indestructible golden body for 15 seconds. Smart transaction. Exchange? Taking advantage of the fire to loot, aren't you? Host, please be careful with your words. The guy was still rushing over aggressively, mouth shouting, dare to be distracted? Then he leaped high into the air, retracting both fists, preparing to smash down, turn into a pile of mashed meat. At this moment, Xiaoqi's face was pale as paper, saying, exchange, exchange, exchange it all for me. All right, received indestructible golden body. Xiaoqi immediately transformed, appearance extremely flamboyant. After transforming, Xiaoqi's face was full of confidence. He stood quietly waiting to receive the move. When the fist flew in front of his face, he said, scratch an itch for this great master. Suddenly, Li Yuanqing's move shattered. Sparkling peach blossom petals fell, landing on Xiaoqi's bewildered face. It turned out to be her. Second master was gently landing on his shoulder. Her eyes lowered, saying, rules of the Xiaoming sacred land. Do not attack fellow disciples within the sect. Immediately after, her eyes widened. Looks like everyone has forgotten completely. Xiaoqi looked up at his master's thigh with tears in his eyes and said, Second master, you appeared just in time. Huh, my 5,000 points. Xiaoqi stood motionless. Miyu stepped forward, pointed a finger at that guy's forehead and said, inside the sacred land. Don't be too presumptuous. Cold sweat poured down that guy's face, not knowing what would happen next. Her eyes moved slightly, a light punishment as a warning. A pink seal appeared, knocking the guy backwards. Very quickly, he fell into a spatial rift with a look of extreme horror. Then, the rift gradually shrank in front of Xiaoqi and closed completely. Miyu used a teasing tone again. Little Qi is really brave, huh? Xiaoqi was scared into a sweat. She circled behind him, used her little finger to lightly stroke his cheek, saying, not afraid of being beaten to death. Xiaoqi immediately put on a wretched face, saying, Second Master, I'm pretending to be a poor outer sect disciple kicked out of the divine hall by the 4 fairies of Xiaoming. If you intervene, my plan will be ruined. The surrounding disciples looked at the two of them, faces bewildered. Suddenly, Miyu pushed hard, crying out. She fell to the ground, with a face both aggrieved and seductive. Xieki, I'm so heartbroken. Xiaoqi was also petrified by Master's acting skills. Holy crap, getting into character so fast. Seeing this, the disciples were burning with rage. Rage points also increased a bunch because of this. Daring to make Miyu, our goddess, cry. Truly shameless. Goddess Miyu just saved you, yet you dare to repay kindness with ingratitude. Xiaoqi thought, although the effect has been achieved. But isn't this effect a bit too good? Miyu blinked and said, how was it? Master acted well, right? Second master. So this is your image? Miyu replied, both seductive and sweet. Not okay. Hurry, hurry. Need master to do anything else? Xiaoqi held his forehead and replied, that's enough. Miyu asked, unsatisfied. That's enough. I can handle the rest myself. She held out her hand for him to help. Help master up. As soon as she stood up, she threw herself into Xiaoqi's arms crying. Second master. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, the disciples started buzzing again, pointing fingers. Rage points increased quite a bit again. Miyu looked up, revealing a sly smile. Master hasn't played enough yet. Then she turned and ran away, looking extremely aggrieved, mouth constantly screaming. I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore. Xiaoqi's face turned pale. Thinking, no way. The crowd behind immediately boiled with anger. Skeringgixia, kipade. They held swords and sabers, shouting, brothers, avenge goddess Miyu. Charge. Xiaoqi was so scared he could only run for his life. That fox saw this and looked visibly smug. If you're going to play, you have to play to the end. The crowd chased him all the way out of the valley. Looking extremely fierce, Xiaoqi hid in a corner, face pale. No good. This rage system only teaches me to cause trouble. Enemies are increasing. Must act carefully. Use all points to strengthen. Learn all skills provided by the system to escape. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be tortured to death by these people. He sat alone there, surrounded by the sound of rushing waterfalls, looking towards the waterfall, thinking, where did I run to? Then he parted the bushes, poked his head out to look around. This is the Jade Nether Pond in the back mountain of the Outer Sect Scripture Library. Why did I run here? Before his eyes was a misty pond, a waterfall pouring down from above. The Jade Nether Pond is one of the forbidden grounds of the Xiangming Sacred Land. Except for special cases, normally, no disciples are allowed to enter. Suddenly, he noticed something. Someone is there. A pair of beautiful long legs stepped onto the shore. Xiaoqi was stunned by the scene before him. Holy crap! Appearing before his eyes was his third master. She had just come up from the water. Not a stitch of clothing on her body, but she had discovered him. She brushed her hair. Xiaoqi, come here. Xiaoqi didn't dare look straight. Knelt down, bowed his head, and clasped his hands. Third master, she said, what are you doing here? Xiaoqi's face was pale. Trembling, he replied, I accidentally wandered in here. I didn't mean to peep. He thought, why did I run here? It must be second master's doing. But why is third master here? Kong Han still stood there without a stitch of clothing, saying, this is where master calms her mind. Trespassers will be punished. Xiaoqi replied, third master, it's cold. Please put on your clothes quickly. She looked at him, seeming to calculate something. She turned around and said, then I punish you to dress me. Then waved her hand. The clothes flew towards Xiaoqi. The clothes immediately landed in Xiaoqi's hands. She turned her back to him and said, put them on. Xiaoqi held the clothes, swallowed. Then he started putting on layers of clothes for master. He started dressing from behind, then circled to the front. He didn't dare look straight into that deadly abyss. Blushing, he averted his eyes to her arm. What comes will come. Adjusting the lapel on her chest. Tying the belt. She opened her eyes, looked down and said, you want to participate in this month's intersect assessment? Xiaoqi, with a nosebleed, looked up and said, yes, that's right. She turned away and said, you are the true disciple of the four of us. Why do this unnecessary thing? Huh? He scratched his head and explained, I don't want to be suspected by others. The outer sect disciples all feel I'm not qualified to be the four fairies' disciple. The system matter absolutely cannot be revealed. Hearing this, she turned back to look at him, smiling gently. Suddenly, her gaze became sharp. Staring at him, that gaze seemed to want to see through his heart, making him tremble involuntarily. Third master's gaze seems about to see through me. Then she suddenly turned away and said, I know, you go. I will keep the secret of you trespassing into the forbidden ground. He wiped his sweat, thinking, asterisk few. Luckily she believed it. Asterisk. He immediately clasped his hands respectfully. Disciple takes his leave. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for achieving the achievement. I'm getting jeden przycinek 000 outer sect disciples. 1,000. Like that? Immediately unlocking the world transmigration function. Specific transmigration time decided by the system. Host can cultivate in other worlds. Receive items and skills from that world. Progress, 100%. Damn it. Now I see this system of yours has some use. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the sky and fell. Turns out it was Liuening being punished. He crashed straight through the roof of the cave. Thud. Face planted into the ground. Cough, 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 cough. He struggled to prop himself up. By now he was furious. Face full of discomfort and rage. Veins popping out. Ecchi, just you wait. Either you die or I perish. The Spirit Cultivation Hall is an ancient palace, built against the mountain. Below is a pillar of brilliant golden spiritual energy, shining brightly. This is a cultivation formation designed by Empress Li Chan specifically for the disciples of the Xiaoming Sacred Land. It is said that cultivating on each floor of the Spirit Cultivation Hall requires withstanding 10 times the spiritual pressure. Xiaqi's face was a bit pale, breaking out in cold sweat. In other words, the spiritual pressure on the 18th floor reaches 180 times. Oh my god, this isn't for people to cultivate. This clearly wants people to meet the King of Hell. The deacon of the Spirit Cultivation Hall is Zhang Tailin. He has a stern face, decisive style. He shouted in a deep voice. Next, Xiaqi stepped forward respectfully, bowed. Deacon Zhang. He just grunted and picked up a brush and asked, Realm? Length? Xiaqi was flustered inside. Thinking, asterisk damn it, in broad daylight, asterisk, truly embarrassing to death. Even so, he mustered up the courage to answer. Xiaqi blood condensation, 7th level. 5.5 CUN. 5.5 CUN is about 18 centimeters. Hearing this, Deacon Zhang looked up and asked, Huh, is it 5 feet and a half? Xiaqi jumped. Turns out he was asking about height. Then asked clearly, why to say length? Making this junior anxious. Deacon Zhang said while bowing his head to right. Blood condensation, level 7, go to the 2nd floor. If you can't handle it, come out. Don't force it. Otherwise, at best, you'll be crippled. At worst, you'll explode and die. Xiaqi asked curiously, is the 2nd floor too simple? I want to participate in the intersect assessment next month. I must at least break through to the Origin Sea realm. Zhang Tailin shook his head, pointed with his brush. Genius Zhang Zonglin, the top ranker of last year's intersect assessment, only dare to try his luck on the 3rd floor. You're not young anymore, yet only at blood condensation level 7. Better be careful. Don't lose your little life just because you want to break through realms. Li San, Wing Si, Zhang Shuai standing behind heard this and started suppressing Xiaqi. Li San laughed and said, losing face is a small matter. Being kicked out of the sacred domain means your whole life is wasted. Zhang Shuai mocked. Abandoned by the 4 fairies. Might as well die. Better to die in glory than live in shame. Wing Si ridiculed, who told him to demand challenging the heaven steps before. Now he's lost all face. Served him right. Xiaqi cursed silently. Damn it. These 3 lackeys of Liuening truly inherited their master's genes perfectly. Seeing Xia, he silent. Li San continued to mock. Oh my, with just that little cultivation you got from the 4 fairies pity? I'm afraid you can't even pass the 1st floor, right? Letting you go to the 2nd floor is already giving you face. Wing Si Kaimding. This brat has always been useless. I'm afraid he doesn't even know the importance of body tempering intensity. Also afraid he won't have a life to use this little cultivation. Zhang Shuai smacked his lips while looking in the mirror and popping a pimple. You guys say a few less words. He's not like us. We all came up step by step. He was extremely satisfied with the face in the mirror. Every time he picked up the mirror, he exclaimed, I'm really handsome. This is truly a rare confidence. Xiaqi crossed his arms, turned around and retorted. So you guys are really amazing. Working hard for so many years, yet still stuck at the early stages of blood condensation. And Zhang Shuai, stop looking in the mirror. Your chin is growing a butt. If you look anymore, your bones will be scared to death. He thought, delivering yourselves to my door for me to provoke. Then I won't be polite. The three blockheads heard Xia Qi say this. Momentarily stunned. Didn't know how to reply. Xia Qi continued to ask loudly. What's wrong? We're out of words? Seeing the twisted, twitching faces of the three people, laughing inwardly. That's right. That's the face. Get angry quickly. Only when you're angry can I accumulate more points. Unexpectedly, they burst out laughing. Zhang Shuai said loudly. Oh my, look at this kid. He can't out-talk us, so he turns to personal attacks. Does he really think we are as ignorant as him? No way, right? No way, right? Wang Si added. Do you understand what sexy is? Our Shuai is called sexy. Xia Qi was surprised. Why aren't they angry? He stood there dumbfounded. Just a few days, and these chickens can't be tricked anymore? Could be they've become immune to me? Just then, the system sent a notification. World Transmigration Function activated. World Transmigration Function activated. Xia Qi exclaimed. What the hell? What is this now? The system sent another message, immediately teleporting host to Lega Mountain. Space fluctuated. Blinding white light. Xia Qi cried out. Why so sudden? Lega Mountain? Is it the mountain in demigods and semi-devils? System notification. Teleportation complete. Before Xia Qi appeared strange scene. What's worse is Xia Qi discovered he had possessed the body of a monk. Damn it, what kind of plot is this? But very quickly, he received information. Demigods and semi-devils. Suju, future palace master of Spirit Vulture Palace. Soul swap successful. Synchronized original owner's memories. Goal of this transmigration. Accumulate 5,000 rage points. The original owner accidentally broke the chess formation, preparing to inherit the Northern Darkness divine art. Only, he encountered small problem. After reading the notification. Suju et Galim. If I learn the Northern Darkness divine art, wouldn't I be able to neutralize the spiritual pressure of the spirit cultivation hall's 18th floor? Xia Qi ignored the problem the system mentioned. Suju heard movement behind him. Stood up. Saw a man with the demeanor of a transcendent being, calmly and steadily walking out. Suju et Galim. My good master. I am your good disciple, little Juju. Unexpectedly, this master was slightly perverted. He cried out, You ugly monk. Scare me to death. Hearing this, Suju almost fainted. This is the first time meeting such a master. Couldn't help but be a bit flustered. The person pouted and said, So it was you brat who broke my chess formation. Looks like you have some skill, although you are ugly. Don't know if ugliness affects the performance of the Northern Darkness divine art. Suju Zhao, you're poking at someone's sore spot. Too cruel. Who knew that thick-skinned master would ask back smugly? So what? I'm about to transfer the Northern Darkness divine art to you. Can't I lament a few words about the air being too ugly? The system couldn't stand this shameless behavior either. Sent a warning. Warning, Wu Yazi is a beauty fanatic. Indeed, Wu Yazi is also a recognized prominent figure in the beauty-obsessed circle of demigods and semi-devils. He looked at the air, not discussing strength, just sighing continuously. Why so ugly? Suju zipli unyapili. What are you sighing for? I haven't even sighed yet. Wu Yazi huffed. There's such a rebellious disciple. Suju put his hands on his hips. Said loudly, I've heard of Senior's name for a long time. Meeting you today, I realized you really live up to your name. He clasped his hands behind his back. Scornfully said, You bald donkey. Let's hear it. Suju sat on a large rock, talking nonstop. I kept wondering. Don't know what your name means. Wu Yazi sounds like no teeth kid. Turns out it means no teeth. Wearing a wig, while speaking, he mimicked a toothless mouth. Face scrunched up like a monkey. Sure enough, touching on Wu Yazi's appearance hit his sore spot. He stammered. No. Seizure? Wu Yazi shouted. You damn bald donkey. What did you say? System notification. Rage points plus 500. Suju picked his nose. Calmly said, I say, old man, you should use a cane and drink porridge. He froze for a moment, then pointed at Suju and shouted, Ugly bald donkey. What do you mean? I must anger him to death. Suju spread his hands. Calmly replied, How should I put this? Mostly because Buddha doesn't value appearance. Have you heard of it? In the end, Bodhidharma shaved his head. From then on, no need to use shampoo for silky hair. Wu Yazi became more and more confused. He roared in anger. Don't say things I don't understand. What exactly did that sentence just now mean? System notification. Rage points plus 100. Suju stood up, gently said, "Our sequence is..." I broke the chess formation. "Met you. You should transmit the art. After transmitting the art, we could discuss hair and using a cane to drink porridge again. Right?" He thought. This move has too much damage. I must ask about the art transmission first. If I really anger him to death, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Wu Yazi glanced at the stone table, said, "Those blue-covered books are this old man's greatest insights over decades. Take your time reading them." Saying that, he leaned close to Suju's face, whispered sarcastically, "But this divine art of mine takes decades to practice. With your aptitude, you need at least 30 years to learn it. If you encounter any problems and need my guidance, maybe by then this old man will have already passed away." Suddenly, Wu Yazi's eyes became serious. Thought he was about to say something profound. Who knew he would spout a shameless sentence? "But if you admit you are an ugly bald donkey, I can directly transmit the art to you. Save you from using that bald head of yours to think. This master and disciple pair are truly birds of a feather. Rare in the world." Suju was silent for a moment, then held up 4 fingers in front of Wu Yazi. He decisively said, "For years, I'm afraid I can't wait." Suju waved his hand and replied, "Enough. Might even be too much." He walked to the table, picked up a book, dusted it off. The cover read, "Peerless Martial Arts Crash Course. Northern Darkness Divine Art." He laughed inwardly. I have the universe divine body. Skill learning speed is 1,000 times faster. Old man, consider yourself fallen into my hands today." Watching Suju turn the pages one by one, Wu Yazi sneered inwardly. "Ugly bite donkey. Just wait until you kneel on the ground and beg me." But before Suju opened his mouth to beg, he acted high and mighty, saying, "Little monk, those people outside, even learning one move or half a style of this technique is something they can only dream of. Just tell me what using a cane to drink porridge means. Then admit you are an ugly bald donkey. Praise me for being handsome. I will immediately transmit the art to you. Fulfill this last wish of mine. Truly disgusting beyond words." Suju glanced at him. "Forget it. People like me, if you tell me to go west, I just like to go east. Moreover, the 4 I mentioned is 4 hours." Hearing this, Wu Yazi burst out laughing. "Huh, did you shave your brain off when you shaved your head?" Suju saw his attitude, then proposed, "Then if I learn it later, you must agree to one thing." Wu Yazi was in high spirits, grinning from ear to ear, spoke arrogantly. "Haha, don't mention one thing. 10 things are fine too. It's a deal." Suju diplit lao li. A word once spoken is settled. Finished speaking, he channeled internal energy. Whole body exploded with power. Only saw light blue energy radiating in all directions. Powerful pressure surging. Wu Yazi exclaimed, "Huh, Northern Darkness, true chi. Novels wouldn't dare write it like this." For hours later, Suju sat cross-legged cultivating, whole body emitting thin energy. Extremely elegant, the whole body floating in midair. Wu Yazi saw this scene, extremely horrified, lips trembling, stammering, flying. No one regulates this. He swallowed, breaking out in cold sweat, stammering in fear. Why didn't I know the Northern Darkness divine art could fly? Suddenly, Suju opened his eyes, gaze sharp, completely different from the naive look at the beginning. He said seriously, "I finished learning. Also, you wrote many parts wrong. I've optimized it." Wu Yazi replied calmly, "Learning the Northern Darkness divine art requires transforming internal force. Otherwise, the techniques will conflict. Immediately, vomit blood, snap all meridians. Little monk, I don't know about your patriarch rejoice or whatever, but my words are the patriarch's teachings." Suju calmly said, "Looks like I have to show a few moves for you to believe. I ask you, cultivating this technique, does it mean the world's martial arts are for my use? Every acupoint on the body can absorb others' internal force. Moreover, can also dual cultivate. Now I am impervious to all poisons. Probably also have protective true chi." Wu Yazi nodded. "Correct." Suju pointed at himself. "Why don't you try poisoning me?" He pointed at the stone table beside him. "Just smash the stone table. I'll know immediately. Then watch carefully." Suju Janoki. One palm smashed heavily onto the stone table. Boom! The ground shook violently. Dust flew everywhere. Stone fragments scattered. Large rocks from the cave ceiling also crashed down. Wu Yazi screamed. Damn it! What the hell is this? Suju Godin Sipi Sin. Saw thee. Couldn't control the force. Destroyed your place. Wu Yazi was in chaos internally. Face distorted. He thought, it really is the Northern Darkness divine art. Who exactly is this kid? Can't use the word genius to describe him anymore. Truly terrifying. Suju my thee. How about it? Old man, I didn't lie to you, did I? Wu Yazi coughed. What this old man promised. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. A light flashed in the young man's eyes. Wu Yazi muttered in his throat. Words spoken are like spilled water. You despicable villain. Is that all the skill you have? Toothless, cane-using, wall-leaning, shameless, low-life old man. Even porridge drools out of your mouth. Hearing these words, Wu Yazi roared in anger. Good. You curse without dirty words. Where is this old man despicable, shameless, and low-life? Rage points plus 1,000. Oh my god. Feels so good. Suju leaned close to Wu Yazi. Whispered, first you liked Tong Piaoyan. Why did you cause her to suffer qi deviation? Colluding ambiguously with Li Qiushui, and even thinking about her little junior sister. You did all these things. I wasn't wrong, was I? His face turned pale. Pupils constricted. Just answer, you're not wrong. That is why I blame myself so deeply. I secluded myself in this cave, too ashamed to face anyone. Seeing him admit his fault, Suju patted his shoulder to console him. So, the first thing you must do is find each of the three of them and admit your mistakes. The outcome wasn't supposed to be like this. Got it? After speaking, he gave instructions for another matter. Second thing, I have a good brother named Xiao Feng. He was harmed by his own father. Once you get out, you must protect him. He's a bit simple-minded. Don't let him do anything foolish. Wu Yazi agreed readily. A small matter like that is a piece of cake. Even so, he didn't forget to ask one more question. Is he handsome? Suju was a bit sensitive about the word handsome. Hearing that, he immediately flared up. Suju suddenly made his voice stern. And the third thing, when you meet people in the future, you must say you initiated the power transfer because Suju was just too handsome. Not giving Suju face means not giving yourself, Wu Yazi, any face. Hearing this, he roared. Anything else is fine, but this absolutely not. Just this one condition caused the rage points to spike by 20,000. Suju was secretly overjoyed. Even so, he looked at Wu Yazi and sighed. Sure enough, you're just a toothless old geezer. At this age, and you still go back on your word. Wu Yazi bit the corner of his robe and whined. Fine. I promise you, okay? Damn this obsession with looks. Suju looked outside the cave and said, let's go. We should head out. As for the other conditions, we can talk as we walk. Wu Yazi happily replied, I haven't left this place in decades. Hurry up and tell me about the outside world. On the way out, Xiaoqi described the situation in detail to Wu Yazi, spoiling the content of the next 20 episodes. Wu Yazi listened until tears welled up in his eyes, promising Xiaoqi he would eliminate evil from the martial world to uphold righteousness. When Wu Yazi led Suju out to address the gathered heroes, the entire martial world was astonished. Everyone, I hereby declare, the Jinlong chess formation was merely a pretext. Suju is the most handsome disciple of the era. From this day forth, he is my true successor. Xiaoqi took advantage of the crowd to harvest another massive batch of points. At this moment, the system announced, congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the mission. You have learned the Northern Darkness divine art, and may bring it back to the main world as a reward. You will be transported back to the main world in 5 seconds. Host, please prepare yourself. Xiaoqi stroked his chin. I wonder what will happen to this place after I leave. Whatever happens here, I suppose I've changed history. Brother Xiao Feng, little brother has done his best. You are my childhood idol, after all. The surrounding space began to distort. A blue light flashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqi returned to the Ling Xiao Hall. He opened his eyes and looked around, unable to help but exclaim. It seems time the main world stands still. This world-hopping function is truly an amazing cultivation tool. I just need to travel a few more times, and I can reach the peak of life. Zhang Shuai was still yapping at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, since we are fellow disciples, I advise you to have some self-awareness. Letting you cultivate on the second floor is already a promotion. Not knowing your limits will only bring you suffering. Xiaoqi glanced at him and asked back, "Who said I wanted to go to the second floor? I want to go to the 18th floor." These words stunned the other three into silence. They cried out in shock. "What? The 18th floor?" Zhang Shuaishuai pointed at Xiaoqi's face and asked, "Do you know you're seeking death? Don't forget, a few days ago, you were only at blood condensation level 1. Physical body hasn't been tempered. Entering the 18th floor will instantly crush you with spiritual pressure." Xiaoqi crossed his arms, confidently replied, "If I can walk out of the 18th floor safe and sound." Then Zhang Shuaishuai, "You are not allowed to look in the mirror anymore. The other two must say." Zhang Shuaishuai's chin grew a butt. Zhang Shuaishuai sneered, "If you want to die, I won't stop you. Wait until you come out alive, then talk." Xiaoqi clasped his hands to Zhang Tailin. "Deacon Zhang, please help me register for the 18th floor." Deacon Zhang was stunned. He advised Xiaoqi, "You don't need to be petty with fellow disciples. This isn't a small matter. Don't ruin your cultivation future and life for a moment of impulsiveness." But Xiaoqi said firmly, "Please register. I have decided." Zhang Tailin had no choice. He said hesitantly, "This is truly seeking death." Zhang Shuaishuai laughed loudly. "Ha! Your way of suicide is quite creative. Deacon Zhang, since he wants to die so much, why stop him?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. "Just register for him." Everyone looked outside in unison. Turns out it was Elder Lin walking in. Zhang Tailin said carefully, "Elder Lin, what if something happens?" Elder Lin replied calmly, "The path of cultivation is inherently arduous. If everyone had smooth sailing, wouldn't cultivation be too easy? Since he actively wants to challenge the 18th floor, he must be prepared." "All right." Deacon Zhang picked up the brush and wrote, "Xiaoqi, Spirit Cultivation Hall, 18th floor," then handed it to Xiaoqi. He bowed. "Thank you, Elder Lin." Deacon Zhang sighed helplessly. Xiaoqi thought, "Didn't expect to meet Elder Lin here too. Seems like usually, aside from teaching, she rarely appears. Heard she is the medical saint of the outer sect. If something really happens, she definitely won't stand by and watch. Everything is prepared." Xiaoqi waved goodbye. "See you later." Zhang Shuaishuai smirked. "We await your good results." Deacon Zhang pointed the way. "Step onto the star-plucking platform. It will immediately teleport you to the Azura Hall on the 18th floor." As soon as Xiaoqi stepped onto the star-plucking platform, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly appeared, enveloping him. Time and space around changed. Extremely dense spiritual energy gradually appeared. The sound of flowing spiritual energy even rang in the air. Immediately, the pillar of light exploded violently, teleporting Xiaoqi to the Azura Hall. Everyone in the Spirit Cultivation Hall watched Xiaoqi's cultivation process through a widescreen, observing Xiaoqi's cultivation process. Very quickly, Xiaoqi was teleported in front of an ancient hall. The plaque read, Azura Hall. He pushed open the old wooden door. Elder Lin watched the screen intently, thinking, "Xiaoqi, how do you plan to deal with 180 times the spiritual pressure?" Li Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid Xiaoqi doesn't even know how miserably he'll die. I think he doesn't understand anything. Truly dying for face." Wang Si also chimed in. "That's right. Heard the Hall Master of Azura Hall is Azura Lianhua. Cruel and violent personality. Very incompatible with Fairy Yin Yu." Zhang Shuaishuai picked his ear and said, "Incompatible personality is good. If she knows Xiaoqi is the Four Fairies' disciple, he'll die even more miserably." Xiaoqi grabbed the lion head door knocker, intending to knock. Suddenly, a grumpy voice came from the door. "Where did this unruly brat come from? Take your dirty hand off Grandpa." Startled, quickly retracted his hand. Face a bit bewildered, another lion head called out gently, "Oh my big brother, you'll scare the kid doing that." Over here, the other head was still angry. "He doesn't know the rules. This old man has to teach him a lesson. As for me, I'll live in the mud under horse hooves forever." "Huh, old ghost, actually you like in your heart, don't you? No new people have come here for many years. Let's hurry and let him in." The lion head smacked its lips and replied, "Stinky brat, this old man reminds you of one thing. This weak body of yours can't withstand our young Mrs. test. Dying here, no one will collect your corpse." The other lion head was more optimistic. "He, I think he doesn't look bad. Maybe young miss will like him. Xiaoqi smiled friendly and said, I will definitely pass the test. Please let me in. One lionhead laughed and said, Ha, elegant brat. I like it. The other head shouted, Oomph, only able to be arrogant now. Since you're in a hurry to die, this old man won't stop you. The door creaked open. Blinding light shone from inside. A burst of laughter echoed from within. Ha, a guest has arrived. Xieki wolkting kalmli. Inside was indeed like a fairyland. Rosy clouds flying, birds singing, flowers fragrant, lush vegetation, pavilions and towers. Magnificent and splendid. He walked a bit further. 2 rows of lampposts on both sides competed to greet him. Come in, hurry and come in. Xiaoqi thought. The scenery in this garden has nothing to do with the word Azura. Conversely, it's like a Penglai fairyland. Xiaoqi looked around as he walked. Suddenly saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress sitting under a large ancient tree. That is the hall master of Azura Hall, Azura Lianhua. She was sleeping soundly under the tree, surrounded by several teddy bears, also lying still. Xiaoqi called out, Little girl? Lianhua opened her eyes and asked, Challenger? Xiaoqi clasped his hands and bowed, replying, Is this humble one? This humble one is... He hadn't finished speaking. Lianhua waved her hand. Countless hidden weapons suddenly flew out, attacking him overwhelmingly. Xiaoqi channeled energy to defend. Looking at the deep pit just blasted in front of him, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Thinking, looks like her temper isn't very good. Lianhua hugged a teddy bear in her arms. Coldly said, Did I allow you to take half a step forward? This young miss asks a question. You answer a question. I'll let you move forward. Only then can you move forward. The brown bear in her arms suddenly spoke up. Miss, this guy doesn't know the rules. Let me go teach him a lesson. The other ones on the ground also competed to speak. I'll go. Let me go. The girl stroked the brown bear dotingly, smiled happily and said, You guys are so good. All are Lianhua's favorite treasures. Then she looked towards Xiaoqi and asked, Disciple of which sect in the Shangming's sacred domain? What realm? Xiaoqi replied, Epiri. Outer sect disciple. Blood condensation, level 7. He thought, Sichuan face changing isn't as fast as me. Lianhua asked back with some surprise. Blood condensation realm? Knowing she despised his low realm, Xiaoqi defended. But there's no rule saying blood condensation realm can't come to Azura Hall to challenge, right? Lianhua shouted angrily again. I asked a question. You answer question. Still not keeping the rules. Which foot did you step with first? I'll chop off that leg of yours. I ask you again. Who is your master in the outer sect? Xiaoqi clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. The 4 fairies of Shangming. She said bluntly. So you are the one the 4 fairies took as a disciple. No wonder a mere blood condensation realm dares to come to Azura Hall to challenge. In that case, this young miss can't go easy on you even more. To avoid making the 4 fairies lose face. Xieki smiled bitterly. I seem to understand something. This girl has a grudge against my masters. The lamppost by the road giggled. Can't go easy. Absolutely can't go easy. Can't go easy. Absolutely can't go easy. Lianhua and the teddy bears turned and walked away. She ordered, Follow me. The challenge officially begins. Xiaoqi was taken to a rather large challenge platform. The teddy bears below the platform looked at him excitedly. Chattering, Lianhua said cheerfully, It's been a long time since anyone dared to come to Azura Hall to challenge. Everyone must be very bored, right? The teddy bears replied, Right. No one comes. No one comes. So boring. An umbrella asked, Remember the kid who came to challenge 4 years ago? A black bear replied, Almost succeeded. A genius challenger seen once in 100 years. What a pity. Lianhua looked at Xiaoqi, feeling a bit emotional. Didn't expect the 4 fairies to accept a true disciple only at blood condensation level 7. But he looks like he has some backbone. Not like that crybaby Yin Yu. She clapped her hands to cheer. Challenger on the stage, don't be discouraged either. There are surprises in everything. After all, you're the 4 fairies' disciple. This seat is looking forward to it. Xiaoqi saw her attitude. Thinking, this girl wants to intimidate me. Useless. He stood there smiling calmly. A moment later, Lianhua shouted, All right, no more nonsense. Challenge begins. She waved her hand. A thin water curtain appeared, covering the entire challenge platform. Xiaoqi was startled. didn't understand what she meant. Lianhua spoke up to explain. Sorry, these little ones on the stage are all my treasures. They can't withstand the damage from spiritual pressure, so I have to let you suffer a bit and conduct the challenge inside this water curtain. Xiaqi asked the system, give me the details of the challenge. System Azura Hall number 1 immediately replied. The challenge consists of 4 stages. Spiritual pressure in each stage increases by 3 times respectively. 6, 12, 18 times. Restricted by the curse of the Spirit Cultivation Hall. Each challenge stage must be passed with a perfect score to upgrade the realm. If you give up halfway, injuries on the body cannot be recovered. Also brings no benefits. He asked again, does the Northern Darkness Divine Art work on the Spiritual Pressure Challenge? The system replied, yes. The startup time for Northern Darkness Divine Art is 2 minutes, limited by the host's realm. When activating the Northern Darkness Divine Art, other system functions will be frozen for 1 hour. Xiaqi proposed, remove this freezing interval for me. The system roared, how is that possible? Xiaqi frowned, cursing inwardly, damn it. Knew it wouldn't be that easy. Must prioritize realm upgrading. Otherwise, next time the system function is restricted, don't know what I'll have to face. Lianhua asked, ready yet? Xiaqi sighed, then looked up and replied seriously, ready. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. Grasp the timing and usage of skills. There shouldn't be any major problems. Lianhua sat on the chair, raised a finger, started commanding. First stage, Heartbreak Pipa. She cast a spell. Pipa golden kingfisher feathers. Strings speak like yellow orioles. A female figure glowing with golden light appeared, holding a pipa in her hands. Playing a sorrowful tune, Xiaqi observed the opponent. The surrounding space had begun to fluctuate. Lianhua thought, blood condensation, level 7 realm, will have an advantage in the first stage. Even if the spiritual pressure increases, it won't cause major damage. But from the second stage onwards, a stream of green energy immediately enveloped Xiaqi, making him involuntarily feel nauseous. Xiaqi covered his mouth, comforting himself, only 3 times. Must endure. System reminder. Xiaoming Divine Hall's Immortal Condensation Pool. Suggest hosts go there to soak more often. Complaining. That pool belongs to Yin Yu. I'll be nagged by her all day again. Xiaqi tried a bit longer. Finally passed the first stage. Lianhua continued to the second stage. Light shirt lotus step. She cast a spell. Falling flowers circle the tree, dancing shadowless. Whirling snow follows the wind, secretly watching the wake. The female figure in the formation became much gentler. Her arms looked like they were dancing lightly, but suddenly expanded violently. Xiaqi felt the spiritual pressure skyrocket, as if a hand was squeezing his throat tightly. He knelt on the ground, mind in chaos. Is this 6 times? Why does it feel like more than that? Before his eyes, the Pipa woman and the falling flower woman stood together. System sent a notification. 6 times is calculated based on the first stage, multiplied by 6 times. Xia, Kirord. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? System displayed 4 words. You didn't ask. Lianhua looked at his miserable state. Said, if you end it now, you can still retreat with your body intact. But if you continue, not more than 10 seconds, your body will self-destruct and die. Give up. Xiaqi looked up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then activated the Northern Darkness Divine Art. Golden spiritual energy suddenly exploded, gradually suppressing the spiritual pressure. Lianhua exclaimed in surprise. What? The stuffed toys also clamored along. What? Xiaqi replied loudly. I can handle this stage too. He thought, based on the 2 previous challenge stages. The moment spiritual pressure skyrockets will cause shock to the body. Basically can't last 2 minutes. The third stage is 12 times spiritual pressure. If I don't use the Northern Darkness Divine Art, I will definitely be crushed instantly. But the Northern Darkness Divine Art has been activated once. If I prolong the time before the third stage, I can pass smoothly, using a similar method to deal with the fourth stage. The danger is actually not great, but Lianhua's eyes became much happier, praising. The 4 fairies' disciple indeed has some skill. She guessed secretly, this kid isn't simple. Just now he absorbed the water curtain's spiritual energy, right? Xiaqi replied softly. Conversely, I underestimated Azura Hall. Didn't expect the second stage to be this terrifying already. I am indeed a bit scared. Xiaoqi outwardly showed weakness, but inwardly he had already calculated. But I have the universe divine body. Already knew clearly how to use the Northern Darkness divine art. Lianhua clicked her tongue in praise. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I'm looking forward to your next performance. Xiaoqi replied softly. Thank you, Hall Master, for the praise. He held onto the stone pillar. Head dizzy and tired, calculating. Just now, I clearly absorbed 9 times the spiritual pressure. This isn't arithmetic progression, clearly geometric progression. Third stage based on the second stage plus 12 times. Must calculate carefully. First stage is 3 times spiritual pressure, plus the second stage's actual 18 times spiritual pressure. The third stage's actual spiritual pressure is 18 times 12 equals 216 times. Mommy, Xiaoqi sat down on the ground and cried out. Is this a challenge or an execution ground? Can we not talk about killing people in such a fancy way? He thought. Last time I almost passed the 4th stage challenge, it wasn't this scary. This is Azura Hall. Even a child of destiny coming here gets murdered. Luckily, I have a golden finger. But this system only explains when things are about to be exposed. Must be on guard in the future. Lianhua sat on the chair. Chin in hand, asked leisurely. How about it? Can we start yet? Suddenly, Xiaoqi clutched his stomach and groaned. Face pale, Lianhua was surprised. I haven't even started yet. Xiaoqi replied weakly. I seem to have a stomachache. Can I go for a moment? Lianhua shouted. No. What do you take this place for? How can I let you go to the toilet randomly? Hold it for me, she thought. This guy knew clearly there was a challenge tomorrow, but ate indiscriminately the day before. Xiaoqi said decisively. Then I can only resolve it here. Don't mind me. Lianhua blushed with anger, pointed at him and shouted. Go resolve it, or continue the challenge. You can only choose one. Xiaoqi acted as if nothing happened. Challenge. I choose challenge. Who would have guessed he was laughing inside? He stalled for another half-minute. Truly worthy of me. Thick-skinned and invincible under heaven. Any trick works. Lianhua continued to the 3rd stage. Flute and pipe ensemble. She cast a spell. Cracking stones, piercing clouds. Jade pipe straight and horizontal. Sounds startling. Another female figure appeared, holding a flute to her mouth and playing. The more melodious the flute sound, the more sparkling blue crystals appeared in the air. Xiaoqi channeled energy to resist. Thinking, 3rd stage just started. I already feel the absorption force of the Northern Darkness divine art used just now expanding abnormally in my body. Whether it's the art of essence dissolving or the star shifting skill, they all originate from the Northern Darkness divine art. Senior Wu Yazi, although you wrote many parts wrong, but you're also a peerless genius. Xiaoqi focused on condensing internal force, then suddenly unleashed a move. Hundreds of rivers return to the sea. The sea accepts hundreds of rivers. However you deal with me, I return it to you the same way. He struck out a beam of brilliant golden force, trying to control the stream of spiritual pressure strangling the space. Although inside my body, it has turned into metal attribute power. But ultimately, it's still the same source of power. I just need to fuse these 2 streams of power. Lianhua watched this scene and thought. Performance is different from the 2nd stage, but looks like he can't last long either. She shouted loudly. Xiaoqi, why lose your life for a challenge? Just say it now. You won't have to suffer the pain of being crushed by spiritual pressure anymore. Xiaoqi was still extremely determined, even though his eyes were bloodshot, chest about to explode. He stammered, I still have the Northern Darkness divine art, still resisting strongly against the spiritual pressure. Xiaoqi's eye sockets were red. Suddenly roared. How can I fail here? Suddenly, the clothes on his body shattered into powder. Powerful spiritual pressure prepared to crush everything. Lianhua screamed in horror. Hey, do you have brain damage? Your body will really explode and die. Xia, he shouted. Person is fine, but hands really hurt. The ball of light in Xiaoqi's hand grew larger and larger. In just a blink of an eye, the exploding force caused Lianhua's water barrier. You can't beat my 4th master. Lianhua jumped up, exclaimed in shock. What? Yin Yu heard these words, nose pointed up to the sky, praising me in front of so many people, embarrassing to death. But in a flash, she thought sorrowfully. Only pity the falling flowers have feelings. The flowing water has no emotion. Ultimately, you and I are fated, but not meant to be. Lianhua asked harshly. I'm not equal to Yin Yu. What kind of joke is that? That stinky brat just got lucky to become one of the 4 fairies. Also dares to compare with me? Xieki laughed inwardly. Took the bait. He shouted provocatively. Let's not talk about whether I can pass the 4-stage challenge. But at least I've neutralized the first 3 stages. If my 4th master were here, just 1 slash would be enough to turn me into dust. You tell me, is it you who is strong? Or my 4th master who is stronger? Yin Yu thought, what nonsense is this kid spouting? Clearly he blocked a slash of mine back then. Oh, also true. I was just showing off back then. If I really slashed, he would have turned to dust for sure. But does this need to be broadcasted here? Oh, could it be he guessed I would come here to care about him? No, to observe him. So he deliberately said it for me to hear? Yin Yu was conflicted inside, but finally decided, after returning, I must teach this guy a lesson. So he doesn't go around talking nonsense. This world is blessed by water, plants, rocks, air, and spiritual energy. The source of life is water, strong yet gentle. The water fairy blesses all things. At the heavenly lake of the Shangming sacred land, the water fairy gave birth to a child. This child received the blessing of water and was also loved by all living beings. However, the girl was extremely hyperactive, naughty, hard to teach, and worshiped violence, making the water fairy wonder countless times. Is this child water attribute or fire attribute? Xieki sighed. I think it's a bloodline that likes violence. The child liked to use a whip on teddy bears. Also frankly said, Mom, I like playing this game. Hearing this, the water fairy was very troubled. Did I carry the wrong child? One day, she said to her daughter Lianhua, you grown up. Sooner or later you have to inherit mom's position. Before inheriting, why don't you go down to the mortal world and take a look? The girl replied happily. Really? That's great. At this moment, on the challenge platform of Azura Hall, Lianhua heard Xiaoqi say she couldn't beat Yin Yu. Immediately flew into a rage. Ruading, Xieki, watch your mouth. A brat no one wants. How can she compare to me? A group of teddy bears hurriedly held their owner back, constantly reminding, keep your image. It's being live-streamed. Just 1 sentence. Rage points increased by 3,000. Xiaoqi continued happily. Whether anyone wants her or not is not for you to decide. In short, I think this 18th floor challenge of Azura Hall is just a paper tiger. Looks scary. Poke it and it falls. Finished speaking. Xiaoqi stood still. Smiling, he began to bait. Lianhua showed no weakness. Raised her neck and replied, I say naturally it has value. Water is the source of all things. The things I can see through are much more than you. Xiaoqi added fuel to the fire. Oh my, you're a peeping Tom too? Meaning you can see through all things via water? Truly low life. Saying that, he shrank back. Pretended to be a victim too. Xiaoqi spoke again. Hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Face red as a monkey's, but my 4th master isn't like that. She knows boundaries. Even though 4 bears were holding her arms and legs, Lianhua still flailed and screamed. Who wants a peep? Speak clearly. I can only sense it. Ah, I'm too lazy to care about you humans' business. Xiaoqi sat down on the ground calmly and replied. Don't justify. Too late. Wait until I get out. I'll let the whole world know this true face of yours. Those watching this martial arts farce in the Spirit Cultivation Hall all exclaimed. Never seen anyone so shamelessly lowlife. Zhang Shuai shouted. A mere blood condensation cultivator dares to publicly insult Hall Master Lianhua. This is insulting the water fairy, looking down on heaven and earth. Yin Yu was also speechless. Didn't know what to say. On the challenge platform, Lianhua smiled and said loudly, Xieki, originally I intended to go easy on you a bit. Looks like it's not necessary now. He replied bluntly, I came here to challenge, not to find a partner with you. Don't act so intimate. He calculated. 5 seconds left. This time Lianhua's anger truly exploded. Rage points increased by 30,000. Her voice became cold as ice. Special challenge. This seat adds a 4th stage. Water spirit slash. Xiaoqi counted down. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. A female warrior in blue armor appeared on the stage, holding a large blade. Lianhua chanted a spell. In your name, use my body. 3,000 weak waters. 2 seconds left. 1 second. The female warrior swung her blade, unleashing the move raging waves and startling tides. Powerful force like a flood beast crashed down on Xiaqi's head. He immediately activated the system store. 1 minute 50 seconds. Northern Darkness Divine Art. Xiaqi spat out 2 words. Hurry up, then used 2 fingers to clamp the blade tip. Everyone was astonished. Oh my god, 2 fingers? Xiaqi continued to channel energy and unleash moves. Northern Darkness Divine Art. Consonant's finger. The force emitted was so strong it shook the vast space, shattering the barrier. The water current swept Liuening's pets and precious items down the steps. System displayed notification. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to Origin C stage, level 3. Bonus, Ninely Chant, second layer. Xiaqi's whole body exploded with brilliant golden light. Origin C stage, level 3. He was overjoyed. Oh yeah, I succeeded. Zhang Shuai saw this scene. Felt like being struck by lightning. His face twisted, cursing inwardly. What kind of dog shit luck did this guy step in? Not only passed the challenge, but also broke through realms. Around the martial arts stage, the water barrier shattered. Water flowed everywhere, scaring the teddy bears into running wildly. Water is coming. Water is coming. Run quickly. Liuening stood stunned for a long time, then sat down heavily on the ground, constantly asking herself, how is it possible? Xiaqi walked up to her and smiled. Hee, just SOSO. Isn't Azura Hall just a name only? Liuening felt aggrieved, eyes tearing up, suddenly couldn't hold back and burst into tears. What? Boo-hoo. Xiaqi was stunned. Can't beat someone in a fight. So she throws a tantrum and cries. Liuening sobbed. You bullied me. I don't accept it. The teddy bears also chimed in. Bullying a woman. Truly shameless. Xiaqi is shameless. Bastard. Anyone who bullies Liuening is a bad person. Turns out Xiaqi isn't the thickest skin master yet. His opponent is even more skilled. Xiaqi put his hands on his hips. Calmly said, I just passed the challenge. Is there a need to do this? Liuening insisted on crying loudly. Boo-hoo. Too much. Xiaqi really didn't know what to do. He knelt down and stammered. Don't cry. How did I bully you? Sigh. How to coax a girl. The disciples of Shangming didn't expect that. A sharp-tongued Xiaqi couldn't coax a little girl. Yin Yu saw Liuening's state, laughing from ear to ear. Still the same. Crying at the drop of a hat. Has no other moves. She recalled Xiaqi's appearance just now, wondering, but how'd he do it? To actually pass the Azura Hall's challenge. This guy definitely hid something from me. Xiaqi opened the system to check. Asked, can the system store be used now? System replied, still in cooldown time. But, he roared, but what? Looking at the screen, saw a notification. Complete a quick transmigration challenge. Can immediately unlock other skills. Does the host accept the challenge? Xiaqi immediately replied, yes. Liuening cried for a while. Water had flooded the surroundings. Xiaqi thought, if I don't coax this girl to stop crying quickly, Azura Hall is going to be submerged. He sighed, being a human is so hard. Increase the intensity. System replied, time in the main world will be frozen during quick transmigration. Starting quick transmigration challenge. Loading 30%, 50%, 70%, 80%. Xiaqi began to feel the space changing. System notification. Host will be teleported to Tang Boha's house. Conquer 8 wives. After learning the style of coaxing women, he said goodbye and left. The green-clad lady asked, husband, what are you saying? Concubine doesn't understand. The surrounding space continuously changed rapidly. The ladies sensed something strange was happening. In a flash, Xiaqi opened his eyes. Back. Liuening was still sitting there crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Mouth screaming, boo-hoo, bullying people too much. I don't want to live anymore. Little Flower sat beside, comforting her. Don't cry anymore. Give a hug. Xiaqi asked, System. System authority unlocked, right? System replied, unlocked for host. He smiled. Very good. Let me see if these 36 stratagems of picking up girls are actually effective. He knelt in front of the sobbing Liuening. Gently said, be good. Baby, cry more will make your eyes swollen. She immediately stopped crying. Looked up at him, watery eyes full of expectation, waiting for his next words. Xiaoqi opened the system to check the clothing section. Sweetly said, "Actually, during the challenge, I was always observing you, learning about you. Actually, I wasn't bullying you." After activating the pickup artist skill, words flowed out naturally and smoothly. Scrolling to an office outfit, he said, "Immortal Buochuan said, this is the most popular outfit." Saying that, he displayed that outfit on the system screen. Blatantly asked, "Who agrees? Who opposes?" Zhang Shuaishuai huffed. Scornfully said, "This outfit is weird and deformed. Some people like novelty. Wing Sikaimding. That's right. Skirts so short. Not dignified at all." Li San nodded. "Correct. Hall Master Lianhua won't like it." Unexpectedly, seeing these things, Lianhua, eyes lit up, happily asked, "Are these all for me?" She thought, turns out, everything he did was to analyze me. Truly a serious person. Zhang Shuaishuai and the others were ashamed and wanted to hide. What the hell? Why does he get lucky in everything he does? Xiaoqi looked at Lianhua and asked, "Want to try?" She asked back curiously, "Why are you giving me these clothes?" He lifted her face, looked into Lianhua's eyes with an extremely doting and loving gaze, saying, "I want the whole world to know that this fish pond has been contracted by you. You understand. Before, I just used the wrong method. Please forgive my bluntness." The Shangming disciples saw this expression, felt their whole body shiver. Isn't this the saint of picking up girls? So that appearance just now was just deceiving people? Lianhua said happily, "Then I'll go change. You wait here. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Xiaoqi replied, "Go ahead." He lowered his head, covered his face with his hand. Next. Xieki fleshed a bright smile, thinking, if I use these 36 stratagems of picking up girls to deal with the four masters, he involuntarily clapped his hands and laughed revealing a god-tier, wretched expression. Zhang Shuaishuai and the others simultaneously raised their middle fingers at the screen. Despicable thoughts completely revealed. A moment later, Lianhua changed into a thin pink one-piece dress and walked out. She spoke up, "I finished changing one set." Xiaoqi's eyes were glued to her seductive figure. Humble response. Lianhua asked somewhat shyly, "Is it not pretty? First time I've worn this kind of outfit." Xiaoqi was silent. Secretly gulped. Gulp. "Looks pretty good." Lianhua hugged her chest. Asked in panic, "Why aren't you saying anything?" He gave a thumbs up, but immediately retracted it. Pretended to be elegant and replied, "Not bad. Go change into another set and see." Lianhua smiled until her eyes squinted into a line. "Okay," then ran inside. Xiaoqi paced back and forth, thinking, Lianhua and Yin Yu's figures are almost identical. Wonder what Yin Yu would look like wearing these outfits. Lianhua changed into a yellow Lolita dress and walked out. Xieki, skirt is too short. I'll beat you to death." He also nodded and replied, "No good. A bit weird." Lianhua successively tried on several more sets. Diverses styles. Secretary outfit. Black bunny suit. Xiaoqi praised every set. Every time she took a set of clothes, rage points continuously decreased. Decreased by 5,000. Decreased by 3,698. Decreased by 4,000. Lianhua was overjoyed. "Are these all for me?" Xiaoqi replied with a hearty laugh. "Of course. You treat me so well. I like you the best." Saying that, she rushed over and hugged Xiaoqi's neck. Bouncy mounts hit him straight in the face, catching him off guard. Extremely awkward. No one expected that Azura Lianhua would be conquered so quickly. She said to Xiaoqi, "You gave me so many beautiful clothes. I have to give you a gift in return too. Follow me." Two toy teddy bears opened a palace door. Xieki exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, there's such a good thing?" Lianhua said excitedly. "It's good stuff. Definitely very useful." Two teddy bears pulled the curtain of the live stream mode. The images behind cannot be viewed for free. Cannot be viewed for free. The fellow disciple shouted. "Hey, can't watch for free anymore. Xiaoqi is so lucky. The gift from the Hall Master must be very special. So jealous. I think the challenge isn't that hard. Maybe if I go up, I could do it too." Lianhua led Xiaoqi into a private room. Said, "Wait for me a moment." She turned and pulled open a drawer, rummaging for a while. Suddenly eyes lit up. Found it. She brought the item to the table where Xiaoqi was sitting. Said, "This is a gift my mom gave me. I don't use it anymore now. Giving it to you as a thank you gift." Lianhua opened the small box. Inside was a precious ring, emitting a magical blue light. She introduced, "This ring is called the Ocean Accepts Hundreds of Rivers. It can neutralize the pressure caused by the opponent's spiritual pressure. It's also a holy artifact. Besides, holy artifacts usually require at least the Void Passage realm to use. But this magical artifact has my mom's blessing, so it can be used in all worlds." Xieki smiled friendly, since the Hall Master gave the gift sincerely. "Then, this humble one respectfully accepts." Suddenly, Lianhua hesitated a bit. "That, how should I say it?" Xiaoqi said frankly. "We are friends." "Hall Master, just speak your mind." She blushed, covered her mouth with her hand, exclaimed in surprise. "Friends? You already consider me a friend?" Lianhua thought. "I originally intended to ask you, can you be friends with me?" Xiaoqi thought he misspoke, hurriedly covered up. "I was presumptuous." But unexpectedly, Lianhua grabbed his hand, face full of joy. No, I'm very happy to be friends with you." Saying that, she snapped her fingers. A water spirit bead appeared. Lianhua brought it in front of Xiaoqi. The water bead sparkled with magical light. "This is..." Before she finished speaking, the water bead had seeped into his chest. Xiaoqi cried out, Hey. He felt an invisible force flowing in his meridians, emitting an extremely special aura. Lianhua smiled and said, "In the future, if you encounter any danger, just silently recite my name 3 times in your heart. As long as there is water there, I will immediately appear in front of you." Xiaoqi finished the challenge, returned to the Spirit Cultivation Hall. As soon as he stepped down the stairs, Deacon Zhang exclaimed with both surprise and joy, "Congratulations on passing the Azura Hall's challenge. Today I truly had my eyes opened. Didn't expect the outer sect to have a genius disciple like you." Ha! He was so happy he teared up, held Xiaoqi's hand tightly, and said, "I must quickly report this good news to the sacred domain." He also smiled modestly and replied, "Ha! Luck. Just luck." Zhang Shuai, standing nearby, mocked. "If not luck, then what is it?" "I think Hall Master Lianhua was in a good mood, so she spared her life." "Humph. This kid is truly despicable." Wing Xi nodded. "That's right." Xieki calmly replied. "Right, giving gifts after the challenge. I can't wear this despicable hat. If you don't believe I can pass the challenge, you 3 can go try yourselves." "Humph." Zhang Shuai doubted. "Who knows if you have some secret deal with the Hall Master?" "Humph." Elder Lin heard these words, immediately shouted, "Shut your mouth. Is the Hall Master someone you can insult like that? What do you take the Spirit Cultivation Hall for?" Xiaoqi's challenge was witnessed by many people with their own eyes. Cannot be doubted. Zhang Shuai, do you admit your guilt? He was so angry he wanted to argue back with the elder, but Wang Xi stopped him, calmly said, "Talking is useless. Not worth it. The days ahead are long." Zhang Shuai muttered, "I misspoke." Elder Lin turned to Xiaoqi and said, "Congratulations on passing the challenge. Also received the qualification to participate in the intersect assessment." She said seriously, "Intersect assessment. I will pay attention to you." Xiaoqi clasped his hands and replied respectfully, "Thank you, Elder Lin, for your regard." He thought, Elder Lin seems to have something going on, although the look she gave me was hidden very well. But it's definitely not simple. I must watch out for this person more. Zhang Shuai also sneered inwardly. Your luck won't last forever." A group of fellow disciples gathered around, chattering and asking, Xieki, what did you and the Hall Master do in the room? Xieki, are you free tonight? Let's go stargazing together. Xieki. Zhang Shuai was dying of anger, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it, let him show off. Thus, rage points increased by another 5,000 points because of this. Truly eating and talking at the same time, taking all the benefits. Yin Yu walked into the room, calling loudly, "I'm back." Miyu was surprised. Oh my, face beaming like spring breeze. Something good happened? She was wearing a long, bright red dress, sitting on a chaise lounge, holding a long pipe in her hand, appearance seductive and charming. Seeing Yin Yu return, she stood up and asked. Yin Yu replied excitedly, "Saw with my own eyes that brat Lianhua Lu's face. Mood is naturally good, like bathing in spring breeze." Miyu asked again, "What did you go to the Spirit Cultivation Hall for?" She replied briefly, "Watching Xieki." Nothing. Miyu leaned close to her face to look carefully, startling Yin Yu. she said calmly. Since you slipped up, just say it all. Still hiding things in front of big sister? This girl has truly grown up. Yin Yu beat around the bush explaining. That kid suddenly challenged Azura Hall. I was afraid he would die, because big sister told me to be his introductory master. So I had no other choice. Miyu lay back on the chaise lounge leisurely, looking at her flustered appearance. Blinked and said, at your age, having other thoughts is normal. Why blush? Yin Yu went to her room to bathe, the figure of a young girl in her prime, full of vitality. She stepped out of the bathtub, put on her clothes. Humming happily, Yin Yu casually picked up a small notebook on the table, reading while walking out. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi had been standing there for who knows how long. He called out loudly, Fourth Master, making Yin Yu jump. Crying out, WH, Yin Yu said in panic. I didn't do anything. Don't think nonsense. Xiaoqi snatched the notebook from her hand and opened it to see, muttering, don't tell me it's another martial arts manual. Let me see. She shouted, Xiaoqi, I order you to return the sketchbook to me. Open it to look. Saw drawings of men inside. Said, turns out it's a shoujo manga. Yin Yu snatched the notebook back. Blushing, she said, hateful. Give it back. Xiaoqi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Fourth Master, you're strange today. The martial arts manual last time had much more soul than this one. You gave it so enthusiastically back then. Yin Yu stammered in reply. I suddenly felt the drawing. Drawing wasn't good, right? Xiaoqi saw her so embarrassed. Asked, what is it? Yin Yu said, it's congratulations on winning the qualification for the intersect assessment. He pulled a long face. News in the Shangming sacred domain travels really fast. I originally intended to tell you myself. She turned around in surprise and asked, tell me yourself? Then that word suddenly got tangled. Xiaoqi thought, why is Yin Yu stuttering today? Yin Yu seemed to suddenly remember something. Said, you also don't need to mind the bet. Suddenly saw Xiaoqi taking off his shirt. She immediately blushed and asked, what are you doing? Xiaoqi turned around and asked, what bet? He seemed to have forgotten about this. Yin Yu thought Xiaoqi intended to do a major life event. Covered her mouth with her hand. Face red to the ears. Speaking incoherently. But isn't it too fast? Xiaoqi had taken off his robe in the blink of an eye, only wearing a pair of boxers. Smiled and replied, fast? I usually undress at this speed. Yin Yu was anxious. At least have to. Have to. Xiaoqi impatiently jumped into the immortal condensation pool. Yin Yu was still stammering. Have to bow to heaven and earth first. Matchmaker's words. Parents' orders. Xiaoqi heard these words from underwater. He asked back, Fourth Master, what are you saying? Yin Yu was still muttering to herself. Although I accept losing the bet. You also dealt with that brat Lianhua for me. But no matter what, I am still your master. Teacher-student romance. I have to go ask big sister, second sister, third sister and see. Xiaoqi surfaced from the water. Said refreshingly, Fourth Master, this immortal condensation pool is indeed an immortal product. Just a moment, and I feel refreshed in spirit. Yin Yu saw his surreal six-pack abs, and the wet water droplets sliding across his firm chest. Couldn't control the chaos in her heart anymore. Heart beating too fast. What's wrong with me? Just then, Miyu walked in from outside. She spoke up asking, Fourth sister is guiding the little disciple in cultivation? Why not rest a bit after just passing the Azura Hall's challenge? Yin Yu turned around and asked, Second sister looking for me, for something? Miyu replied, looking for both of you. Tomorrow is the Grand Hall Disciple Acceptance Ceremony. Xiaoqi stepped out and asked, do I need to prepare anything? Miyu replied, lazurely. Don't need you to prepare yourself. Just a few things to remind you of. Xiaoqi snatched the notebook from her hand. Yin Yu listened intently. Disciple will definitely remember everything. Yin Yu thought, I beg you, don't flip through it anymore. Miyu turned to look out the window. Said, tomorrow's grand ceremony. The 6 sect masters will all be present. These 6 sect masters are not easy to deal with. The Shangming sacred land includes 6 outer sects, the divine hall and the continent, under the command of Empress Lycan, maintaining a superficial peace. The 4 immortals accepting a disciple is unprecedented, and this true disciple passed the Azura trial before even officially entering the sect. Miyu took a drag from her pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke. Her tone was casual. Tomorrow is definitely going to be lively. Soon enough, the day of the disciple acceptance ceremony arrived. The Shangming Holy Hall was a sea of people. Countless cultivators from the martial world came to witness the ceremony. The scene was incredibly boisterous. Zhang Shuai spoke loudly. Why did you two drag me here to watch this spectacle? It's not like they're accepting us as disciples. Wang Si glared at him. Idiot. A lively scene like this doesn't happen every day. Besides, didn't Brother Xing tell us to keep an eye on that brat Xiachi before he left? Brother Xing took leave to return to the Heavenly Blade Alliance. Wait until he gets back. We'll definitely benefit from it. Big Brother is the young master of the Heavenly Blade Alliance. If he gets bullied outside, someone up there will naturally handle it for him. That brat Xiachi won't be smug for much longer. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai felt incredibly vindicated. Then let's just wait for that day. It'll be so satisfying. Li San, however, thought differently. Why wait for later? He's definitely going to get taught a lesson today. That brat is too arrogant. The inner sect already has eyes on him. Not to mention what the other 5 sect leaders will think. Sect leader Gua of the Thunder Defense sect isn't someone easily fooled. At that moment, the sect leaders appeared. Leading them was a man in purple robes, tall in stature, with a majestic aura. It was Gui Su of the Thunder Defense sect. Following closely behind were Shan Gaoyong of the Wood Defense sect, Han Tiangong of the Metal Defense sect, Pu Honda of the Earth Defense sect, Chi Hongba of the Water Defense sect, and Bu Bailing of the Wind Defense sect. The sect leaders quickly gathered in the main hall. Sect leader Gua sat down with a stern expression. Seeing his grumpy demeanor, Bu Bailing teased him. Sect leader Gua, why the long face all day? Is the food at the Thunder Defense sect bad? Not enough nutrition? The chef of my Wind Defense sect isn't bad. Want to borrow him for a bit? Gu se replied coldly. Sect leader Bu, look at what day it is. It's better to joke less. Bu Bailing puffed out her ample chest. Speaking leisurely, isn't it just the 4 immortals accepting a disciple? What's all the fuss about? It's just that they haven't taken a disciple in years. Gusuyuft, this newly accepted disciple seems too flashy. Even deep in the inner sect, his reputation thunders in our ears. Someone like that will sooner or later bring trouble to the Xiangming Holy Land. Just then, a loud announcement came from outside. The 4 immortals have arrived. Yuan Jin Xiao appeared. The entire space seemed to freeze. Just looking at her back, one could feel her lofty aura. Incredibly majestic. Guosu clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, 4th immortal. Yuan Jin Xiao, Miyu, Kong Han, and Yin Yu entered the main hall together. The surroundings were silent. Yin Yu muttered to herself. TCH, a bunch of old fogies. They sure know how to put on airs. Miyu vagut thinking, I hope my disciple behaves himself. Kong Han remained as silent as ever. Yuan Jin Xiao spoke majestically. Everyone sit. She sat on the main seat. Her 3 sisters sat in the row below, a position lower than the guests. On both sides, after everyone had settled, Yuan Jin Xiao spoke gently. I have never liked elaborate rituals. Let's dispense with those troublesome procedures. If accepting a disciple didn't require the 6 sect leaders as witnesses, I wouldn't have troubled you all to make this trip. At this moment, Xiachi walked in from outside. He bowed respectfully. Disciple Xiaki pays respects to the 4 masters and pays respects to the 6 sect leaders. He recalled Miyu's words from the day before. Although the owner of this Xiangming Holy Land is your first master, Umpras Li Chan, but the 6 gates value their autonomy. For this disciple acceptance ceremony, I hope you can hide your talents a little to avoid attracting trouble. He's just an old man, all bark and no bite, timid as a mouse. But at this moment in the main hall, Bu Bailing looked at Xiaqi's appearance. Making no effort to hide her infatuation, she exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, this face is exactly my type. Are you betrothed? Do you have someone in your heart? How about coming to my Wind Defense Gate to be my live-in husband? You'll live a life of luxury. But Su Hongba thought otherwise. A man should be a bit darker to be healthy. This kid has fair skin and soft flesh. TSK, not manly enough. Wubailink, replied Kuli. I can't stomach those dark-skinned disciple from your Water Defense Gate. I only like them fair. Xiachi was speechless upon hearing this. Guisu found this extremely grating. He shouted, have you no decorum? In this solemn hall, presided over by Empress Li Chan. How dare you two make such a racket? Xiachi was inwardly delighted. Acting so domineeringly, he really does have ambitions. He's directly labeling himself as a villain. Saves me the trouble of guessing. Yuan Jin Xiao said sternly. I also hope that you all will speak your minds. The people of its Sangming sacred land should be of one mind. Gusu stood up. He approached Xiaoqi. His sharp gaze swept over him as he spoke. Our 6 gates naturally stand with the 4 immortals, but we must also be wary of certain individuals with unclear motives, who might tarnish the reputation of the 4 immortals. Xiaoqi's expression remained unchanged. I get it, he thought. The person you're talking about is me. Isn't that right? Guisu asked. I heard you ascended the Jade Heaven steps and easily broke the 9 Heavens Calamity Annihilation Formation. 2 days ago, you also passed the trial of the Azura Hall. But I truly do not understand. An outer sect disciple at the Lingering Blood Realm, who has only just broken through to the Origin Sea Realm. How could you possibly accomplish these things? Xiaoqi cupped his hands and replied. Disciple does not understand. Come on, explain it. What he means is perhaps you cheated in front of so many people. Has Gate Master Gua ever questioned the Empress like this? Yin Xiong also added. Gate Master Gua's heart is with the 6 gates. Naturally, he would think a little more. Seeing everyone say this, Guisu seemed satisfied. He remained silent. Yuan Jin Xiao proposed. Today you have all met Xiaoqi. If you still have any doubts, let the intersect assessment prove it. How about it? Guisu agreed. That works. It's just that those participating in the intersect assessment are the most outstanding disciples of the past 3 years. The pressure is not small. If he gets expelled from the sect at that time, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the 4 immortals? Xiaoqi cupped his hands. He replied confidently, for masters. 6 gate masters, please rest assured. I will definitely not fail to live up to your expectations. Guisu just snorted. Miyu thought to herself, such a good disciple. Guisu turned to leave. Then I will wait and see. Yuan Jin Xiao was somewhat pensive. Miyu estreiched. She yawned and said, so the disciple acceptance ceremony is over then. How about we play a few rounds of mahjong before you all leave? Guisu huaed. I will not play mahjong with a cheating fox spirit like you. Dismissed. He stormed out in a huff. A voice sounded from behind him. Gate Master Gua. It was Bu Bailing. She followed closely behind him. Her voice was seductive. Gate Master Gua, what's the rush? Guisu asked, what is it? She twirled her hand and proposed. I know you like to gamble. I quite like that kid, Xiaoqi. So I want to bet a treasure with you. Guisu looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. You want my origin stabilizing pearl? Bu Bailing made no attempt to hide it. You just happened to get 2 of them a couple of days ago. Share one with me. It's no big deal for you. He asked in return. You think that kid can pass the assessment? Bu Bailing replied nonchalantly. Who knows? It's just for fun. Half a month before the intersect assessment, Xiaoqi and the 4 immortals rode a 4-horse carriage to Banshan Villa. After riding in the carriage for a while, Xiaoqi lifted the curtain and looked out. He saw the rolling mountains below. He guessed, this place seems to be the land of Shu. Hearing this, Miyu asked, what is this land of Shu? He turned back and scratched his head. Haha, it's a place I saw in a dream. It's also a basin like this. In the summer, it's both hot and humid, like a steam room. Hearing this, Yuan Jin Xiao asked, do the people of Shu like to eat spicy food? Xiaoqi was slightly stunned. Then he asked back, Grandmaster, how did you know? Yuan Jin Xiao explained, the basin is damp. Eating spicy food can dispel dampness. Isn't this common sense? Xiaoqi suddenly remembered something from before. When Grandmaster gave him the treasure, he thanked her, and she said, the power of an atomic bomb. If I have the chance, I'd like to experience it for myself. You have to work hard. That time too. I clearly heard her say the words atomic bomb. Could be that Grandmaster. I'm 80 or 90% sure. The system can't check other people's identities. She probably can't either. He was lost in thought, his mind racing. Suddenly, Yin Xiong slapped him hard on the back. She said loudly, what are you spacing out for? When we get to Banshan Villa later, you're sparring with me for a few rounds. Xiaoqi said with a straight face. Third Master, if I were an ordinary person, in that environment just now, my internal organs would have been shattered by you. Unexpectedly, she replied. We'll deal with it after they're shattered. Yin Xiong was still holding a grudge. This guy hasn't forgotten about our bet, has he? It's in a few days. He hasn't brought it up on his own. Is he trying to trick me? Xiaoqi could feel the resentment points continuously rising, but he didn't understand why. Plus 1,000, plus 2,000, plus 3,000. Strange. Where's this benefit coming from? Miyu is suddenly remembered. Didn't you ask me to teach you illusion art a few days ago? I have specially prepared several textbooks for you. You must study them well. With that, she reached out and lifted Xiaqi's chin. She looked him straight in the eye. If you can't learn it, you'll have to receive my punishment. He blushed and replied, yes. Thinking that second master's lightest punishment was being hung from a tree and whipped relentlessly, he became even more determined. He boldly replied, I will definitely study hard. Seeing the scene, Yin Xiong's face immediately darkened. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, sitting silently without a word. Miyu looked at her and asked, Fourth sister, is something on your mind? Hearing her sister call her, she jumped. She quickly waved her hands in denial. What? What's on my mind? Nothing. Miyu continued casually. Oh, at the condensed Immortal pond a couple of days ago. Did you two have something left unfinished? Yin Xiong replied in a fluster. It's finished. It was finished long ago. Xiaoqi was confused. Yin Xiong looked at him. She growled, right? Xieki. He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Then he replied, I think I mentioned a bet. Only then did he remember the bet. He turned to Yin Xiong. He looked her straight in the eye. The bet. Fourth master. You lost. She turned to Yuan Jin Xiao for help. Eldest sister, teach me how to set up formations. Yuan Jin Xiao replied coldly, even between master and disciple. Habeti sabet. You must accept your loss. Yin Xiong frowned. Accept my loss. The carriage stopped in front of a magnificent villa. The scenery was picturesque. Miyu stuck her head out. She said in a loud voice, We're here. You two can settle the bet after you've settled in. Behind her, Xiaoqi and Yin Xiong also stuck their heads out. Kong Han looked a little tired. Yuan Jin Xiao seemed to notice something. She called out Kong Han. She smiled and replied, I'm Yufine. Yuan Jin Xiao acknowledged with a sound. Outside, Yin Xiong was chasing Xiaoqi with a blade. She shouted, You better not talk nonsense. My 9 departures blade has no eyes. Xiaoqi didn't back down. He ran for his life while arguing back. Grandmaster said it. A bet is a bet. You have to accept your loss. Fourth master, you're not keeping your word. Miyu sighed. These two are truly a match made in heaven. Suddenly, Kong Han felt a wave of dizziness. Strange green spots appeared on her body. Miyu caught her. She shouted, Kong Han. Yuan Jin Xiao immediately channeled her true qi into Kong Han's body. Miyu said, Third sister's old illness has flared up again. Yuan Jin Xiao immediately gave orders. Kong Han, I'm taking you to East Rise Valley to recuperate now. Miyu, you stay here and watch over Yin Xiong and Xiaoqi. Miyu obeyed. Don't worry. Yuan Jin Xiao performed a teleportation spell. She quickly took Kong Han away. Miyu immediately went inside. In the main courtyard of Banshan Villa, Miyu grabbed the back of Yin Xiong's collar and said, All right. Stop messing around. Yin Xiong was still fuming. She yelled, Second sister. Let me go. I have to deal with that brat. Miyu reminded. Don't forget why we came here. Yin Xiong said indignantly. Isn't that kid very powerful? He even passed Lianhua's trial with ease. What's this measly intersect assessment? I think we should just treat this trip as a vacation. Speaking of which, she looked around. Huh? We're eldest sister and third sister. Miyu replied softly. Kong Han's illness has flared up again. Yin Xiong asked worriedly. Have they reached East Rise Valley yet? Miyu replied. Xiaoqi came out from inside and asked, 2 masters. Where did Grandmaster and Third Master go? Miyu replied immediately. They suddenly had an urgent matter to attend to. But their attitude didn't fool Xiaoqi. He thought, Fourth Master's and Second Master's reactions are very unusual. But on the surface, he acted understanding. He replied casually, Grandmaster is the Empress. It's natural for her to be busy. Third Master is Grandmaster's assistant. She must have gone with her. Miyu and Yin Xiong nodded vigorously. Right. You're absolutely right. They're busy with work. Ha! Yin Xiong pulled Xiaoqi's hand. Let's go. Let's go to the courtyard and practice a few moves. Xiaoqi thought to himself. There's definitely something wrong. But it's fine. I'll figure it out sooner or later. Yin Xiong urged. Can you hurry up? Miyu thought to herself. Kong Han's matter has always been a secret. Only the 4 of us know. Please forgive us. There are secrets that cannot be told. We have our own difficulties. Soon, Xiaoqi and Yin Xiong were in the courtyard. Both of them had shed their playful demeanor, returning to the serious appearance of cultivators. Yin Xiong said, "I won't waste any more words. Let's begin," Xiaoqi said respectfully. "Fourth Master, please guide me." Yin Xiong channeled her qi. A golden light flashed. A formation appeared. Several chains wrapped around her body. A moment later, she spoke. "I have suppressed my cultivation realm. We are both at the third stage of the Origin Sea realm. No different from you. But I must remind you, if you want to learn the 9 heavens departed fire, don't use those petty tricks you used before." CG whispered, "I can provide you with other methods. I guarantee she won't notice." Xiaoqi replied seriously to CG. "This time you just watch." CG was extremely worried. Yin Xiong is known as the 9 Departures Blade God. She is the strongest blade master of this era. "Host, are you sure?" Xiaoqi replied, decisively. "I'm sure." Yin Xiong drew a blade. Its brilliant light was dazzling. She handed it to Xiaoqi. "This small blade is a little gift from me to you. Its name is Tian Mu." She looked into Xiaoqi's eyes and said, "Hold the blade tightly. Never let it go, no matter what." Xiaoqi took the blade. As soon as he held it, he exclaimed inwardly, "So heavy." Seeing the scene, Miyu smiled. She gave away Tian Mu again. She's clearly fallen for him. Yin Xiong's eyes lit up. She asked loudly, "Are you ready?" Xiaoqi raised his blade into a defensive stance. "Please, make your move." As fast as lightning, Yin Xiong leaped into the air. She charged towards her opponent. She shouted, "Ah!" Then she delivered a fatal slash. The force was so strong that Xiaoqi couldn't help but click his tongue. She's ruthless. In battle, Yin Xiong was as fierce as a lion. She swung her blade tirelessly. Each strike was heavy and powerful. The pressure shook the entire vast space. Xiaoqi found it difficult to defend for a moment. He could only retreat to dodge. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he saw a palm strike coming. Xiaoqi swung his blade to block. But as soon as he struck the palm energy, it immediately split into 3 parts. Continuing to attack him, Xiaoqi's face turned pale with fear. He rolled to the side. The boulder on the ground exploded. He screamed in fright. "Help! Help!" He yelled as he ran, as if a yiksha was chasing him from behind. Yin Xiong gave her opponent no chance to breathe. She shouted, "The blade is the person. As long as the blade exists, the person exists." With that, she brought her blade down with a powerful chop. Xiaoqi used all his strength to block the blow. He skillfully hooked his blade onto the hook of Yin Xiong's blade. He pressed down. She said with satisfaction, "A blade master's blade is not bound by cultivation realm, but by the heart." With one move, Xiaoqi sent Yin Xiong's blade flying, much to her surprise. Taking advantage of his opponent's shock, Xiaoqi immediately launched a counterattack. Yin Xiong leaned back to dodge. She thought, "This kid must have secretly learned my techniques." On the other side, Xiaoqi, lying on the ground, thought to himself, "Thank goodness for the Qinkoan sacred body. Only then could I understand those soul fragments." Yin Xiong approached. She said to him, "Although I gave you Tian Mu, the blade also chooses its master." Suddenly, she lifted her foot. "But your performance is not yet worthy of being its master. Just you wait." With that, she stomped down hard. As quick as a flash, Xiaoqi rolled to the side, dodging the thunderous stomp. The system saw this scene. Analysis: when I first took on Xiaoqi, I even felt he was somewhat despicable inside. But after sending off hundreds of hosts, he is the only one who understands that he cannot completely rely on the system. Xiaoqi looked at Yin Xiong suspiciously. Is her realm really suppressed to the 3rd stage of Origin Sea? How could she be so freakishly strong? Xiaoqi kept his distance from Yin Xiong. He coughed a few times. "Cough, cough." Yin Yu shouted, "My blade is for you to use. Do you even know how to use it?" Saying this, she swung her blade. The pressure was terrifying. Xiaoqi ducked and dodged it. He thought, even though she suppressed her realm, her blade technique is still godlike. One move passes, another comes immediately. Yin Yu yelled loudly, "Give it your all. Fight until death. Only then are you worthy of being an elite bladesman." Energy exploded. A thunderous sound shook the ground violently. Xiaoqi dodged a fatal blow. He calculated inwardly. She has become one with the blade. Even without a high realm, she is still a powerhouse. Xiaoqi was deep in thought. Not noticing Yin Yu had moved behind him. Only when he heard a voice. What are you still thinking about? Did he startle awake? Turning around, she was fast as lightning. A kick landed right on his waist. She shouted, "Focus!" The blade flew out of Xia Qi's hand. He fell to the ground with a thud. Dust billowed everywhere. The Tianmu blade spun a few times in the air, then stabbed into the ground with a thwack. Yin Yu recalled the 9-Li blade. She said loudly, "If that was a real battle just now, you would have died while your mind wandered." Xia Qi propped himself up on the ground, coughing a few times. Yin Yu approached and scolded. "Don't pretend. I haven't even used my strength yet." He clasped his hands and whispered, "Fourth Master, please teach me the 9 heavenly fire." Yin Yu's face turned red. She looked away. Stuttering, she replied, I was planning to pass it to you anyway." Just as she turned her head back, she saw Xia Qi leaning right up to her. Surprised, she asked, "Why are you suddenly so serious? What do you want to do?" Xia Qi grabbed Yin Yu's hand. With a serious face, he said, "Master, teach me. Teach me that move that slashes down from the sky just now. It was so cool. This move won't work no matter how much you pester me." She pulled her hand back. She said decisively, "Practice the basics first, then we'll talk." She thought to herself, "Why grab my hand out of nowhere? Not decent at all." Xia Qi walked over to the Tianmu blade. He said, "I've already learned a little. I'll show you." Saying that, he aggressively grabbed the hilt. But suddenly he realized, "What's this? Why is the blade stuck so tight?" He used all his might, but couldn't make the blade budge an inch. This is... Yin Yu laughed and replied, "It seems Tianmu hasn't chosen you as its master yet." Xia Qi wiped his sweat. "Oh boy, so what do I do now?" She replied, "Prove yourself to it." Xia Qi was stunned. "How do I prove it? Sweet talk it?" Yin Yu yawned. Stretching, she said, "You lost completely today. Nothing more to say. But you do indeed have talent. Read my manual some more. You'll definitely get some inspiration." Xia Qi replied, "Yes. Yes." Yin Yu instructed, "I'm going out for a bit. I haven't been to the realm of darkness in a long time." With that, she turned into a golden beam of light and flew away. She thought, "I need to visit East Soup Valley. I wonder how Third Sister is doing." Xia Qi watched her disappear into the horizon. Thinking, she realized I learned the manual. At that moment, Miyu rushed at him from behind. Hugging his neck, she said, "My good disciple, you're really good." He replied dejectedly, "Second Master, I lost so miserably. Don't tease me." Seeing Xia Qi downcast, she comforted him. "There are only 3 people in this world, recognized by the 9-Li blade god. What do you have to be dissatisfied about?" Xia Qi scratched his head. "I feel like I've gotten much weaker." Miyu immediately changed the subject. "You've practiced with the blade. Next, I'll take you to learn illusion arts." He exclaimed, "Right now?" "I'm afraid I can't right now." Miyu covered her mouth and asked softly, "What's wrong? The blade practice just now didn't hurt your kidneys, did it?" Xia Qi said irritably, "It's my waist." She smiled. "Well, that's good." It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that Xia Qi returned to his room. He said softly, "Thank you for the pills, Second Master. My waist is really healed. Goodbye." Xia Qi closed the door. He leaned his back against it. He let out a sigh of relief. He thought, Second Master's illusion arts are truly formidable. A few more sessions, and I'll surely die from excessive blood loss. But Second Master seems to have something on her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown that expression. CG suddenly reminded him. New mission. Xia Qi read the notification. Protect the envoy of Chengdu, Sacred Land, Gong Mo. Mission success reward, 100,000 rage points. Mission failure penalty, to be determined. Xia Qi was puzzled. The envoy of Chengdu, Sacred Land? Why would he appear in the Tsang realm? Shouldn't he go directly to the Tsang Alliance Divine Hall to pay his respects to Grandmaster? CG reminded him. He has come here with a hidden identity. He claims to be a foreign merchant. His purpose is unknown. Xia Qi asked, "Even you don't know his purpose?" CG replied, "The human heart is hard to fathom. Even the system finds it difficult to speculate." So where is the mission location? The system immediately displayed it, synchronizing detailed mission information into the host's brain. Synchronization successful. Xia Qi began to teleport according to the information recorded in the book. This world has 3 most powerful continents. Besides the Tsang Alliance, there are Chengdu Sacred Land and the Freedom Federation. Chengdu's sacred land is ruled by a queen. It has long since cut off contact with other continents. It is said that this queen was once gentle and amiable, known as the white dove of the sacred hall. But one day, the queen's temperament changed drastically. She sealed the gates of the imperial city, and at the same time, locked the country's borders. She has not shown her face in 15 years. Xiaoqi arrived at Lan Song village. He looked down at the quiet village from above. He observed for a moment. If they've closed themselves off, why send an envoy out? The system replied, unable to retrieve related information. Xiaoqi was resolute. It's definitely not for anything good. Sneaking into the Song realm with a fake identity, not daring to meet people with his real identity as an envoy. There must be a secret that cannot be told. The village was very quiet. Only a large mansion in the west was brightly lit. The sound of singing and dancing could be heard from within. In a spacious room, a man in green robes had a woman in each arm, drinking and making merry with two young ladies. The woman in pink said coquettishly, "Master, please drink my wine." The woman in yellow pretended to be jealous. "Master, I'm about to get angry. You clearly said you drink mine first." The fat man laughed heartily. "Haha, don't be jealous. I'll drink it all. Drink it all." The woman in yellow coquettishly scolded. "You hateful old man." The man in black laughed loudly. Haha, this fat man was Gong Mo. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Master, it's me." The guard opened the door. Outside was a kneeling girl. She was holding a large bag of money. She said, "Master, this is the money that was collected. Please take a look." Gong Mo glanced at the bag of money, then at the girl's chest. He said, "Wait." The guard took the bag of money. He said hurriedly, "You may leave." The girl replied, but before she could leave, Gong Mo approached and asked, "Miss, what is your name?" The girl lowered her head and replied, "My name is Ling Dang." He asked again, "Are you betrothed to anyone?" Ling Dang answered honestly, "And no, sir. I'm an orphan." Gong Mo smiled smugly. "An orphan? Orphans are good." A strange thought flashed through his mind. He turned and asked the guard, "I remember the person who brought the money was originally Tai Ling. Where did she go?" Ling Dang replied, "Sister Tai Ling had an urgent family matter. She needed to go home, so she asked me to collect the money for her." Gong Mo nodded. "I see. He took a gold ingot from the bag of money." He threw it in front of Ling Dang. "Here, a reward for you. From now on, Tai Ling is no longer needed. Just let her take care of her family matters." Gong Mo looked at her. He licked his lips. "This position is yours. Just serve me well, and you will not be short of rewards." Ling Dang quickly replied, "How can I accept this? It's too much." Seeing her innocence, Gong Mo found it even more amusing. He laughed heartily. "It's not much. Take it." Ling Dang kowtowed and said, "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Then she picked up the gold ingot. Gong Mo grabbed her hand. He laughed heartily as he caressed it. His expression was lecherous. His voice was filled with desire. A young lady's skin is so soft and smooth. Like milk. The mansion returned to its quiet state. Xiaoqi sat in a tree, observing. He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment, then saw Ling Dang walk out. Not far away, Gong Mo and one of his subordinates also came out. He smiled and said, "This little girl has some personality. I like her very much." Xiaoqi said, "CG. Scan the cultivation levels of the two guards behind Gong Mo." CG replied with a yes. Then it quickly recorded the information. Both of them have reached the 5th stage of the Void Passage realm. The two experts behind Gong Mo have both reached the Void Passage realm. Xiaoqi thought to himself, "Void Passage realm? And yet they are willing to be servants to someone else." CG replied matter-of-factly, "In the face of enormous benefits, people will do anything for power." Xiaoqi smiled. "CG, I've noticed you've changed recently." CG looked at this smile. It was silent for a moment, then replied, "Because you gave me a name. So I thought, perhaps you prefer to communicate like friends." Xiaoqi was very satisfied. "Very good. Keep it up. Let's go. Let's go see that young lady." CG reminded him. "Huh? Isn't the mission to protect Gong Mo?" He reasoned. Gong Mo has Void Passage realm experts by his side. He won't die that easily. On the contrary, that young lady, I find her a bit strange. Ling Dang walked to a deserted stream bank. She squatted down and scrubbed her hands vigorously, thinking of Gong Mo's lecherous gaze and dirty hands. She felt utterly disgusted. Xiaoqi and CG saw this scene. He said, "If that young lady keeps scrubbing like that, She's going to scrub off a layer of skin. Let me see. What happened in the room just now? Let me guess. A poor young girl becomes a maid for a cruel old landlord, and he takes a liking to her. She's angry but doesn't dare to speak up. She can only let that old pig's hand grope hers. As he spoke, he acted out a tragic scene. He wept bitterly. CG then asked, "Host, you speak as if you were there." Xiaoqi scratched his head. Isn't this a common trope in stories? He crossed his arms, leaned against a tree, and asked CG, "But the system missions you give out, did you design them yourself? Why did you choose me?" Seeing CG remain silent, he asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything?" A moment later, CG finally answered, "Because at the moment of choosing a host, your desire was the strongest. At that time, you were just coldly looking at the text displayed on the large building outside the window. I didn't know what you were thinking, nor did I know what you were longing for. The system chose you. The system displayed a notification. I am currently executing a mission. I cannot answer other matters. Perhaps you're not the only system, right?" The answer was still the same. "I am currently executing a system mission. I cannot answer other matters." Xiaoqi lowered his head slightly. He rubbed his forehead. "I knew asking wouldn't get me an answer." He suddenly thought of Yuan Jin Xiao. Grandmaster's behavior has been very obvious, especially the question about people from Shu. Do they like to eat spicy food? If I'm restricted from revealing the system, then she probably has a similar restriction, but she has hinted at it unintentionally several times. Perhaps she wants to confirm my identity. Why is that? It's just that I still don't know where she's from. From what era? So what should I use to confirm with her? Suddenly, CG reminded him, "Host, that young lady is about to leave. What was our purpose in following her here?" Xiaki replied nonchalantly, "Just watching." CG looked confused. He explained, "The system only gave me the mission to protect Gong Mo. It didn't say who would assassinate him. I can only investigate all suspicious people." CG asked again, "Has the suspicion on this young lady been cleared?" Xiaki affirmed, "Her suspicion is very high. A pitiful girl who has been wronged is a bomb that could explode at any moment." Suddenly, a voice calling Xiaqi's name echoed in the air. Startled, he blurted out. The call still echoed. "Xiaqi, where are you?" He recognized it as Fourth Master's voice. The sound didn't seem to come from the air, but from within his own body. "It's me. You come into contact with Tianmu, so I can communicate with you telepathically." A moment later, a dazzling flame appeared in the sky, streaking towards them. Yin Xiong appeared. The ground trembled. Xiaoqi was surprised. "Fourth Master," she asked in a loud voice. "You're not at Banshan Villa recuperating and cultivating. What are you doing in this Lansong village?" Xiaoqi scratched his head. He laughed awkwardly. "It's my first time in a strange place. I'm used to walking around to familiarize myself with the environment." "Oh right, Fourth Master. What do you need my help with?" Yin Xiong answered frankly. "Eldest sister told me to protect a wealthy merchant named Gong Mo." He was puzzled. The four immortals have the status of national leaders. Why would you personally protect a commoner? Yin Xiong kicked him. "Eldest sister has her reasons. Just do as you're told. Why ask so many questions? Go find that Gong Mo." Xiaoqi pressed on. "Did Grandmaster say who would assassinate Gong Mo?" Dianqian replied, "No. She only said the culprit would appear tonight." Seeming to realize something was off, Yin Xiong turned her head and asked, "You seem very curious about this matter." Xiaoqi said seriously, "This trip was originally for training. Shouldn't I take it seriously?" Yin Xiong looked convinced. "That's true." She sighed. "Eldest sister has the ability of foresight. She has foreseen unexpected dangers many times. She is the empress of the Tsangming sacred domain. I wonder when I'll be able to become as transcendent as eldest sister." Xiaki, the ability of foresight. He thought, that's probably the system's doing. But why isn't she participating in the mission herself? Xiaoqi quickly led Yin Xiong to a large mansion. He said, "I met that Gong Mo this afternoon while I was walking around. I remember, I think he's right over there. I saw 2 guards with him whose cultivation levels are not low. Maybe we don't need to protect him." Yin Xiong was surprised. "You've gathered quite a bit of information, haven't you?" He continued with a bitter smile. "That Gong Mo is burly and imposing. He's staying in the best room in the village. It's hard not to notice him. He doesn't look like a good person. Do we really have to protect him?" Even though Xiaoqi said all that, Yin Xiong was still resolute. "Eldest sister has her own purpose. At that moment, by the stream, a tall, imposing man stood. His long white hair was neatly braided behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a carefree expression. He said softly, "A very powerful figure has arrived. It's fine. It's just a little complicated. It could be solved." That was Kendingsi. He was holding a short blade, planning the mission ahead. Yin Xiong and Xia Qi were hiding behind a wall, waiting for the enemy. She calculated, "We'll just wait for the rabbit to run into the tree. Then we'll deal with it quickly and go home to sleep early." Xia Qi replied, "With you here, there's no need for me to do anything." Yin Xiong immediately replied, "It seems you're very eager to share my worries. How about I leave this effortless task to you?" He naturally refused. No, that's not a good idea. After all, this is Grandmaster's order." The two of them were so busy bickering, they didn't notice a dark figurehead appear behind them. Kendingsi observed for a moment. Then he surmised that young man must be the one who was following me earlier. His cultivation is low. Not worth worrying about. He looked at the red-haired woman. Then he realized, Yin Xiong, one of the four immortals of the Tsangming Divine Hall. Why is she here? What is her relationship with that young man? Suddenly, Yin Xiong's gaze changed. She let go of Xia Qi. She began to channel her qi. Xia Qi exclaimed, in surprise. Fourth master. Her body moved slightly. Her figure, like a fiery phoenix, shot straight towards where Kendingsi was hiding. She unleashed a powerful palm strike. Xia Qi cried out in alarm. Fourth master. Kendingsi stood amidst the rubble. He exclaimed in surprise. "I can't believe she could even sense the barrier that conceals my aura. So this is one of the four immortals of Tsangming. You're guarding Gong Mo's door. You weren't waiting for me, were you?" Yin Xiong sized up her opponent. She thought this man's aura... Spirit refining realm. Xia Qi still didn't understand the situation. He suddenly received a notification from the system. First stage of the spirit refining realm. Identity unknown. He thought they had to send Yin Xiong to protect Gong Mo, and the assassin is at the spirit refining realm. This Gong Mo, just who is he? CG, are you sure you're not hiding any information related to the mission from me? CG replied, "I am a functional system, not an omniscient one. The information I've reported to the host is all I have." Yin Xiong unsheathed her 9 departures blade. She said slowly, "There aren't many blade masters who can reach the spirit refining realm." Kendingsi looked at the blade in Yin Xiong's hand, which was surging with energy. He was a little surprised. Her reputation is well-deserved. She pointed her blade at her opponent. She said frankly, "How about we have a little practice session?" Kendingsi smiled and replied, "To be able to spar with the 9 departures blade god is truly an honor. But I'm not in the mood for that right now." Inside Gong Mo's house, hearing the commotion outside, he hurriedly ran to open the door and called out, "What's going on? What's that noise outside?" A subordinate bowed and said, "Master, let me go check." Gong Mo, along with Xianzong, said optimistically, "With you two brothers here, what do I have to fear? Maybe some family is setting off firecrackers. I'll go watch the fun too." Kendingsi noticed the noise inside the house. He locked onto his assassination target. He changed direction. He leaped straight into the courtyard. Yin Xiong blurted out, "This guy's purpose is very clear. He's quite straightforward." Gong Mo and the others were still talking. Suddenly, a figure holding a short blade appeared in the air. His surging energy rushed down. He struck first with a heavy blow. "You thieving scoundrel!" Gong Mo was so scared he was about to wet his pants. But quickly, that subordinate blocked the attack with a single sword strike. Gong Mo was sweating profusely. He shouted, "I almost died." Xianzong comforted him. "It's okay now. It's okay." That subordinate secretly sized up the opponent. This person's cultivation realm is higher than ours. Fortunately, there are 2 of us. We can still hold him off for now. Kendingsi said in a deep voice, "You 2 are just working for money. I don't want to kill you. Leave now, and I guarantee I won't lay a hand on you." Xianzong shouted, "Don't look down on us. We take people's money to help them avert disaster." Yin Xiong, standing on the wall, shouted, "One at a time. I said we'd practice first." Kendingsi shoinked. "It seems I have no choice but to defeat you." With that, he muttered something under his breath. A stream of faint purple qi began to move. Yin Xiong saw him forming hand seals to cast a spell. Kendingsi raised his short blade. His other hand was still forming seals. The energy around his body suddenly exploded. Yin Xiong thought to herself, This spiritual energy feels very strange. What's he trying to do? Gong Dingxi shouted. Myriad flower mirror. The space around them seemed to be filled with a hovering mist. Gong Mo sensed the approaching danger. He called out, protect me. As long as I don't die, I'll give you 10,000 gold taels. Gong Mo's subordinate said. This young lady is very strong. As soon as she appeared, the oppressive feeling from that guy disappeared. Xianzong nodded in agreement. That's right. Xiaoqi stood on the roof. He suddenly found his vision narrowing. He shouted, Fourth Master, the fog is getting thicker. You must be careful. Yin Xiong tapped him on the head. You idiot. I'm right here. Just dispel the fog, what's the big deal? She channeled her chi, using her blade to slash out several powerful streams of firelight, dispersing the surrounding fog. Yin Xiong looked towards the courtyard, but she didn't see any sign of him. This entire courtyard is filled with his aura. I really misjudged him. What a cunning fellow. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Although I can't sense his presence, I can feel a strong, killing intent. Where's he hiding? At this tense moment, CG spoke up. Host, you can pay 5,000 rage points to buy a prop. Xiekirord. CG, I've discovered you're very good at taking advantage of a crisis. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from nowhere. It made Xiaoqi feel dizzy. Kandingxi's shout echoed in the air. Gong Mo's life is mine to take. He had somehow teleported behind Gong Mo. Xiaoqi and the guards all looked at Gong Mo in horror. Yin Xiong rushed towards the source of the sound. She blocked his path, but as her blade came down, Kandingxi's figure completely vanished. She clicked her tongue. So many tricks. Suddenly, Xiaoqi shouted. Fourth Master, be careful. Kandingxi's short blade swung up. A golden light flashed. It seemed to have cut through Yin Xiong's body. Gong Mo was so scared his mouth hung open. He couldn't even scream. Seeing Yin Xiong's body being cut in two, Xiaoqi's face turned pale. He shouted, Fourth Master. Xiaoqi's face turned pale. He screamed in terror. In front of him, a woman's figure gradually appeared. Kandingxi also stood not far away. His expression was tense. He thought that blow was dodged. The chance for a quick victory is getting slimmer. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It told him don't move. Then it said again, if you move, you will die. It was Fourth Master Yin Xiong. In this situation, Kandingxi blurted out, this is bad. It's realm suppression. Gong Mo, standing nearby, cried out. So hot. Xiaoqi witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but be amazed. So strong. The moment she touched the blade god, she poured her own spiritual power into the enemy's acupoints, temporarily subjecting the opponent to immense combat pressure. Xia, Kipondered. So this is the purpose of the Azura Hall? This Kandingxi is no simple character either. The intensity of the spiritual power that Fourth Master released just now. He clenched his fists. He blurted out, I would have been crushed. Xiaoqi thought to himself, is this a battle between high-level realms? I must get stronger quickly. Without the system, I'm just an ant. Suddenly, Kandingxi smiled sinisterly. Haha, he appeared extremely calm. He provoked, I'll die. It seems your body reacts quickly, but your mind can't keep up. Hearing him say this, Fourth Master Yin Xiong couldn't help but be startled. She turned her head and shouted at Gong Mo. Get out of the way. Gong Mo hadn't even understood what she was saying when a figure appeared behind him, preparing to attack. A blade shot towards his neck at an astonishing speed. Just in time, his companion managed to rush over and save his life. He was pushed away. He let out a cry. Ouch! Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi couldn't help but exclaim. A clone. Just now, it wasn't just a simple illusion to confuse the vision. The Kandingxi being controlled by Fourth Master Yin Xiong suddenly vanished. This was something neither Yin Xiong nor Xiaoqi had anticipated. At this moment, Kandingxi's energy was immense. His body radiated a mysterious purple light. Gong Mo's subordinate was quickly sent flying by Kandingxi with a single sword strike. Kandingxi was like an arrow, shooting straight towards Gong Mo. Seeing that he was being pursued, Gong Mo immediately turned tail and fled. He cried for help as he ran. Help! Help! But Kandingxi seemed to want to chop him into 100 pieces. Just as he was about to be struck, the bald subordinate appeared in time again, saving his life once more. The fat Gong Mo was pushed hard, and he fell flat on his face. The two subordinates of Gong Mo immediately worked together to restrain Kandingxi. The bald one shouted, His realm has been temporarily locked by that immortal lady. Then, the sound of clashing blades rang out incessantly. Gong Mo, trembling all over, struggled to get up. His mouth wouldn't stop screaming. It hurts like hell. He was so angry he went berserk. He ordered loudly. 2 seconds later, he collapsed to the ground again, groaning. Ouch, my old back. After being weak for 2 seconds, he roared in anger again. You dare to touch me? You damn peasant dog. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The cowardly fat man did nothing, just shouted from a distance. You too. Just kill him for me, and I'll give you endless wealth and glory. Ouch. Seeing the fat man's behavior, Xiaoqi just looked at him and blurted out. What a foul mouth. I wonder what Fourth Master is doing. Fourth Master Yin Xiong still hadn't recovered from Kandingxi's move. She was extremely shocked. She turned to look at him. She muttered, strange. How'd he do that? I clearly touched his real body just now. And I locked it. How did it suddenly turn into a clone? Without another word, she squatted down on the ground, lost in thought. Seeing Fourth Master Yin Xiong's strange behavior, Xiaoqi couldn't help but wonder. Is she not going to fight anymore? Or has she discovered something? Xiaoqi approached Fourth Master Yin Xiong and asked, Fourth Master, did you discover something? Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Fourth Master Yin Xiong replied, that guy's like a magician. I can't hit him. Might as well sit and watch his performance. He's been locked by me. He can't cause any major trouble. After hearing this, he also squatted down beside her. He took out a lollipop from somewhere and handed it to her. Here, master, have some. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Minus 1,000 points. Then he took one out for himself and put it in his mouth. The two of them, at this moment, looked exactly like two people watching a show. The fat Gong Mo was in the middle of a heated curse. He suddenly turned to Xiaoqi and Fourth Master Yin Xiong. He blurted out, what do those two want? They seem to have a grudge against that man. But why are they sitting and watching a show now? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He shouted. He wanted to bribe Xiaoqi and Fourth Master Yin Xiong with money. You too, just protect me, and I'll give you money. Hearing his request, the two of them didn't even raise an eyebrow. They just said, oh. Seeing that the two of them seemed uninterested, Gong Mo was puzzled. You, what do you mean? Fourth Master Yin Xiong spoke up. Aren't you very safe right now? If you're about to die, I'll step in. Don't worry. Hearing this, the fat man couldn't help but get angry. He roared, little girl, what kind of attitude is that? Ignoring his angry stomping, Fourth Master Yin Xiong said to Xiaoqi, don't you find it strange? She seemed to be focusing all her attention on every move Kandingxi made. It looks like a clone, but its movements are a bit hesitant. After hearing this, Xiaoqi rested his chin on his hand and observed carefully. A moment later, he agreed with her. There is indeed a subtle discrepancy. If it were a clone, there couldn't be this hesitation. Unless, while Xiaoqi's side was extremely calm, Kandingxi's side was extremely tense. He was fighting while calculating. Although these two are one level lower than me in cultivation, the two of them together can match me. No, I can't drag this out any longer. Suddenly, he used some kind of spell. Myriad flower mirror. His body began to change. Not just one Kandingxi, but two appeared. Then three, and then many Kandingxis arranged in a row. The bald man looked at the crowd of Kandingxi's clones. He couldn't help but be amazed. Such a strong expert has a grudge against this rich fat pig. It seems this fat pig has many secrets. Gong Mo heard this. His face darkened. Hey, did you just say what you were thinking out loud? Meanwhile, Xiaoqi and Fourth Master Yin Xiong were still calmly observing the situation. He can actually create so many clones. Fourth Master Yin Xiong thought to herself, if they were real clones, with this many, his accumulated spiritual power would be depleted within half an incense stick's time. That's just too foolish. The fat Gong Mo witnessed the scene of Kandingxi's clones. He couldn't help but be terrified. He blurted out, holy crap. What kind of monster is this? He found it strange. Why does he want to kill me? I don't remember having any grudge against him. Could it be an assassin sent by an enemy? Has my identity as an envoy been exposed? He shouted, hey, who sent you? I'll pay you 10 times the price. Kandingxi heard this, but remained silent. Gong Mo thought to himself, he doesn't want money. He still hasn't used his full strength. This is going to be tricky. I thought the two of them together could restrain him. It seems he's definitely still hiding his true strength. The fat man observed the situation and sighed. The bald man saw that the situation was not good. He turned to his companion and said, "We just want to earn some money. We don't need to die here, do we?" Seeing these people dawdling, Gong Mo ordered loudly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. I have lots and lots of money. Just kill him, and I'll give you whatever you want." The bald man thought for a moment and then spoke up. "That's right. We don't need to sell our lives for this damn fat pig." He immediately bowed to the crowd of Kandingsi's clones. "Brother, please make it so Gong Mo can't speak anymore. It'll save us from worrying in the future. We brothers will take our leave." Seeing them give up so easily, Kandingsi was extremely surprised. The bald man and his companion were too ashamed to lift their heads. "Suddenly, Kandingsi shouted loudly. As soon as they heard that, the two of them immediately fled for their lives. Seeing the two of them run away, Gong Mo couldn't help but scream in terror. You dare to betray me? You dogs, come back here. You took so many benefits from me, and you still dare to run? I will never let you go." Xiaoqi sat on the ground, watching the show. He thought, I thought the thinking of a great power, that someone with a high cultivation realm would also have a very high level of enlightenment. I didn't expect them to run so fast. Suddenly, Fourth Master Yin Xiong stood up and said, "So what if their cultivation is high? It's just human nature." Her attitude changed 180 degrees. She turned back and asked Xiaoqi, "All right, what is this called? After this fight, I want to eat more." Hearing this, Xiaoqi replied, "This is called a lollipop." Then he immediately took out his notebook and wrote it down. Yin Xiong likes to eat sweets. She looked towards the fat man. She winked at him. "TSK, it seems only I can protect you now." Then, ignoring him sitting paralyzed there, she turned away and said, "But the sight of you makes me sick." Hearing this, the other guy couldn't help but get angry. What kind of attitude is that?" Fourth Master Yin Xiong slowly walked towards Kandingsi. She said, "I have no grudge against you. If it weren't for this disgusting, foul-mouthed fat pig, I would really like to have a match with you. But today you want to kill him, and I want to keep him. What a pity. If I were just standing by, I would definitely applaud you for being able to completely shut this fat pig up." The fat man, sitting far away, heard himself being despised by everyone. He roared in anger. "How many times are you going to say, 'Damn fat pig'? Shut up, all of you." Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. She wants to protect me. Why? Suddenly, his eyes became cunning. Why should I care why she's protecting me? Even if my identity as an envoy is exposed, it doesn't matter. After all, Chengdu of the Sacred Land can't receive any news now. I won't be considered to have failed the mission. Kandingsi heard this. His gaze was still stern. Even if you are the 9 Departures Blade God, you might not be able to come out of this battle unscathed. Although the fat man was sitting quite far away, his sharp ears were quite keen. 9 Departures Blade God? Yin Xiong of the 4 Immortals? He laughed secretly. Then what do I have to fear? With her here, I can sleep soundly. Knowing his identity had been recognized, he immediately calculated. As expected, my identity has been exposed. But I already have a countermeasure. Fourth Master Yin Xiong smiled excitedly. "I'm very interested in the skill you displayed. It's like the surface of water reflecting your image. It can't help but remind me of a story eldest sister once told me." Hearing her say this, Kandingsi became vigilant. She immediately drew a sword. "Forget it. That story is meaningless now. The main character in the story's clan has already been wiped out." At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Host, protecting Gong Mo is your mission." Looking at the system, Xiaoqi looked puzzled. "As long as he doesn't die, it's fine, right?" The system immediately replied. "The system will judge the host's completion percentage in this mission to protect Gong Mo. If it is lower than 50%, it may have adverse effects." The more he read the system's notification, the more Xiaoqi felt that something was wrong. "CG, why do I have a feeling you made this up?" The system announced mysteriously. "I am currently executing a mission. I cannot disclose other matters." He didn't want to say more. He waved his hand and said, all right. It's this line again. If I ask 2 more questions, I'll probably die on the spot, or be teleported to some strange place." He continued, "I wasn't planning on standing by and watching anyway. This trip out is for leveling up." Suddenly, he turned to Fourth Master Yin Xiong. He said with a grin, "Fourth Master, you're having so much fun by yourself. Didn't you think of your disciple?" The fat man behind them, seeing these two still dawdling, couldn't help but get anxious. He thought, "You stinking brat. Your mother told you not to meddle in other people's business. Hurry up and kill that guy. I'm getting sleepy." Fourth Master Yin Xiong heard this and replied, "He's 4 realms higher than you." Xiaoqi said, "I can block his blade." Hearing this, Fourth Master Yin Xiong was shocked. She shouted, "What have you been eating?" Seeing her angry, Xiaoqi immediately corrected himself. "I haven't eaten anything. I just feel like I can block his blade." She continued angrily, "Fine, you want to practice. How can I stop you? Just don't die too ugly a death. Don't disgrace us, 4 immortals. You stinking brat. How dare you say in front of an outsider that you can block my blade?" She thought, "Anyway, with me here, he won't really die." Seeing these two completely ignoring him, Kandingsi let out a cold laugh. Trying to play the deep master-disciple bond? Ha! He suddenly roared. His eyes became incredibly terrifying. The legendary 4 immortals of the sacred domain were originally famous for being people who distinguished right from wrong, upright and just. Today, you're protecting a scumbag like Gong Mo. It seems you're nothing special after all, you brat at the Origin Sea realm. Listen carefully, he roared. When I was your age, I wasn't so naive. His voice was incredibly terrifying. This blade of mine has long tasted the fresh blood of people like you. Kandingsi pointed his demonic blade at Xiaoqi. He continued, at this critical moment, the system suddenly projected a scene from Kandingsi's youth. He was holding a blade, looking like a cold-blooded, murderous demon. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Not only that, the blood-soaked blade in his hand was still dripping blood. The image vanished. Kandingsi had at some point closed in on Xiaoqi. He raised the blade that had claimed countless lives. He pointed it at Xiaoqi. He smiled smugly and said, "I have no grudge against you. But Gong Mo and I have a feud that cannot be reconciled. If you die under this blade for blocking my path, don't regret it in the underworld." With that, he swung his blade towards Xiaoqi. He aimed straight for a vital point. Xiaoqi hurriedly dodged his fatal blow. He quickly retreated. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, before his body could stabilize, another of Kandingsi's clones immediately launched a second attack. He was seen lifting his leg, aiming a powerful kick at Xiaoqi's abdomen. The speed was too fast. Xiaoqi couldn't react in time. He took the full force of the kick. His entire body flew backwards. Xiaoqi's body was still suspended in midair. Before he could fall to the ground, another of Kandingsi's clones quickly flew in front of him. It delivered a powerful downward kick. Xiaoqi immediately fell due to inertia. His back also slammed hard onto the ground. Kandingsi looked down at Xiaoqi lying on the ground. He said contemptuously, "Weaker than I thought." Fourth Master Yin Xiong stood by the side. She had witnessed the entire process. Seeing Xiaoqi in this state, she thought, "This won't do. Although Kandingsi's cultivation has been forcibly suppressed by me, Xiaoqi fundamentally doesn't know how to fight. The difference in their combat experience is like heaven and earth. I'll still have to step in." Just as Yin Xiong was about to make a move, Xiaoqi suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he had just been beaten to a pulp, Xiaoqi's mouth still wouldn't admit defeat. He provoked Kandingsi. "I'll let you hit me on purpose just now." Hearing Xiaoqi's words, Kandingsi immediately became furious. This brat, he's really asking for a beating. As for Xiaoqi, though his mouth said so, his mind was secretly analyzing Kandingsi's abilities and techniques. In the battle just now, some of the clones didn't move at all. They were most likely just reflections. It was like they were being remotely controlled and paused. It can be basically confirmed that these are not real clones. Moreover, I remembered something very interesting. Xiaoqi continued, "This move of mine requires a bit of preparation time. Don't rush. Let me find where is first." With that, Xiaoqi quickly opened the system panel. He searched for the multi-shadow clone technique. Consume 50,000 rage points in exchange for 3 minutes of using the clone technique. Xiaoqi was secretly delighted. Found it. It's time to show my true skills. Xiaoqi thought to himself, "I'm getting too full of myself. Whatever." After that, he shouted, "Flower or wolf technique." Following Xiaoqi's shout, a massive amount of spiritual energy, like a hurricane, rushed from him towards Kandingsi. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body. The dust brought by the hurricane gradually dissipated. Countless clones of Xiaoqi appeared around Kandingsi. Seeing this, Kandingsi couldn't help but be surprised. With your realm, you can actually create such an astonishing number of clones. But that also means your spiritual power won't last more than 10 seconds before it's depleted. Moreover, these clones are as weak as you are. But Xiaoqi retorted smugly. Is that so? I think I can last at least 3 minutes. With that, Xiaoqi's clones suddenly shouted in unison. Let's go. After that, they were like birds released from a cage. Like dogs let off their leashes, all rushing toward Kandingxi. Among the many clones of Xiaoqi, one clone looked like a certain card game protagonist. He said, now is the time. With that, he threw out an invincible card, Golden God, as the card gradually disappeared in midair. Countless clones of Xiaoqi also quickly rushed to attack Kandingxi. Kandingxi didn't show any weakness. He immediately counterattacked, but the number of Xiaoqi's clones was too large. While Kandingxi only had a few clones, he was completely overwhelmed in numbers. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. 2 or 3 Xiaokais were seen holding on to one Kandingxi, making him unable to move. The scene was both intense and somewhat comical. Yin Xiong, watching from the side, was speechless. Is this a children's fight? But the clone that looked like the card game protagonist threw out another card. The final card. HTT Great Art. Xiaoqi's clones immediately unleashed their ultimate move. They quickly absorbed Kandingxi's spiritual power. He felt strange. He quickly asked, what kind of demonic art is this? But Xiaoqi was too lazy to answer. He was only focused on absorbing the spiritual power. A moment later, having their spiritual power drained by Xiaoqi's clones, Kandingxi's clones turned into puddles of water. Before the last clone completely turned into water, he didn't forget to say, you monstrous brat, you will become a great disaster in the future. Xiaoqi stood not far away, behind his countless clones, carefully observing every move of Kandingxi. Just then, a cold, murderous voice suddenly rang out. Your life. At some point, Kandingxi had circled around behind Xiaoqi. Holding his blade, he quickly rushed towards him. He delivered a fatal blow aimed at a vital point. By the time Xiaoqi realized it, it was too late. He was completely helpless. He could only hastily raise his hands to block, trying to reduce some of the damage. Just then, Yin Xiong's ice-cold voice rang out. I think you're getting a little carried away. Yin Xiong squatted down. She was seen raising her hand, unleashing her spiritual power towards Kandingxi. Kandingxi almost stabbed Xiaoqi, but he was controlled by Yin Xiong's immense spiritual power. He was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to resist. Kandingxi was still dazed. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Just then, an arrow suddenly flew by. It grazed his neck. It embedded itself straight into the wall behind him. The sharp arrow left a wound on Kandingxi's neck. Fresh blood flowed out. Seeing this, Kandingxi shouted angrily, who sneak attacked me? Xiaoqi also turned his head to see who it was. Little Ling Dang said with tears in her eyes, I had such a hard time finding a place to live. You can't destroy it. That arrow, I dipped it in poison. You're dead for sure. Candace was trying to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. Hearing that, his face instantly changed color. What? Little Ling Dang hurriedly continued. Master Gong Mo, you said you would take Little Ling Dang in. I can't let you be killed by him. Gong Mo replied excitedly. I'll even make you my wife. I knew you were devoted to me, your master. Candace still couldn't believe it. He held out his hand, looking at his blood-stained palm, trembling uncontrollably. Then his whole body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing him fall, Little Ling Dang panicked, scared to the point of stuttering. Dead? Is he really dead? She couldn't even hold the bow she was clutching tightly. It fell to the ground. Little Ling Dang's body also went limp. She slumped onto the ground. She panicked, I killed someone. Xiaoqi looked suspiciously at Candace lying motionless on the ground. He said nothing. Seeing Candace lying there like that, he really did look like a corpse. Yin Yu stepped forward. She used spiritual energy to probe Candace's vital signs. After checking, she withdrew her energy. She announced the conclusion to everyone. He's really dead. Gong Mo, standing behind her, heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. He hurriedly asked, dead? Seeing it was the truth, he could no longer hide the joy in his heart. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, dead. This bastard is dead. He quickly ordered. Hurry up and throw this rotten fish out for me. Don't dirty my courtyard. Little Ling Dang hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, master. She quickly ran to Candace's body, grabbing one of his arms. She dragged him out. Xiaoqi saw her struggling to drag the corpse. He spoke up. I'll help you. Little Ling Dang immediately rejected Xiaoqi's kindness. Master ordered me to do it. I can do it alone. I just need to drag him to the mass grave. Xiaoqi saw her refuse like that, so he didn't press further. He just watched her silently. Yin Yu said regretfully beside him, I intended to ask a few things, and yet he died. Xiaoqi didn't answer her. He thought to himself, if fourth master confirmed his death, then there shouldn't be any problem. But for a spirit-refining realm powerhouse, to be killed by a poisoned arrow, it seemed a bit absurd. Xiaoqi still had doubts in his heart. He opened his mouth, intending to say something to little Ling Dang. Hey! But the words reached his lips, and he swallowed them back. Xiaoqi thought, the image of that girl desperately washing her hands by the lake is still vivid. She clearly hated that fat bastard. Wouldn't stabbing him be better? Why do this unnecessary thing? Could be for that little bit of bounty money. Little Ling Dang heard Xiaoqi call out. She turned her head, looking at him suspiciously. Xiaoqi wasn't sure about his suspicion. He just said, nothing. He thought, I definitely missed some detail. Xiaoqi watched little Ling Dang's back as she dragged Candace's body away and asked the system with interest, is the mission over yet? The cold, mechanical voice of the system quickly replied, if the mission is completed, the system will automatically calculate the rewards. Xiaoqi thought dejectedly, so it's not finished yet. But the very next second, Xiaoqi's attitude changed instantly. Interesting. In that case, Candace's death is even stranger. The mission isn't complete, proving that the danger to Gong Mo hasn't been resolved. Either there's a conspiracy, or this fat pig has too many enemies. Whichever it is, it makes this mission more interesting. Yin Xiong stretched and said excitedly, Let's go. Let's go report to eldest sister. Xiaoqi quickly grabbed her arm. He stopped her. We can't. Yin Xiong's face immediately darkened. She asked impatiently, What is it? Xiaoqi quickly explained. We helped that fatso so much. How can we go back empty-handed? Didn't you hear him mention 10,000 gold taels or something? That's a lot of money. The fat Gong Mo heard Xiaoqi's words clearly. He immediately froze on the spot. Yin Xiong replied, 10,000 gold taels. That's indeed a lot. She glanced coldly at Gong Mo, who was playing dumb. She turned her head and whistled, as if she hadn't heard anything. Xiaoqi quickly added, with this money, we can repair the Tsaming Divine Hall. We can also upgrade the training room you use to practice your blade. Think about it. Doesn't the 9 Departures blade need spirit stones for enchanting and refining? Don't spirit stones have to be bought with money? Yin Xiong thought for a moment. That makes sense. Xiaoqi quickly volunteered. Leave this matter to me. Xiaoqi immediately walked up to Gong Mo. Master something or other. Where's the protection fee? Gong Mo cunningly retorted. Protection fee? Xiaoqi replied. 10,000 gold taels, of course. We saved you from the assassin. Hearing this, Gong Mo threw his head back and laughed. You saved me? It was clearly Ling Dang who saved me. Xiaoqi asked with disgust. Is that so? Yin Xiong couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward angrily. She grabbed him by the collar. She questioned him fiercely. You damn fatso. What did you say? Gong Mo was scared, but his mouth was still stubborn. Let go. Am I not telling the truth? Then I'll say it again. It was my maid, Ling Dang, who saved me. If there's a reward, it should be for her. But I bought her with my own money. It's only natural for her to protect her master. That despicable old man Gong Mo turned and went inside. He was as fickle as flipping a pancake. He hurriedly shooed them away. If you two have nothing to do, then leave quickly. I still have to wait for Ling Dang to come back so I can dote on her. Yin Xiong was so angry she stomped her feet. She wished she could rush up and slaughter that cunning fat pig Gong Mo right then and there. Xiaoqi, standing by, saw this. He quickly advised her to calm down. Gong Mo smugly glanced at the two behind him. Even the Blade God, one of the 4 immortals, didn't mention her identity. Then I'll just pretend I don't know. I'll just muddle through. Before he completely disappeared, Xiaoqi quickly reminded him. You think you're safe now? Hearing this, Gong Mo immediately stopped in his tracks, puzzled. He turned his head back to ask for clarification. What do you mean? Xiaoqi immediately provoked him. I mean, after you're dead, I'll gather all the gold, silver, and jewels in your room and put them in my own bag. Xiaoqi didn't forget to emphasize one sentence. Take it all. The scene changes to the mass grave. This was a desolate and remote, abandoned cemetery. No one ever came here. It was surrounded by old graves that had been there for who knows how many generations. Crows constantly circled here. Some flew high in the sky. Others perched on tombstones, waiting for food. The bodies were abandoned in this place. The pitch-black night enveloped everything. Under the circling crows, Ling Dang dragged Dingxi's body to a corner of the mass grave. She called out to him worriedly. Dingxi, how long are you going to sleep? Seeing that Dingxi didn't move at all, still lying motionless with his eyes closed, Ling Dang worriedly reached out to touch him. Dingxi isn't really dead, is he? Just then, Dingxi suddenly opened his eyes. He scared Ling Dang so much she jumped. Dingxi, you scare me to death. Stop playing this suddenly coming back to life trick. Dingxi said helplessly. The poison's effect wore off. I naturally woke up. You're the one who miscalculated the time. Ling Dang excitedly asked Dingxi. She didn't forget to help him up. How was it? Did you sleep well? Dingxi replied. I almost died in that battle. I didn't expect my cultivation to be sealed. Ling Dang quickly took out the remaining antidote and gave it to Dingxi. This is the rest of the antidote. Hurry up and drink it. After Dingxi took it and finished drinking, Ling Dang continued. You trust my archery skills too much. If my hand had slipped, you might have really died. Dingxi replied without blushing. I taught you your archery skills. The person I trust is myself. Hearing Dingxi's reply, Ling Dang couldn't help but laugh. Good thing we always prepare 2 plans. Otherwise, we might have really died there today. I never expected one of the 4 immortals of Sangming to be protecting Gong Mo. Just as Ling Dang finished speaking, she saw Dingxi clutching the wound on his neck in pain. He cried out, ah! Ling Dang quickly went over to check Dingxi's wound. Are you still so afraid of pain? Dingxi glanced at Ling Dang. His voice was as cold as ice, carrying a hint of suspicion and overwhelming killing intent. At that moment, you didn't really want to kill me, did you? I clearly felt the power of that poison arrow. Ling Dang quickly explained. She tried to find an excuse. Although I didn't really want to kill you. It was such a good opportunity. I thought I couldn't miss it. What if I could become stronger than you, Dingxi? At this point, she lowered her head sadly. In the end, I still couldn't kill you. As expected, I'm still too weak. Dingxi was still suspicious of Ling Dang, but he didn't say it out loud. He just stared at her silently. A moment later, Dingxi ordered Ling Dang. Help me up. Ling Dang quickly went forward to help Dingxi up. She didn't forget to tease Dingxi. Oh my, can't you stand up on your own? So weak. Dingxi immediately got angry and tapped Ling Dang on the head. He tried to salvage some of his male dignity. I wasn't just hit by an arrow. I was also poisoned. Not only was I poisoned, my cultivation was also sealed. Ling Dang was hit hard. She couldn't help but cry out. Ouch. Ling Dang continued. What poison? You clearly took an antidote pill before the fight. Let's just say we failed this time. We'll definitely win next time. Right? Dingxi replied. After this battle, I now know how to deal with Yin Xiao. I need to plan more carefully. On the other hand, the young man next to Immortal Yin Xiao, although his cultivation is very low, he's extremely strange. Ling Dang also quickly voiced her doubts. Immortal Yin Xiao clearly hates that old Gong Mo too. Why is she still helping him? What envoy? He's clearly a traitorous scum who escaped from Chengdu. Besides, even if he is an envoy, there's no need to send an immortal to protect him, right? Dingxi quickly reminded her. We don't have much time to study why. Eliminating Gong Mo is our only goal. That man is really strange. That moment really scared me. The scene changes to the mansion of the cunning old man, Gong Mo. After taking Dingxi to a safe place, Ling Dang hurried back. On her way back to her room, she was suddenly blocked by Xiaoqi, who appeared out of nowhere. Miss, please wait. Ling Dang was startled by instinct. Xiaoqi said politely, I'm sorry, did I startle you, miss? Ling Dang asked nervously. Is there something wrong? Xiaoqi asked directly. Have you dealt with the body? Ling Dang guiltily turned her face away. She stammered in reply. Yes, it's been burned. Xiaoqi asked again. Burned? Didn't you say you just needed to throw it in the mass grave? Ling Dang pretended to be scared. She answered Xiaoqi's question. But I was afraid he would suddenly wake up. So I burned him. Ecchi frowned. So this is called destroying the evidence. It'll be troublesome to find evidence now. Ling Dang quickly asked Xiaoqi. Sir, what evidence do you want to find? Xiaoqi didn't want to reveal his suspicions to Ling Dang too clearly, so he skillfully changed the subject. It's nothing. It's good that it's burned. Such a powerful figure. If he came back to life, it would definitely be very troublesome. Xiaoqi thought to himself, it's best if he's dead. After using that chain of skills just now, my body feels very strange. Ling Dang was about to ask for clarification, but footsteps echoed from within Gong Mo's mansion. The cunning old man, Gong Mo, stepped out. He asked, Ling Dang, are you done? Ling Dang immediately ran over obediently to report to Gong Mo. Yes, master. It's done. Hearing her words, Gong Mo smiled wickedly. I must reward you handsomely. Then, he grabbed Ling Dang's shoulder. He pulled her into the mansion. He even slammed the door shut forcefully, as if to make a point to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi muttered to himself. There's not a hint of smoke on her, and she says she burned the body. It seems I've been underestimated. It's late. I'll find a place to sleep. After all, the fox will show its tail sooner or later. Xiaoqi slowly said with a smile. Fourth master, please. Yin Xiong, with her back to him, asked. Please what? Xiaoqi replied, nonchalantly. Use your skill to start a fire. Hearing this, Yin Xiong flew into a rage. Her eyes turned red. She roared fiercely. My fire is for destroying heavens and earth, not for you to light firewood. Is that how you order your master around? Xiaoqi immediately put on a perverted expression and asked back. Then how do you want me to order you around? Yin Xiong was so embarrassed her face turned bright red. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'll only do it once. You watch and learn how to start a fire. With that, she raised her hand and chanted something. In an instant, flames erupted around her. She took a step forward. She raised her hand and shot a fireball towards Xiaoqi. She put her hands on her hips and asked with a confident smile, Did you learn it? Contrary to her confident expression, Xiaoqi stared blankly at the fish and said, Not all. Hearing this, she roared at him with murderous intent. You're such an idiot. You can't even learn something so simple. Xiaoqi sighed nonchalantly. Why would I learn this? As long as I have fourth master with me at all times. Do I still have to worry about not having a fire? Hearing this, Yin Xiong's head felt like it was about to explode. Her face was flushed and her hands were fidgeting. On what grounds do you demand to have me with you at all times? I am your master. Not your, Xiaoqi asked innocently. Not my what? She turned away shyly and continued. Not your wife. He was stunned, his mind full of question marks. He muttered, What's this all about? Suddenly, he looked at the fish in his hand and said, Master, did you know? I think Dingxi is still alive. She turned back angrily and roared. Nonsense. I checked myself. He couldn't be more dead. She held up the fish and continued. Faking one's death is not a difficult thing to do. Yin Xiong immediately pressed on. Faking death isn't difficult? Then do you have any proof? Dingxi's face immediately appeared in Xiaoqi's mind. Dingxi is already at the spirit refining realm. To be injured by a poison arrow, the archer must be above the spirit refining realm. She didn't believe it and continued. Impossible. Ling Dang absolutely could not have hidden her cultivation from me. Do you know how difficult it is to hide one's cultivation? Especially in front of me. Xiaoqi smiled nonchalantly. Then is it possible that my great fourth master had already locked Dingxi's cultivation from the very beginning? She suddenly realized. I forgot about that. Her face darkened. She continued with murderous intent. In other words, Ling Dang didn't need to be above the spirit refining realm, unless Dingxi intentionally got hit by the arrow. Xiaoqi sighed inwardly. She finally reacted. This master is really hard to please. Yin Xiong ran off angrily. That little girl dared to trick me. I'm definitely going to hang her up and beat her. Seeing this, Xiaoqi quickly chased after her. Fourth master, wait. Xiaoqi grabbed her hand. Seeing this, she immediately pulled her hand back. She shouted, Why? Why are you holding my hand? Xiaoqi was stunned. He said, Yin Xiong turned back and asked him, Why are you stopping me? That little girl Ling Dang is at Gong Mo's house right now. Who knows what she's planning to do to him? If we're late and Gong Mo dies, how are we going to explain it to eldest sister? He curled his lips into a smile. She won't kill Gong Mo right now. With that, Xiaoqi thought to himself. Why has fourth master's tone changed again? Yin Xiong looked confused. Xiaoqi immediately explained. I think even if we hadn't shown up today, Dingxi would have faked his death. He held up the fish and blew on it. He took a bite and smiled with satisfaction. But Yin Xiong, still confused, was very annoyed. Hey, finish what you're saying before you eat. Xiaoqi continued. Although Gong Mo has 2 experts protecting him, for Dingxi to deal with them, it would just take a little more time. It's not that he couldn't win, but he deliberately sent Ling Dang to Gong Mo's side. This is clearly an unnecessary action. Tell me, why is that? Hearing the question, she shook her head vigorously. Xiaoqi transformed into a famous detective. He announced loudly. There must be another conspiracy. Gong Montak might be hiding something they want to find. Hearing this, Yin Xiong said, could it be that Ling Dang wants to put on a show in front of Gong Mo to make him trust her? Xiaoqi affirmed seriously. That must be it. The scene changes again. In front of a room, a girl is sitting, waiting for something. Suddenly, a fat man appears beside her. He has a wicked smile on his face. This is the Brood Phoenix Dansong. He handed the teacup to Ling Dang. Seeing this, she quickly stood up to thank him. Thank you, master. Gong Mo sat down. He smiled slyly. What do you want? Just tell me. You saved my life today. You are my savior. But Ling Dang stood shyly to the side. She had a troubled expression. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, he spoke again. No matter what the condition is, I will grant it to you. I have nothing but money. Hearing this, she quickly replied, I don't need anything. I just want to stay by your side and serve you. He said, oh, but his heart was full of suspicion. Serve me? Ling Dang said loudly. I don't want to live a poor life anymore. I also dream of one day rising to the top. I am not willing to be a commoner for the rest of my life. Although I know these words will displease you, master, this is what I truly feel. Please forgive me, master. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha, ambitious. I like it. Then from today on, you will stay by my side. You will live a life of luxury, endless wealth and glory. Ling Dang thought to herself. I have to show some ambition. That way this won't seem too fake. A moment later, she knelt down and kowtowed to the old man in thanks. Yin Xiong was in a forest at night, under the clear moon and sparse stars. Mosquitoes were buzzing around Xiaoqi. He complained inwardly. I can't sleep. Too many mosquitoes. He couldn't sit still. He looked at Yin Xiong and said, how can you sleep like this? Fourth master, wake up. Yin Xiong's eyes were still closed. She replied drowsily, unconsciously. Father, let your daughter sleep a little longer. I'm so tired. Yuan doesn't want to practice the blade anymore. Father, I'm begging you. Xiaoqi thought to himself. I thought you were born from a rock. Turns out you have a father too. It seems the blade god also had a painful childhood. He struggled to get up from the ground. Every part of him hurt except his back. He managed to stand up. Since I can't sleep anyway, I might as well take a walk. If I had known, I would have gone back to Banshan Villa for a peaceful night's sleep. I guess Dingxi and Ling Dang won't be making a move tonight. In the forest by the stream, a young lady was sitting alone. Xiaoqi went closer to take a look. He realized it was someone he knew. He thought it's her. Ling Dang was dipping her feet in the water, splashing it around. She was humming something. Xiaoqi approached and called out, Miss Ling Dang. She was startled, her eyes suddenly turning ice cold. She turned her head and asked, who is it? Xiaoqi smiled and said, it's me, Xiaoqi. We met today. She recognized him. She retracted her killing intent. She replied softly, it's the young master who helped the master. I still remember you. It's so late. Why aren't you at home resting? Xiaoqi walked over to her and asked in return, aren't you also awake, miss? Is something on your mind? She hesitated and replied, and no, I usually sleep late. Besides, it's too hot. I wanted to come out for some fresh air. Xiaoqi nodded, as if he understood. I see. But Ling Dang was calculating in her heart. Is it a coincidence? Or has he been following me all along? If it's the latter, if you dare to make a move, I'll definitely, just as she was about to attack him. Xiaoqi spoke up. Actually, I think Dingxi is a good person. Her eyes widened in surprise. The spiritual power in her hand also dissipated. She covered her mouth and acted amused. How could he be a good person? He even wanted to kill the master today. Xiaoqi looked at her with a deep gaze. He asked, killing a wicked person who has committed heinous crimes. would perhaps be called a hero, right? Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued, if Gong Mo is a bad person, then aren't you aiding a tyrant? Her expression changed immediately. Aiding a tyrant? Xiaoqi thought to himself. You're from here. How do you know what aiding a tyrant means? Ling Dang continued sadly. No, I still have to rely on Master Gong Mo's salary to support my family. I don't know about other things. He glanced at her. Then he looked up at the sky. He asked, do you have someone you want to protect? The kind of person you would protect at any cost. At this moment, the system heard this. It also got curious. So you have a story too, Xiaoqi. Let me check the images related to your memories. Checking. The system screen displayed a notification. Reading prohibited. The system couldn't help but wonder. This situation again. Whenever he mentions his core content, the system is restricted. Why is that? Ling Dang hesitated. The person I want to protect. A fragment of memory began to surface. It was a young Ling Dang. She was standing in front of an injured immortal crane. The surrounding villagers were shouting curses. They threw stones at the little girl. Monster, don't come near our village. Get out. Get out now. Ling Dang lowered her head. She didn't resist at all. Seeing this, the white crane could only shed silent tears. The curses continued to ring in her ears. Monster, get out. She slowly dragged her feet, one hand leading the white crane. She gritted her teeth in hatred to stop herself from trembling. Just walking towards Candace like that. The moonlight shone on Candace, like her only hope for survival. Returning to reality. Little Ling Dang answered guiltily. No. Suddenly, Xiaoqi sat up. He grinned. Looking at her, he said, once you have someone to protect, you will definitely become stronger, right? Hearing this sentence, her eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoqi stood up and walked forward. Suddenly turning back, he said, I hope you get your wish. I also need to quickly find the person I want to protect. Little Ling Dang watched the direction Xiaoqi left. Speechless, fourth master, Yin Yu was lying on the green grass, constantly calling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. She suddenly opened her eyes. She cried out in surprise. Ouch! Calling for so long with no answer. She slowly sat up. Where did he go? Fourth master Yin Yu yawned. Before sleeping, I heard him mumbling for a long time, saying something about Candace and little Ling Dang. I forgot. Fourth master Yin Yu's mind was blank at this moment. Suddenly, Xiaoqi appeared out of nowhere. Fourth master, you're finally awake. Before she could recover, she was given a fright. Fourth master Yin Yu startled. Feeling something was wrong, Yin Yu thought to herself, why does this brat have no aura at all? Xiaoqi seemed to read her thoughts. He teased, are you thinking? Why you can't sense my aura, right? Hearing this, she didn't spare her praise, though feigned. Not bad. You learn how to hide your aura so quickly. Saying that, she showed interest. Maybe you really are a cultivation prodigy. She suddenly asked, what do you plan to do next? Still guarding here? Hearing fourth master Yin Yu say this, Xiaoqi also fell into thought. Should I continue guarding? He suddenly remembered. But our purpose in coming to the merchant realm is to cultivate. When does fourth master plan to teach me powerful moves? Suddenly, she grabbed Xiaoqi's hand. Fast as an arrow, Yin Yu used magic to fly into the sky, leaving Xiaoqi no time to react. He shouted, what are you doing? She turned her head back while flying and answered, can't eat well or sleep well here. Going back to the villa to rest properly. I'll teach you tomorrow. Xiaoqi heard this and kept asking, aren't you afraid Candace's group will raid? At the same time, in another place, night and cold enveloped the space. Just then, fourth master Yin Yu and Xiaoqi landed. She said, I left a teleportation talisman in Gong Mo's room. If anything happens, we can teleport there immediately. Hearing this, Xiaoqi asked curiously, such a good item. Why not give your disciple one? She explained, with your current realm, you can't use holy grade items. Talk to me in another 1 or 200 years. These words made Xiaoqi wonder. 1 or 200 years. Isn't that too long? He thought, with the universe holy body, it should only take 15 years. Or how long? Xiaoqi turned to ask the system. System, can I freely use holy grade items? The system immediately displayed. Can be used in special circumstances. If using a holy grade item, the auxiliary item system will select the main item. Use rage points to exchange for usage rights, etc., provided by the system. Reading this notification, Xiaoqi sank into thought. Suddenly, Xiaoqi moved closer to fourth master Yin Yu, catching her off guard, making her shy. She pretended to be calm and replied, "Your talent isn't equal to mine. To cultivate to my current realm, you need at least 1 or 200 years. That's already fast." But she couldn't hide the shyness in her heart. She thought, why does this kid keep getting so close to me to talk lately? My trusted eyes and ears can hear and see everything clearly. His ambition is really showing. If you like me, just say it, Xiaoqi said boldly. Other masters guide their disciples. But you're different. You have no intention of teaching me at all. Hearing this, fourth master Yin Xiong casually walked away. Coming to the Tsang realm is for cultivation. My sisters and I have already discussed it. When the time comes, don't complain about how hard or tiring it is. Don't annoy us. Seeing this, Xiaoqi asked, "All right, are Grandmaster and Third Master okay?" His gaze was extremely serious. "Is Third Master sick? Is it serious?" she said as she opened the door to her room. "She's fine." She seemed to want to avoid him. She quickly stepped into the room. "I'm going to sleep. Sleeping on the grass just now made my back and waist sore." Without another word, fourth master Yin Xiong slammed the door shut. "See you tomorrow. Good night." Seeing that fourth master Yin Xiong seemed very tired, Xiaoqi didn't want to bother her anymore. "Good night." But Xiaoqi still felt she was a bit suspicious. She clearly fell asleep very quickly. She was even drooling. Besides, when I mentioned third master's illness, your expression was very flustered. Your face was as red as a monkey's, but something is definitely up. Suddenly, a small tail appeared behind him. Seeing a very beautiful animal, Xiaoqi blurted out, "A fox? Could it be second master?" Xiaoqi was puzzled. "Second master, why aren't you asleep yet?" But it seemed that the little fox in front of him didn't understand a word he said. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the roof. She said to him, "Xiaoqi, what are you doing?" Seeing that woman, Xiaoqi couldn't help but be surprised. Wait a minute. It turns out to be second master Miyu. Seeing his surprised expression, she asked what's wrong. Only then did Xiaoqi understand. He picked up the little fox and said, "So it wasn't second master who transformed." "Second master Miyu replied, "It's my spirit pet." She landed on the ground. She asked, "What were you and Yin Xiong doing today?" Xiaoqi let the little fox go. He replied, "Fourth master was following grandmaster's orders. She went to protect a fat man named Gong Mo. He thought it was fourth master who wanted to protect him. If I say this, the system probably won't let me die an untimely death, right?" Hearing this, second master Miyu understood. So that's what happened. "So, is the mission complete?" Xiaoqi replied, "Epsilon. Halfway complete." He asked her, "Oh right. Second master, is it considered a heretical path to use medicine and pills to aid in cultivation?" Second master Miyu replied, "That depends on the situation." Seeing that Xiaoqi seemed to be in a hurry, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Do you find cultivation too hard and want to take a shortcut? I do have some pills here. Taking them can help you advance several realms in a short time. There are also some that can help you regain your manly vigor," he said with a serious face. "I don't need to regain my vigor right now. I always have it." Hearing this, second master Miyu looked interested. "Ha ha ha ha. Then I would very much like to witness it." Xiaoqi was stunned. "Second master, are you the god of Mount Akina?" She smiled gently. "After Yin Xiong finishes teaching you her blade techniques tomorrow, I will teach you the basics of illusion arts. Good night." Second master Miyu's eyes shone with anticipation. Tomorrow will surely be very tiring. With that, she turned and left. Illusion arts are a very interesting thing. The scene changes to Kandingxi's side. He was staring at his reflection in the mirror. Then he suddenly slammed his fist on the table. He was so angry his face turned grim. He looked extremely unsightly. He growled through clenched teeth. "I absolutely cannot fail." The scene changes to the next day. Yin Xiong was training Xiaoqi in the blade techniques she was proficient in. If you want to practice the blade, you must be able to draw Tianmu. Following Yin Xiong's gaze, one could see the Tianmu blade, as red as if it were forged from lava, stuck firmly in the ground. It radiated an astonishing power and aura. Yin Xiong continued fiercely. "Without a blade, how can you practice blade techniques?" Xiaoqi silently turned to look at Tianmu. Then he turned back to look at Yin Xiong. Seeing Xiaoqi hesitate to draw the blade, Yin Xiong became angry. She shouted, "What are you looking at me for? Draw the blade." Xiaoqi had no choice. He obediently walked over to Tian Mu. He got into position to draw the blade. Xiaki nervously swallowed. Then, Xiaqi suddenly let out a loud shout. It startled Yin Xiong, who was standing nearby. She roared back angrily. Xiaqi, what are you yelling about? You scared me to death. Xiaqi scratched his head. He said with a laugh, hee. Just psyching myself up. Yin Xiong sighed helplessly and said, if you can't draw Tian Mu, it proves you have no talent for learning the blade. Xiaqi was listening intently to Yin Xiong. Before she could finish her sentence, the Tian Mu blade suddenly reacted. A brilliant light suddenly radiated from the Tian Mu blade. Xiaqi, not understanding what was happening, asked worriedly, what's going on? The light grew brighter and brighter. Not only that, it also spread outwards, bringing with it a fierce whirlwind. Xiaqi sensed that the situation was not good. He quickly let go of the hilt. He hurriedly retreated. However, the radius of the whirlwind grew larger and larger. Even Xiaqi and Yin Xiong were sucked in. Both of them unconsciously cursed at the same time. Damn it! Very quickly, the two of them were swept away by the whirlwind. This was caused by the Tian Mu blade. It had sucked them into an illusionary realm. After achieving its goal, Tian Mu quickly withdrew its formation and seal. The thick cloud of dust also completely dissipated, returning to Xiaqi and Yin Xiong. After being sucked into Tian Mu's illusionary realm, both of them fell from the sky onto the peak of a volcano. The only difference was that when they landed, Yin Xiong landed on her feet, looking extremely formidable, while Xiaqi landed on his face, looking utterly pathetic. After landing safely, both of them quickly recovered their senses. They hurriedly observed their surroundings. They saw that this place was surrounded by scorching lava, enough to incinerate anyone. Xiaqi asked Yin Xiong in confusion, is this the trial to choose a master? Then why was fourth master also sucked in here? Yin Xiong also didn't know the reason. She shook her head and replied, I've never encountered anything like this before. Just then, a bright red screen of an unfamiliar system suddenly appeared in midair. Prove your courage to me. Xiaqi thought suspiciously. There's a system in Tian Mu's space too? It's a little different from CG, but that thing is definitely a system. Xiaqi always followed the principle of asking CG when he didn't understand. CG, did you do this? Are these two systems your colleagues? The system CG immediately replied, no, I don't know what that is. I also can't connect to it. Seeing Yin Xiong staring at the other system's notification screen, Xiaqi became even more suspicious. Yin Xiong can see that thing too? Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's just a notification that looks like a system. Another notification suddenly appeared on the system screen. You will receive the right to use Tian Mu. In the world of Tian Mu, pick up the blade and fight Yin Xiong. As soon as the notification ended, the Tian Mu blade fell right next to Xiaqi. Xiaqi was momentarily worried. His expression changed. He asked uncertainly, fight with fourth master? The system quickly sent the next notification. I will use that to decide if you are worthy of becoming the master of Tian Mu. In complete contrast to Xiaqi's worry, Yin Xiong looked excited. So there's this kind of fun to be had. Why did nothing happen when I got Tian Mu? But I think this place is also a very good training ground. No need to worry about destroying the surroundings. Save a lot of trouble. Xiaqi was speechless with his master. So you were silent just now because you didn't understand the situation? Yin Xiong was too lazy to talk nonsense. She immediately urged him. Xiaqi, hurry up and pick up the blade. Play with your fourth master for a while. Let me show you how I teach. Xiaqi had no other choice. He had to obey his master. Yes. Xiaqi placed his hand on Tian Mu and stood up. He prepared to face Yin Xiong in battle. But he was suddenly startled. It turned out she had teleported to the side at some point. Yin Xiong was seen holding her blade high. Her expression was extremely solemn. Her entire body radiated an astonishing aura and pressure, making people tremble in fear. Yin Xiong said coldly. She enunciated each word clearly. Pick up the blade. Using a blade requires a combination of hardness and softness. Xiaqi was startled by her sudden action. Hey, that was too sudden. Yin Xiong quickly retorted. When fighting an enemy, do you expect them to wait for you to be ready? You stinking brat. Take my great blade. With that, Yin Xiong swung her blade down. Her movements were decisive and powerful, coupled with the blade being enveloped in a blazing red flame. This move slashed straight towards Xiaqi. In a split second, Just as the blade was about to cut Xiaqi in two, he quickly flew to the side to dodge. Xiaqi didn't show any weakness. He quickly got into position to counterattack. Fourth Master Yin Xiong, please guide me. Yin Xiong immediately replied, good disciple. Watch my moves carefully. I don't have the patience to teach a fool. In just a flash, Yin Xiong teleported in front of Xiaqi at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. She brandished her blade, preparing to unleash a beautiful horizontal slash. She didn't forget to remind Xiaqi, blade techniques are not just about how you swing the blade. It's about using your body and consciousness to control its power and direction. With that, Yin Xiong swung her blade. The sharp edge swept horizontally towards Xiaqi with precision. If Xiaqi hadn't been agile enough to dodge this slash, he would have been hit by Yin Xiong's fatal blow. Xiaqi secretly assessed so fast due to the inertia from the previous dodging move. Before Xiaqi could even stabilize himself, Yin Xiong quickly switched to another move. She reminded him, don't let your emotions and state of mind control you. Keep a clear head and a focused mind. With that, Yin Xiong leaped into the air again. She prepared to launch the next wave of attacks on Xiaqi. This sounds easy, but it is the essence of the nine heavens departed fire. You must remember it well. Then, Yin Xiong brought her blade down in a chop aimed straight at Xiaqi. Xiaqi didn't back down either. He quickly raised the Tianmu blade. He blocked this slash from Yin Xiong. But the power of this ultimate move was too great. The immense pressure weighed down on Xiaqi. One of his legs was forced deep into the hard ground beneath his feet by this force. What followed was a continuous barrage of attacks. Xiaqi had to use all his strength to barely withstand Yin Xiong's offensive. The ground beneath his feet had long been cracked inch by that immense force. Xiaqi was so scared his face turned pale. Master isn't even using spiritual power. This is purely the skill of a powerhouse. Then, Yin Xiong suddenly stopped attacking Xiaqi. She jumped backwards. Xiaqi was startled. He thought Yin Xiong was about to unleash another move. But she landed firmly on the ground. She happily praised Xiaqi. Not bad. You've listened carefully to these seemingly simple principles. You can be considered smart. Xiaqi finally had a moment to breathe. He thought, thank goodness for the Qinkuan's sacred body. I can comprehend Fourth Master's words and actions. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. But not long after, Yin Xiong continued her attack. Let's continue practicing. Don't underestimate the details of each movement. Each movement will affect the effectiveness of the entire blade technique. Patience and perseverance are essential qualities of an outstanding blade master. Yin Xiong was teaching blade techniques. But Xiaqi had his eyes closed. He looked as if he wasn't listening to her at all. Yin Xiong immediately scolded Xiaqi. You've lost focus. However, Xiaqi suddenly opened his eyes wide. He immediately swung his blade forward. He completely blocked one of Yin Xiong's attacks. Xiaqi smiled smugly and said, Fourth Master is teaching me with such dedication. How could I dare to be distracted? With that, Xiaqi immediately counterattacked. Yin Xiong only saw two massive streams of spiritual power collide. It created shockwaves that spread outwards. The two of them continuously exchanged blows. The continuous attacks were so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up, just pouring out, followed by the clanging sound of two blades clashing, incessantly ringing in their ears. Not letting Xiaqi be smug for long, Yin Xiong quickly changed her attack pattern. She raised her hand high. She brought her blade down hard on the ground. The massive spiritual power, like a blazing red flame, enveloped the blade. Following her movement, it drew a crack in the air. Then it quickly shot towards Xiaqi. Xiaqi didn't back down either. He hurriedly raised his blade. He blocked Yin Xiong's attack, which seemed to want to take his life. But the power Yin Xiong poured into this blow was too great. With Xiaqi's strength, he was completely no match for her. Xiaqi was involuntarily pushed back. He had to struggle to block this move from Yin Xiong. Xiaqi said, Master, the words you just said, I have tried my best to remember them. Yin Xiong immediately retorted. Knowing how to use it is what counts as having learned it. Then, Yin Xiong suddenly shouted a reminder to Xiaqi. Left. Xiaqi obediently followed Yin Xiong's words. He moved to the left. Yin Xiong continued to charge at Xiaqi. What did you remember? She thrust her blade towards Xiaqi. She scolded, You idiot! Only then did Xiaqi realize what a foolish thing he had just done. I am doomed. Why did I listen to her? However, it was too late to realize it now. The blade was already close to Xia Qi's head. He panicked and quickly called for CG. Sentigrom, boron the bloy the catch. CG immediately executed the command. Boron the bloy the catch. Can completely block all attacks. Cooldown time is 7 days. Duration is 1 moment. Activated. After CG activated the skill, Xiaoqi immediately caught Yin Xiong's blade with his bare hands without hesitation. Yin Xiong was already tired of this move of Xiaoqi's. She said helplessly, "Again?" Xiaoqi replied with a hee-hee. "Here we go again." Yin Xiong asked curiously, "What exactly was that move of yours just now? Why could it catch my 9 departures blade? Tell me the truth. Otherwise, Xiaoqi had no way out. He had to agree. You listen to my reasoning. Yin Xiong sheathed her 9 departures blade. She looked at Xiaoqi with an ice-cold gaze. She ordered, "Hurry up and reason." Xiaoqi thought to himself, "If I make too much sense, it will be less convincing. In a situation where I can't reveal the existence of the system, the best way is," after thinking of a way to reason, Xiaoqi said, "Actually, that move of yours, I've already figured it out. It's not that impressive of a move." Xiaoqi was secretly pleased. Fish in troubled waters. Distract her. Yin Xiong was stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe her ears. She asked again, "My move isn't impressive? And it was figured out by a brat at the Origin Sea realm like you?" Xiaoqi continued to be arrogant. Fortunately, Yin Xiong has a fiery temper. She'll quickly forget what happened before. Xiaoqi thought his reasoning was very clever, but he didn't expect those few words to hit Yin Xiong's sore spot. Yin Xiong was furious. Her face darkened. With an ice-cold voice, she squeezed out each word through her teeth. "Do you know what you're saying?" Notification from the system. Rage value plus 10,000. But Xiaoqi was still extremely confident. He continued to speak recklessly. "Of course I know what I'm saying. This is the second time I've figured out this move of yours. You usually make fun of me. But actually, I was just letting you win." After hearing Xiaoqi's words, Yin Xiong was furious. A raging fire of anger surrounded her. It seemed as if it could burn to death anyone who dared to look down on its master. However, Xiaoqi didn't realize the situation was not good. He continued to provoke Yin Xiong. "Fourth master, you're too weak." And so, Yin Xiong truly exploded. She quickly summoned her blade. She didn't give Xiaoqi any time to realize the situation. She quickly dragged her blade and rushed towards Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, I'll see how many times you can block this." Xieki stammered. What's not good is that he was helplessly looking at the pile of notifications in the virtual world. Rage value plus 8,000, plus 4,000, plus 2,000, plus 1,000, plus 900. After a pause, Xiaoqi continued. He was prepared to completely enrage Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong was seen holding her blade high. She looked as if she was determined to kill this rebellious disciple, Xiaoqi. Seeing Yin Xiong so angry, it actually made Xiaoqi even more pleased. But she will forget what she asked me. As long as I master the skill, I can easily win this match. Xiaoqi laughed like a madman. He held out 2 fingers. He caught Yin Xiong's blade with his bare hands. Seeing Xiaoqi catch her blade so easily, Yin Xiong was extremely surprised. What? She was furious. She swung her blade towards Xiaoqi. "I'll kill you." Yin Xiong's continuous slashes were all easily neutralized by Xiaoqi. "I'll catch it with my bare hands." Yan Qiong attacked Xieki. Xiaoqi immediately caught it with his bare hands. "I'll catch it. I'll catch it. I'll catch it. I'll catch it. I'll catch it. Catch it." Xiaoqi's frivolous expression made Yin Xiong even more furious. Xiaoqi thought smugly. A moment is still a long time, but Yin Xiong's psychological defense is probably about to collapse. Fighting for so long is tiring. After a series of relentless attacks, Yin Xiong was also exhausted. She tiredly lowered her blade. She didn't want to fight with Xiaoqi anymore. Yin Xiong sat down on the ground with a plop. She whimpered, "You're bullying me. This is too much. I want to go home. You are the worst disciple I've ever taught. Even though you're also the only one." Xiaoqi was momentarily flustered. He didn't know what to do. She's crying. She's crying. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Lianhua is exactly the same. When she can't win an argument, she cries. You two are truly a pair of fated enemies. Just then, the system of the Tianmu Blade's illusionary realm suddenly announced. How shameless. This announcement was like a bolt from blue. Being insulted by a system, Xiaoqi was deeply shaken. He couldn't accept it. Before Xiaoqi could recover from shock, the system CG also chimed in. How shameless. Xiaoqi was so surprised he was speechless. You too. Before Xiaoqi could finish a sentence, the system CG and the system of the Tianmu Blade's illusionary realm insulted him in unison. I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned and shameless. Those insults were like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Xiaoqi's heart. He was so heartbroken, he shed 2 streams of clear tears. The scene changes back to the real world outside. After that, we left the Tianmu world. Xiaoqi and Yin Xiong had escaped the illusionary realm. Xiaoqi was still a little dazed. He was holding the Tianmu blade, constantly admiring it. Just then, the Tianmu blade suddenly snorted coldly at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was slightly stunned. Then his face fell. Can you not despise me so much? System CG, as the main character system, couldn't help but say a few words. Host, regardless of the process. In short, the Tianmu blade has acknowledged you. Although you are indeed thick-skinned and shameless. Xiaoqi looked at the Tianmu blade with disgust. This is what you call acknowledgement? The memory of the Tianmu blade accepting him immediately flashed in Xiaoqi's mind. All right. It's mainly because there's no one else coming to take the trial. I have no choice but to choose you. These words made Xiaoqi feel as if he had turned to stone. His heart was completely cold. Suddenly, Yin Xiong abruptly walked over to Xiaoqi. She kept muttering, How could it be? How could it be? She looked dejected. Her expression was extremely aggrieved. It was as if she could burst into tears at any moment. Seeing Yin Xiong like this, Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel guilty. I think I went a little too far. The system CG beside him immediately chimed in. That's right. Just then, second master Miyu suddenly appeared. She slowly walked towards the two of them. She asked gently, Little sister Yin Xiong, what's wrong? Seeing that it was her beloved second sister. Yin Xiong couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Miyu's arms and cried coquettishly. Second sister, Yan Kyong will give me Yuetaitli. She said to her in agony. I can't teach disciples anymore. Miyu was stunned. She didn't understand what had happened. Yin Xiong quickly recounted the whole story to Miyu. She was seen lifting her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. Every single one of my moves, he could block with his bare hands. At this point, Yin Xiong suddenly knelt on the ground. She wailed, I'm too weak. I want to go into seclusion to cultivate. Miyu thought she had misheard. She quickly asked again, What? You're too weak? I didn't mishear, did I? After crying her fill, Yin Xiong continued to sob. I must go into the mountains to cultivate right now. I will no longer concern myself with worldly affairs. I'll leave the Sangming sacred domain to my 3 sisters. We'll meet again in 1,000 years. If I'm still like this then, I'll cultivate for another 1,000 years. Hearing Yin Xiong's words, Miyu quickly spoke up to stop her. Wait a minute. Miyu immediately shot a cold glance at Xiaoqi. She asked him what had happened. Xiaoqi was a loss for words. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Xiaoqi had to quickly think a way to deal with this. I can only continue to make things up. Otherwise, with her personality, she might really go into seclusion immediately. Xiaoqi quickly rushed to Yin Xiong's side. He took her hand. Fourth master, don't doubt yourself. Just now, it was a life-saving secret technique that Grandmaster secretly taught me. As Xiaoqi spoke, he thought, I'll just lie my way through this for now. After all, Grandmaster and Third Master aren't at Banshan Villa. Yin Xiong asked again. Eldest sister? Xiaoqi felt as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He quickly continued to make things up. This secret technique cannot be used casually. After using it today, it will be a long time before I can use it again. I'm just a disciple at the Origin Sea realm. How could I really block your blade? Yin Xiong was a little skeptical. Really? Xiaoqi held Yin Xiong's hand tightly. He affirmed decisively. Absolutely true. Only then did Yin Xiong let out a sigh of relief. She immediately became happy again. She said with a laugh, Ha 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 ha. I knew it. The last time we practiced, you were clearly prostrating at my feet. How could you have improved so rapidly in just 2 short days? Yin Xiong seemed excited. She kept patting Xiaoqi's shoulder. Then she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. A life-saving secret technique taught by eldest sister. Being able to block my blade? That's very reasonable. Xiaoqi could only laugh along with her. That's right. Haha. But inwardly he was smug. So easy to coax. After venting all her previous frustrations, Yin Xiong said happily, I'm going back to sleep. Next, I'll let my second sister teach you illusion arts. All right, the knowledge I taught you today, you must remember it well. Xiaoqi replied obediently. The door was closed. Knowing that Yin Xiong's mood had returned to normal, Xiaoqi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yin Xiong's intelligence isn't very high. A familiar cold voice suddenly came from behind Xiaoqi. Taught by eldest sister, Xiaoqi immediately panicked. I am doomed. Second master is not so easy to fool. Xiaoqi was so scared his face turned pale. He slowly turned his head. He stammered, oh. Xiaoqi scratched his head. He was too guilty to look Miyu in the eye. Back at the Tsaming Divine Hall. Grandmaster was worried I would be bullied by others. Miyu continued. I see. She moved closer to Xiaoqi. The pressure around her immediately enveloped him. Miyu said, good disciple. I don't like little monkeys who lie. If I find out you're lying, you won't have a good time. Xiaoqi was startled. However, Miyu quickly changed her attitude. But men with secrets are more attractive to me. It's getting late. Come with me to cultivate. I have prepared many medicines for you to try. All right, the beauty technique I used on you last time. I'll teach it to you today as well. Xiaoqi was about to say something. But before he could finish, Miyu had already pulled his hand and started walking. She cut off what he wanted to say. Miyu urged him, let's go. What are you standing there for? Xiaoqi then asked her, does the beauty technique for men also work? Miyu smiled and said, there will be a time when you'll need it. If one day your beauty technique can enchant me, then you'll have graduated. Being dragged by Miyu to learn illusion arts. Xiaoqi arrived at the room where she stored all kinds of precious medicinal herbs. Xiaoqi looked at the pile of medicinal herbs in front of him. He thought, what did she say last time? The red bottles can be taken freely. The purple bottles cannot be touched. Asking second master for 2 bottles should be fine. If I exchange for pills with the system, I might even get scammed out of a lot of points. The system was helpless. It had nothing to say. After thinking it through, Xiaoqi immediately requested from Miyu. Second master, can I have 2 bottles of pills? Miyu was taking out a mysterious box and placing it on the table. Without turning her head, she agreed without hesitation. Choose for yourself. With Miyu's permission, Xiaoqi carefully selected which bottle of medicinal herbs he should take. They're all health-boosting tonics. They have the effect of helping to restore primordial qi. There's no difference. Xiaoqi unexpectedly discovered 2 special bottles of medicinal herbs. Then I'll take these 2 bottles. Xiaoqi didn't forget to celebrate inwardly. The feeling of getting something for free is great. Miyu suddenly walked over to Xiaoqi. She explained illusion arts to him. Theoretically, cultivating illusion arts requires innate talent. The richer the imagination, the stronger the observation skills, the simpler it will be to use visual and auditory elements to create an illusionary realm. Our 9-tailed fox clan is naturally gifted in cultivating illusion arts. Learning illusion arts is easier and faster for us than for humans. With that, Miyu opened the lid of the box. It revealed a tuft of fiery red fox fur inside. Miyu quickly introduced the origin of the box she had just taken out. This is a gift the Fox Emperor gave me when I left Qingxiu. This is the fur of the Fox Emperor. Originally, this was my dowry. My future husband would have inherited it on our wedding day. Miyu paused here. She paused for a moment. She controlled the fiery red tuft of the Fox Emperor's hair to float up. It came to her side. Miyu continued. Today I am giving it to you. After it merges with your hair, you will be able to sign a contract with a 9-tailed fox clan. You will cultivate illusion arts just like us. Xiaoqi learned of the origin and special significance of this treasure. He didn't dare to accept it. He immediately waved his hands to refuse Miyu's kind offer. Such a precious item. I absolutely cannot accept it. A trace of sadness flashed across Miyu's beautiful face. She said sadly, I no longer plan to marry. It's useless to keep it. Then, Miyu quickly walked over to Xiaoqi. She pressed him down onto a chair. Sit down. Hearing Miyu's earlier words, Xiaoqi truly couldn't believe his ears. She tried to persuade her. With your beauty and ability, second master, finding a good husband wouldn't be difficult. Miyu immediately continued. It's a long story. Anyway, since you have become my true disciple, Sooner or later, you will inherit my legacy. This is merely one of those items. As Miyu spoke, she raised the comb in her hand, preparing to comb Xiaqi's hair, while simultaneously merging the Fox Emperor's hair into his. As for Xiaqi, he was still thinking about what Miyu had just said. Looking at Second Master's demeanor, she seems to have some unspeakable sorrow. But if she doesn't want to talk about it, it's not my place to pry. Who asked me to be such a gentleman? Noticing that Xiaqi was distracted by her affairs, Miyu spoke up to draw his attention back. I have never combed a man's hair before. If you feel uncomfortable, just say so. Xiaqi obediently replied. Miyu began to comb Xiaqi's hair, her movements incredibly gentle. However, Xiaqi suddenly let out a yelp. Miyu asked worriedly, "Did I hurt you?" Xiaqi replied, "Epsilon. I'm fine." Miyu continued combing Xiaqi's hair, not forgetting to lecture him on cultivating illusion arts. Cultivating illusion arts requires extremely high mental endurance, because the process of creating illusions consumes a lot of spiritual power. When people use illusion arts, they use various methods to strengthen their psychological endurance. Xiaqi asked curiously, "Various methods?" Miyu smiled gently and replied, "You'll know later." As they spoke, Miyu finished combing Xiaqi's hair. She used spiritual power to guide the Fox Emperor's hair to Xiaqi's hair, then continued to channel spiritual power, merging the strand of the Fox Emperor's hair into his. A massive aura of pink spiritual power radiated outwards. Very quickly, the process of merging the Fox Emperor's hair into Xiaqi's hair was complete. Miyu admired her handiwork and said, "Now, compared to ordinary people, you will take to illusion arts like a fish to water, improving by leaps and bounds." Xiaqi obediently and politely thanked Miyu. "Thank you, Second Master." Not letting Xiaqi wait long, Miyu immediately said, "Now, I will officially begin teaching you illusion arts." The massive spiritual power from before was released by Miyu again. It quickly surrounded Miyu. Then, under its master's control, rushed towards and wrapped around Xiaqi. In the blink of an eye, Xiaqi was pulled into an illusion she created. When Xiaqi opened his eyes and saw his surroundings clearly, it was no longer Miyu's room, but a dense forest, vast and boundless. Trees and weeds were everywhere. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky. No exit could be seen. Miyu suddenly walked forward, explaining as she went. Illusion arts are a false reality created by mental power. It can cause people to hallucinate. Speaking of this, Miyu suddenly turned her head. Looking at Xiaqi with deep eyes, she said, thereby influencing their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. By manipulating human consciousness and perception, we make the enemy walk right into the trap we've set. In this illusion, our minds are connected. As long as you follow my instructions and observe my actions, you will learn illusion arts. Yes, Xiaqi replied quickly. Then Miyu instructed Xiaqi, close your eyes and imagine along with me. Can you hear the sound of ocean waves? From the dense forest, the scene transformed into a pristine white sandy beach. The seawater was crystal blue. Waves gently lapped against the shore. Rows of straight coconut trees and white seagulls constantly circling in the air. Xiaqi slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the scenery around him, he was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. This really is the seaside. But he couldn't stay serious for 3 seconds. Xiaqi revealed his true nature. Just by imagining the image in my head, I can create an illusion? If I imagine that thing, just thinking about it. Xiaqi was so excited he got a nosebleed. He exclaimed in delight. What a wonderful skill. At this moment, Xiaqi remembered Miyu. He turned his head, looking everywhere. Where is Second Master? Xiaqi suddenly saw the figure of a little fox girl standing not far away. He asked loudly, "Hey, little girl." The adorable little fox girl immediately turned her head at the call, looking at Xiaqi suspiciously. Xiaqi hurriedly continued, "Have you seen?" But halfway through his sentence, he abruptly stopped, realizing something was strange. He thought, but this is an illusion. This little girl is also just part of the illusion. Why did Master create such a little girl? While Xiaqi was busy thinking about the appearance of the strange fox girl, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. Xiaqi. Miyu suddenly appeared behind Xiaqi. She called him, but he didn't seem to hear, just standing there in a daze. Miyu had no choice but to walk closer and pat Xiaqi on the shoulder. Only then did Xiaqi startle, not forgetting to hurriedly take a few steps back. Seeing that the person was Second Master Miyu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Second Master, Xiaqi hurriedly asked Miyu, where did you go just now? Miyu immediately replied, have you grasped how to use illusion arts yet? Xiaqi saw that Miyu didn't answer his question. He muttered in his heart, why did she deliberately change the subject? Xiaqi asked again. Miyu continued to dodge. I didn't enter that illusion just now, but it doesn't affect anything. Right now, your mind is connected with mine. Learning will be easier. Xiaqi replied, yes, I can feel it. Receiving a satisfactory answer. Miyu epili wrapped herself around Xiaqi. That's good. Next, I will teach you how to stabilize your emotions. Xiaqi replied naively. Oh, Miyu continued. Now close your eyes. Feel the flow of spiritual power. Xiaqi immediately obeyed. Closing his eyes, he followed Miyu's words to feel. Streams of Miyu's spiritual power flowed into Xiaqi's body. He replied, Second Master, it tingles a bit. Miyu quickly continued. When you realize you've fallen into an illusion, or being swallowed by one, you must remember the feeling of today. Xiaqi replied, yes, Master. The scene changed. Xiaqi and Miyu returned to the real world. Xiaqi left Miyu's room, leaving her alone by the table. Miyu let out a soft breath. He looks like he saw it. Then, she was so embarrassed that she made her tail disappear. The scene shifted to Xiaqi's room. He was diligently practicing the magic he just learned. Objects in a room were controlled by his spiritual power, hovering in midair. The hem of the robe behind his back fluttered accordingly. Xiaqi recalled the scene of Miyu instructing him on casting illusions. Then Xiaqi withdrew his spiritual power. Those objects immediately fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and jumped off the bed. If I had this learning method back in school, I wouldn't have had to struggle choosing between Tsinghua and Peking University. Xiaqi made up his mind. He said loudly, all right, now I know the theory. Next is practice. To the warehouse. Having said that, Xiaqi immediately walked out of the room, preparing to go to the warehouse. But Xiaqi suddenly remembered something. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. Then Xiaqi began to think carefully about the whole situation. Even if I start cultivating now, there's only half a month left. During this time, if we add Candace causing trouble, the time will be even shorter. Half a month, relying only on normal cultivation. I'm afraid I can't even break through the first stage, let alone break through a whole realm. Something's wrong. The four masters must be well aware of this, but they chose to bring me to the Merchant Alliance to cultivate. Could it be because this place is spiritually rich? A wonderful place for cultivation? If so, this place would have become a 5A-rated tourist attraction long ago. Xiaqi was muttering to himself, completely unaware that First Master had appeared behind him. Yuan Jin Xiao walked calmly towards Xiaqi and called out, Xiaqi. Xiaqi immediately turned his head. Seeing it was her, he said happily, First Master, you're back. Is Third Master all right? Yuan Jin Xiao replied, she is recuperating in the Soup Valley. I'll go take care of her later. Xiaqi hurriedly complained to Yuan Jin Xiao. Today's Second Master and Fourth Master both taught me introductory techniques. But just the introduction took almost a day. There's only half a month left until the intersect assessment. Even if I'm a genius, half a month of cultivation won't do any good. Hearing Xiaqi say this, Yuan Jin Xiao cast a spell, conjuring a magical artifact from her space. I came back specifically to give you this gift. This item is called Sui Shun. It is a divine grade artifact. Once activated, it will create a dimension for you. Inside, time flows at 1/5000th the speed of the outside world. Xiaqi asked back, isn't this a hyperbolic time chamber? Yuan Jin Xiao remained silent. Seeing this, Xiaqi continued, but with my current realm, how can I control Sui Shin? Yuan Jin Xiao immediately explained, it is different from other artifacts. You just use it. Hearing Yuan Jin Xiao speak so firmly, Xiaqi was immediately overjoyed again. He said cheerfully, thank you, Master. With this divine artifact, I will definitely take first place in the intersect assessment. Yuan Jin Xiao played along and asked, so confident? Is it because you already have a secret to winning? Xiaqi didn't answer Yuan Jin Xiao's question. Instead, he sang a line. Heart beating, love like a raging fire. He didn't forget to add a special pose. The result, naturally, was no response from anyone. Xiaqi scratched his head awkwardly, tried to explain his strange behavior. I was just adjusting the atmosphere. In his heart, he didn't forget to criticize her reaction. She didn't instinctively sing the next line? Could it be that all my previous guesses about Master were wrong? Yuan Jin Xiao looked at Xiaqi coldly, not saying a word. Then, she decisively turned and left without mercy, not forgetting to instruct him. I will return in 2 days to check your cultivation results. After Yuan Jin Xiao turned and left, Xiaqi stood at the door, politely seeing her off. Take care, First Master. As soon as Xiaqi finished speaking, a wave of spiritual power erupted around Yuan Jin Xiao, enveloping her. Soon, that spiritual power amplified several times over, transforming directly into a pillar of spiritual light shooting straight into the sky. The surrounding ground was also affected, dust flying everywhere. Just a second later, Yuan Jin Xiao had disappeared. The pillar of spiritual light vanished along with her. The dust gradually settled. The mountain courtyard returned to its previous tranquility. Xiaqi aft zmagli. I knew it. My previous theories about atomic bombs and Sichuan people loving spicy food were definitely just coincidences. Such a hot code phrase. She would definitely have sung the next line instinctively. Haha, with this treasure, 1 hour can be used as 5,000 hours. Huh. Xiaqi laughed smugly without stopping. He couldn't wait any longer. He immediately used the artifact. Just then, the artifact named Sui Shin shook back and forth, making a tinkling sound, a clear, crisp sound. Then, a magical time-space gate suddenly appeared in front of Xiaqi. He stepped in quickly without hesitation. Time flew by. The scene shifted to 2 days later in the real world. In a quiet, dense forest, an explosion suddenly occurred, shaking the entire forest. Dust flew everywhere. Several birds nearby were startled by the explosion and hurriedly flapped their wings to fly away. Wait until the dust from that earth-shattering explosion nearly settled. A giant crater gradually appeared. It appeared majestically in the middle of the originally dense forest. Right in the center of that crater, Xiaqi's figure slowly emerged. Xiaqi excited, then suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. His appearance was incredibly arrogant. Huh, not bad. Then he turned around, ordering the CG system. CG quickly executed the command. Sui Shen Realm. 27 years and 3 days. Equivalent to 2 days in the real world. Xiaqi said happily, with the spiritual space created by Sui Shen and the support of the universe Saint Body, I've broken through to the 7th stage of the out-of-body realm. I remember First Master said she would come back to check on me in 2 days. It's time to go out. The CG system was helpless, not knowing what to say, so it remained silent, seeing the system say nothing. Xiaqi asked curiously, "What's wrong, CG?" The system hurriedly replied, "Although only 2 days have passed in reality, we have actually spent 27 years." Xiaqi raised his hand to conjure the Sui Shen artifact. He said, "I understand what you mean. 27 years for an ordinary person is indeed very long. But for someone who spends their whole life cultivating, it's merely a snap of the fingers." As Xiaqi spoke, he used the artifact to conjure the time-space gate. Xiaqi continued excitedly, "I call this role-play cultivation." After speaking, Xiaqi walked through the time-space gate. Behind a large rock not far away, several demon beasts were hiding, watching Xiaqi's every move. Wait until Xiaqi completely passed through the time-space gate, disappearing from the time-space world to return to reality. Those demon beasts immediately couldn't contain their anger, swearing in their squeaking and barking language. "That bastard is finally gone. If he didn't leave, we would have been eaten to extinction." Another demon beast hurriedly chimed in. "Exactly. This guy eats so much." The scene shifted to the other side of the time-space gate. That gate connected directly to where the 3 masters were waiting for Xiaqi's return. Soon, a figure appeared in the time-space gate, slowly walking out. The 3 masters immediately welcomed the protagonist back. "You're back, Xiaqi." Seeing his 3 beloved masters, Xiaqi couldn't help but be overjoyed. 3 masters. Long time no see. One person said emotionally, "Little Chi-Chi, you've changed so much. For us, only 2 days have passed. It's really a bit unfamiliar." Ecchi replied, ecchi. One day apart. Feels like 3 autumns. From my perspective, 27 years have passed. Experienced countless springs and autumns. Fourth master, Yin Yu, suddenly rushed to his side. Clinging to him and sniffing intensely. Xiaoqi saw this scene and couldn't help but ask curiously. Only then did Yin Yu stop. She said, he's reached the out-of-body stage. Unbelievable. An ordinary disciple would take at least 40 or 50 years to reach this realm. I calculated it. In the Sui Shun realm, only over 20 years have passed. You aren't actually a genius, are you? Like this, the matter of the heaven gray jade and the formation can also be explained. Xiaoqi scratched his neck guiltily and said, disciple cultivated diligently day and night inside. Didn't dare to slack off for a moment. Plus, I had the universe saint body to assist me. Miyu suddenly asked, Right. What did you eat inside? What did you wear? Where did you live? Xiaoqi quickly explained in detail to everyone. I patrolled the entire space once. Besides me, there was no second person. So as for wearing clothes, Xiaoqi paused for a moment, letting everyone imagine for themselves. The wind is truly boisterous today, and truly whimsical. As for food, one demon beast could last 10 days. Actually, eating those demon beasts, I felt a bit guilty. Thanks to them, my cultivation speed increased so much. If they heard these words from Xiaoqi, those demon beasts would surely go mad with anger. Squeak, squeak, woof, woof. Shameless bastard. Xiaoqi was wearing ragged clothes. Suddenly, someone conjured a brand new set of clothes for him. Yuan Jin Xiao coldly criticized. Dressed so raggedly. Where are your manners? Yuan Jin Xiao conjured a set of clothes for Xiaoqi and immediately withdrew her spiritual power. Then she continued, since you have reached the out-of-body stage, your future cultivation will be easier. Tomorrow your third master returns. I will arrange your subsequent cultivation. Right at this moment, Yin Yu suddenly sensed something. She said in panic, this is bad. Miyu turned her head worriedly and asked, what's wrong? Yin Yu quickly replied, the teleportation array I left behind is fluctuating. I have to go to Gong Mo's place to check. Xiaki remembered Gong Mo. I almost forgot. Yin Yu politely bid farewell to the 2 sisters. Eldest sister, second sister. I'll go take a look. Before leaving, Yin Yu didn't forget to grab this guy Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was suddenly grabbed by the collar. When he was dragged away, his face was still bewildered. He let out a surprised cry. Ouch! Xiaoqi immediately panicked. Fourth master, let me catch my breath. Yin Yu roared impatiently at Xiaoqi. Let's talk. Miyu watched Xiaoqi's retreating back. Asking eldest sister, Xiaoqi used only 27 years to reach the out-of-body realm. What do you think, sister? But Yuan Jin Xiao just sat there silently. Her face was gloomy, coldly saying not a word. In the majestic mansion, a great fire burned fiercely. Waves of red fire seemed to want to swallow everything. Amidst the raging fire, a figure holding a long sword appeared, posture unyielding. A cold voice rang out. This is the last time I ask you. Candace, with a gloomy face, looked down from above. He was like a god pronouncing a death sentence, judging the fate of the person beneath his feet. He looked at the person on the ground, uttering one word. Where? Gong Mo sprawled on the ground. His body trembled, but his eyes remained unyielding. Even if I give it to you, I'll still die by your hand. Who hired you? I'll pay 10 times the price to buy my life. Candace turned his back to the fire. His voice, cold as ice, was like a final verdict. Not everything can be measured by money. You mongrel. Having said that, Candace keenly sensed something unusual. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Sure enough, a force descended from the sky, separating him and Gong Mo. At the same time, he immediately retreated to dodge. A brilliant golden light tore through the space. In the middle appeared 2 mysterious figures, a man and a woman. Candace commented indifferently. Indeed, not so simple. The dust gradually settled. A tall figure also became clear. Candace was expressionless, standing calmly in place observing. Xiaoqi and Yin Yu appeared on the left and right, standing proudly amidst the smoke and fire. Xiaoqi noticed someone sprawling nearby. He asked, who is this? Yin Yu also glanced at that person. Is that fat guy dead yet? Xiaoqi finally realized. I remember now. It's the system mission. 27 years passed. I almost forgot about this. Gong Mo, lying on the ground, angrily cursed the two of them. Bastards. Coming so late. Two useless trash. I'm so angry. Hearing this, Xiaoqi didn't hesitate. He immediately delivered a heavy kick to his body. What foul mouth. The old man cried out in pain. Xiaoqi pretended not to care. But then he turned to ask Yin Yu seriously. Fourth master, I didn't kick him to death, did I? Hearing this, Yin Yu was also speechless at him. Xiaoqi thought to himself. The system didn't report mission failure. Luckily, I didn't use full strength. Candace, who had been silent until now, finally stepped forward. Greeting indifferently. We meet again. Fairy Yin Yu. Then he asked as if nothing had happened. Where's the brat from last time? Because he was too weak and got in the way, so you switched to a different lackey? Hearing him ask this, Xiaoqi was a bit agitated. He frowned, saying unhappily, Haven't seen me for 2 or 3 days, and you already don't recognize me? Hearing this, Candace let out a ha. He even took out a microscope to examine him, to see if it was true, looking Xiaoqi up and down once. He silently evaluated. Looking closely, his physique seems much more solid. His chest muscles are also unusually developed. At this moment, a red flame flared up. The firelight swirled around. At the same time, Yin Yu spoke up. If you had chopped that fat pig to death earlier, red flames surrounded Yin Yu like fire snakes. She looked at Candace and continued. Then we wouldn't have needed to meet. Facing that pressure, Candace still replied calmly. It seems Fairy Yin Yu also hates him very much. But why stand on his side? Hearing this, Yin Yu found a bit funny. She said coldly, Stand on his side? I'm just completing a mission. Xiaoqi listened to them talk for a while quietly, then opened his mouth to ask about the main issue. Where is Ling Dang? Hearing this, Candace pretended not to know. Ling Dang? I don't know her. Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, whispering to him. I don't know why you have to hide the relationship between you and Ling Dang. Actually, I'm not interested either. But we have to take Gong Mo away. Candace was expressionless. He just gently pointed his sword forward, indifferently saying, The world knows the 4 immortals of the Merchant Alliance are noble figures. In the end, I only ask you to let me take Gong Mo. Yin Yu didn't want to waste time either. With sharp eyes, she declared, If talking doesn't work, then fight. Xieki, take Gong Mo away. Don't worry about anything else. Seeing the opponent despise him so much, Candace snorted coldly. Fairy Yin Yu isn't straightforward at all. On this side, Xiaoqi heard his master's order. He acted without hesitation. He rushed towards the unconscious Gong Mo at extreme speed. Just then, a beautiful young girl poked her head out from a spatial rift. Ling Dang appeared right at that moment. She hurriedly shouted, Xieki. She landed gently. Beijing Xieki. Just a little more, and I could have gotten what I wanted. Can you spare us? Xiaoqi wasn't too surprised by her appearance. He said softly, all day speaking confusing words. What exactly do you guys see in this fat guy? You can cut out his kidneys if you want. Can we have a rest? Ling Dang glanced at the fat guy. Seriously said, This thing is very important to us. You guys won't understand. Just then, the system notification sound rang out. Host Gong Mo is critically injured. If not treated in time, the mission will be judged as a failure. Hearing this, Xiaoqi went mad with anger. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. Damn it, this damn mission. He quickly drew his saber, impatiently said, Ask anything and you won't say. Then let's fight. Because it involved the mission. He was extremely anxious. Fire of anger burned in his eyes. Spitting out one word, fight. When Ling Dang heard this declaration of war, she knew this battle was unavoidable. Thinking so, she drew her weapon. Expression serious. Ready for battle. I know you become stronger, but you're still not my opponent. Her fair hand gently stroked the saber hilt. Ling Dang looked at Xiaoqi. She said slowly, You're a good person. I don't want to hurt you. Xiaoqi didn't mind that sentence. He held a long saber burning like a living creature. His hoarse voice rang out like a warning, both at the out-of-body stage. Don't hold back against me. Ling Dang was startled. Hearing these words, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. 2 days ago, you were still at the Origin Sea Realm. How can? Her face immediately turned cold as ice. Suddenly realizing, she gritted her teeth. Anger burning. Hiding your strength before. Deliberately approaching me to extract information. In an instant, internal energy exploded violently like her rage. Ling Dang shouted decisively. I won't be fooled again. Then she rushed towards Xia Qi at the speed of light. Red silk ribbons flew like angry fire snakes. She said unceremoniously, "Same realm, and you think you can beat me?" At this moment, Ling Dang launched an attack. Xia Qi didn't show weakness and countered. One side was scorching red fire. One side was blue light cold as ice and snow, colliding with astonishing force. Xiao Ling Dang closed her eyes. Fingers closed together. Executing a secret technique. Immortal water, one color. Water waves rose like an angry ocean, curling around her and then constantly dissipating. Water bubbles floated around Xiao Lingdang's face. Suddenly, Xiao Lingdang's formation fluctuated a bit. Hard shards of water seemed to appear around. In each crystal-like water shard was a mysterious figure. They surrounded Xia Qi overhead, but Xia Qi's eyes immediately became dangerous. He was alert to everything around him. The figures in the water shards appearing simultaneously. On this side, Candace still hadn't moved, standing there silently from the beginning. Seeing this, Yin Yu was a bit impatient. She couldn't help provoking. Hey, don't tell me you haven't practiced anything? On Xia Qi's side, after seeing that formation, he closed his eyes trying to calm down, telling himself, it's just an illusion, focusing his mind to recall Miyu's instructions. Now close your eyes. Feel the flow of spiritual power. Urging himself in his head, quickly remember what Second Master taught. Cannot be bewitched by the illusion before my eyes. At this moment, the tip of Xia Qi's saber stabbed into the ground. Sparks flew at the contact point. He knelt on one knee, propped up by the saber. Mental concentration at its peak. Found the real Xiao Lingdang. Above his head was the figure of Xiao Lingdang. Those water clones danced around Xia Qi, creating a dangerous maze. Flying everywhere, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. Xiao Lingdang flew back and forth, just staring at him, without any action. Xia Qi observed and then realized. They're all real bodies. I understand. Just then, Xia Qi, who was standing still, suddenly disappeared for a second. Xiao Lingdang was shocked. Disappeared? Before she could think much, the whole space shook. He suddenly appeared at a further position, holding a burning long saber. Flying down from above, Xia Qi, with a solemn expression, shouted loudly, then slashed down heavily without hesitation. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, erupting a powerful stream of fire, burning Xiao Lingdang's clones. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. Another figure of Xiao Lingdang was swallowed by the firelight. Every clone of Xiao Lingdang was buried in Xia Qi's flames. At this moment, Xia Qi spoke calmly. There are some things where you don't necessarily need to know the principle. Just smashing it all is enough. The real Xiao Lingdang felt danger at this moment. She leaned sideways to dodge. Her footwork was light and flexible, but the speed was astonishing. But unexpectedly, Xia Qi gripped the flaming saber tightly, appearing right behind her, shouting, "Caught you." His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, proudly declaring, "Now, the passive one has changed to you." Xiao Lingdang felt the heat behind her back. Panicked, she turned her head to look back. Xia Qi's expression right now was like a wild beast. The fire on his saber radiated terrifying heat, burning everything around. Even the air seemed about to catch fire. Sharp eyes, full of determination. He thought to himself, this is the saber technique Fourth Master taught me. He immediately slashed a saber strike. Xiao Lingdang gritted her teeth tightly, raising her saber to block. Water and fire collided violently. In just an instant, space seemed to freeze. An ear-piercing clang rang out. Xiao Lingdang's saber flew away like a kite with a broken string. Falling to the ground, she was blasted backwards. Her toes dug firmly into the ground to maintain balance. But her body kept retreating. Xiao Lingdang bent over, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Coughing incessantly, she supported herself on the ground with one hand clutching her chest, choking in the thick smoke. But in the distance, Candace was still quietly observing the battle. From beginning to end, he never intervened. But now a cold light flashed in his eyes, calculating in his heart. Falling into a disadvantage again can only attack the weakness. In the thick smoke, obscuring vision, Xia Qi carried his saber, slowly walking towards Xiao Lingdang. Smugly said, "How about it?" On this side, Yin Yu didn't waste time anymore. She also raised her saber to attack, simultaneously shouting loudly, "Now it's your turn." Candace on this side also keenly realized when Yin Yu slashed down, discovering she didn't hit a person. She immediately exclaimed unhappily, "Huh?" A sound. In just a blink of an eye, Candace had unknowingly glided to Ling Dang's side. Yin Yu shouted angrily, "Hey, what are you doing?" Almost twisted my waist. Candace ignored her anger. Turning his head to look at Ling Dang, he whispered, "Do as I say. There is still a chance." Yin Yu looked down from above, her whole body radiating raging fire. Using an arrogant tone, she said, "This disciple of mine was painstakingly taught by this seat. Dealing with you is more than enough, although still far inferior to this seat." Hearing this, Xiaoqi was speechless. "Master, you really are too confident." Candace wasn't afraid at all. He covered his face with his hand, letting out a laugh full of contempt. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. He sneered and said, "The one who doesn't know the situation is you. Ignorant brat." Hearing this, Xiaoqi was stunned. He pursed his lips and asked, "What?" Candace's eyes, one red, one black, both shone with ferocity. He lowered his voice, speaking coldly, "We just need to attack the weakness." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Dang, who was sitting weakly, suddenly sprang up. She clasped her hands, poured all her internal energy into blood heaven water one color. Wind and water immediately converge around her. Those water shards appeared again, but could be felt that this time they had become more solid. Looking at this formation, Xiaoqi was a bit confused. He looked around warily. The water shards visible to the naked eye were more numerous than before. Xiaoqi stood in the center. Trapped inside, calmly said, "This move again?" At this moment, in the air, Ling Dang flipped and revealed her body. Absolutely no other illusions appeared. She whispered, "Do it." "Lord Candace." "I'm ready." Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. At the same time, Candace let out a dragon roar. In an instant, a giant water dragon surged. The scene was majestic and terrifying. Yin Yu couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in her heart. Her martial instincts seemed to sense that things were no longer simple. She rushed up, shouting loudly, "Xieki, retreat quickly!" But Xiaoqi was now completely surrounded by water shards. Not a single gap left to retreat. He could only stand firm to face the battle. Yin Yu didn't hesitate, raised her hand to execute the 9 heavens leaf fire shroud. Great raging fire flew from her palm, bright as the sun in the dark night. Waves of water converged from above like centipedes, rushing down towards Xiaoqi. Finally, the attack landed. Fire and water collided with an explosion, splashing water in all directions. Seeing this, Yin Yu said with a worried voice, "Here it comes." Then, Yin Yu's expression became grave. Internal energy surged out from her body, terrifying pressure. She attacked forward without hesitation. Right at this moment, Candace appeared, raising his hand to block her. 2 terrifying forces collided, creating a violent shockwave. He said calmly, "Fairy Yin Yu, your opponent is me. Don't be distracted." Candace shook his whole body. Internal energy exploded. Cousin explosion. Yin Yu couldn't help but be pushed back. She pursed her lips and whispered, "Burning your chi, si, dantian, using your source power to strengthen yourself. Do you have a death wish?" Yin Yu's eyes were full of determination. Her whole body wrapped in raging fire, momentum towering to the sky. Even so, her red eyes still widened, flashing with a fierce look. Shouting, "You can't beat me either." She immediately swung her saber down, powerful saber energy. But Candace, who was standing opposite, suddenly disappeared in a flash, retreating far away, looking at Yin Yu wrapped in raging fire. He called out, "Fairy Yin Yu." Candace spoke arrogantly. Being seriously injured might fool that ignorant brat and Ling Dang. His eyes suddenly became cruel, voice lowered. "But you can't fool me. Although I don't know what happened to you. But your realm is no longer at the spirit refining stage. This is the weakness." Hearing these words, Yin Yu's face panicked for a moment. Her eyes looked at him full of disbelief. She tried to calm down. Gritting her teeth, she said in a low voice, "None of your business." Watching Yin Yu rush over regardless of everything, Candace also declared firmly, "I have long put life and death aside. I must take Gong Mo away." Yin Yu acted as if she didn't hear, continuing to rush towards him. He suddenly disappeared once again, causing Yin Yu to miss, rushing forward a distance. Right then, Candace suddenly appeared. Yin Yu was horrified, unable to defend in time. He immediately seized the opportunity, swinging a slash towards Yin Yu. But Yin Yu managed to dodge this fatal blow in time. Seeing this, Candace clicked his tongue in anger. A second later, Yin Yu descended from the sky carrying a vortex of fire. Candace looked up, calculating in his heart. Candace's eyes became sharp and cold. He swung his sword preparing to meet the blow, simultaneously shouting loudly. Ling Dang, now is the time. A water mirror appeared in front of him. The image inside was Ling Dang. Ling Dang immediately appeared from within the water waves. Yin Yu regained her composure, swinging her saber without hesitation. Ling Dang calmly leaned sideways, dodging that attack, and Candace stood hiding behind the water mirror. Seeing this, Yin Yu scornfully whispered, using someone else's body as a shield. Despicable. As soon as she finished speaking, Candace quickly slashed a saber strike. Yin Yu also quickly raised her saber to block. A crisp clang rang out in midair. Candace's eyes were cold as ice. His voice also lacked a trace of warmth. Offended, Fairy Yin Yu. Without killing intent, you cannot win. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 water mirrors appeared behind Yin Yu. But the difference was, the figures inside were men. Candace calmly declared, Gong Mo's life is mine. Sensing the dangerous aura behind her, Yin Yu hurriedly turned her head back, exclaiming in horror, What? At this moment, 2 figures of Candace flew out from the water mirrors, simultaneously stabbing swords towards Yin Yu. Yin Yu, completely defenseless, was pierced through the chest by 2 sharp swords. Everything happened in a split second. The 2 figures behind twisted their wrists, pressing down hard. Yin Yu was in extreme pain, couldn't even let out a scream. Her whole body was immediately frozen by sharp blocks of ice, emitting a chilling, cracking sound. Seeing the scene, Candace curled the corners of his mouth, commenting, The power of the brilliant soul ice spirit is inside her body. No wonder her realm increased so quickly. Accept your fate. Witnessing Yin Yu being heavily injured by the combined efforts of Ling Dang and Candace, and frozen into a giant ice statue, Xiaqi's system continuously issued emergency alerts. Warning, warning, Gong Mo's life is below 15%. Please treat immediately. Yin Yu's Qi acupoint is injured. The power of the brilliant soul ice spirit in her body has erupted. Prolonging it will endanger her life. The continuous notifications from the system made Xiaqi explode. So annoying. What ice spirit power? What Candace? What Ling Dang? TCH. I know. Now I'll go deal with them all. Before unleashing a big move, Xiaqi recalled the words First Master Yuan Jin Xiao once said to him. This mystic song talisman can keep you safe and sound. If you encounter a situation you cannot resolve yourself, use it. Don't hesitate. Xiaqi thought to himself. Whatever method I use, I cannot let anything happen to Yin Yu. Then he reached out his hand. The mystic song talisman immediately appeared in his hand. Next, he remembered the memories of being together day and night with 4th Master Yin Yu. Although this girl has a hot temper, always wanting to chop people up at the slightest provocation, but she is my master. Before now, she did everything herself. Moreover, I haven't even learned the 9 heavenly fire yet. How can I let you harm her? So Xiaqi decisively crushed the mystic song talisman in his hand. In an instant, a wave of spiritual power immediately radiated out. Enveloping ecchi, rings of spiritual power intertwined and wrapped around him. That spiritual power emitted a deep blue light, illuminating a corner, then quickly expanding its range. The pressure of that spiritual power was too terrifying, making Ling Dang, standing not far away, also terrified. The aura has changed. What is this spiritual pressure? Completely different from before. Basically not the spiritual pressure of the same person. With every second that passed, the ring of spiritual power from the mystic song talisman on Xiaqi expanded larger, very quickly reaching Ling Dang and Candace. Ling Dang's ice mist was no match for this thing, quickly affected by it, weakening and then gradually disappearing. Ling Dang saw this scene, extremely astonished. The ice mist is actually about to. Ling Dang was shocked and terrified, because the ring of spiritual power just now had disappeared. Instead, the silhouette of Yuan Jin Xiao appeared. A giant avatar of First Master Yuan Jin Xiao appeared. standing majestically in the courtyard. Ling Dang was terrified to the extreme. What is this? The power is truly terrifying. Candace was as astonished as she was. It's like it wants to destroy the whole world. Yuan Jin Xiao's avatar glared, immediately channeling spiritual power, preparing to launch an attack, unleashing a move towards Candace. Ling Dang saw the situation was bad, hurriedly reminding Candace to be careful. She even used ice mist to create a shield to protect Candace. But that avatar gave them no chance of survival. It launched a powerful strike towards Candace. Ling Dang's ice mist shield was simply blown away into smoke. The avatar glared coldly at Candace. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. He thought to himself, just one look and I'm trembling with fear. Next, it was Xiaqi's turn to enter the fray. He said heroically, I absolutely will not allow you to hurt my master. Then he gripped the hilt of the Heaven's Tomb saber, pointing the saber straight at the sky. That giant avatar also raised its arm accordingly. An oppressive and terrifying aura quickly descended on the two struggling below. Ling Dang was terrified to the extreme. This terrifying aura, we can't win. Absolutely cannot win. Yuan Jin Xiao's giant avatar raised its arm high, preparing to bring it down, punishing those who dare to harm Yin Yu. Xieki rord inanjir. Those who harm my master. Then he immediately swung the Heaven's Tomb saber down with full force. A powerful red flame quickly swept towards the opposite side, destroying anything that dared to block the way. The avatar also pressed its hand down simultaneously, intending to crush Candace. Two attacks struck at the same time, making Candace struggle to defend. He and Ling Dang tried to create a protective layer, resisting the two attacks that came like a storm. But the power was too great. They were simply no match. Just like that, they failed. The ice mist shield shattered inch by inch, then gradually disappeared. Candace wasn't much better off. On this side, Ling Dang collapsed to the ground in despair. She cried and said painfully, we lost. Ling Dang thought to herself, can't win. Facing power like this, there is absolutely not a shred of opportunity. Ling Dang had long collapsed to the point of losing the will to live. She completely ignored the fact that Xiaqi's Heaven's Tomb saber was close to her head, ready to take her life at any moment. Xiaqi stood tall in front of Ling Dang, pointing the saber at her. Coldly said, it's all over. After taking two heavy hits from Yuan Jin Xiao's avatar and Xiaqi, the ground around Candace had been devastated by that terrifying power. Candace knelt in the center of the impact zone. The avatar looked coldly at his wretched state, only to see him spit out a large mouthful of blood, helplessly falling to the ground. Back to Xiaqi and Ling Dang on this side. Xiaqi still pointed the Heaven's Tomb saber at Ling Dang, but she didn't care at all, nor was she afraid, just kneeling there shedding tears ceaselessly. She raised her head with difficulty, painfully said, I lost completely. In the end, I still couldn't do anything for him. Then, Ling Dang closed her eyes, helplessly falling to the ground. Even falling into such a situation, Ling Dang's eyes still followed the figure of that person. She softly called, Candace. Xiaqi saw this. Withdrawing the saber, he asked her, the person you wanted to protect regardless of your life is Candace, right? He angrily grabbed Ling Dang's collar, loudly questioning, what exactly do you guys want to get? Is it worth going to this extent? Sobi. Ling Dang weakly answered his question. The dream of returning home. Then she suddenly opened her eyes, excitedly said, want to go home. Candace was considered a traitor, wanted by the royal court. The patrol commander ordered, you guys go that way. We go this way. Don't miss any corner. Soldiers immediately obeyed. He was originally a hero of the holy capital sanctuary. Clearly, we were just one step away from liberating the Holy Land. The common people could no longer bear the tyrannical rule of Her Majesty the Queen. Just as we were about to succeed, Gong Mo betrayed the people. After that, the holy capital sanctuary closed all teleportation arrays, cutting off contact with the outside world. He is one of the few people who possess a teleportation talisman, able to enter and exit the Holy Land at will. We want that teleportation talisman. With it, we can go home. Just one more step. Just needed to pretend to save him one more time. He would trust me. Just needed to gain his trust. Candace would find the teleportation talisman he hid. Xiaqi heard Ling Dang's story, shouted loudly, foolish. Gong Mo who was about to faint nearby, moved slightly. Xiaoqi turned to Ling Dang. Helplessly holding his forehead, he said, "This is your plan? He can make you guys in the past trust him, then betray you for wealth and glory. Proves this guy has deep, hidden thoughts. Hard to fathom. Even if he trusted you, he couldn't possibly tell others such an important thing." Ling Dang was silent, intently listening to Xiaoqi's words. Xiaoqi was helpless. Had to exchange with the CG system. "I want to ask a question. When is the deadline for protecting Gong Mo? If there is no deadline, and he keeps seeking death all day, or later eats something dirty and chokes to death, does that count as mission failure too?" Ling Dang behind saw Xiaoqi muttering to himself. Suspiciously asked, "Are you talking to me?" The system quickly replied, "The deadline is calculated from the start of the mission until the morning of the 10th day. In other words, I still have to cure this fat pig. Wait until the deadline is over, then kill him." The system hurriedly stopped him. "You cannot kill the fat pig yourself." Xiaoqi thought to himself, "Why do I feel a bit of anger in CG's robotic tone?" Xiaoqi turned and said to Ling Dang, "I think after this torture, the teleportation talisman," but Xiaoqi's words were not finished when interrupted by a familiar laugh. I never trusted you. Want the teleportation talisman? Even if I die, I won't give it to you." The two hurriedly turned to look, only to see Gong Mo had woken up at some point. Walking to Candace's side, he smugly stepped on Candace's head on the ground, looking extremely arrogant. "Yours truly always carries elixirs. What is this small injury worth? As long as one has money and power, what elixir can be bought?" Next, he turned to Candace. While channeling medicinal power to recover, he grabbed Candace's hair and pulled it up to see his face clearly. "No wonder this guy looks familiar." Ling Dang shouted worriedly. "Kantis." Xiaoqi watched this scene in shock. Gong Mo continued gloatingly. "Turns out it's the great hero. Is life so hard that you've lost all your fiery spirit from the old days? TSK. Didn't recognize you right away. I truly deserve to die." Xiaoqi's face darkened, angrily saying to Gong Mo, "Let him go." Gong Mo acted like he hadn't seen his coffin yet, so he wouldn't shed tears, ignorantly saying, "I know you can't hurt me, and have to protect me, although I don't know why. But what can be done? My luck is just that good. What uprising back then? Just a delusion of a disorderly mob. Yours truly didn't bother doing stupid things with them. But thanks to you guys being stupid enough, I grabbed so many benefits, and was praised by Her Majesty the Queen." Xiaoqi became even more angry, voice lowered a few degrees. "I say it again. Let him go." That damn old man Gong Mo still kept his old habits. Continuing, "This kid's head is worth a lot of money. Just so happens I want to return to the holy capital sanctuary recently to bring him back. I will truly make a fortune." Xiaoqi's face was gloomy, slowly walking towards Gong Mo, asking the system, "CG, report Gong Mo's life force." The system quickly replied, "Life force 80%. Ling Dang saw the situation was bad, hurriedly chased after to call Xiaoqi back. At this moment, old man Gong Mo started to be wary. "Hey, what are you coming over for? Stand still. Stand still. Don't come near me." Xiaoqi continued to move forward. Gong Mo was immediately scared. "You, don't come over here." Xiaoqi raised his hand, preparing to hit Gong Mo. Seeing this, Gong Mo also hurriedly raised his hands to cover his face. But Xiaoqi's slap hadn't landed yet. Miyu suddenly appeared. "Wait." She stepped forward, snapped her fingers. The old man flew straight into Miyu's illusion space. Xiaoqi asked suspiciously, "Second Master, why are you here?" Miyu said, "Could it be that only you guys have missions?" The scene shifted to the Pan Mountain Manor. Miyu and Xiaoqi walked in leisurely. Dragging behind them on the ground was the hateful Gong Mo, tied up like an old pig. Just entering the door, Miyu hurriedly reported, "Eldest sister, we are back." Xiaoqi behind silently evaluated Second Master's tying technique. Truly strange. Miyu threw the old pig Gong Mo forward. He lay prone at Yuan Jin Xiao's feet, bearing her sharp gaze. Yuan Jin Xiao coldly said, "Old rules, all intelligence." Miyu watched this scene with interest. "All right, can't remember who the unlucky one before was." Xiaoqi thought to himself. "Sounds even worse than death." Yuan Jin Xiao suddenly said to Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, I have asked your master to arrange those two people. Later, come to the east courtyard to find me and your third master. Xieki obediently replied, Yes, first master. But fourth master is injured and turned into an ice statue. About this, Yuan Jin Xiao continued. She has a fire spirit body. Previously, she was often punished by her third master, frozen into an ice pillar. This time, although frozen from inside the body, there is no need to worry. I will treat her. Just let her stay frozen for a while longer. Disobedient children should suffer some punishment. Time flew fast. Half an hour later, Xiaoqi walked into third master Kong Han's east courtyard. Just entering, he saw Kong Han leaning against a wooden pillar, asleep. Xiaoqi walked gently to her side, but just as he lifted his foot to pass, Kong Han sensed it. She woke up, opening her eyes to look at him. You're here, Xiaoqi said. Third master, I thought you were asleep. Come on, explain it. A bit tired. Waiting for you. I accidentally fell asleep. Come here. Then she called Xiaoqi to her side. Xiaoqi obediently walked over. First master told me to come to the east courtyard. Kang accidentally interrupted Xiaoqi. Eldest sister is regulating her breath in the room. Have to wait a bit longer. Sit here. Xiaoqi said, then sat down next to Kong Han. As soon as he sat down, she leaned on his shoulder. I heard you reached the out-of-body stage. Master has only been gone for a few days, and you've changed so much. Master hasn't even taught you anything yet. Xiaoqi asked with filial concern. Third master, you were recuperating in the East Soup Valley. How is the recovery? You don't need to worry about my affairs. Xiaoqi realized something was wrong. Thinking, third master's state is a bit strange. Kong Han said sorrowfully. Recover what? There is no hope left. Xiaoqi hurriedly comforted her. Third master, I don't know what happened to you. But with me here, you will be fine. Kong Han smiled with satisfaction, looking at Xiaoqi gently. Without saying a word, Kong Han suddenly kissed Xiaoqi on the cheek. She smiled happily, but it made Xiaoqi blush with embarrassment. Xiaoqi thought to himself, why do I keep feeling like third master is teasing me? But he quickly dismissed this strange thought. Kong Han spoke first. Actually, eldest sister has arranged the next schedule for you. Soon, I will guide your cultivation. She stood up. Follow me. Then called Xiaoqi to follow her. Xiaoqi obediently followed Kong Han to a room. When the door opened, heat from inside hit his face, making Xiaoqi blurt out. So hot. Kong Han quickly explained. Recently, my body has been cold. Need to be in a place with sunlight or warmth. Eldest sister designed this room for me. It just happens to neutralize my ice-cold constitution. Bear with it a little. Xiaoqi wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead. Said it's fine. Come on, sugestit. If you feel hot, you can take off your clothes. Between master and disciple, we don't need to stand on ceremony. Xiaoqi hurriedly refused. That's not necessary. Harsh environments actually help me cultivate. Kong Han replied, all right then. Come here. Xiaoqi gulped softly, then obediently followed Kong Han. The two sat cross-legged facing each other on the bed. No one spoke a word. Kong Han suddenly reached out towards Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi panicked for a moment. Hurriedly asked, Third master? This is... Kong Han's hand Yin touched Xiaoqi's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Your heart is beating too fast. This is not good for cultivation. Xiaoqi's inner mind was in turmoil. In such a warm environment, a woman suddenly reaches out to touch a man's chest and expects the man's heart to be as still as water? What kind of grandmaster could do that? Kong Han continued, faster and faster. Like this in battle, it brings only harm, no benefit. She thought, a scorching warmth transmitting from the palm. So comfortable. Why is it like this? Kong Han suddenly withdrew her hand, pondering. Could it be because of touching Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi saw this, suspiciously asked, Third master? What's wrong? Then Kong Han moved closer to Xiaoqi. There's something on you. Xiaoqi was scared into panic. What? Kong Han continued. Why did I feel my symptoms improve significantly? Just by touching your chest? Are you carrying some artifact? Can you give it to me? Xiaoqi asked back. Artifact? I'm not carrying any artifact. Kong Han continued. Let me lean for a while longer. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned directly into Xiaoqi's embrace, immediately feeling the scorching warmth from before. Kong Han was even more certain. Indeed, it is because of him. It's like there's a fire in his chest that never goes out, completely opposite to Kong Han's calmness. Xiaoqi was terrified to the extreme at this moment. This is what's going on? Kong Han quietly pressed against Xiaqi, making his heart a tangled mess. The sound of his heart beating thump-thump echoed from his chest, resounding beat after beat. Thump-thump, thump-thump. Xiaqi was completely panicked. Face flushed with embarrassment, sweat pouring like rain. Stuttering, unable to speak. Hands hovering in midair, not knowing where to put them. Where? This is too sudden. Cheeks gradually turning pink. Kong Han looked into the distance with dreamy eyes. Lips parted. Breathing out short, heavy breaths, huff-huff. Xiaqi heard her heavy breathing. Both panicked and worried, screaming in his heart. Third Master's voice is so strange. I'm done for. I'm done for. Suddenly Kong Han raised her head. Voice low. What have you been doing these past 2 days? Asked suddenly. Xiaqi was startled into losing his composure. Stuttering, in nothing much. I just learned some techniques with Fourth Master and Second Master. Then First Master gave me an artifact. That's all the time I had. Kong Han kept her face pressed against his chest. Her jade-like eyes trembled slightly. Her voice also became a bit softer. She whispered softly. Before, I never saw anything special about you. So why, after just a few days apart, do I feel so comfortable just being near you? Xiaqi didn't expect her to confess her feelings like that. He froze for a moment, embarrassed to the point of turning beet red, holding it in for half a day before squeezing out an ah. Then he grabbed Kong Han's wrist. Glancing at her, Third Master, you said you have an ice-cold body, needing warmth to neutralize it. Kong Han leaned tiredly against Xiaqi, struggling to respond with a sound. Hearing Kong Han's emotionless answer, Xiaqi hurriedly let go of her hand. Is it related to my cultivation of Fourth Master's 9 Lee Saber technique? 9 Heavenly Fire has the fire attribute. Heaven's Tomb is a fire weapon. And I am a man with a pure yang body. Body and mind relaxed a little. Kong Han left Xiaqi's chest, slowly stood up, still closing her eyes, speaking gently to him. I don't know, but being by your side feels very comfortable. Immediately after, she smiled meaningfully. No expression could be seen on her face. Every word spoken contained deep meaning. Matters concerning me should not have been told to you. If there really is a secret that disciple shouldn't know, disciple definitely won't ask much. A few seconds later, she looked at Xiaqi dotingly again. Good boy. The scene was extremely touching. But Xiaqi felt a chill. A look of worry appeared on his face. He looked at her helplessly, thinking, here we go again. She really treats me like a cultivation puppy. Kong Han lowered her hand, knowing she had worried him. She comforted him softly. Actually, that matter can't be hidden for long anyway. My life force is exhausted. Everyone in this world will know. You are our true disciple. Also the only disciple. In the future, you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Merchant Alliance Sanctuary. Telling you is fine. Silence for a long while. Kong Han looked into the distance with empty eyes. Voice cold. I won't live much longer. Xiaqi heard her say this. Couldn't help but be shocked. What? On her face. A trace of sorrow flashed across Kong Han's expression. She explained in an even tone. Eldest sister, second sister, and little sister have always been finding ways to treat me. The 4 of us wanted to accept a disciple because of me too. If one day I really can't control the cold energy in my body, causing a catastrophe, then the 3 of them will use death to protect the safety of the Merchant Alliance Sanctuary. She said gravely, when that time comes, the disciple taught by our own hands will guard the Merchant Alliance. Just finished speaking. Kong Han took off the emerald green wrist guard she always wore, carefully folded it, placed it aside. She slowly sat down, lifted one leg, hand touching the sheer white stockings embroidered with exquisite blue patterns. She was expressionless. Carefully took off one stocking, then slowly placed the stockings and the folded wrist guard on the floor solemnly. My matter can be put aside for now. Teaching you today is the main task. She suddenly pushed roughly with her hand, shoving Xiaqi hard to the ground, leaving him no time to react. He propped up his upper body, crying out in horror. Third Master. Kong Han sat up straight majestically, looking at him silently, not answering. A moment later, her whole body radiated a chilling cold aura. Hissing continuously, she waved her hand, neither heavy nor light. Gangfan's Jade Spirit Sword, responded her call, appearing from the void, so like the person, transparent as crystal, but carrying a similarly oppressive and majestic feeling. Countless blue ice blocks, sparkling like crystal, flying around the room like a tornado, trapping the two in the middle. Countless sharp ice crystals, as if possessing life and will, flew and swirled in the air, in the blink of an eye, covering the entire room. Right at this moment, Kong Han put two fingers together, forming a seal. The rune mark on her forehead gradually spread to her chest. Her empty eyes also lit up accordingly. Kong Han was expressionless, coldly chanted, "Frost sky cold." Just finished speaking. The ice sword emitted streams of cold energy, flowing from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The condensed ice blocks shattered into countless tiny sharp crystals. They converged, like rolling dark clouds in the sky, like a surging flood, like a sudden hurricane, covering all directions, tightly trapping the two of them in the middle, forming an airtight ice cage. Xiaoqi panicked watching Kong Han slowly crawl towards him, cheeks flushed red, stuttering in terror. She was kneeling with her upper body over him, her figure plump and firm, yet incredibly slender. The translucent clothing was both modest and alluring. Lips parted, eyes full of affection looking at him unblinkingly. Seeing such a seductive scene right before his eyes, how could Xiaoqi not be moved? He sweated nervously, face red as a ripe persimmon, glancing at her, nervously gulping dryly. Suddenly, the sharp ice crystals swirling in the air abruptly changed direction, aiming straight at Xiaoqi. Just before they could turn him into a porcupine, Kong Han reached out, using two fingers to catch the tip of an ice crystal. The only seedling of the Merchant Alliance was almost lost, looking at the sharp ice tip just inches from his face. He froze stiff, face pale, cold sweat pouring out, scared speechless, mouth gaping. Kong Han saw his nervous appearance and was a bit amused, chuckling softly, words carrying a teasing tone, leisurely said, "From the beginning, if your inner mind is chaotic, and you cannot calm down, the Jade Spirit Sword will sense your aura and attack you. My Jade Spirit Sword never misses." Finished speaking, her face darkened. Hadyatinga gloomy aura, smiling dangerously at him. "I help you block this move. Now, have to see your own ability." Xiaoqi heard her say this. Startled, panicked, unbelievable, cried out with a bit of dissatisfaction. "No, impossible." The ice cage still roared like a tornado, but Kong Han sat there calmly, patting her thigh, signaling Xiaoqi to rest his head on it. Xiaoqi hesitated at first, but the next second, he laid his head on her lap without hesitation. Squeezing his eyes shut, trembling, he asked, "What is this for?" Mouth says no, but heart is blooming flowers. He happily exclaimed at his heart. "So soft, so bouncy, oh no, so cold. Master, if you want to kill me, just do it directly." "Why?" Xiaoqi lay stiff as a log on Kong Han's lap, limbs straight, tears welling up, crying boo-hoo, aggrievedly blaming her. "Why do you have a toy with me like this? Are you a devil?" In an instant, the ice blocks carrying fierce attacking intent rained down like artillery shells, but then abruptly stopped right over Xiaoqi. Hovering in midair, Kong Han remained calm and composed, looking up at the crystals standing still a few meters away from them, while Xiaoqi trembled like a leaf. Face purple, scared, speechless, Xiaoqi turned his face away, escaping the cruel reality. Two streams of aggrieved tears flowed from his empty, soulless eyes. He had nothing left to regret, screaming for his tragic fate. "I seem to understand why Yin Yu told me to stay away from Third Master. Saving life, killing people." Bit by bit, feelings settled in his heart. Xiaoqi muttered to himself in exclamation. "I thought one day apart feels like 3 autumns," was to describe a long time. In reality, his heart was a tangled mess. Features scrunched up, sweating like a bath, drawing conclusion. A woman letting you rest your head on her lap, yet demanding your heart be as still as water. That is truly the longest wait. In the room, several hours passed. Tiny ice crystals continued to swirl. Kong Han pressed her cheek against the sleeping Xiaoqi's chest, breathing evenly, stirring slightly. "Wait a moment," causing the ice crystals to drift along. Kong Han slowly opened her eyes, still sleepy, dreamily wondering, had the night passed already? She quickly sat up. With a bit of surprise and disbelief, she exclaimed, "I'm still alive. Good job." The hovering biling sword suddenly flashed with a golden light, and then gradually faded. Xiaqi, lying quietly beside her, also began to radiate a brilliant light, like the sun illuminating the earth. Kang Han was hit directly in the face by the light. Startled, she instinctively closed her eyes, raising her hand to shield them. The light is so blinding. A moment later, she opened her eyes. What met her eyes was Xiaqi sitting cross-legged, forming a mudra, eyes closed tight. Behind him radiated a pure and majestic halo, like a Buddha. It left her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Xiaqi opened his eyes. The halo behind him flashed, making him look as if he had attained great enlightenment, transcending worldly norms. He said with an incredibly serious face, "Benefactor, I have achieved enlightenment." Xiaqi kept his hands clasped before his chest, maintaining the pose with closed eyes. Seeing him like this, Kang Han beamed with joy. Her smile was as fresh as a flower. She happily clapped her hands to congratulate him. Enlightenment is good. As soon as she finished speaking, she returned to her usual calm expression, crossing her arms over her chest. She said seriously, "Wait until you completely control the 9 heavenly fire. I will pass the frost sky sword art to you. If you don't cultivate both ice and fire, your power won't be sufficient." Speaking up to here, she paused, turning her head to look at him. She suddenly dropped a sentence. "Beware of ice and fire deviation." Xiaqi, sitting in meditation, heard this, and his face instantly turned as pale as a banana leaf. Shocked speechless, Kang Han put her feet on the ground. Putting on her shoes, she lectured him. In battle, the most taboo thing is letting your mind wander. The more dangerous it is, the stronger the opponent. Kang Han looked straight at Xiaqi, pointing her finger at him. Only then can you surpass yourself. Remembering Yuan Jin Xiao's instructions, Xiaqi pursed his lips in disappointment. Feeling helpless, only in this way can I help them. Time flew by. Finally, the day of the intersect assessment arrived. Xiaqi's group stood under the sunlight, adjusting their outfits. Miyu stood beside him, praising him. "This outfit fits perfectly. It highlights your handsomeness and demeanor even more." She leaned close to his ear, whispering with hidden meaning, "Do you know who made this outfit?" Yin Yu, standing behind, was restless seeing them so intimate, looking left and right. Xiaqi raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering who. "Wasn't it second master who made it? Your sewing skills are the best." Miyu lightly licked her lips, smiling slyly, and told him, "I was busy handling Gong Mo's affairs. Where would I find the time to make clothes for you?" Saying that, she turned to Yin Yu, smiling. It was her. Hearing this, Xiaqi also turned his head to look, making a sound of surprise. Yin Yu, suddenly exposed, jumped up, panicked so much she couldn't make a sound. She turned embarrassment into anger. Turning away, she grumpily reminded them, "What are you staring at? Are you dressed yet?" The intersect assessment ceremony is about to start, but in her heart, she was delighted. It fits quite well. My eye for measurements is indeed not bad." Miyu leaned close to Xiaqi again and whispered a reminder. "Little Yuer didn't sleep for days and nights to make this battle robe for you. If you don't pass the intersect assessment, she will be very disappointed." Xiaqi didn't believe it. Rolling his eyes, he used his familiar sarcastic tone. "Fourth master usually hates seeing me the most. She would make a battle robe for me? Impossible." Hearing this, Miyu was furious. Pointing at his face, she scolded, "You really are an idiot. Really forgot?" Xiaqi raised both hands in surrender, humbly asking for guidance. "Please enlighten me, second master." Miyu shrugged helplessly. Sighing, she reminded him, "Haven't you made a bet with her? If you can earn the qualification to participate in the intersect assessment, then..." Words not finished when Yin Yu rushed over to cover her mouth. She blushed red with embarrassment, flusteredly shouting, "Second sister, have you found the travel pass from Gong Mo yet?" Finished speaking, she shyly dragged Miyu away. "Hurry up, go do business with me first." Miyu grinned at Xiaqi, not forgetting to instruct. "Think carefully." Although Xiaqi didn't understand, he still waved to the two. Yes. Wait until the two went far. Xiaqi finally realized. So it was because of the bet. Why did I forget about this? He smiled smugly. Suddenly, behind him, a girl's voice called him. "Young master." Hearing the call, he turned his head. It's Ling Dang. "You're here too?" Ling Dang stepped forward timidly, shyly handed him an item. "Candace told me to give this to you. Maybe it can help with something." Xiaoqi accepted it naturally, not forgetting to ask. Then I won't be polite. How is Candace? Already able to get out of bed. Ling Dang replied. She looked at Xiaoqi with guilt and worry, anxiously asking him, do you really want to go with us to the holy capital sanctuary? Throw this stinking fish out for me quickly. Don't dirty my floor. Remembering the fierce and brutal scene that day, Xiaoqi's aura rose, tone extremely firm, solemnly promising, I have always hated traitors. Wait until I get the travel pass. I will take you back to the holy capital sanctuary. Ling Dang was extremely moved. You spared our lives. Candace and I are already extremely grateful. She clasped her hands tightly, apologetically said to him, actually, you don't need to do so much for us. After all, you are the disciple of the four immortals, representing the Merchant Alliance Sanctuary. If not handled well, it will affect the relations between the sanctuary and the holy capital sanctuary. So, speaking halfway, Xiaoqi reached out to pat her head comfortingly, patting his chest, encouraging Ling Dang. Don't think too much anymore. Wait for me to return after the intersect assessment. The next day, on the square outside the Grand Hall, a group of disciples are discussing animatedly. Let's go, let's go. The ceremony is about to start. Must find a good spot to watch the excitement quickly. Otherwise won't be able to squeeze in later. Wonder when we will be qualified to participate in the intersect assessment? Stop dreaming. Let's go work together. A disciple spoke up to explain. Outer sect wanting to enter intersect has only two ways. One is to be outstanding enough in the annual outer sect competition, getting into the top 3. 2 is to register for the intersect assessment and achieve satisfactory results. I heard the person ranked last will be expelled from the intersect. Then isn't that very shameful? Sigh. For so many years, no intersect disciple has ever been last. It's all outer sect disciples. But today, the true disciple of the four immortals, Xiaoqi, is also participating in the assessment. If he ranks last, where will the four immortals put their faces? He was just busy bragging, not watching the road. Bumped into a tall figure, falling flat on his back. Ouch! What is this? Walking without eyes? In front of him was a tall, strong figure, six-pack abs, looking extremely handsome. Following behind was a scantily clad woman, figure voluptuous. Others hurriedly ran over to help him up. It was Tan Ying and Xiao Fangza from the Earth Sect. They are the disciples chosen to participate in the intersect assessment. Get up quickly. Tan Ying grabbed the collar of the person who just fell, scolding him, saying, I'm sorry. I was walking without looking at the road. Bumped into you. Do you need me to compensate for medical expenses? That person was scared pale. Estuterin. No. No need. The woman behind saw this and spoke up. Dan Jing. Let him go. The person named Tan Ying snorted coldly, throwing that person several meters away. Ouch. He was thrown right at Xiaoqi's feet. Xiaoqi and Tan Ying's eyes met. Neither spoke, nor did sparks fly. Xiaoqi turned his head and walked away, leaving Tan Ying and Xiao Fangza stunned in place. Tan Ying thought, is that kid Xiaoqi? Xiao Fangza. So what if he became the disciple of the four immortals? Isn't he still a useless outer sect disciple? Thinking so, he called out to Xiaoqi, hey, you are the true disciple of the four immortals? Xiao Fangza saw this. Look of disgust. Sigh, here we go again. Xiaoqi turned his head and replied, yeah, looking for me, for something? I heard when you became the disciple of the four immortals, you were only at the blood refining stage. Can you tell me what tricks you used to pass the assessment? Xiaoqi pretended not to hear clearly. Ignoring it, he said, use my feet to climb the stairs. Use my hands to break the formation. Huh, heard that you are usually sharp-tongued. Meeting today, indeed deserving of a beating. This road wasn't opened by your family. I walked past here, never causing trouble with anyone. If you didn't call me, I wouldn't have said anything. Who exactly deserves a beating? Xiao Fangza saw this, chiming in, makes sense. Makes sense. Tan Ying heard this and was red-eyed with anger, roaring at Xiao Fangza. Whose side are you on anyway? Xiao Fangza saw this and shrank back, thinking what he said wasn't wrong, so he couldn't be bothered with them. Waving his hand, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. The outer sect disciple saw this, thinking Xiaoqi's image is getting taller and taller. Tan Ying was ignored, turning anger into rage. He still intended to settle the score with Xiaoqi. Earth and stone instantly gathered in his hand. He said angrily, did I let you go? Finished speaking, he launched the earth stone, rushing straight at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi calmly waved his hand, instantly neutralizing the move. If you want to fight, later is the intersect assessment. Why the rush? You're pretty good. Blocked one of my moves. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Outer sect disciples are immune to my mockery. Don't know about this hot-tempered inner sect disciple. Could try and see. Sigh. So old and still like playing with clay? Does your earth sect usually teach disciples to plaster walls? Or fire kills? He spoke while pointing at the opponent's face. Deliberately provoking. Tanning heard this. Could only utter one sentence. What do you mean? Xiaofanza behind showed disgust again. Idiot. Did I not speak clearly enough? Is there something wrong with your brain? Who are you saying has brain problems? Only someone with brain problems asks who has brain problems. Understand? The system voice rang out. Provoked Earth Sect Disciple Tanning. Received 500 rage points. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Only this much. Have to try a bit harder. System. Tell me Tan Ying's level. Danjing. Condensing Origin 5th stage. Knowing the information, Xiaoqi began to continue. Provoking. A condensing Origin 5th stage wants to beat me? An out-of-body 3rd stage? Ha! Keep dreaming. Tanning heard this. Face pale. Stuttering. Out-of-body 3rd stage? Rage value instantly plus 3,000. Tanning was so angry he clenched his fists. Impossible. How can you be at the out-of-body stage? Xiaoqi's nird inwardly. Turns out to be a shallow-minded person. Xiaoqi spoke up to remind. One more thing I must remind you. The Merchant Alliance Sanctuary has rules. Forbidding disciples from fighting privately. I am a rule-abiding person. For the sake of fellowship, I won't report to the elders. Look out for yourself. Hearing these words, Tanning couldn't suppress his anger anymore. Who do you think you are? An outer sect disciple. What right do you have to talk to us inner sect disciples like that? Said then, he condensed stone into a saber. Outer sect is a disgrace. A sign of uselessness. Xiaofanza immediately stopped Tanning. You've gone too far. Don't act recklessly. Tanning ignored Xiaofanza's words, continuing to show off power. Tanning, haven't you lost enough face? Xiaoqi sensed something. Turning back, only to see another woman breaking Tan Ying's move. Xiaoqi thought to himself, I completely failed to detect someone behind me. Tanning spoke up. Shanbei, I thought you went to the venue. She turned around and said, such a small matter makes you this angry? And you still want to pass the intersect assessment? Tanning hurriedly panicked to explain. It was that bastard Xiaoqi looking down on everyone. I was just teaching him a lesson. After all, he's just an outer sect disciple. Shanbei immediately gave him a slap. Resounding. Slapping his face askew. So what if outer sect? So what if intersect? All are disciples of the Merchant Alliance. Xiaofanza spoke up to defend Tanning. Shanbei, Tanning has always been like this. Don't be angry. Shanbei turned away. Saying, apologize. Tanning shouted again. Oppo, apologize? Apologize to an outer sect disciple? Isn't this? Xiaofanza pressed his shoulder advising. Don't say any more. Just apologize. Shanbei glanced at him with eyes cold as ice. You brought this on yourself. Tanning was scared green. Whole body trembling. I apologize. I apologize. Xiaoqi observed his attitude. Thinking, belonging to the same sect. Why are Tanning and Xiaofanza so afraid of this person named Shanbei? If only because of strong power. It wouldn't go so far as being scared like this. Shanbei simply stood with her legs apart, already making the disciples behind tremble and hug each other. Sorry, my senior brother is usually a bit hot-tempered, but his nature isn't bad. She glanced at Tanning. Senior brother, be polite. He hurriedly bowed and scraped, sincerely apologizing. Truly very sorry. Xiaoqi also took a step back. It's fine. All are Merchant Alliance disciples. Just a small friction. Xiaoqi silently reminded himself. This isn't normal fear. I must pay attention to this character. Shanbei said, since the misunderstanding is resolved, then we 3 siblings will go first. Oh, take care. Before leaving, she turned back to say to Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, I look forward to meeting you in the intersect assessment. Xiaoqi was silent for a moment, then replied, I will try my best. The 3 disciples behind waited until they were far away to speak up. The nature of the intersect assessment. Isn't it slaughtering each other? Fighting for first place? In the end, isn't it just slaughtering each other? Before, no one ever came out unscathed. Everyone was seriously injured. Xiaoqi pricked up his ears to listen. He rubbed his hands, smilingly called, 3 senior brothers. Those 3 saw him like seeing a play god, pulling each other to dodge, changing the subject. The wind is strong today. I'll look at the sky. So blue. Let's go quickly. Xiaoqi is coming. Seeing their distant attitude, Xiaoqi couldn't help but doubt. Am I a devil? Flashing his body, blocking in front of them. Senior brothers, wait a moment. I heard you guys say. Seems like you know some inside information. We're just a bunch of outer sect rookies. Don't even have the qualification to participate. What inside information would we know? Right? Let's run, let's run. The 3 of them waved their hands vigorously. Don't know. Don't know. We still have to hurry to grab seats. No more talking. Wish you a smooth assessment. Become the light of the outer sect. The 3 held hands, running to another path. In the blink of an eye, blocked by Xiaoqi again. Intersect assessment is a battle royale mode? The 3 were startled by him. Panting, they had to stop. Huh, Xieki, you really don't know anything about the assessment? You guys know in previous years, I was just a bookworm in the library pavilion. 2 ears ignoring matters outside the window. How would I know what the intersect assessment is? Just casually listening, probing the situation. One of them sighed. Explained simply. To put it simply, it's a battle royale for survival. Whoever stays awake longer gets more accumulated points. The person in first place will receive a holy grade artifact, usable at any realm. Xiaoqi asked further. Then do senior brothers know which outstanding contestants are participating this year? That person listed enthusiastically. There's a person named Shanbei. You probably noticed just now. She is a bit strange. The others include Gong Xiang of the Water Sect, Xia Wu of the Wood Sect, Xing Taisu of the Metal Sect, Guo Gang of the Thunder Sect, Yangxin Yuan of the Wind Sect. All are seed contestants. After getting the information he needed, Xiaoqi sensibly clasped his hands and said, Thank you, senior brother, for the guidance. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's Coca-Cola, a soft drink from my hometown. Please enjoy. 3 senior brothers. If there's any new news, hope you remember to inform me. I also have spicy sticks and cotton candy. Seeing Xiaoqi being so generous, the system felt sorry for him. Host, 1 bottle of Coca-Cola cost 5,000 accumulated points. Isn't it too wasteful? He smiled, not caring. The sheep in the outer sect have already been shorn-balled. Better to turn enemies into friends. That way friends increase. Enemies decrease. Moreover, isn't the intersect assessment about to start? Inside the intersect are all lambs. Shear as much as I want. The system was silent. It had underestimated its host. The 3 disciples accepted the soda from Xiaoqi. Everyone was stunned. He waved his hand. 3 senior brothers. Goodbye. Watching his retreating back. The 3 seemed to have just reacquainted with Xiaoqi. Do you guys think Xiaoqi is more handsome? Right? It's the feeling of changing from the inside out. Transcendent and refined. Even his figure has become taller. Exactly. Then, one of them studied the soda can in his hand. How do you drink this? What is a spicy stick? The scene shifted to the entrance of the venue. Surroundings noisy and bustling. Just South Spirit Stones. 1 South Spirit Stone for a ticket. Front row seats. Choose freely. Xiaoqi looked around as he walked. Truly, where there are people, there may not be Jianghu, but there are definitely scalpers. 1 entrance ticket sells for South Spirit Stones? Why not just rob people? In a hidden corner. Xiaoqi didn't detect a masked girl who had been following him. Little sister, disguising yourself to follow others again? Yin Yu was startled. Turning around, she whispered, Second sister? Why are you behind me? Miyu didn't answer but asked back. Then why are you here? I'm afraid that brat Xiaoqi will get lost. If he misses the drawing ceremony, he forfeits his qualification. Is that so? I was also afraid that brat would get lost. Yin Yu changed the subject. Sister, shouldn't you go to the venue to watch the match? Miyu giggled. Leaning close, she said. Fairy Yin Yu, you should go up too. Seems like you forgot everything. Who forgot? I didn't forget. Yin Yu said loudly, then walked away grumpily. Oh my, this girl is quite stubborn. Scene shifted to the bustling atmosphere of the venue. Cheaper, please. 4 spirit stones, selling or not. Big brother, I worked hard to get this entrance ticket. Can't lower even 1 spirit stone. I'm almost out of money. Don't stand here hindering my business. Xing Taisu acted immediately, grabbing the person's collar. I said 4 spirit stones is 4 spirit stones. The elders of the 6 sects hate ticket scalping the most. Only then did the person see clearly who he was bargaining with. Scared, he hurriedly smoothed things over. Oh my, it's junior brother Xing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you the ticket for free. Wait, aren't you a contestant in the intersect assessment? Why buy tickets? Xing Taisu smiled, but pointed to the 3 girls behind him. Buying tickets for my little sisters. The ticket seller wanted to cry, but had no tears. Heartbrokenly pulling out 3 tickets. My tickets. Boo-hoo. Heartbroken. For tickets. After the exam, I still have to stay with my little sisters. He held 4 tickets in his hand, giving them to his sister and instructing. Vanya, later, lead the sisters to find good seats first. Wait for Big Brother to finish the exam and come find you. Big Brother, will you win? He was extremely confident. Rest assured, Big Brother is very strong. At this moment, Xiaoqi happened to pass by him. Xing Taisu was surprised. Pupils contracted. Movements also stopped. Face showing joy. Turning to ask Xiaoqi, you are Xiaoqi, right? Xiaoqi waited denied. I'm not. But in his heart, he suspected. Damn, am I that famous now? Xing Taisu said disappointedly. The sister behind him reminded. Here is Xiaoqi's portrait. Don't mistake the person. Xing Taisu compared Xiaoqi with the Xiaoqi in the painting. Stammering, a bit like, yet not quite like. Xiaoqi asked unhappily. If you can see a resemblance, you are quite a talent. Xing Taisu looked back and forth, muttering, like or not like. A moment later, he suddenly realized, oh, it is you. It's just that the person in this painting is too majestic and tall. I was completely deceived. Brother Xia, can you spar with me for a round without using spiritual power? Without waiting for Xiaoqi to agree, Xing Taisu hurriedly sealed his spiritual power. Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. Now, fight around here? Xing Taisu confirmed. Right now, Xiaoqi denied again. Waving his hand, I'm really not Xiaoqi, just a passerby coming to watch the competition. Wander behind Xing Taisu rushed over to grab his arm tightly, affirming, you are Xiaoqi. Even if you turn to ash, I'd recognize you. Turn to ash? Not to that extent, right? Behind him, he was attacked by Xing Taisu's 2 other little sisters. One hugging his leg, one hugging his waist. Fight with Big Brother. Fight with Big Brother. Fight. The little girl hugging Xiaoqi's leg even wiped snot on his pants. He shouted, hey, snot. Xing Taisu spread his arms wide, showing his healthy combative side. After the assessment starts, there might not be a chance to fight you. So I want to fight you once before the assessment starts. Just a friendly spar between fellow disciples. Stopping at the point of contact. Things haven't come to this. Xiaoqi couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. He scratched his head somewhat reluctantly. All right, fine. He sighed, muttering. Seems like a battle maniac. His brain doesn't seem to work very well either. They moved to a more open place nearby. The 3 little sisters stood in the middle as referees. This scene attracted quite a few disciples who liked to watch the excitement. What's up? Something interesting? Seems like 2 intersect assessment contestants agreed to fight before the exam. Too crowded. Can't squeeze in. Although just dealing with it perfunctorily. But Xiaoqi still seriously evaluated the opponent. Xing Taisu's situation is similar to mine. Both are out-of-body 3rd stage. Looking at his age, he's not young. Combat experience is definitely much more solid than mine. My advantages now are 1, the system. 2, the universe saint body. If I can use the universe saint body to learn the opponent's combat skills during the fight, that would be great. At this moment, Vanya shouted loudly. Spar begins. The 2 rushed towards each other simultaneously. Outside, discussions were buzzing. Fighting. Go. Don't be afraid. Xieki threw up punch. Xing Taisu just needed to lean sideways to easily dodge. His turn to counterattack. Just 1 kick to the lower body made Xiaoqi's face turn green, although Xing Taisu pulled back his leg. But the sound of eggs breaking already echoed in Xiaoqi's head, clutching his vital area tightly, retreating step by step, thinking to himself, why is this guy so vicious? Moreover, his speed is too fast, giving me absolutely no time to react. This fighting style really doesn't fit his upright image. Xing Taisu clasped his hands and said, thanks for letting me win. Although separated by a long distance, Xiaoqi still clutched his crotch. A strong opponent will make me strive to become stronger. Great. Very good. I learned it without even needing the universe saint body. After regaining his spirit, Xiaoqi cracked his knuckles to warm up. Fighting spirit burning, he shouted. Again, Xing Taisu didn't refuse. Assuming a stance. Evaluating Xiaoqi in his heart. The fight, just now. His skills were very immature. Fighting without method. My kick just now usually makes opponents lose all will to fight. Unexpectedly, he dares to fight on. Truly a young man with strong will. Must not have much actual combat experience. But there are many rumors. What kind of opponent is this exactly? A nobody in the outer sect. In a short time, became a celebrity of the intersect assessment. Now I must use my ultimate move to deal with him. Until now, no one has broken my martial arts. Xiaoqi suddenly closed his eyes, recalling Kong Han's teachings in his head. Calm down quickly. Only then can you stand undefeated. The most taboo thing in battle is impatience. The more dangerous, the stronger the opponent. The more you must maintain your state of mind. Regulate breathing. Don't let the opponent lead you by the nose. Right then, he opened his eyes, putting strength into his legs, rushing towards Xing Taisu. Swinging a punch, he smiled, preparing the ultimate move. Xing Taisu was very calm, aiming at the position, then lifting his leg and shouting. Great strong flying kick. Xiaoqi couldn't help cursing. Damn, fly your ghost leg. Luckily he reacted fast, 2 hands grabbing Xing Taisu's shin tightly. At this moment, he attacked continuously again. Von a straight punch. Called a punch, but actually a poke. Xiaoqi broke out in cold sweat, tilting his head to dodge his 2 cunning fingers. Xiaoqi was extremely dissatisfied. Just wanted to call the police. Hello, anti-fraud center? Someone named this fraudulent move. He tried to force himself to calm down, telling himself, no good. Concentration is being dispersed again, revealing too many openings. Can only barely defend. Suddenly, Xing Taichu's figure right in front of him flashed and disappeared. Xieki screamed in horror. Huh? What? A hand attack from the side of his cheek. A powerful finger flick. With astonishing speed snapped onto Xiaoqi's forehead. The sound of Xing Taichu's finger flicking Xiaoqi's skull rang out crisply. This move is called bean flick to the forehead. Xiaoqi was flicked away, falling to the ground, hurting so much tears came out. In the crowd of onlookers. Yin Yu was extremely worried, involuntarily shouting loudly. Xieki. This shout attracted the attention of everyone around. Only then did she realize she had slipped up. Crap, I accidentally called out his name. Someone grabbed her from behind. Yin Yu turned her head. It was Miyu pinching her arm. Little sister, I turn away for 1 second, and you run over to watch Xiaoqi again. Finish the main task first. She immediately denied it. I didn't. Xiaoqi, a pragmatist, knelt on one knee, hands supporting himself on the ground. After that hit, he had to look at Xing Taichu with different eyes. His combat intuition is far stronger than mine. Predicting I would take the move, he immediately changed his attack method. I take back my comment about him not being smart earlier. How annoying. Can't judge a book by its cover. Sure enough, I'm still far behind. Wei-er ran to her brother's side, extremely dissatisfied. Big brother, didn't I tell you to change the name of the move? You shouting it so loudly in front of everyone. It's really embarrassing. His other 2 little sisters looked even more disgusted. Embarrassing. I want to die. Xing Taichu patted his 2 little sisters' heads. Smiling dotingly, he promised. Who told my little sisters to be so cute? Be good. Big brother will definitely change it next time. Next time for sure. Xiaoqi dusted himself off and stood up, walking towards his siblings, opening his mouth to say, virtuous brother. Suddenly, he stopped. Words left unspoken. He froze. The moment Xing Taichu patted his sister's head, Xiaoqi noticed every callus on the back of his hand. Looks like we can't fight this match anymore. My sisters are in a hurry to find seats. You're very strong. You just aren't used to fighting yet. Fight a few more matches and you'll understand. Xiaoqi had to accept it. He evaluated in his heart. Hit and run? This Siscon is too scary. Xing Taichu made a date for a fight. Then we'll meet again in the arena. At this moment, as they were preparing to part ways, Wei-er walked up to Xiaoqi. Young Master Xia, my brother's a martial arts fanatic. He has no ill intentions. She wiped her sweat. Smiling gently, she offered a handkerchief to Xiaoqi with both hands. I will cheer for you from below the stage. Xiaoqi also extended both hands to receive her handkerchief. He looked down at the handkerchief, then looked up at her. Suddenly stunned, before he could react, Xing Taichu had already dragged his 3 sisters away. Waving goodbye, Xiaoqi looked at them, recalling the calluses on Xing Taichu's hand just now. He suddenly clenched the handkerchief in his palm. Xing Taichu's hands are full of calluses. He must train with high intensity every day. The time I spent cultivating in the spiritual space is still not enough. I want to fight against the strong. He couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't suppress the excitement and anticipation in his heart. His whole body was so hyped he laughed maniacally. Good, good. A team of 3 disciples walked by chatting. Sure enough, didn't see anything. One of them glanced at Xiaoqi and said, "Hey, isn't that Xiaoqi?" Right at this moment, Xiaoqi suddenly burst into loud laughter. This intersect assessment is definitely going to be interesting. Huh. The 3 disciples were traumatized, hugging each other tightly. His laugh is so scary. Indeed, he's not a good person. Xiaoqi retracted his excitement, very happily skipping away. Let's go. Let's go. In the wind echoed the call, Xiaoqi. He was walking when he involuntarily stopped, looking around asking, "First Master, is it you calling me? You're back from the merchant realm? Find a place with no people. I have something to say to you." Xiaoqi obediently replied, "Yes." Xiaoqi obediently walked to an uninhabited forest edge, waving a hand in the air, opening a virtual space door. Yuan Jin Xiao's avatar stepped out from it. "Xiaoqi, I was held up by some matters. Temporarily cannot return yet. I received very reliable news. There is a spy in the Grand Assembly. Don't know what the plot is." Xiaoqi frowned. "Spy? But I still don't know the origin of this spy. You must heighten your vigilance. Use the Mystic Song Talisman to contact me anytime. Also find an opportunity to report this to your 3 masters." Xiaoqi heard this, immediately replied, "Yes." Yuan Jin Xiao continued, "This intersect assessment. You are the disciple of the 4 immortals. If your results are too poor, you die." Her eyes, cold as ice, looked indifferently at Xiaoqi, as if looking at an ant. Pressure and killing intent radiating without restraint. Xiaoqi broke out in cold sweat, trembling all over. "No, wouldn't dare." She smiled slightly, withdrawing the pressure, figure gradually fading. "That's good then. I will return as soon as possible." After Yuan Jin Xiao's avatar completely disappeared, only then did he dare to gasp for breath. Even just an avatar. First Master's pressure is too terrifying. Now I must hurry to tell the 3 masters about the spy. He hurriedly ran off, running to the venue area. Xiaoqi's eyes widened in surprise. So many people. Didn't expect so many participants in the intersect assessment this year. A hand patted his shoulder from behind. Xiaoqi, he turned his head. "It's Third Master," she said, still a while before the intersect assessment ceremony. "Follow me into the restroom inside. I need your help with something." The crowd on the other side became lively at this moment. Hall Master Lotus also came to watch the competition. This year is really lively. Not only are the 4 immortals presiding, but the little princess of the Azura Hall also came. "I must perform well. Make way." Lotus stepped out. Beside her were 2 rows of men. 6 stuffed animals escorting her. "Make way. Make way." The male disciples buzzed. Hall Master Lotus is so cute. The clothes she's wearing are strange, but also very pretty. Really want her autograph. Sign on my back. Lotus looked around. Eyes suddenly lit up, happily jumping up and rushing towards Xiaoqi, startled, before he could react. She had flown over. "I came specifically to watch you compete." Only then did he recognize her. Hall Master Lotus. Lotus hugged his neck and said, "You must win, okay? I prepared a reward for you." Xiaoqi looked awkwardly at Konghan, his 3rd master. She was silent, coldly watching the 2 of them hug. A moment later, she coldly turned around. "Seems like you're very busy. Then I won't disturb you." Xiaoqi hurriedly called, "Third Master, wait." Konghan ignored him, walking straight without looking back. Lotus clung tightly to his arm, saying, "The ceremony is about to start. Fairy Konghan should go back to her seat." Looking at her lonely back, Xiaoqi panicked. Why does Third Master look like she's about to cry? Hall Master Lotus. "Third Master looking for me must be urgent. Wait for me to handle it, then I'll come find you. Is that okay?" "Of course it's okay. I am very generous." She pulled his hand, whispering, "But afterwards I want to use spirit stones to exchange for some clothes with you. Must be the newest sets." He laughed heartily, decisively said, "No problem." The male disciples nearby saw the two pulling back and forth, talking and laughing. Immediately furious. All the good cabbages have been rooted up by pigs. Goddess, stay away from that stinking man. Notifications popped up continuously. Rage value plus 50. Rage value plus 60. Rage value plus 30. One disciple even declared, "That guy is my sworn enemy." The system jumped out. Detected rage value constantly increasing. Host, please continue to perform. Ecchi got. Even if points increase, he couldn't be happy. System, don't pour oil on the fire anymore. But I don't want to anger third master. Gangang woke that distance. Suddenly felt unreconciled. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, suddenly turned back, hurriedly ran over, hugging Xia Qi's free arm. "I am very worried." He looked at her in surprise. "Third master? You," he thought to himself. "Forget it. Seems like third master isn't fighting for me with Lotus. I even suspect she completely doesn't know what intimate contact with a man means." The other disciples earlier, only a part went crazy. Now all of them went crazy. Kill this guy. Clearly a scumbag. Let go of the two goddesses. Let me. Rage value increased exponentially. Rage value plus 100. Rage value plus 300. Rage value plus 150. Rage value plus 500. My world collapses here. Oh heavens. The system appeared again and said, "Calculating rage value. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host accumulated instant 25,000 rage value. Congratulations, host accumulated instant 25,000 rage value. Total rage value has reached over 200,000. System rewards 1 layer of 9 Lee chant. Note, collect enough 6 layers of 9 Lee chant. Host will receive the achievement Martial Down Mastery." Xiaoqi looked at it in surprise. Accumulating points will take you to the peak of life. He covered his face screaming. Hope before reaching the peak of life. I won't be beaten to death by third master. Also, system, don't you think you're looking more and more like a pyramid schemer? Kong Han shook his arm urging. Xieki, hurry up. He looked at her blushing, immediately agreed. He coughed once, patted Lotus's head. Good girl. See you later. Yeah, finally experienced the feeling of petting a cultivation dog. Quite interesting too. The men on this side went mad with anger again, tearing their hair out for the third time. Even beast language screamed. I hate. After letting go of Lotus, he followed Kong Han, thinking to himself, haha, this rage value earned truly took no effort at all. Among the men behind, a woman also watching the excitement poked her head out. Is that the newly accepted disciple of the 4 immortals? Even Hall Master Lotus of the Azura Hall likes him very much. Must pay more attention to this person. At this moment the crowd also dispersed. When Xiaoqi passed by, attention suddenly stopped on Elder Lin. Her demeanor was dignified, cold and distant, but carrying a gentle elegance. Attracting gazes, the two passed each other. Both simultaneously glanced at the other, eyes filled with probing. Scene shifted to another side. Kong Han pulled Xiaoqi into a room, then locked the door. He asked, "Right now?" She asked back, "What right now?" Xiaoqi's smiled forningly, one hand placed on his chest. "As long as you don't point the jade spirit sword at me. My chest is always ready for you to lean on." She leaned closer. "Don't need the chest. I need your blood." Xiaoqi's face turned pale, a bit unable to digest her words. What? Blood fusion? Before he could do anything, his hand was grabbed by Kong Han. She gripped his wrist tightly. "Since getting close to you, the cold energy in my body has been suppressed, but it only lasted for over 10 hours. I thought if I used the blood fusion method, maybe the duration would be longer." Finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head, tucking hair behind her ear, bringing his finger to her mouth. Xiaoqi cried out in horror. Third master, her small tongue extended, suddenly wrapped by a wet sensation, warm yet mixed with a bit of coolness. Xiaoqi let out an ah, watching her intently sucking his fingertip. Right. She really is sucking blood. This feeling truly a bit strange. Like a moment later, she let go of his hand. Bright red blood still stained her lips. Her eyes looking at him changed strangely. Xiaoqi hurriedly asked, "Third master, how does sucking blood feel? Is it any better?" She replied, "No feeling." Sighing, she turned away again. "Seems like the blood fusion method doesn't work." "Fine. You go participate in the ceremony first." I still have to continue refining pills as per eldest sister's instructions. Reaching the door. Comment ça den du stupid. She turned her head to glance, saying meaningfully, just average. This sentence hit Xiaqi's ears like a thunderbolt. He almost wanted to cry. Just average. Third master. Then is there anything else I can help with? Kong Han sat down on the chair, observing the patches of frost spreading on her body. Oh, she pulled up her skirt hem again, looking at her thighs gradually being eroded by frost. Xiaqi was made to blush by her fair white thighs. Kong Han glanced at the flush on his face, then asked what's wrong, awkwardly scratching his head. La fin draidi. No, nothing. Mouth said so, but in his heart, Xiaqi screamed ceaselessly. Is she not sick, or is she setting a trap for me? Outside, aren't there countless jade spirit swords pointing at me? She ignored him. Pondering the frost on her legs, she said, if the frost doesn't recede now, half an incense stick later, it will be even more serious. Going to the East Soup Valley now is too late. Forget it. Let me see your ability. He still didn't understand her meaning. Kong Han had already started taking off her outer robe. Xiaqi was scared heart, pounding legs shaking, chanting ceaselessly in his heart. All swords, outside must be full of swords. Kong Han glanced at him, coldly ordered, come here. Xiaqi pretended to sigh tiredly on the outside, but inside he was already ecstatic. Third master, I really can't take it anymore. Come on, Uriet. Hurry up and hug me. Want to disobey your master? He wore a reluctant face, quickly stepping in front of her. Yes, hugging her tightly from behind. Like this. Do you feel the cold energy receding a bit? Kong Han didn't answer. Ordered again, front. Silence for a moment. Wait until she glanced at him. Xiaqi switched to hugging from the front. Is this better? She wrapped her arms around his back. Hug me a little longer. So warm. Xiaqi blushed, replying. A moment later, Xiaqi in her arms voiced the question hidden for a long time. Why did you contract this illness? It's not an illness either. It was just a slight error during my transformation. Yes? He didn't quite understand. Transformation? Kong Han didn't explain. Pushing him away, all right. Help me put my clothes back on. Xiaqi was stunned. Thinking, deliberately not explaining clearly, but still obediently went to get Kong Han's clothes. Yes. While letting Xiaqi help her dress, she reminded him, in the intersect assessment, you must take first place. Otherwise, I definitely won't spare you. Hearing her words, his hand movements suddenly stopped. A moment later, he replied. At this moment, she was also dressed neatly. Hidden mission, true gentleman, completed 100%. Reward is a visitation ticket to the original world. Visitation time, 48 hours. Xiaqi scratched his head blankly again. Huh. This scene shifted to before the Grand Hall. Xiaqi had left the room for a while, still feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Always feeling like Third Master treated him as a lab rat. He walked inside. Inside was already full of disciples from various sects. A hand slowly approached from behind Xiaqi, grabbing his shoulder, startling him. Xiaqi turned his head in surprise. That person asked him, Brother, may I ask your name? I am Xia Wu of the Wood Sect. You are the disciple of the Four Immortals. Xiaqi, right? Introductions done. Xia Wu laughed heartily. Xiaqi didn't understand what was happening yet. Only managed to utter 2 syllables. Saw Xia Wu lay out a pile of information lists. Among them was himself. He asked, Brother Xia. You are? Xia Wu didn't hide it. Frankly said, I am researching the data of the contestants. Didn't expect to meet the person himself. Then he picked up a paper with a picture of a chestnut-haired girl. This is the eldest Miss Gong Lu. Personality, not only gentle as water, but figure also extremely. Xia interrupted. Are you researching data or gossiping? He scratched his head shyly. Oh haha, sorry. Heard that this eldest Miss Gong is a powerhouse among the female disciples below the Tao integration 5th stage of the inner sect. Looking weak and fragile, unable to take care of herself. But one punch from her can make people unable to get out of bed for 3 years. Intuition told Xiaqi. This guy is not normal. He cupped his hand saying, Thank you, Brother Xia, for the knowledge. Very useful. I am in a hurry to participate in the inner sect ceremony. Excuse me. Xia Wu suddenly darkened his face, shouting loudly, Xiaqi, you're about to die. What? Xiaqi asked back suspiciously. Do you know what kind of existence the Four Immortals are in the inner sect? Not very clear. They are flawless stars in the hearts of all male inner sect disciples. Distant and unreachable. can only be admired from afar, not profaned. Yet the four fairy sisters were done something by you. Xiao Wu with a pained face, tears and snot streaming down. Xiao Qi turned pale with fright. That? Which one? Brother Xia, I am just the disciple of the four immortals, not someone who goes around peeping at the four immortals. He refused to believe it, grabbing Xiao Qi's collar as if to vent anger, screaming, "It is that. Don't be a thief," crying, "Stop thief here." Oof. In short, you have become a target for everyone. This intersect assessment, you are dead for sure. Xiao Qi looked helpless. I see there's an inexplicable misunderstanding between me and everyone. Xiao Wu let go of his collar at this moment, spreading hands. But if you are willing to spend 5 spirit stones to buy intel from me, I will become your ally. We join forces. We'll be extremely safe. Xiao Qi decisively refused, using his hand to block Xiao Wu approaching him. This is not necessary. 5-star General MacArthur of America once said, waiting for Xiao Qi is only first place. Unless Xiao Qi doesn't want to take first place. Temporarily, he doesn't need allies. Xiao Wu wiped the spot Xiao Qi just touched with his robe hem. Curiously asked, which great power is this General MacArthur? Xiao Qi answered him. His surname is General, first name MacArthur. Name is Douglas. 5-star is the rank. The scene shifted to the center of the square where the assessment was held. What is special about the intersect assessment? Surely everyone is already clear. This old man won't say much more. Assessment starts immediately. Number of disciples participating in the intersect assessment this time. Both inner and outer sect total 30 people, although the number is not equal to last year. But this time there are many outstanding disciples. Hope to see everyone's performance in this assessment. Gusuludli announced, inviting contestants participating in the assessment to stand neatly on the platform in the center of the square. I, along with 5 other elders, will teleport you to the assessment location. Gloomy Forest. Everyone obeyed his words. One by one, entering the center of the square. A woman among the contestants suddenly stumbled, about to fall. Just then, luckily, Xiao Qi discovered. Quick of eye in hand, he caught her. Miss, careful. Thank you, young master. He thought, so it is Gong Lu. The real person is indeed much more beautiful than in the painting. Showing white teeth. Smilingly reminding, watch your step. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Qi, all elders formed a circle, simultaneously casting spells. The formation underfoot erupted a dazzling pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. Whoosh! All contestants were teleported away. Elder Gua Su condensed true Qi in his palm. Raising it up, a giant virtual screen immediately appeared. He briefly explained the function of this thing. Images of the intersect assessment will be transmitted directly here. This place will broadcast nonstop until the intersect assessment ends. Other disciples on the stands as spectators, excitedly clapping and cheering. On the high platform, Yin Yu seemed out of place in this lively atmosphere. She lowered her eyes, both sad and worried. Restless. Miyu sitting in front of her also noticed. Little sister not feeling well? Or have something urgent to do? If there is business, just go first. She guiltily sat up straight. No, nothing. What business could I have? Miyu said coldly. Tell the truth. Yin Yu said timidly. Actually, I'm afraid Xiao Qi won't pass the assessment. Making us lose face. Come on into Yektiv. Exposing her. You aren't worried he won't pass. But worried for Xiao Qi himself, right? I just used consonants 1 thought to probe you. Third sister used consonants 1 thought to do this? Don't you think it's a waste of spiritual power? Kong Han replied. My true form is the Ice River Snow Lotus. Yin Yu turned her face away. I understand. So not only is spiritual power inexhaustible, but also leaking out. A voice reminded Yin Yu. Can't third sister speak a bit more tactfully? Making people awkward. Very embarrassing. Yin Yu didn't deny anymore. Standing up, since the 2 sisters already know. Just consider me having a stomachache. If the 6 sect elders ask, just say I went back to the Merchant Alliance Divine Temple to rest. Miyu looked at her little sister amusedly, comforting her. Little sister, rest assured. He definitely hasn't forgotten a bet with you. Just playing dumb. Wait a bit longer. Naturally, water will flow to form a canal. Yin Yu stubbornly said, I didn't think about that. I'm leaving. Whoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a fire arrow and flew away. Miyu rested her chin on her hand, chatting with Kong Han. Third sister, This girl unknowingly has developed feelings. Kang Han replied, little sister being honest is 100 times cuter than little sister being arrogant. Miyu looked down at the venue below again. This disciple of ours. Truly interesting. Scene shifted to the edge of the gloomy forest. Disciples had been teleported here. Elder Lin was already waiting here. Introducing to them. The assessment location this year is the gloomy forest, located in the southeast of the Merchant Alliance Sanctuary. After entering, the entrance will close, opening again 36 hours later. Contestants, please try to survive. Xiaoqi looked up at the ancient tree canopy. Pondering, looks like just a normal forest. Wonder if I can find a safe place. To use Sui Shun to cultivate a bit? But Elder Lin also reminded to try to survive. Proves there might be demon beasts in this forest, or dangers arranged by them. The spatial gate was opened by Elder Lin. She announced, assessment is calculated by points. Now I will open the entrance for everyone. There are heavenly bright crystals hidden in the assessment area. One crystal counts as 1 point. You can use any means to obtain heavenly bright crystals in the assessment area and reach the exit on time. Rules are very simple. You can enter now. Good luck to everyone. I will wait for everyone at the exit. Hope everyone can survive. As soon as she finished speaking, all contestants were burning with fighting spirit. Assessment begins. The last person to pass through the teleportation gate was Xiaoqi. Elder Lin instructed. Xiaoqi must survive. Inside the teleportation gate was chaotic. Xiaoqi heard bits and pieces. Did Elder Lin speak to me just now? Must have heard wrong. Gong Lu ran over quickly. Excuse me, make way a bit. Thanks. She walked towards Xiaoqi, calling out, Xiaoqi. Miss Gong Lu? Xiaoqi asked suspiciously. She looked at Xiaoqi, going straight to the point, proposing. I know what I'm about to say might be a bit abrupt, but I'm just offering a choice. The decision is yours. Just say it, don't be shy. Gong Lu whispered in his ear. My master instructed. In the early stage, must ally with other contestants. Considering the format of the competition, everyone is their own enemy. But an alliance in the early stage is indeed very beneficial. I don't know if young Master Xiao has an alliance partner yet, so I wanted to confirm. Xiaoqi didn't rush to answer, recalling Xie Wu's words. This Ms. Gong Lu is not only gentle as water, but figure also extremely beautiful. Let me think, according to Xie Wu, her strength is very powerful. Also a seed contestant. Allying with her in the early stage is indeed a good choice. The key issue lies in the later stage of the assessment. Seeing Xiaoqi's thoughtful expression, Gong Lu guessed it. Young Master Xia, I know you're worried about the later stage of the assessment. I myself have no need for first place. Why want a second place? Xiaoqi asked somewhat unbelievingly. Why? She said honestly. The artifact for first place is of little use to me. But the divine great elixir for second place is what I want. That pill is extremely important for a martial knight evil cultivator. Please, ally with me. Suddenly Xiaoqi's hand was grabbed by Gong Lu. He involuntarily retreated towards the big tree behind him. But why does Ms. Gong think I can take first place? Must know that. Before I became the disciple of the four immortals, I was only at blood refining first stage. Until now it's only been over a month. Gong Lu replied, a woman's sixth sense. This answer is enough. My sixth sense has never been wrong. Chi Gugu used a technique to hide his aura, deliberately concealing his chi mechanism, right? The address suddenly changed. Xiaoqi couldn't quite handle it. Kiki Jie. Is her intuition accurate? Or is there some secret method to probe chi mechanisms? Gong Lu held his shoulders, asking pitifully, is it okay? Kiki Jie. Of course it's okay. Xiaoqi laughed awkwardly, replying. Hearing the answer, Gong Lu stood on tiptoe. Smack! Kissed Xiaoqi on the cheek. This sudden action made him embarrassed to the point of rolling his eyes. She said, thank you Chi Gugu. I will definitely help you take first place. In a distant place they couldn't see. Yin Yu teared up, muttering to herself, Yin Yu, you really are an idiot. Going to care about such a bastard. Whoosh whoosh. Every contestant was fighting for every second. They rushed away swiftly. The man in front looked back at his companion. One of them found a crystal. He laughed with joy. Yes, our luck is great. We found a crystal as soon as we got in. Maybe this year, the two of us can create a miracle in this intersect assessment, he said eagerly. Suddenly, His companion pulled his hand and warned him. Wait, there's someone here. Xiaoqi and Gong Lu walked along a small path shrouded by trees. Gong Lu led the way. Xiaoqi couldn't help but speak up worriedly. Isn't it a bit too slow for us to be walking like this? Besides, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? Before he could finish, Miss Gong Lu's sixth sense kicked in. Gong Lu walked over. Whoosh! She lifted his gaze to the sky. She said, look up there. Xiaoqi looked up. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, it's real. Gong Lu said softly. Brother Qi, do you believe in my sixth sense now? Xiaoqi was thoroughly convinced. He gave her a thumbs up. Gong Lu moved closer. She whispered, there are two little rats who like to eavesdrop in the nearby trees. After hearing this, Xiaoqi replied, let's test them in a bit. Do they like to eavesdrop? Or do they like crystals? With that, he lowered his eyes to look at Gong Lu. And I'll test you while we're at it. He pushed off the ground and leaped up. He jumped towards the crystal's location. He decisively reached out his hand. He snatched the crystal floating in midair. He held the crystal in his hand. He let out a provocative shout. Wow, what a big crystal. This trip was totally worth it. Just then, whoosh, an orange-haired man leaped out from behind Xiaoqi. He intended to snatch the crystal from his hand. Xiaoqi played along with the plan. He shouted loudly. Catch! He forcefully threw the crystal towards the orange-haired man's companion. He yelled, oh no. My hand slipped. The other man struggled to catch it. He cursed, you call this your hand slipping? Unexpectedly, Gong Lu had appeared beside the blue-haired man at some point. How dare you steal our crystal? The man was terrified. Gong Lu, he thought to himself. It flew right into my face. It's a trap. Realizing something was wrong, he threw the crystal towards his companion. He shouted, Li Kai, take the crystal and run. Xiaoqi is trying to trick us and kill us. At the same time, a murderous glint flashed in Gong Lu's eyes. She made her move against him. Bam! Gong Lu sent the man flying with a single palm strike, smashing him into a tree trunk. It created a deep crater. The blue-haired man foamed at the mouth. He passed out. Xiaoqi watched the scene. He couldn't help but click his tongue. He thought, TSK, so gentle like water. The orange-haired man didn't let his teammates' heroic sacrifice go to waste. He hurriedly caught the crystal flying towards him. But he didn't know that something was flying towards him from behind as well. It was Xiaoqi, wielding a fire blade, ready to roast him. Luckily, the orange-haired man reacted quickly. He dodged to the side. Xiaoqi's fire blade slammed into the ground. With no one to catch it, the crystal fell to the ground. The orange-haired man was furious. He gathered his strength, wanting to counterattack. He shouted, Xiaoqi, you should know when to quit. Just then, Gong Lu rushed in from behind. An uppercut sent him flying into the sky. He flew away, leaving behind only an unfinished sentence. And leave yourself a way out. Xiaoqi thought with dissatisfaction. Why am I getting blamed again? After her merciless attack, Gong Lu pretended to be exhausted. She regulated her breathing. Phew, finally dealt with him. Those two were pretty strong. Xiaoqi looked at the cracked ground beneath her feet. He was stunned. Oh my god. Gong Lu bent down and picked up the crystal. She handed it to Xiaoqi. Brother Qi, here's the crystal you just dropped. Xiaoqi scratched his head. He replied sheepishly, it's all my fault my hand slipped. Looking at the crystal in his hand, he thought, if you put it that way, he looked up at the hole in the canopy that the orange-haired man had just blasted through. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Yeah, it really is my fault. Then he turned to Gong Lu. He praised her sincerely. Miss Gong Lu, you're really strong. Gong Lu replied with dissatisfaction. How can you say a girl is strong? That's so rude. After saying that, Gong Lu pretended to be weak again, leaning into Xiaoqi's arms. Young Master Xia, you have to protect me well from now on. That's the only way I can help you in first place. Xiaoqi was also flustered. Miss, what are you doing? And so, the number of participants in the assessment was reduced by 2. Remaining participants, 28. This disciple was sent flying by Gong Lu. He crashed into a tree trunk. The force was so strong that it punched a large hole through the tree. Broken branches littered the ground. The other disciple was also seriously injured. He was unconscious at the base of a tree. Just then, Xiaoji walked over. She nudged the disciple with her foot. She said smugly, Tisk, tisk. What do you call this? Sent to the Western Paradise? After confirming the disciple's condition, Xiaoji turned her head and called for Wang Wang. Wang Wang was hiding behind a nearby tree. Wang Wang, What are you doing looking around like that? Get over here and get to work. Wang Wang, who was hiding, jumped when she heard Xiao Ji call. She replied fearfully, "Yes, ma'am." Wang Wang was too scared to step out. She continued to hug the tree trunk and asked Xiao Ji, "Sister Xiao Ji, what is it?" She even tried to explain herself. I wasn't looking around." Xiao Ji was a little annoyed by Wang Wang's behavior. She turned around, leaning on her crutch, and reminded her, "Wang Wang, in terms of strength, you're stronger than me. Yet you're so obedient. What are you afraid of?" Wang Wang came closer. She hugged Xiao Ji's arm and said, "Isn't it really dangerous?" This intersect assessment encourages everyone to kill each other. Seeing that Wang Wang was still scared and seemed to have forgotten why they were here, Xiao Ji reminded her, "We're here to kill people. Have you forgotten? We spent over a year infiltrating the outer sect, pretending to be stupid and weak, hiding our cultivation levels. Wasn't it all for today?" Although she understood the reasoning in her heart, Wang Wang still felt uneasy. That may be true, but it's really dangerous. Wang Wang was worried Xiao Ji would be unhappy after hearing that. Her big, watery eyes looked at Xiao Ji as she hugged her sister's arm tightly. She was testing her attitude. "Sister Xiao Ji, you won't hate me, will you?" But Xiao Ji didn't really want to get angry with Wang Wang. She comforted her, "I could get angry at anyone, but not you. But you have to at least do something. Otherwise, when the boss shows up, he'll give you another good beating." Remembering the time Wang Wang was tied up and whipped by the boss, Xiao Ji patted Wang Wang's head encouragingly while recalling that image. Wang Wang immediately buried herself in Xiao Ji's arms, sobbing, "No, I don't want that." Seeing that Wang Wang finally understood the stakes, Xiao Ji smiled and handed her a sword. She reminded her, "Go do what you're supposed to do." Trembling, Wang Wang took the sword from Xiao Ji with both hands. She held the sword with both hands. Her whole body was shaking. She closed her eyes and approached the still unconscious disciple. He was completely unaware of the impending danger. As she got closer, Wang Wang peeked through one eye. She gathered all her courage. She decisively stabbed the sword through the disciple's throat. Xiao Ji stood by, watching Wang Wang's actions. She smiled mockingly. Wang Wang couldn't control her strength. The sword was knocked to the side, and she herself fell with a thud at the man's feet. Fresh blood splattered all over her. Seeing Xiao Ji mocking her, Wang Wang said in a panic, But you told me to do it." Xiao Ji said to Wang Wang, "Wasn't I afraid you'd be craving it? Back in the outer sect, it was hard to find even a little blood for you to drink. This intersect assessment allows us to kill. This is nothing. You have to seize the opportunity." "Yes." Hearing this, Wang Wang replied dejectedly. Xiao Ji walked over. She lifted Wang Wang's chin to look at her. "Wang Wang, look at you. Your face is covered in blood again. You're such a messy little cat." Although her words were critical, Xiao Ji still bent down and kissed Wang Wang. She licked the bloodstains off her face. Wang Wang's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Xiao Ji. After she was satisfied, Xiao Ji let go of Wang Wang's face. She licked her lips and said cheerfully, "I like my kittens clean." Back to Xia Qi and Gong Lu. The two continued deeper into the forest. The forest was gloomy. There wasn't a single breeze, nor did any sunlight penetrate the canopy. Even during the day, you could see the light of fireflies. Gong Lu paid no mind to the unusual scenery here. She skipped ahead, catching fireflies to admire, and said, "So beautiful." Xia Qi watched Gong Lu's back from behind. He still paid no attention to his surroundings. He asked doubtfully, "Are we being a little too relaxed?" A moment ago, Xia Qi had clearly seen the strength Gong Lu displayed when fighting that disciple. He thought this person, with her strength, she could easily get whatever she wants. Out of all the people she could have chosen, asterisk, she chose me asterisk. Something's not right here. Just then, a notification popped up from the system. It reminded Xia Qi, "Host, remember to use the time God's spiritual space to cultivate." Xia Qi knew, but he could only sigh. Since he was with Gong Lu right now, he'd have to wait until she was asleep tonight. Gong Lu, walking ahead, deliberately tripped on a tree root. She put on a clumsy act. She stumbled towards Xia Qi. She didn't forget to pretend to cry out, "I am falling." Xia Qi immediately caught Gong Lu. He shouted, "Be careful." Gong Lu saw that her plan had succeeded. She fell into Xia Qi's arms. She started playing the damsel in distress. She placed her hands on Xia Qi's chest. Her big, watery eyes looked at him. Her tone was coquettish. Brother Chi, can I call you Chi Chi? And you can call me Lulu, okay? Xiao Qi didn't fall for Gong Lu's attempt to get closer. He asked in return, are we that close? Gong Lu immediately said, nicknames have power. They can bring us closer. Make us more intimate. Don't you think I'm right? Xiao Qi acted like a show host. He spread his arms and announced, so, no, I'm Kiki. And she's Lulu. We're the yin-yang weirdo duo. Back to reality. Hearing what Xiao Qi said, Gong Lu turned around. She started pretending to be obedient. She giggled and said, but Xiao Qi, aren't you, Chi Chi, also in no hurry? Chi Chi must have a good plan, right? Please tell me. Xiao Qi raised his hand. He voiced the doubt in his heart. This crystal collecting activity is meant to encourage everyone to fight each other, right? Everyone will definitely compete. They'll fight each other, right? Hearing this, Gong Lu clasped her hands together. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Xiao Qi. Chi Chi is right. Gong Lu jumped up and down like a child who'd been given candy. She chattered on, I know what you mean. If this is a brutal competition for survival, then whoever can conserve their strength until the end will have a greater chance of winning. Even if, in the end, we might not be able to defeat the strongest person with the most crystals, there's no need to waste our spiritual power from the very beginning. Seeing that Gong Lu had said everything he was thinking, Xiao Qi said, that's exactly what I meant. Seeing that Xiao Qi agreed with her, Gong Lu smiled happily, that's right. It's better to just snatch someone else's final prize. On the surface, Xiao Qi was still smiling and talking with Gong Lu, but in his heart, he was complaining. She clearly knows everything, but still pretends to be innocent. In the end, won't most of the work fall on me? Gong Lu didn't know what Xiao Qi was thinking. She continued to speak. If we win, it proves we deserve it. It's just a little tiring. If we lose, it also proves that we couldn't protect the crystal in the process. Xiao Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. But what we can think of, others can think of too. Gong Lu didn't care about these complicated matters. She bent down and took off her shoes. She dipped her feet into the water to play. She gently brushed her hair with her hand and said, judging from the results and processes of the past few dozen intersect assessments, there are very few who can truly hide when they want to. They always end up getting dragged into all sorts of things. In the end, they're forced to fight to the last. Hearing this, Xiao Qi was overjoyed. I'll take any rest I can get. He calculated, this way, I could buy at least 48 hours. By then, I'll find an excuse to use the time God to cultivate. Gong Lu held out her hand and said to Xiao Qi, give me the crystal. Xiao Qi didn't hesitate. He handed the crystal they had just snatched to Gong Lu. Gong Lu threw the crystal into the stream without a second thought. Xiao Qi, who was behind her, saw this. He hurriedly called out to Gong Lu and asked, hey, Lulu, what are you doing? He had already seen through Gong Lu's act earlier. So Xiao Qi played along with her. If you're going to act, then I'll act too. The crystal floated on the water's surface. It drifted away with the current. Gong Lu turned around and explained, holding the crystal is like holding a target. Without the crystal, our opponents won't have a reason to fight us, unless their target isn't the crystal. Then Gong Lu turned around. She lifted her foot and playfully splashed the water. Chi, why don't we relax for a bit? Since Gong Lu had said so, Xiao Qi had to agree with this method. I guess this is the only way. Kong Han walked and reminded Xiao Qi. They've been lying in ambush for so long. To make a move at this time, they must have inside help. I'm worried their target is you. You're only at the Tongshu realm right now. I'm really worried I won't be able to protect you completely. Right now, you're fourth master and I will put you in the spiritual space for nearly 4 years. To reach the He Dao realm, the fifth realm. Hearing this, Xiao Qi let out a cold laugh. Targeting me? Huh. I really am that outstanding. Xiao Qi clasped his hands, bowed his head, and replied to Kong Han. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint my two masters. I will definitely swallow them alive, skin them, and pull out their bones and tendons, whoever dares to cause trouble. Xiao Qi immediately asked Kong Han with confusion. So what are we learning now? Kong Han, walking ahead, turned her head and instructed Xiao Qi. Go build a house. Xiao Qi respectfully bowed with clasped hands. He replied reflexively. Then he immediately looked up in surprise. Yin Yu saw that he still didn't understand. So she explained, Chi, we plan to stay here for 4 years. Are we going to sleep under the stars? Yin Yu is still unhappy. So she made things difficult for him. Go chop wood. You're not allowed to use any skills. Rely entirely on your physical strength. This is the first step of your training. After Xia Qi went to chop wood, Kong Han and Yin Yu sat on the ground to rest and wait for him. Yin Yu rested her chin on her hand. She looked sullen and unhappy. Kong Han saw Yin Yu's expression. She asked, "Little sister, why are you angry again?" Yin Yu pouted and said, "Why does he get to call someone else Lulu? And why does he let someone else call him Chi Chi? Is it just because of this?" Kong Han asked. Yin Yu looked at her unhappily. She said, "He is a disciple of us, four immortals. He belongs only to us. I don't like him being too close to other women." Hearing what Yin Yu said, Kong Han turned around and patted her little sister's head. "Little sister, you like him, don't you?" Hearing Kong Han's question, Yin Yu immediately blushed and explained. "He was the one who said if he won the bet, he would marry me." Yin Yu stammered. I lost. I was willing to lose the bet. I just don't want to be someone who breaks their promise." Hearing her little sister's explanation, Kong Han understood. She comforted Yin Yu. "If he doesn't marry you, I'll break his arms and legs. I'll lock him in a formation. That way, when you want to see him, you'll know where he is." Hearing how Kong Han would deal with Xia Qi, Yin Yu immediately covered her mouth to stop her from talking. She was afraid she would really do that to Xia Qi. "Third sister, that's too much. It's not that serious, is it?" Yin Yu sighed to herself. If it's third sister, she really would do something like that. How terrifying. Yin Yu immediately explained to salvage the situation. "He's also interesting. He can make everyone happy. Originally, when I was guarding the Southern Grand Array, I had a group of underlings to talk to, although none of them could withstand a single blow from me. But now that my sisters have promoted me to one of the four immortals, I don't have any friends left." Yin Yu said sadly. "The Shaman Divine Hall is cold and lonely, and there are the 6 elders of the 6 sects fighting amongst themselves. Since he arrived, my 3 sisters have also smiled more. But I hope the 5 of us can be together forever." Just then, Xia Qi returned from chopping wood. He called out loudly, "Third master, fourth master," he asked excitedly. "I chopped down 20 trees with my bare hands." Hearing that he chopped down trees with his bare hands, Kong Han wanted to see his condition. She said, "Let me see your hands." Hearing that Kong Han wanted to see his hands, Xia Qi immediately hid his hands behind his back. He said guiltily, "It's nothing, really." Seeing his attitude, Kong Han stood up, walked over, and said to him, "Your master's word is heaven's command." Seeing no other way, Xia Qi silently held out his hands for Kong Han to see. Kong Han took Xia Qi's hands. She looked at the scratches on them and said, "They're bleeding." Xia Qi immediately said embarrassedly, "It's okay. It's nothing." Seeing that Xia Qi thought Kong Han was concerned about him, Yin Yu from behind threw a bucket of cold water on him to wake him up. Let me translate third sister's words for you. What she means is, if even chopping trees with your bare hands scrapes your hands, then you're still far from ready. Kong Han expects la net to Xia Qi. Your cultivation does indeed progress faster than ordinary people. Like the Ling Xue realm, the first realm is the foundation laying stage, a magnificent jade tower. If its foundation isn't deeply rooted in the earth's veins, then no matter how grand and majestic it looks on the outside, or how many treasures it holds, when the storms come and lightning strikes, it will also teeter on the verge of collapse, and eventually it will crumble to dust. Xia Qi listened to her words. He clasped his hands in thanks. "I understand." After saying that, without another word, he turned and ran off to chop more trees to practice. Kong Han watched Xia Qi's retreating figure, although she knew this was for his own good. The thought of the wounds on his hands made her a little worried. After Xia Qi ran off, he found several large tree trunks. Ignoring the wounds on his hands, he forcefully chopped at the tree trunks. 5 hours later, Xia Qi had been practicing nonstop. Finally, he had some results. Now, every time he swung his hand, he could see a stream of white qi. That qi was strong enough to shatter a large rock. Xia Qi happily rubbed his hands. Third master should be much more satisfied with this, right? He used his Qiankuan sacred body to sense it. My physical body should be at its maximum level now. The rest of my cultivation should go smoothly if there are no surprises. Afterward, Kong Han and Yin Yu came to see the results of his training. Xia Qi had cleared all the trees. He had turned the area into a clearing. Kong Han praised him with satisfaction. Your comprehension is very high. Even the unhappy Yin Yu couldn't help but praise him. You little brat. You learn really fast. Being praised, Xiaoqi scratched his head shyly. It's all thanks to my master's good teaching. Suddenly, he was surprised to see Kong Han holding a wooden basin. Third master, why are you holding a wooden basin? Seeing his confusion, come under plead. I want to take a bath. Kong Han said shyly. I still have to treat my injuries tonight. Hearing that Kong Han had to treat her injuries, Xiaoqi immediately blushed. He thought, treating injuries? It's not that kind of treatment, is it? Yin Yu also came over and instructed Xiaoqi. I'm a little hungry. How about I go bathe with third sister? You can make something for me to eat in the meantime. Hearing this, Xiaoqi could only silently accept the order and go find food. Yin Yu immediately called out excitedly. Third sister, wait for me. She left Xiaoqi behind. She immediately chased after Kong Han. Xiaoqi could only watch them go to bathe. He sighed. Then he also hurried after them. Wait for me. Let's go together. Sitting by the waterfall, Kong Han instructed Xiaoqi. Cheer, help me with my clothes. Xiaoqi respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Yes, third master. He immediately stepped forward. He stood behind Kong Han and helped her undress. After taking off her clothes, Kong Han immediately stepped into the water. She soaked herself and bathed. Yin Yu was not in a hurry to bathe yet. She turned to ask Xiaoqi, What delicious food are you planning to make for me? Hearing Yin Yu's concern about food, Xiaoqi turned his head and replied, How about grilled fish? I saw some fish in the pool. Yes, but before I cook, I have a small question. I hope fourth master can answer it. Yin Yu opened her eyes wide and looked at him. What is it? Xiaoqi rubbed his chin. He asked worriedly. I heard that fourth master was once frozen by third master. Is third master? Xiaoqi secretly glanced at Kong Han, who was bathing. He was afraid she would hear. He leaned close to Yin Yu's ear and whispered, Moody? Yin Yu listened silently until he finished. She replied softly, Not really. To be precise, she wasn't like this before. It's just that after third sister got sick, that illness is extremely difficult to control. If her mood fluctuates, it gets even worse. That's why she acts so cold. She seems hard to get close to. I've reminded you before. Don't provoke her. Hearing this, Xiaoqi sighed with understanding. So that's how it is. Yin Yu looked at her hands and sighed. My strength has weakened recently. It's because I treated third sister's injuries in the East Tang Valley last time. Her sway can ice soul invaded my body. I need to use my own strength to suppress it. Even a single wisp is hard to bear. I really don't know how hard it must be for her normally. Xiaoqi said in surprise. No wonder I felt that fourth master's condition has been a bit off recently. So that's what it was. He calculated the pills I got from second master last time are all highly nourishing. I'll add some for fourth master when I cook later. I'm my master's favorite disciple after all. Yin Yu crossed her arms, remembering the feeling of being frozen by Kong Han. It's not like the feeling of third sister freezing me. Besides the bone-chilling cold, I also felt like my whole body was being drained. My dantian felt heavy. Yin Yu was worried that Xiaoqi wanted to treat Kong Han's injuries. So she reminded him, in short, a normal freezing is enough for you to handle. It's best not to experience this one. After saying that, Yin Yu suddenly turned her head. She gave Xiaoqi an indignant look. Any other questions? If not, when are you going to cook for me? Seeing her change in attitude, Xiaoqi quickly jumped into the water. I'll go catch fish for you right now, master. Suddenly, a piece of clothing floated on the water. Xiaoqi saw it. He turned back and asked Yin Yu, what should I do about this? It turned out that this set of clothes belonged to Kong Han. It had fallen into the water. Yin Yu covered her mouth and gave him a mischievous smile. You figure out yourself. Didn't you give that girl named Lianhua a lot of clothes? You must have a lot of stock, right? Hearing what Yin Yu said, Xiaki froze, feeding gigiti. Then he rubbed his chin, remembering his system. How could I forget about the existence of CG? As soon as he thought of it, the CG system appeared. It reminded him new arrivals. The choice is yours. Xiaoqi rubbed his chin. A sly smile appeared on his face. Nice. In my imagination, if third master and fourth master were the clothes I picked, imagining Kong Han and Yin Yu in the outfits he chose. Several R-rated images flashed through Xiaoqi's mind. Xiaoqi nostrils flared. He smiled and thought about tonight. A costume change. A costume change. Tonight is a private costume party. He excitedly splashed the water to catch fish. He couldn't help but think to himself, this time, I'm the only one who gets to enjoy the show. Hee hee. The fish were sent flying everywhere by his excited movements. Countless fish landed flopping on the bank. Xiaoqi smugly wiped his nose. Plan B. I'm just too brilliant. Just then, Yin Yu shout pulled him out his daydream. Xieki. Xiaoqi looked around blankly. The water around him had been splashed dry. Fish were flopping on the ground, and Yin Yu was standing not far away. She hadn't even had a chance to change and get in the water. She had been splashed, soaking wet by him. She said through gritted teeth, Xieki, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Seeing this, Xieki replied in a panic. Huh? Xiaoqi turned his head to look at Yin Yu. She was soaked from head to toe, revealing her exquisite curves. He thought worriedly to himself, oh no, I was too lost in thought just now. I couldn't control my strength. He felt a chill run down his spine. Xiaoqi broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced at Kong Han. He stammered, third master. Kong Han cut him off. I said, I want to take a bath. Sensing trouble, Xiaoqi quickly took off his outer robe. He hurried over and draped it over Kong Han. He said with a smile, I was just splashing some water to help you bathe. Kong Han saw his actions. She was silent for a moment. Then she raised her hand and mumbled an incantation. A seal appeared from her hand. Immediately after, several ice pillars shot straight towards Xiaoqi. It scared him so much his face turned pale. She said, you must pay the price for your mistakes. On the other side, Yin Yu was holding a flopping fish. She closed her eyes and sighed. Xiaoqi, am I still going to get to eat fish? At this moment, Xiaoqi looked at her with tears in his eyes. He wailed, fourth master. Do you think this is a good time to talk about that? As evening fell, from the crack of a wooden house's door, warm light and the sound of conversation could be heard. Third master. How is the water temperature? The room was filled with steam. Kong Han closed her eyes slightly. She felt the water temperature for a moment before replying. A little hotter. Xiaoqi happily added some hot water to their bath barrel. Meanwhile, Yin Yu leaned against the side of the barrel. She was enjoying the pleasant feeling. Kong Han silently looked at her hands. All 5 fingers were frozen. She thought, looks like another sleepless night. Yin Yu saw this and worriedly took her hand. Third sister, what should we do about this? Kong Han gently patted her head. It's okay. Xiaoqi can help alleviate it. Hearing Kong Han say that, Yin Yu was relieved. That's good then. She also thought to herself, I think I can help too. Kong Han said politely, I'll have to trouble you. Xiaoqi immediately replied, whenever third master needs me, I will definitely be by your side. But Yin Yu, at the side, muttered to herself, hasn't it already been once or twice? Just as Xiaoqi was about to leave, Yin Yu suddenly spoke up. Xiaoqi, are the clothes ready? I'm a little dizzy. Let's not soak anymore. Xiaoqi quickly replied, they're folded and hanging on the rack next to you. Then I'll wait outside for you 2 masters. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqi immediately turned and walked out. A moment later, Yin Yu stepped out of the warm bath. Third sister, I'll go out first. If you need my help with anything later, I can do it. Kong Han replied with a hum. Yin Yu walked to the clothes rack. She reached out and took the clothes Xiaoqi had prepared for her. The scene shifts to Xiaoqi. He was sitting by the fire, talking with CG. CG, I still want to ask you something. Why did you issue a mission to protect Gong Mo? I find it very strange. You issued a mission to defeat Gong Mo and capture Gong Mo, but you also asked how to enter the sacred capital's holy land. This process doesn't seem logical. The system immediately replied, unknown. Xiaoqi continued, it seems someone doesn't want me to know. Xiaoqi knew that no matter how much he pressed, it would be useless. He wouldn't get any results. He gave up. Forget it. After I get out, I'll ask my 2 masters if they can interrogate him for any clues. I'll investigate it myself. Xiaoqi was leisurely lying on the grass. Suddenly, he was startled by a scream from the small wooden house. Third master, what happened? Xiaoqi quickly rushed towards the wooden house. Without thinking, he pushed open the door and barged in. Yin Yu said shyly and stammered, Xieki, this outfit. Why is this outfit so strange? Xiaoqi spoke up to explain. Fourth master, I saw it was getting late, so I thought something simple would be more comfortable for sleeping. Besides, this is casual wear from my hometown. I thought fourth master would like it. It seems I was too presumptuous. I didn't consider the difference in customs. Yin Yu shyly suggested to Xiaoqi, I should probably change into something else. Can you give me another set? Just then, Kong Han, having changed into the clothes Xiaoqi prepared, walked out. Xieki, Xiaoqi saw how Kong Han looked in that outfit. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so beautiful." Xiaoqi praised her endlessly. "As expected of me, it really suits Third Master." Kong Han suddenly asked, "Are there any other clothes of this type?" "This dress is too long. It's a bit cumbersome." Xiaoqi and Yin Yu were both stunned. Huh. Xiaoqi couldn't believe his ears. He thought, what does this mean? Third Master, actually. Seeing that Xiaoqi didn't answer her question, Kong Han asked impatiently, "Are there any or not?" Xiaoqi blushed beet red. He quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Xiaoqi quickly took out 2 other sets of clothes. "Two masters. I offer these to you. Please accept them." Yin Yu shyly snatched one set and immediately ran off to change. After Yin Yu left, Kang Han approached Xiaoqi. She whispered, "Tonight, after little sister is asleep, come find me." Xiaoqi replied, "Yes." His gaze fell on a frozen part of Kong Han's leg. He thought, Third Master already had ice on her when she was bathing just now. It seems tonight will be very uncomfortable. A moment later, Yin Yu came out in her new clothes. This one is acceptable. But in her heart, she was extremely surprised. I never expected the clothes from Xiaoqi's hometown to be so different from here. In the future, if something happens between me and him, I'll have to follow the local customs. Yin Yu shyly walked to Xiaoqi's side. She asked him timidly, "Xiaoqi, how does this one look?" Xiaoqi was so stunned he was speechless. This was the first time he had seen Yin Yu like this. Xiaoqi didn't answer. Yin Yu had to ask again, "Does it not look good?" Xiaoqi shyly turned his face away. He replied to Yin Yu, "It suits you very well." As Xiaoqi and Yin Yu were talking, Kong Han walked out. This is also a novel experience. The other two turned their heads to look at the same time. Xiaoqi was stunned. "I can't let Third Master wear this kind of clothing in the future. It doesn't suit her at all. It'll be the death of me. I'll probably die from being drain dry." Sob. After settling the clothing issue, the scene shifts to outside the wooden house. On the stove, a pot of broth was boiling. The aroma filled the air. It attracted 3 pairs of sparkling eyes in the grass, not far away. Xiaoqi poured the medicinal liquid from a red bottle into a bowl of noodles. He muttered, "The red bottle contains the essence-nourishing and origin-consolidating pill. It awakens one's primordial essence." Second Master said so. I shouldn't have remembered it wrong, right? My hand has already poured it. Why is my brain still hesitating? He guiltily scratched his chin, but it doesn't seem quite right. It should be fine if I took the wrong bottle. Second Master dared to leave the pills in such an easy-to-reach place. At most, the effects will just be different. Mmm, it smells so good. What are you cooking? Yin Yu suddenly spoke up excitedly. She interrupted Xiaoqi's train of thought. He quickly hid the bottle behind his back. His mind spun rapidly. He made up a reason. Hot and sour glass noodles. This afternoon, when I was taking a break from catching fish, I took the opportunity to chop some trees. Then I found some cassava and made some glass noodles. Spicy food might help Third Master dispel some of the cold qi in her body. After saying that, Xiaoqi quickly picked up a bowl. He coaxed Fourth Master, "Hurry up and eat." Yin Yu happily reached out to take it. She giggled and praised him. "It smells so good. Good disciple. You don't forget your master when you have good things. Yan Yu urgid xieki. You should go quickly." So Xiaoqi took a bowl and walked towards Third Master's room. He left Yin Yu sniffing the bowl of noodles. La 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 la. Smells so good. Smells so good. This kid is such a foodie. Xiaoqi placed the bowl of noodles on the table. He looked towards the bed and called softly, "Third Master, have something hot to eat." Kang Han replied indifferently. Seeing that the person on the bed didn't move, Xiaoqi worriedly approached and called out, "Third Master, are you all right?" Kong Han reminded him softly, "Don't be so loud. I don't want to worry little sister." Xiaoqi lowered his voice. "Third Master, you told me to come find you after dark. Is it, you want me to help you alleviate the symptoms of your relapse?" Kong Han propped herself up and slowly sat up. "Come and sit here." Xiaoqi quickly sat down on the edge of the bed. He asked worriedly, "Is there anything else I can do?" Kong Han leaned close to Xiaoqi. She tried to absorb his warmth. "Good. There's still some warmth." She looked up at Xiaoqi. "Besides the matter of the mole this time, there's one more thing that needs to be verified." Xiaoqi was confused. "Verify what?" Kong Han suddenly stood up. She walked in front of Xiaoqi. He called out in confusion, "Third Master?" Kong Han reached out and pushed Xiaoqi down onto the bed. "Ah!" He cried out in surprise. He looked up at Kong Han. She slowly took off her thin outer robe. She walked to the side of the bed. She placed her knee between his legs. She leaned down close to Xiaqi. She spoke suggestively. Before I came, second sister said that your essence blood might be the best medicine for me. But I've drawn your blood before. It had no effect. I guess what she meant was probably something else. You should know what dual cultivation is. The world is vast. All things come in countless forms. Each has its own Tao. Cultivators share spiritual qi through dual cultivation. They borrow each other's strength to reach a higher level of cultivation. As Kang Han seduced him, she reached out to caress Xiaqi's face. His face was flushed. His eyes were hazy as he looked at the person above him. He thought, although this is a bit sudden, I have to say, Third Master really knows what she's doing. With his last bit of reason, Xiaqi expressed his willingness to offer himself. If doing this really works, I'm willing to help Third Master, as long as it can cure Third Master. Anything is fine. I get both the credit and the prize. Hearing this, Kang Han paused for a moment. Then she smiled faintly. She moved to the side and sat up properly. She asked doubtfully, what makes you think you can withstand it? The cold qi in my body is far beyond what a human can imagine. Aren't you afraid of turning into a frozen corpse? Xiaqi remained in the same position. He tried to explain. After all, I climbed the Jade Heaven stairs and broke the 9 Heavens Tribulation Annihilation Formation. That's how I was able to become your disciple. I believe this isn't just a delusion. He talked a big game. But in his heart, he was thinking, could this be the correct way to use the invincible golden body? After a long time, the two of them still sat on the bed in awkward silence. Kang Han lowered her eyes. She said sadly, in this situation, I shouldn't be the one to initiate it. Right? You might die. It's not too late to back out now. At least I've given you the right to choose. Xiaqi still sounded strong on the outside. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have become your disciple. But in his heart, he was already regretting it a little. He wasn't stupid. He had calculated. If it can really cure Third Master, it would be a meritorious deed. But as she said, can my primordial yang really neutralize the cold qi in her body? If the yin qi is much stronger than the yang qi, the yang qi will be devoured. I agreed without hesitation just now. Thinking back, it was because I was mesmerized by her beauty. I could very well die on the spot from my body exploding. I wouldn't even have time to react, right? After thinking it through, Xiaqi sighed sadly. Clang! The table outside with the 2 bowls of noodles was suddenly knocked over. The master and disciple still on the bed asked in unison. What was that sound? Xiaqi supported Kang Han's waist and said, let's go see what's happening. Kang Han agreed. The two of them supported each other and walked out. Little sister, Kang Han called out worriedly. Yin Yu had collapsed on the ground. Her body was trembling violently. She was panting heavily. Third sister, a huge amount of 9 Heavens Leaf fire spiritual power quickly leaked out. It spread out in all directions. Before Xiaqi could react, Kang Han had already rushed to Yin Yu's side. She held her in her arms. Then she released her spiritual power. She formed blocks of ice to envelop Yin Yu. It helped her cool down. Yin Yu said in a daze, Third sister, I'm so hot. There's a strange heat inside me. Kang Han immediately explained to her. This is caused by an abnormal leakage of your 9 Heavens Leaf fire. Kang Han squatted down. Her gaze fell on the bowl of noodles on the ground. She was puzzled. Why does the food smell of the Huan Shi Fin Exian pill? This pill ignites the heart's fire. It stimulates the deepest emotions in one's heart. It can make a person burst with infinite passion. Hearing what Kang Han said, Xiaqi was so scared his face turned pale. He said in horror. I took the wrong bottle. How can a medicine with such strong properties be left lying around? Kang Han questioned him coldly. You took the wrong bottle? Xiaqi dejectedly recounted the whole incident to her. I took some pills from Second Master's place. I originally intended to nourish Fourth Master. I didn't expect to mistake the color of the bottle. Xiaqi was pale with fear. He frantically tried to find a solution. What do we do now? Kang Han quickly thought of a solution. I'll use my ice soul power to slow down the erosion of the evil fire on her. Xiaqi, yes. And so, Xiaqi and Kang Han hurriedly brought Yin Yu back to the small wooden house. The beasts in the forest have been watching their every move since earlier. The pink beast rallied them with determination. Quick, let's cast the illusion together. This foodie came here for a date this time. Let's get this over with and leave. We can't let the tragedy of being eaten to extinction happen again. The remaining beasts immediately shouted in unison. For the tribe, after the two brought Yin Yu into the wooden house, Kong Han placed Yin Yu on the bed. Affected by the drug power, Yin Yu couldn't stop moaning. Kong Han turned around. She explained the current situation to Xiachi. I can only temporarily use the Sui Can I Soul to suppress the rampaging 9 heavenly fire. My body's condition is very unstable right now. I need to maintain a delicate balance. I have to suppress it without hurting her. If I make even a slight mistake, I will also fall into chaos. At that time, I can only rely on you to save me and little sister. After explaining the situation to Xiachi, Kong Han immediately began to use the Sui Can I Soul to suppress Yin Yu's 9 heavenly fire. She walked to the bedside. She knelt down beside Yin Yu. She quickly released a large amount of Sui Can I Soul spiritual power. She let it come into contact with Yin Yu's out-of-control 9 heavenly fire spiritual power. As soon as the two spiritual powers of ice and fire collided, they immediately merged. As soon as they merged, Yin Yu had an immediate reaction. Xiachi was overjoyed. He thought it's working, just as Xiachi was rejoicing, thinking that everything would be easily resolved. A strange power suddenly invaded. It entered Kong Han's body. It hindered her process of suppressing the spiritual power. She was suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, she was immediately affected by that power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiachi quickly stepped forward to support Kong Han. He asked worriedly, Third Master, what's wrong? Come on, Reincarnated. Hold me tight. She explained that a strange power had come from nowhere. The unsuppressed 9 heavenly fire spiritual power immediately erupted violently. Kong Han had no other choice. She had to seal Yin Yu's spiritual power. She turned her into an ice statue. Kong Han said, I can't even take care of myself. I can only temporarily seal her. From now on, I can only rely on you. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Xiachi had a vague idea of what Kong Han meant. As long as you recover your strength, you can control Fourth Master's out-of-control state. Kong Han hummed in agreement. Xiachi patted his chest. He said magnanimously, Then please forgive your disciple for being presumptuous. Xiachi and Kong Han immediately got on the bed. They engaged in the act of clouds and rain. A stormy night passed quietly. Early the next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, and brilliant sunlight shone on everything, Yin Yu slowly woke up. As soon as she woke up, she was still a little dazed. She hadn't fully recovered her senses. Where's this? Just then, Yin Yu noticed the two people lying next to her. She saw Xiachi and Kong Han completely naked, holding each other tightly in their sleep. Yin Yu was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Yin Yu was filled with doubt. My clothes are barely covering me, and he's in that state. Could it be that last night, while treating third sister, he also... Doesn't that mean I'm no longer a virgin? The more she thought, the more her thoughts strayed. Yin Yu was scared by her own imagination. She hurriedly ran away. She didn't dare to stay here and face Xiachi and Kong Han anymore. After running for a while, Yin Yu stopped by a tree. She tried to think of a solution. What should I do now? Very soon after, Kong Han also woke up. She calmly opened her eyes. The cold chi has indeed weakened. Xiachi suddenly asked, Did it work? Kong Han shyly glanced at Xiachi. You're awake. Xiachi said, I also gained a lot. To be a medicinal guide from Master. I couldn't refuse. Kong Han said politely, Right? I've troubled you. Xiachi said quickly, You can just treat me as a sacred elixir. Feel free to use me as you wish. Xiachi suddenly turned to the side. He didn't see any sign of Yin Yu. So he asked, Where's Fourth Master? Kong Han replied, Perhaps little sister woke up early. She went out to practice. Xiachi suggested, I'll go out and see. I don't know how your body is doing. Kong Han agreed. After that, Xiachi quickly got dressed and went to find Yin Yu. Xiachi kept looking around. He was searching for any sign of Yin Yu. Last night, while treating Third Master and Fourth Master, I accidentally comprehended the soul trace tracking technique that comes with the 9 heavenly fire. Now is a good time to test it. Xiachi's spiritual power quickly found Yin Yu sitting on a large rock. He thought happily. Found her. On the other side, Yin Yu was muttering to herself. Last night, my body was unstable, so I fainted. While I was unconscious, I felt a very strange sensation inside me. After that, it seems that third sister and Xiaoqi saved me. And then, I don't know what happened after that. But should I ask Xiaoqi? How do I even ask about this? Since I was like that, it must be that third sister made the final decision to dual cultivate with him. And it just so happened that my body was also like that. So both third sister and I were by him. Yin Yu kept imagining all sorts of scenarios. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Just then, Xiaoqi suddenly appeared behind her. He called out, "Fourth master. What are you doing?" Yin Yu jumped in fright. "You, how did you know I was here?" Xiaoqi immediately showed off. "I've broken through to the third stage of the He Dao realm. I've also comprehended the soul trace tracking skill in your 9 heavenly fire. So it was easy to find you." Hearing what Xiaoqi said, Yin Yu became even more certain of her guess. So it was him. He really did to me. Seeing that Yin Yu's expression was a bit strange, Xiaoqi asked doubtfully, "Fourth master, why is your face so red? Has the effect of last night's Huan Shurf and Xian pill not worn off yet? How about I give you another hand?" Yin Yu was both embarrassed and angry. She reacted strongly. "What? You want to help me again? Right here?" Xiaoqi replied, confused. "It's not impossible to do it here. But this mainly depends on your willingness." Yin Yu was puzzled. "Depends on my willingness?" She thought to herself, "Last night, you didn't ask if I agreed to be your Dao companion. Why are you being so polite now?" Yin Yu shyly refused Xiaoqi. "Once was enough. I haven't agreed yet. This must be consensual. If one party is unwilling, I'm afraid you'll suffer from qi deviation during cultivation. You remember that well. Right now, I'm still your master. As for what happened last night, we'll settle it later." With that, Yin Yu immediately disappeared. She flew quickly towards the wooden house. She left Xiaoqi standing there, stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. What does she mean? Even circulating energy to heal requires mutual consent? A slight mistake, and you'll suffer from qi deviation? Is the path of cultivation really that harsh? The system quickly reminded him. "Host, I don't think you and she are talking about the same thing." Xiaoqi was a little annoyed. He didn't want to bother thinking about it anymore. Forget it. Yin Yu's thoughts have always been hard to guess. "I won't argue with a child." Xiaoqi stretched. "Beyond. I used up too much energy last night. I need to eat something to replenish myself today. No matter what, I have to make use of the limited time in this space. I'll try to break through to the highest realm. After I get out, I have to fight 10 of them." The system kindly reminded him. "Don't forget to continue accumulating points." Xiaoqi immediately gave it an OK sign with his hand. The scene changes. A moment later, all 3 of them were present. They immediately began to cultivate. Yin Yu said, "You've broken through to the He Dao realm. You are also capable enough to comprehend my 9 heavenly fire. Now, I will teach you how to use the 9 heavenly fire. I will only teach you once. After I'm done, third sister will teach you how to use the Sui Kanai soul." Xiaoqi thought to himself, "This girl has been acting strange all day. Didn't even deign a look at me. Did I commit some heinous crime?" Yin Yu continued, "Because I'm a fire spirit body, and third sister is a snow lotus incarnation. 9 heavenly fire and brilliant ice soul are innate gifts. Therefore, we won't force you to comprehend everything immediately. With your aptitude, about 7 or 8 years should be enough to master it." Xiaoqi replied, "With the universe holy body, 7 or 8 years is just equal to 7 or 8 hours, maybe even shorter." Yin Yu continued, "To comprehend fire, you must first become fire." Her body moved slightly. 9 heavenly fire was instantly released, enveloping her entire body. Xiaoqi thought to himself, "It seems third master has a water spirit body. No wonder the 2 of them are like fire and water." Yin Yu continued explaining, "Fire is the power of destruction. It is the source of life. It is endless passion. It is fierce courage. You must respect fire." The flames surrounding Yin Yu became increasingly intense. He thought she would launch a big move at him, but she unexpectedly rushed into his arms. The flames of the 9 heavenly fire quickly burned fiercely. A giant fire engulfed Xiaoqi's body. Yin Yu explained, "Fire is wild. It is freedom. It cannot be controlled. It can only be guided. You must learn to become one with fire. Feel its rhythm. Understand its intent. Don't fear it. Feel it. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Merge your mind into the flames." Xiaoqi obediently followed her instructions. Yin Yu continued to guide him. "Feel the heat radiating from within your body, spreading to your arms, all the way to your fingertips. That is the power of fire. It is also your power. You must learn to control fire. Your will is the compass of the fire. When you want the fire to blaze, just light a flame in your heart. Let the fire burn according to your will. You must learn to release fire. There is a fireball in your hand. Strike it in the direction you want. Xiaoqi immediately followed Yin Yu's words. He unleashed a move in one direction. A giant pillar of fire immediately rushed in that direction under his control. Yin Yu praised. Not bad. Then she walked to a nearby stone table and sat down, continuing to instruct Xiaoqi. Feel it. Xiaoqi said, Fourth master, when you teach seriously, you are absolutely the best master, right? I've completely mastered it. Yin Yu said angrily. What do you mean when I teach seriously? I am always very professional. I said you have learned it. Enter the door. Not that you have completely mastered it. Xiaoqi scratched his head in embarrassment. Kang Han suddenly spoke up. Since there are matters outside, although the time flow here and outside is different, I must also return to second sister's side quickly to prevent villains from causing trouble. So I will transmit it to you now. Xiaoqi had no objection. Kang Han then continued. Last night you already felt the brilliant ice soul. Actually, I don't need to say much. Xiaoqi replied. I still remember that feeling. Kang Han suddenly placed her hand on Xiaoqi's chest. A layer of frost formed on his chest. Xiaoqi frowned in discomfort. Kang Han said, You just comprehended the 9 heavenly fire, now enduring the invasion of the ice soul's extreme cold. Pain is normal. Xiaoqi replied. Kang Han asked, Shall I continue then? Xiaoqi immediately agreed. Kang Han continued to transmit to Xiaoqi. All things in the world have a source, and the power of frost originates from the silent, cold universe. You must concentrate and unite. Listen to the howling cold wind. Feel the chill of falling snow. This is the call of the great Tao. It is the true enlightenment of frost and ice. The path of cultivation is to follow the heavens and the earth, not to try to conquer them. Your heart is as pure as ice, as sharp as frost, as tolerant as snow. Only then can you truly wield the power of frost and ice without being controlled by it. Now, feel the power of the sway can ice soul entering your body. Let flow through your meridians, forming your own frost and ice primordial chi. Feel the power of that cold stream. It is not an enemy. It is a companion. It is your weapon. According to your will, it can freeze all things. It can also protect the one you love. Cultivation is a lifelong process. There is no end. But as long as you persevere, there will eventually come a day when you will stand at the pinnacle of frost and ice, looking down upon the world. At that time, you will be the true master of frost and ice. Shi hugit kang an tightly. Thank you, third master. I understand. A stream of blue light and a stream of red light simultaneously streaked towards the entrance of the hall. It was Kang Han and Yin Yu. As soon as they landed, they heard Miyu's voice. You're back in the blink of an eye. Why didn't you stay in the space a little longer? Kang Han replied decisively. The important part of the teaching is complete. Next, it depends on his own comprehension. Miyu took a puff of her pipe. She exhaled a cloud of smoke. The smoke gradually dissipated. It merged into the void. Miyu lay lazily on a long chair. Her posture was alluring. She asked softly, Our disciple isn't bad, right? Kang Han replied calmly. His comprehension is very high. He can master things with just a little guidance. Second sister doesn't need to worry. Hearing this, Yin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed. The word master echoed in her mind. Kang Han walked to the long chair. She sat down next to Miyu. Miyu shet her lazi demianor. She slowly sat up. She asked with concern, So, how is her body? Has the sway can ice soul stabilized? Kang Han replied gently. It's much better, but I know it's still not enough. Kang Han's gentle eyes carried a hint of sadness. That subtle feeling of breaking through to exhaustion. That desire for destruction is still there. Miyu gently put her arm around her shoulder. She lifted Kang Han's chin with her hand. She said intimately, A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Just let him show you his filial piety. After all, the cold chi in your body has been accumulating for a long time. Being impatient won't help. Come on, explain it. It's just that there are still many areas on him that can be utilized. He hasn't reached the state of unity between heaven and man yet, because it's not yet perfect. Miyu stroked Gangan's hair. She advised gently. This can't be rushed. There's still a long way to go. After all, You're not like Yin Yu. Yin Yu has a fiery temper. She can't even hide that little bit of affection. Hearing her name called, Yin Yu jumped. She was flustered. Her face turned red. She quickly waved her hands in denial. She cried out, Then she denied it. What can't be hidden? What affection? I only see him as my disciple. After saying that, Yin Yu thought to herself, I'm not as casual as third sister. If I tell second sister that I've also been like that, she'll definitely ask a million questions. Miyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Her tone was teasing. All right. You don't like him. You only see him as a disciple. Okay. Yin Yu puffed out her cheeks. She said angrily to Miyu, That's how it is. He even forgot about the bet. His mind isn't all there. I can't be bothered to talk to someone like that. Kong Han called out, Yin Yu, come here. Yin Yu sat down in her seat. Only then did Kong Han speak up to lecture her. How can a celestial immortal lie? What did you say in the space, little sister? Have you forgotten it all? Being exposed, Yin Yu was momentarily speechless. She could only stammer, Being called out, Yin Yu was extremely embarrassed. She stammered in reply, Did I say something? A moment later, under the pressure of her two senior sisters, Yin Yu had to step up to save face. She suddenly stood up. She said loudly, These are all trivial matters. The most important thing now is to find the mole who infiltrated the inner sect assessment. These moles clearly chose to cause trouble when first sister is not in the Xiaoming sacred land. Miyu brought her pipe to her lips and took a drag. She exhaled a ring of smoke and said, This isn't just causing trouble. They're clearly here to cause a major incident. Yin Yu was confused. She turned her head and asked, Could it be that second sister already knows something? Miyu didn't answer Yin Yu. She just stood up and walked forward. That damn fatty has quite a few secrets. Follow me to see him. Under the blue sky and white clouds. In the prison, a tied-up fat man was lying on the ground. He was trembling. He looked up at Miyu. Miyu said coldly, I have entered this fatty's inner world, but I found that someone has placed a restriction in his inner world. Kong Han was confused. Miyu raised her own doubts. Then that's strange. According to little sister, it was first sister who sent you to protect Gong Mo, and Xiaoqi just happened to be with you. Although you completed the mission and brought Gong Mo back, and also learned the purpose of Candace and the little spirit pill, don't you feel like you're punching cotton? She decisively concluded that this matter was very unusual. Does this Gong Mo even need protection? Or did first sister already guess that he had a secret? This very restriction. Yin Yu said quickly, How about we go ask first sister directly? Miyu replied, First sister is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb her. Besides, this matter cannot be revealed to her. It's enough that you know. Yin Yu grew impatient. She frowned. Restriction this, restriction that. It's so annoying. Let's just break the restriction. If this damn fatty dies, he dies. Miyu still had her arms crossed. She replied calmly, I've already tried. This restriction cannot be broken even with all my strength. The realm of the person who placed the restriction is no less than ours. Originally, I found this matter of the mole very boring. Unless the emperors of the two great sacred lands came personally. Otherwise, I thought it was all child's play. Miyu's eyes sharpened. Now, there's a restriction that we can't break. Things have become extraordinary. Kong Han narrowed her eyes. They really know how to pick their timing. If it weren't for Xiaoqi being able to help me, this time would have been a bit difficult to handle. In another place, Xiaoqi had begun to cultivate. Xiaoqi sat cross-legged, cultivating amidst the galaxy. Countless Tao rhythms floated around him. Xiaoqi thought to himself, Finally, I have time alone to use the Qinkuan sacred body. I can comprehend all the scriptures in the Xiaoming Divine Hall's library. I can also fuse ice and fire. A notification popped up from the system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining your first Tao companion. The system rewards you with 3 levels of the 9 Li chant. Xia Ki Diduchid. After third master, and Yin Yu left, the system rewarded another level of the 9 Li chant. With 3 more levels, I can master martial arts. Just then, a mysterious purple-red light approached from distance. Xia Ki exclaimed, After entering the He Dao realm, my consciousness has become as vast and boundless as the sea. Yet I can still see the source of cultivation that my divine sense has detected. Xiaoqi was attracted by the purple glowing orb. As he approached, he felt a tremendous power. This is a sign of an impending breakthrough. Xiaoqi reached out to touch it. Suddenly, the purple orb shrank. It flew into Xiaoqi's hand. The light gradually faded. Finally, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. At the same time, Xiaoqi felt as if he had been infused with more power. His body was enveloped in a faint golden light. Xiaoqi shouted, Hidao Realm, 5th stage. Breakthrough. During the 4 years of cultivation in the time God space, Xiaoqi did several things. First thing, play the role of a demon. He whipped the buttocks of each spirit beast with a whip. This is the 345th time you've sneak attacked my base. Damn it, my lord. Sobi, bullying spirit beasts. Xiaoqi lay comfortably stretched out. He let the little demons fan him and massage his legs. He ignored the dozens of fierce beast eyes glaring at him from afar. Behind him, the day of a spirit beast riot is not far off. Second thing, Xiaoqi leisurely lay on the grass with his legs crossed. His nose was bleeding profusely, but he was still engrossed in the true scripture in his hand, using the Qinquan sacred body to read Piggy's stories, the cultivation classics of 2 lifetimes. Third thing, learn wood carving. He stood with his hands on his hips, satisfied. He admired his own wicked sculpture. My sculpting art has reached its peak. Not bad, not bad. That's not all. There's also a fourth thing. Should I really talk about this? He stared at the system screen. Blood dripped from his nose to his chin again. He couldn't help but shoot out a powerful beam of light. It blew away the entire mountaintop. Should I really do it or not? In his spare time, Xiaoqi would admire his collection of sculptures, his 4 masters. His mind unconsciously began to wander. In his heart, each master tried a different style, from a strict teacher to a secretary to a gentle nurse. Xiaoqi clasped his hands. He smiled foolishly. It's decided then. After saying that, he suddenly realized something. He pointed warily into the void and questioned. No one could see the images in my head, right? The 2 little beasts beside him looked at him with contempt. They shook their heads in disgust. Shameless beast. Xiaoqi took a deep breath. He said to the system, the 4-year period is up. It's time for this young master to make his debut. CG, tally up my fury value and other stats. Name, Xiaoqi. Realm, Tongxi Realm. 7th stage of the 6th realm. Fury value, 99,999,999. Shield, Bodahonded, can completely block any single attack. Cooldown, 7 days. Duration, 1/4 hour. Qinquan Divine Body. Top of the physique chart. Comprehension increased by 100-fold. Cultivation speed increased by 100-fold. Invincible Golden Body. Consumes 5,000 fury value in exchange for 15 seconds of Invincible Golden Body. Biming Divine Art. Absorbs infinite spiritual chi and spiritual pressure. Not bound by realm. Can be activated once every 2 minutes. Soul Trace Tracking. Tracks spiritual consciousness. Lingxi Finger. After activation, deals massive damage to a single target. Damage amount is equivalent to the user's intelligence and internal energy attributes. This skill can ignore or penetrate the target's specific defenses. Attacks the enemy's weak point. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Illusion Art Mastery. Inherited from 3rd Master, Long Hu Di. Ignores race. Rapidly cultivates illusion arts. Judi Saber Technique. God level saber technique. Taught by Yin Yu. Proficiency, 80%. Persuasive Zen mind. Not disturbed by the outside world. Mental control. Important items. Huan Gu Talisman. Transmits messages and summons 1st Master. Time God. Creates a cultivation space. Time flow is 1/5000 for the outside world. Tianmu Great Tao. Yin Yu. 1st generation. Looking at the long list on the system, he covered his mouth with teary eyes. I guess I have a little something to my name now. The system announced again. System function unlocked. Cross-dimensional store. Keep it up. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. What's this upgrade to epic level? Give me a little hint. CG, the system pushed up its glasses. It consulted a book and then replied. Sorry, this system is not equipped with knowledge in that area. If the host doesn't mind, you could try it out. Some people plan. Some people dare to act. Just then a white rabbit hopped by. It caught Xiaoqi's eye. He gave a dangerous smile. He chuckled. He wagged his finger threateningly at the rabbit. Get angry for me, right now. Don't force me. I'll give you 10 seconds to get angry. With that, he began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7. The poor rabbit trembled. It tried hard to get angry. 6, 5, 4. By the fourth second, it gave up helplessly. It started to cry sadly. Xiaoqi grabbed its paw and lifted it up. Looks like you're not afraid of me. Huh? Just as the rabbit was struggling and screaming with all its might, the system announced. Fury value +1. System upgrade initiated. Guosu slammed the table. His voice was as booming as ever. He said loudly, I do not agree with what Elder Lin said. Stopping the intersect assessment. The intersect assessment has been a tradition of the Xiongming sacred land for thousands of years. How can it be stopped just because of one elder's words? No, there's nothing to discuss. Elder Lin picked up a report and explained the situation. The intersect assessment is an assessment, not a real slaughter. Throughout history, unless there were special circumstances leading to the death of 1 or 2 disciples, a situation like this has never occurred. More than 30 disciples have died. Only a dozen or so remain. Also, I would like to ask the elders of the 4 guardian sects, why Qi Shaoji was able to participate in the intersect assessment 4 times under the name of the 4 sects. Guosu confronted her. That's a matter for their 4 sects. We'll talk about that later. I want Elder Lin to explain my issue first. I heard you helped Xiaoqi in the spirit cultivation hall. Are you worried he won't pass the intersect assessment this time? So you're making excuses to stop it? Miyu sit herlix. She exhaled a ring of smoke. She watched the 2 of them argue. So that's the trap. Haha, all right. I'll just be an audience member. Let's see what this old bastard has to say about my disciple. She acted as if it had nothing to do with her. She started watching the show. The 2 stood among the elders. They exchanged words. They argued endlessly. Elder Gua, your grandson Guijiang, is also participating in this intersect assessment. If you care about his life, you'd better listen to my suggestion. I know very well how strong Jiang is. I know it in my heart. What's there to worry about? True gold does not fear the fire. Only worthless things need to rely on women for support. Elder Gua, it's clear your grandson has no luck with women. That's why you still haven't been able to hold a great-grandchild. I see your bones are still strong. Why don't you have one yourself? The old man craned his neck. He retorted, it's because my grandson is picky. Is that so? No wonder I heard that your precious grandson was pursuing the girl from the Wind Defense sect. After less than 2 days, he went silent. So he was being too picky, huh? Guosu was momentarily speechless. Nonsense. The affairs of young people are never certain. He walked back to his seat. As for that Qi Shaoji, it's even less worth mentioning. The disciples of the Xiongming sacred land have always been competitive. Everyone knows that. She wasn't convinced after losing the last few times. She just changed her identity and tried again. Elder Lin doesn't need to be so sensitive. Elder Lin didn't argue with him anymore. She turned and bowed to Miyu. Hi, Immortal Miyu. No matter what, tomorrow's assessment must be stopped. Please consider it. Miyu replied nonchalantly. Elder Lin, before she could finish, Guosu slammed his chair, stood up, and interrupted. Immortal, you must think carefully. When children fight, they don't know their own strength. Deaths are unavoidable. It's just that this time, they didn't hold back. A few more died, that's all. Besides, in front of the elders of the 6 sects and the 4 immortals, who would dare to act recklessly, I didn't realize Elder Gua was the one in charge of the Xiongming sacred land. I don't even get a chance to speak. She stood up, leaning on the armrest. Sect Master Gua, I'm going back to the Xiongming Divine Hall to sleep. I'll leave the affairs of the sacred land to you. What do you think? She turned around, glancing back at the old man. Her eyes became sharp. Sect Master Gua? Guosu stood up straight. He stammered, I'm immortal, please calm down. I was just worried that a sudden stop to the assessment would affect the prestige of our sacred land. Sect Master Gua works so hard for the sacred land. I truly feel inadequate. She slowly walked away. A wind blew from nowhere. You all can continue arguing. Just report the results to me tomorrow. Now that your empress is not here, you say you're asking for my opinion, but in reality, you've already made up your minds. How boring. She transformed into her original form. A fox riding the wind flew away. Guosu looked at Elder Lin. Elder Lin, those suspicions of yours are all just your one-sided story. The assessment absolutely cannot be stopped. That's all for today. It's late. Everyone, go back and rest. She closed her eyes and walked out the door. She didn't even look at the old man. Elder Gua, if anything happens, I will investigate myself. You'd better not have any ulterior motives. The old man clicked his tongue disdainfully. Isn't she just like that woman from the Wind Defense sect? As soon as she sees a man with a strong body, she wants to take him back as a cultivation vessel. What's with the pretense of being noble? Bo Bailing finally spoke up. For the first time today. Old Manhwa, it's very rude to speak ill of others behind their backs. Did you know that? Old Manhwa, what did you just say? Speak up. The 6 sects are all connected. Why must you be so distant? The remaining elders didn't want to get involved. They all pulled each other's hands and slipped away. You two continue. They thought to themselves. The old hag from the Wind Defense sect is angry. Let's get out of here. The old men ran as if their feet were on fire wheels. They disappeared. Now, only Bo Bailing and Guo Su were left. The old man said, am I not telling the truth? I'm not talking nonsense. Sect Master, Bo must have her own plans. You should restrain yourself a little in the future. Don't corrupt the young ladies of the Wind Defense sect. She replied, you're right. I'm a bad woman. But Elder Lin is famous for being as pure as ice and jade. She's kept herself pure. Can't you, an old man, be a little more charitable with your words? Decades ago, Sect Master Guo was also young and vigorous. She hinted, we cultivators, once we reach the 5th realm, our age doesn't increase much. Why have you aged so quickly? The old man glanced at her. He cursed inwardly. This vile woman is secretly getting closer again. Bo Bailing feigned surprise. I see. However, men have their limits. Sect Master Guo, have you been completely drained? That was fast. So you're jealous of the healthy men outside. Being mocked like this, the old man said loudly in agitation. I could take on 10. An old man may have an old heart, but not an old spirit. My ambition is even greater than that of the young. They are nothing but empty shells. But I win in spirit. Bo Bailing pouted. Her attitude became even more sarcastic. Oh my, I never would have guessed. Wasu turned away, blushing. You said so much. Aren't you just trying to argue with me? If you have something to say it quickly. Haha. Since Sect Master Guo doesn't want to continue this topic, I won't make things difficult for you. I just want to know why I can't feel you maintaining the Grand Array. What do you mean, not maintaining? I've been maintaining it for a long time. If you can't feel it, that's your problem. Don't make wild guesses. She asked again. There's a strange poison in the Grand Array. Do you know about it? I guard the Grand Array every day. How can I not know? You just manage the Grand Array of your Wind Defense sect well. Aren't you busy enough? I'm about to die of annoyance over here. All right then. I was being nosy. The Wind Defense sect and the Thunder sect are inner sects whose formations were personally repaired by the Empress. But this bowl of water isn't being held level. The old man glanced at her impatiently. You've been talking for half a day. Aren't you just trying to get one of my wind-fixing pearls? Just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Oh my, you saw right through me. Why do you get to have 2? I only have 1. You're a man, and you're the head of the 6 sects. You're much more powerful than me. How about you give me 1? You women just love to compare. What's the difference between 1 and 2? The functions of the grand arrays of the 2 sects are different. I need 2 to slow down the flow of spiritual power. 1 is enough for your formation. Bo Bailing raised her voice. Oh my, I'm a woman, after all. I just like pretty, shiny things. Guo stubbornly refused to answer. Bo Bailing continued. By the way, Sect Master Guo, there's actually one more thing I want to tell you. The Empress told us to maintain the Grand Array. Actually, she has other intentions. The Empress has her own reasons. You listen to those street rumors. Even if she has other intentions, what does it have to do with you? After saying that, the old man clasped his hands behind his back and walked out the door. I'm going back to maintain the Grand Array. Also, if that kid Guojiang goes looking for your young ladies again, let me know. Bo Bailing smiled mysteriously. A white mist suddenly rose around her. The scene shifts to Miyu. The smoke from the pipe in her hand swirled. It filled the entire room. Elder Lin raised an objection. This old man had the most violent reaction, but it was the same when he faced Elder Lin. He seems to have deep schemes, but in reality, he only does stupid things. Like when he insisted he had maintained the Thunder Array well. That moment of guilt just now. I saw it clearly. He must have been slacking off. His reaction was normal. On the contrary, the other 4, when Elder Lin mentioned Qi Xiao Ji, they were as silent as cicadas in winter. Very abnormal. I think I'm about to find out the truth. On the other side, in the tower, it was quiet all around. A maid poured water for Elder Lin, who was concentrating. Elder Lin, you should go rest for a while. You've been watching for 4 hours. Everything has calmed down now. I can't see anything unusual at all. Isn't that great? Perhaps the previous slaughter was indeed caused by the disciples going too far. After the assessment is over, we can just punish them severely. She pondered. She took a sip of tea. Then she suddenly slammed the teacup in her hand on the table. She shot up. It's precisely because it's too normal that there's a problem. I'm going to the gloomy forest. The scene shifts to a corner of the gloomy forest. Whoosh! A cool night breeze blew by. Xiaoqi and Gong Lu sat on a branch of an ancient tree, talking. He said, "Isn't it too quiet? So many people died on the way here just now. Now it's suddenly so quiet in this gloomy forest." Gong Lu replied, "When things are unusual, there must be demons. Let's just stay here and observe the situation. Then we'll act." "Xia, Qi, Yi, I have something to ask you." Xiaoqi didn't look at her. He just said, "While I was sleeping, did you do something?" For some reason, she blushed slightly. She said directly, Why is it that after I woke up, I feel like you've changed a lot?" Xiaoqi covered his eyes with his hand. He observed the surrounding forest. He replied casually, "How am I different?" Just then, he spotted someone in the forest. "What's that over there?" "That red figure. It looks like Elder Lin." A red figure flashed through the forest. Gong Lu, beside him, was still focused on Xiaoqi's differences. "I feel like your body is firmer, and your appearance is more handsome. Strange. Could it be that my state of mind has changed? Otherwise, how can I explain the change in you?" Xiaoqi didn't explain. He changed the subject. "Miss Gong Lu, is your intuition reliable?" She was taken aback. She didn't hear clearly. "What?" Xiaoqi asked again. "Do you feel anything?" Gong Lu quieted her mind and felt for a moment. "I do feel something. Actually, this whole way, I've always felt that something very bad is about to happen." At this point, she fell silent. She added silently in her heart, "And there's another feeling. After I woke up, every time I look at him, my heart beats very fast. Am I sick?" Suddenly, Gong Lu was swept up into Xiaoqi's arms. He said, "If you say something very bad is going to happen, then it must be true. I'll take you." She looked at her position in his arms. She couldn't help but cry out. She thought to herself, "Why so suddenly?" Xiaoqi stepped on this branch. He jumped to another branch. He was still holding Gong Lu. "Xiaoqi, where are we going? Aren't we waiting for the right moment to appear? We're going to verify your intuition." Above in the forest, Elder Lin's red high heels stepped across each branch. "Luckily, I deliberately left a mark on her at that time." She recalled the moment Xiaoji walked past her. Her intuition told her to pay attention, so she secretly left a mark on her shoulder. At this moment, she chanted an incantation. Soul trace tracking. A golden light shot out from her hand. It flew off to lead the way for her. Elder Lin looked in that direction. She quickly gave chase. Her speed was extremely fast. The wind whistled past her ears. In a flash, she arrived at her destination. This is it. She was cautious and didn't go in empty-handed. She summoned her longsword. She gripped the hilt tightly. She carefully stepped into the cave. Outside, Xiaoqi was still holding Gong Lu. "Are you tracking something?" she asked curiously. He didn't answer. He focused on observing the area ahead. Elder Lin disappeared near here just now. Suddenly, a butler automatically appeared outside his system interface. A little kid with white hair. He even had a pacifier in his mouth. The boy walked over and tugged on Xiaoqi's sleeve. "Sponsor, stop looking. This is the place. There's a barrier here that hides their tracks. You haven't been distorted, so you can't see it." Xiaoqi heard someone speaking. He felt puzzled. He turned his head to look. After seeing who it was, he was so shocked his jaw dropped. He was speechless. No, Gong Lu had also gotten out his arms by now. She looked curiously at the suddenly petrified Xiaoqi. She asked, "Sponsor, what kind of a dress is that?" Xiaoqi had no mind to pay attention to her question. His jaw was on the floor. He stared blankly at the kid with the pacifier in front of him. "My God," he replied stiffly. Sponsor means father." "Yes, it means father." Gong Lu's eyes widened in shock. Then she said to Xiaoqi with a hint of sadness, stammering, So you already have a son this big?" Her heart was in turmoil. His son is already this big. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to accept a stepmother like me. On the other hand, the more Xiaoqi looked at this system kid, the more he regretted it. I knew upgrading to epic level was a bad idea. How am I supposed to explain this? This is an emergency. Online. Gong Lu, on the other hand, felt she had misunderstood. Stepmother, Real mother, what's all that? What does it have to do with me? After entering the gloomy forest, I've been overthinking things too much. Xiaoqi guiltily ran over. He quickly explained. This child is a spirit pet I tamed. He was just lucky enough to take human form. CG, hurry up and say something. CG pouted and raised an eyebrow disdainfully. That's right. I'm a spirit pet tamed by my sponsor. Gong Lu's heart immediately felt much lighter. So that's how it is. A spirit pet that has taken human form and can still be tamed. Xiaoqi is truly extraordinary. But why is his aura so weak? It seems to be only at the Ning Yuan realm. A spirit pet in human form is equivalent to a human cultivator at the Liuening realm. How'd he do it? Xiaoqi forced a smile. He held his forehead. What sponsor? Speak properly. He screamed internally. On one hand, you won't let me reveal my identity. On the other hand, you suddenly take human form. Are you trying to get me killed? He suddenly remembered something. Xiaoqi crossed his arms and asked, By the way, how do we open the barrier? CG rubbed his hands. He turned to the side. With a rip in midair, he tore open another dimension. Then with another rip, he pulled the tier wider. He answered Xiaoqi's question. Just tear it open. Gong Lu and Xiaoqi both sighed helplessly. All right then. The scene shifts to another place. A sword slash hit half of Elder Lin's body. She was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She slammed hard against the cliff wall. Clang! The long sword in her hand fell to the ground. On the other side, Wang smiled with a harmless expression. Oops, I think I hit a little too hard. Saw the. Elder Lin struggled to her feet. Shanbai, you are a disciple of my Shangming sacred land. Yet you collude with outsiders. Are you worthy of your master's teachings? Shanbai silently glanced at her. Wang hugged Xiaoji's arm. Sister Xiaoji, what do we do next? Of course, we torture her. Then we kill her. Xiaoji patted Wang's head. She reminded her, this woman is much stronger than those weak chickens outside. After you're done playing, remember to drink her blood. Don't waste the essence qi. Yes. Shanbai glanced at the two of them. She also added a reminder. Don't forget my father's mission. The Hutu Earth Soul is the most important thing. The longer we delay, the more variables there will be. Hearing this, Elder Lin shouted agitatedly. You want to release the soul of that madman. You want to reincarnate his soul. Shanbai said impatiently. Shut up. My ancestor is not a madman. I'm keeping you alive now, so you can witness the distorted truth with your own eyes. Elder Lin struggled to stand firm. She clutched her seriously injured arm. Your master must have been bewitched by outsiders. There is no distorted truth. She secretly assessed the situation. These two kids can actually control essence-devouring beasts. My internal injuries are too severe. How can I send a message out? What should I do? What should I do? Shanbai, your master treated you like his own daughter. He must have just misunderstood something. You. Elder Lin suddenly realized something was wrong with her own words. His own daughter? She said in horror. Pu Honda is your father. Wang and Xiaoji held hands. They looked at her with amusement. Wait, Sister Xiaoji. This old hag isn't that stupid. Huh. Elder Lin is indeed a smart woman. Xiaoji moved her palm slightly. She summoned several tentacle-like streams of power. They shot towards Elder Lin. Since Miss Shanbai wants you to be a witness, to prevent you from causing trouble later and hindering our work, she was grabbed tightly by the neck. Xiaoji licked her lips greedily. She looked at her, suspended in midair. Your spiritual qi is very pure. Let me suck it all up. Her limbs were tightly bound by Xiaoji's power. She was lifted into the air, completely under control. Even the soles of her feet were pierced. She gritted her teeth. She faced a tentacle in front of her. Gullbug! Unexpectedly, it went straight down her throat. Shanbai gave the order. Begin. An astonishing magic circle appeared beneath their feet. The golden light was blinding. A powerful stream of true qi gushed out. The talismans began to circulate one by one. Elder Lin was tied up tightly. She looked at them with hazy eyes. She screamed in her heart. Don't. No. The tentacle plunged deeper and deeper in her body. Tears streamed down Elder Lin's face. Her eyes were wide open. No. Shanbai formed a hand seal. It created a small triangle. The other two followed suit. 3 powerful beams of light shot out with a loud shout. Break! Boom! The 3 beams of light converged into one. It pierced through the roof of the cave. Elder Lin watched in despair. No. The talismans on the magic circle began to disappear one by one. Xiaoji commented. That went pretty smoothly. Shanbei didn't answer her. She closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings. Just then, a resonant voice echoed in. What is that? The three of you inside. You're surrounded. Xiaoqi cracked his knuckles. He walked in with Gong Lu. He warned them first. All of you put your hands on your heads and squat in the corner. You have the right to remain silent. But every word you say will be used as testimony in court. The scene shifts to the Pu family's ancestral hall. Pu Hongda stood with his hands clasped. He stood solemnly before the altar. He was silently repenting. Your unfilial son could not become your vessel, but soon, after years of planning, I just have to let you suffer a little more. After he was done, he returned to his study. He informed his accomplice. The 5 elements Dao seal has been broken. Everything is under control. Hearing this, Shan Gaoyang and Han Tiangong looked at Pu Hongda with excitement. He continued, is changing owners today. The scene shifts to deep within the forest. A group of people fighting suddenly stopped. One person said doubtfully, what's going on? Xing Tai suggested, let's call a temporary truce. The other 2 also agreed. I have a bad feeling. I agree. On the viewing platform, the screen suddenly flickered with static. With a pop, it went black. The crowd was in an uproar. They shouted, what's going on? Why did the screen go black? Does anyone feel the ground shaking? Don't tell me something big has happened. Back in the Pu family study, Shan Gaoyang said doubtfully, the magic circle has been broken, but the spirit wall emissary mentioned before has not yet appeared. I feel like something's not right. Han Tiangong replied with amusement. Who cares about some emissary? The magic circle is already broken. We can just force her to abdicate directly. Pu Hongda thought so too. He comforted Shan Gaoyang. The plan is thorough. A problem in one step won't have a major impact. He suddenly stood up. He gave the order to the Divine Hall. The scene shifts to inside the Divine Hall. The 3 immortals of Shangming and 3 elders were sitting and waiting boredly. Miyu sighed weightily. There's never a moment of peace. Yin Yu impatiently shot to her feet. She stood with her hands on her hips and shouted, Old Mangwa, are you awake yet? If you're awake, hurry up and tell us the situation. Old Gua shouted back in annoyance. Awake, my ass. I was up all night maintaining the grand array. Damn it. I let my guard down for just a moment and got knocked out. He didn't want to recall that pathetic scene. The old man stood up. He waved his hand angrily. Golden spiritual power formed a bagua array. He glanced at it. Then he announced, the earth and metal sects have been broken. The 5 elements Dao seal is as good as useless. Bo Bailing acted as if she understood everything. The sect masters of those 3 sects never showed up. It seems each of them has their own plans. Who do you all think is the mastermind behind this? After this is over, let's spank him. Old Wu was angered by Bo Bailing's flippant attitude. He roared at her. Sect Master Bo, this is a serious matter. Be a little more serious. And you, Hongba, how long are you going to sleep? As a cultivator, why do you sleep so much? Hongba lazily opened his eyes. Oh, snore. Bo Bailing was no pushover either. She continued to mock him. The Empress is not here, but we still have the 3 immortals guarding us. Old Gua, what's the use of you being so worried? Why don't you go fix the magic circle? If not, then just shut up and listen. She gently touched her finger to her lips. She switched to a coquettish tone. I'm so scared. Won't someone come and hold me? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Whoever I pick has to come and hold me. Old Gua helplessly held his head. This generation of the intersect is really hard to teach. Every single one of them is a ditz. Me, you couldn't watch anymore. She shouted. That's enough, you too. Say a few less words. It was bad enough when you were bickering face to face. Now it's time for business. Even if you're pretending, you have to act a little more serious. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. You're really lively. Pu Hongda announced his presence as soon as he arrived at the door. He hypocritically blamed Yuan Jin Xiao. Such a big thing happened. Why isn't she here? Yin Yu immediately placed the blame on him. The earth, metal, and wood sects that you were in charge of maintaining have been broken. Explain yourself. Her heart was already burning with anger. In my opinion, we should just kill him with one slash. Pu Hongda was not surprised at all. He walked towards his seat and replied, What's there to explain? I came here to ask you all a question. He smiled sinisterly. He looked at the 3 sisters. He questioned them in a cold voice. The crime of the four immortals, abusing their power for personal gain. How should be dealt with? Bailing covered her mouth and chuckled. Hee hee. She mocked Old Gua. See? What did I say? They each have their own plans. Old Gua was so angry his veins bulged. But he could only keep his mouth shut. Pu Hongda put on an arrogant air. He continued to question them. After Yuan Jin Xiao ascended the throne, she modified the previous emperor's magic circle. Who else knows about this? In the past year, whether it's disciples or elders of the sacred land, breaking through realms has become increasingly difficult. What does this prove? Kong Han calmly asked back. Prove what? Please enlighten us, Sect Master Pu. Pu Hongda took the opportunity to slam the table. He said indignantly, it proves that you four immortals have taken the immortal vein for yourselves. You're afraid that others will ascend and take away your benefits. Miyu's expression didn't change. She took a puff of her pipe. She praised him languidly. Sect Master Pu really knows how to tell a story. It has its ups and downs. Very exciting. Pu Hongda shamelessly continued his act. He pointed to the sky and cursed the earth. The heavens are watching what you do. According to reliable sources, Empress Yuan Jin Xiao is no longer as mighty as she once was. She's already a spent force. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame her for being too greedy. She craved absolute power, but she was consumed by that power. A person like that, what right does she have to be the empress of our Shangming sacred land? To command everyone? Yin Yu was furious. The Julie fire in her hand blazed fiercely. She shouted, Pu Hongda, you look down on my sister too much. Every word you say is an accusation. Now I will. Before she could finish her angry outburst, Yin Yu was pushed back by a hand. It was Miyu. Yin Yu called out in confusion. Second sister. Miyu placed her hand on Yin Yu's shoulder. She asked, so what does Sect Master Pu want? Puyong de replied cheerfully. Scatter Yuan Jin Xiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Let her atone for her crimes with death in front of everyone in the sacred land. You 3 sisters will also destroy your own spiritual platforms and become lowly slaves. To atone for Yuan Jin Xiao's sins, Old Gua couldn't listen anymore. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Puyong, as the head of the 6 sects, I order you to kneel down and apologize to the 4 immortals immediately. Pu Hongda stroked his goatee. He said contemptuously, who the hell are you? A dog of the 4 immortals. A tool to be used. Do you really think I respect you? Miyu is the head of the inner sect. Are you even worthy? Miyu stepped forward and patted Old Gua's shoulder to comfort him. The old man calmed down. He just snorted coldly. Miyu continued to ask the 2 behind him. Sect Master Shan, Sect Master Han. Do you 2 think so as well? Shan Gaoyang crossed his arms. He replied with a gloomy expression. Hi, Immortal Miyu. I think destroying your spiritual platforms and becoming lowly slaves is a bit inappropriate. With that, he gritted his teeth. His face became ferocious. He uttered vulgar words. I've had my eye on you for a long time. I'd be disgusted to have you as my slaves. You should be skinned and have your tendons pulled out to serve as an example to others. Hanbao was still fast asleep, but Bailing, after hearing this, clutched her stomach and laughed loudly. Huh, I thought I was drunk tonight. Just the 3 of you? She narrowed her eyes and assessed them seriously. Do you really think you're that powerful? Old Gua also said with a grim face. The 100 years of peace in the Shangming sacred land were built together by the Empress and the 3 immortals. Everyone sitting here knows this clearly. Unable to advance, unable to break through, who is ultimately responsible for this? The old man pointed directly at Pu Hongda's face. It's the ancestor of your Pu family, the previous Hutu emperor. Pu Hongda frowned and sneered. Huh, old man. So you've known for a long time. Old Gua was determined to expose this traitor. The 4 immortals' kindness is as deep as the sea. They traversed the universe. Only then was our bloodline able to continue to this day. Not only do you not think of repaying their kindness, but you have instead committed this rebellious act. You truly have no regard for the rules. It seems a person's nature is hard to change. The blood flowing in your veins is indeed dirty and selfish. Pu Hongda warned him fiercely. Ha! Are you done talking? Later, I will definitely pluck out all the upright hairs on your head. If you take the initiative to shave your head bald, perhaps I will spare your life. With that, he and his accomplices lined up neatly. They formed a seal and chanted. A huge pillar of light shot straight into the sky. It pierced through the roof. It tore open a spatial rift. The surrounding disciples screamed in horror. From the rift, thousands upon thousands of hands reached out. The filthy, vengeful spirits swarmed. They poured in. Pu Honda looked at his creation with satisfaction. He spread his arms and laughed loudly. Ha! This world will finally belong to my Pu family. Miyu gave the order. Go! The east and west are yours. She flew into the air. She formed a seal. A magic circle appeared. Deploy the Kong Tian array. She stood in the center of the array. Her expression was solemn as she announced in a loud voice. All disciples of the Shangming sacred land, listen to my command. The sect masters and elders of the earth, wood, and metal sects have colluded with foreign enemies. The evidence is conclusive. Whether you are from the inner or outer sect, everyone, sit down and meditate on the spot. Anyone who acts on their own will be treated as a traitor. Kill without mercy. Pu Honda leaped into the air. He stood at the same level as Miyu. He also announced loudly, Yuan Jin Xiao is the leader of the evil demons who have plagued the sacred land for 1,000 years. Now her time is up. Pyongd will eliminate the evil demon. The sect masters and elders of the new 6 sects will be selected from all disciples. The disciples were confused and bewildered. They didn't know who to believe. They stood there, stunned. Pu Honda narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He thought smugly, it seems the water sect has also been broken. Then he turned to the people below. He continued to incite the disciples. He who understands the times is a wise man. The grand array has been broken. If you don't rebel now, when will you? The evil demon treats the lives of all disciples as worthless. What you should do, you know in your hearts. The crowd below was filled with anger. Some were in an uproar. People were panicking. Layers of dark, vengeful spirits had quickly infiltrated the formation. Pu Honda smiled with great interest. You have no way out. But Miyu stood calmly to the side. She smiled charmingly. She asked Sect Master Pu, what gives you the illusion that you can win? Time rewinds to half an hour ago. Elder Lin was tightly bound by tentacles. Her mouth was also gagged. She could only use her eyes to signal to Xia Qi. Quick, run. Seeing the scene, Xia Qi was speechless and let out in awe before looking at the culprit. He clapped his hands and gave a friendly smile. We're all women here. Why do you like to play such stimulating games? Isn't it a bit too selfish to only play with women? Hearing this, Xiao Ji said contemptuously, where did this bug come from? Don't you dare ruin my fun. With that, several red tentacles appeared on her hand. She whipped them towards Xia Qi. I've successfully angered her. Xiaki zmirkt zmagli. He called the system CG. Exchange for the reversal skill. Feel free to deduct the points. The system screen immediately displayed the information, deducting 88,888 fury value. In exchange for the Heavenly Pivot Reversal Charm. Cool down, 24 hours. God-level incantation. Reverses the trajectory of fate. Notification ends. The little kid jumped out. He stood in front of Xia Qi. He waved cutely. Big sister, let's play together. With just a point of its small hand. The tentacles suddenly retracted. They changed direction and shot towards the 3 women like sharp arrows. All 3 of them were terrified. They didn't understand what was happening. Xiaoji was tied up. She shouted angrily. How can this be? Why are they no longer under my control? The other 2 were no better off. Their limbs were tightly bound. Stop! Stop! Sister Xiaoji. Quick, think of a way. Xiaoqi stood by and watched. He said provocatively, what Elder Lin has suffered, you will suffer tenfold. Wang trembled all over. What did you do? Stop it. The tentacles tightened more and more. It seemed they wanted to enter every nook and cranny of her body. No. I really can't. She glanced at Xiao Ji with tears in her eyes. A tentacle had already entered her lower body. The remaining ones tied her hands and feet tightly. They lifted her skirt and stroked her thighs. It made her moan. Don't, save me. Sean Bay's scream was even louder. Not there. Save me. I can't take it anymore. The tentacle didn't stop. It obeyed Xia Qi's command. It invaded her lower body. Xia Qi watched with great interest. He said with satisfaction, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. Next time, don't use such a vicious move. With that, he waved his hand towards Elder Lin. The tentacles shattered at his command. She slowly fell. Xia Qi quickly ran over to catch her. Elder Lin, are you alright? Elder Lin was still trembling. She covered her lower body with her hands in pain. She softly called out Xia, and then fainted. Xia Qi called out in a panic. Elder Lin, but she didn't respond. He turned to the side for help. Miss Gong Lu, come and take care of. He suddenly stopped. His face darkened. Gong Lu curled up. Her face was flushed. She stammered. Okay. The corner of Xia Qi's mouth twitched. This girl, what on earth is she thinking? The scene changes. Yin Yu raised her hand and pointed to the sky. She chanted an incantation. Immortal fire, burn the city. From her fingertip, a magic circle flashed and quickly expanded. A phoenix, completely engulfed in flames, appeared. It charged straight into the dark shadows ahead. Wherever it passed, the dark shadows were burned to ashes. Beside her was Kang Han. She held a long sword. She let out a soft shout. Lotus birth, lotus fall. Thousands upon thousands of ice lotuses condensed in midair. At the same time, on the other side, Shan Gaoyang and Han Tiangong narrowed their eyes. They stared at the same spot with the eyes of a tiger stalking its prey. Pu Hongda gritted his teeth and thought, these two are really useless. Seeing this, Miyu lowered her eyes and sneered. You have to choose the right people to cooperate with. Shen Gaiyang, Han Tiangong. What if I give you a way out? Han Tiangong was a little swayed. Sect Master Shan is. Pu Hongda warned them angrily. You two have already accepted benefits from me. Now that things have come to this, are you thinking of changing your minds? Now that it's come to this, do you think she'll really let you go? Miyu narrowed her eyes dangerously. She scolded, fools. I guarantee it in the name of the second immortal of Shangming. But she added silently in her heart, I guarantee you'll die a thorough death. That sounds too credible. Han Tiangong was anxious to the point of madness. He roared, that Pu guy, I see through you now. You're the real fool, aren't you? You baited us two fish. If you have any trump cards left, use them now. After saying that, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought, Miyu is too confident. Is old Pu really going to be okay? Shan Gaoyang was confused by these words. He also shouted, look at Pu Hongda's unlucky face. What kind of trump card could he have? I don't want to be buried with him. Pu Hongda was trembling with anger. He clenched his fists. Veins popped on his temples. He couldn't help but curse. A bunch of weak, useless fools. Miyu saw that the alliance of three had fallen apart. She took a puff of her pipe. She exhaled a cloud of pink smoke. Within the smoke, a magic circle and incantations appeared. They swirled and condensed. The figure of Yuan Jin Xiao gradually appeared. She sat on a throne with the arrogant posture of a queen. In front of her was the tied-up Gong Mo. Yuan Jin Xiao just glanced at them. The other two were terrified. They were speechless. I'm really done for this time. What? Yuan Jin Xiao is a spent force. What? Her physical body has been destroyed. This Pu Hongda has doomed us. Miyu said with satisfaction. Pu Hongda, weren't you looking for this pig? The three of you are great powers of the Shangming sacred land. Yet you can't even sense my sister's aura? Ha ha, how embarrassing. Seeing Yuan Jin Xiao appear, Pu Hongda was so angry he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. He spread his arms wide. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. I was afraid Yuan Jin Xiao wouldn't come today. You think you're so smart? Ha! He clasped his hands together. His face was grim as he waited. Suddenly, a green vortex appeared. It carried with it thousands of lightning bolts that tore through space. His two foolish accomplices also looked up in horror. A woman with horns on her head appeared. She greeted them. Empress Yuan Jin Xiao. Long time no see. Sobi, the fat man, Gong Mo, saw her. He was so scared he jumped. His whole body trembled. But Yuan Jin Xiao didn't respond. She just sat there calmly, looking at her. Seeing this, Yin Lee spoke again. So cold. I clearly brought a gift. With a flick of her hand, the fat man's eyes bulged out. His cheeks puffed up. The ropes snapped. His whole body swelled up as if it were being inflated. A loud explosion rang out. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Standing nearby, Miyu covered her nose and mouth with her hand. Her face was filled with disgust. Yin Lee smilad brigly. Consider this a little welcoming gift. The two opposing forces hovered in the air. On one side was Yin Lee's domain, filled with electric arcs and dazzling lightning. On the other side was Second Master Miyu's bottomless domain. In the sky, In front of the crowd below, a long, black rectangular box slowly appeared. Inside the box, blue mystic chi gradually condensed into a wind-fixing pearl. It sparkled brilliantly. It was full of life. The wind-fixing pearl is a specialty of the Chidu sacred land. One can speed up the flow of spiritual power. Two can slow down the flow of spiritual power. And when two or more wind-fixing pearls explode, they will create a space where spiritual power cannot flow. Yin Lee looked at the pearl. She boasted with pride and arrogance. This is the welcoming gift I prepared for you with 30 wind-fixing pearls. Do you know how much it cost? It's enough to show my sincerity towards you. Second Master Miyu looked at Yin Lee. She replied contemptuously, "Oh my, you're the queen of a country, after all. Why do you still care about how much it costs?" The leader of a race is truly stingy. At this moment, Yin Lee didn't pay any attention to Second Master Miyu. She was focused on looking at Yuan Jin Xiao. She said words that were both praise and provocation. Yuan Jin Xiao, in terms of single combat, you are indeed the number one person under the heavenly Tao, but in the crack where the heavenly Tao explodes, I'm a chopping block. You're the fish on the chopping block. But First Master Yuan Jin Xiao remained expressionless. She glanced at Yin Lee without saying a word. With every passing second, Yin Lee grew more impatient. She frowned and said, "I hate this look of yours, as if you have everything under control." While Yin Lee was talking to Yuan Jin Xiao, Second Master Miyu picked up her pipe. She blew a gentle puff towards First Master Yuan Jin Xiao. Her image immediately began to shatter. It disappeared without a trace. It turned out that it was just an illusion of First Master Yuan Jin Xiao. Second Master Miyu stood to the side and thought, muttering to yourself for half a day, "I really feel sorry for you." Seeing this, Yin Lee was so angry she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're from a Qingqiu clan. You stinky fox. How dare you trick me?" Second Master Miyu replied calmly, "You're just like those 3 fools. I only showed you what you wanted to see. I wouldn't call it tricking you." With that, she looked up at the void. She smiled with a hidden meaning and asked, "I wonder how First Sister sees you." After hearing Second Master Miyu's words, Yin Lee's face was blank. She followed her gaze up to the sky. Just then, a barrier formation appeared in the sky. A beam of golden light shone down. It passed through the box containing Yin Lee's wind-fixing pearl. It shattered it to pieces. It turned into thousands of fragments that rained down. Seeing this scene, Yin Lee staggered back a step in horror. In midair, First Master Yuan Jin Xiao materialized from within that golden light formation. She looked at Yin Lee indifferently and asked, "Yin Lee, it's been 1,000 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Yin Lee looked up at First Master Yuan Jin Xiao. She gritted her teeth and frowned. She cursed inwardly. I hate her calm and natural attitude in any situation. So annoying. First Master Yuan Jin Xiao slowly gathered the fragments of the pearl that had just shattered from the box. She said, "The gift you gave, I'll reluctantly accept it. It's just that this cheap gift is not worthy of my expectations for you." With that, First Master Yuan Jin Xiao waved her hand and gathered the fragments into a chaotic black hole. Then she reached her hand into the black hole. She moved closer to Yin Lee, and it was only then that Yin Lee truly felt worried and scared. She cursed Yuan Jin Xiao again in her heart. She really is a madwoman. With that thought, she opened a barrier behind her. She prepared to sneak away. Yuan Jin Xiao, you want to confront the heavenly Tao. That's your business. I'm not ready to expose myself yet. The barrier carried electric arcs and blue mystic chi. They intertwined. They quickly shrank and condensed. Yuan Jin Xiao looked in that direction. She spread her arms wide. She opened a barrier. She sucked all the remaining black fragments into it. She gathered them in her palm. They formed a small energy ball that emitted a mysterious purple-black light. First Master Yuan Jin Xiao looked in the direction Yin Lee had fled. She criticized her with a straight face. As timid as a mouse. All you know is how to run. With that, she threw the energy ball in that direction. The timing was perfect. The energy ball managed to get into the barrier. The barrier then closed. In the sky, only a few faint wisps of blue residual chi remained. After that, First Master Yuan Jin Xiao said in a light tone, "Consider a return gift for you." Pu Honda below looked up. His heart was filled with fear. This is not a place to stay for long. So he tried to escape. While fleeing, he let out a cry of ah. He suddenly crashed into an obstacle. It was a person. It was Xia Qi. Pu Honda was momentarily flustered. He quickly asked Xia Qi, "Why are you here?" Seeing this, Xia Qi asked him in return, "Why can't I be here?" With that, he held up a stick with a long string tied to it. At the other end of the string was a frog, weakly croaking. He waved it around and asked Sect Master Pu, "Do you know what this is?" Pu Hongda's face was pale. He asked, "What is it?" "A green frog." Seeing this, Xia Qi teased him. "You don't even recognize your own ancestor?" Pu Hongda had realized something by now. He questioned, "What did you do?" Xia Qi replied, grimly, "Do you think I'd be kind enough to tell you what I did? That would be a waste of my breath. You can take that question with you. And think about it slowly with your two good brothers down below." But Yuan Jin Xiao had already called out Pu Hongda's name by now. Sect Master Pu. Pu Hongda turned around in horror. He even used honorifics. "Empress." Yuan Jin Xiao bestowed upon him some golden words. "Consider it a final favor. How do you want me to deal with you? Should I dismember you? Or should you cripple your own cultivation? Unfortunately, I'm still soft-hearted in the end. I won't treat you the way you treated me." Shan Gaoyang and Han Tiangong, on the ground beside him, unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, a sharp ring appeared in First Master Yuan Jin Xiao's pupils. It carried a powerful golden light. She looked down and said, "I will give you a more glorious death." For example, turning to dust. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge barrier appeared in the sky. Thousands of golden lightning bolts intertwined. Then they converged into 3 massive bolts of lightning. They struck the 3 traitors on the ground. Only then did Pu Hongda, Shan Gaoyang, and Han Tiangong realize that they had been tricked, but it was too late. They only had time to leave behind 3 last words. "You tricked," under the destructive power of the lightning. The 3 of them were instantly turned to dust. In that moment, they returned to the earth. Hearing this, Second Master Miyu covered her mouth and laughed. "You actually believe the words of a fox. You can only blame yourselves for being too stupid." The story takes place in a wealthy mansion. Once upon a time, a rich man's wife fell gravely ill. Before she died, she called her only daughter to her bedside. Yin Yu plays Cinderella. Lianhua plays her birth mother. Lianhua looked weakly at Yin Yu. "My dear daughter, even if I die, I will always be by your side." Yin Yu grabbed Lianhua's hand, trying to hold on. "Mother, don't." She thought to herself, "It would be too scary if you stayed by my side forever." Lianhua suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then she breathed her last. "I'm dead." Yin Yu looked at her mother. She cried out in pain, "Mother!" The father loved his daughter. He was worried she would lack a mother's love. So a year later, he found her stepmother. The stepmother also brought along her 2 children from a previous marriage. No, it was 2 older sisters. Yin Yu sat before her mother's grave. She smiled happily and said, "I have a new mother and new sisters now. I won't be lonely anymore." At this time, in that wealthy mansion, Bo Bailing shouted loudly, "Wipe it clean, otherwise you won't get to eat." Cinderella, Yin Yu was currently scrubbing the floor. She was only wearing a set of old, tattered black clothes. Sect Master Bo plays the stepmother. Miyu plays the second sister. She said, "I heard the palace is holding a spring banquet soon. The crown prince will choose his consort at the banquet." Yuan Jin Xiao plays the eldest sister. She also chimed in, "The palace is very clean. They only invite beautiful girls. Guess who here isn't invited?" Only then did Cinderella, Yin Yu realize that after her father passed away, her stepmother and 2 sisters only knew how to bully her. Bo Bailing scolded, "We'll be back at 12 o'clock. Have hot water boiled and noodles cooked for us. If not, I'll break your legs." Cinderella, Yin Yu watched the carriage drive away. She was both sad and wronged. She burst into tears. "I'm so dirty. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to go to the ball. Sobi." Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. It was Kong Han. Kong Han plays the fairy godmother. She asked gently, "My child, why are you crying?" Yin Yu wiped her tears and replied, "I want to attend the ball, but I don't have any beautiful clothes." Kong Han smiled and said, "Let me help you." With that, she pointed her magic wand at Yin Yu. A beautiful burgundy ball gown appeared. Kong Han continued to chant. Frame of fortune. A magnificent carriage appeared before them. The fairy godmother Kong Han instructed Cinderella Yin Yu. "The magic is effective until 12 o'clock. You must be home by then. Otherwise, the magic will disappear." Yin Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, thank you, fairy godmother." At the ball in the royal palace, everyone praised Princess Cinderella Yin Yu. It was all words of praise and invitations. She's so beautiful. Whose daughter is this, so beautiful? I wonder if the young lady is betrothed yet? I think my son is not bad. Suddenly, a man approached Yin Yu. He asked gracefully, "Beautiful princess, may I have this dance?" It was Xiaoqi, playing the prince. Cinderella. Yin Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Her inner thoughts. I caught a big fish. The prince is mine. And so, he took her hand. He asked eagerly while dancing, "Your Highness Princess, where do you live? What is your name?" Cinderella. Yin Yu was dazed at this moment. She stammered. She didn't know how to answer. She thought to herself, I'm just a fake princess. At 12 o'clock, the magic will disappear. Seeing this, Prince Xiaoqi comforted her. It's okay. Don't be shy. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. He looked up. The clock was about to strike 12. Yin Yu's inner thoughts. This is a bit unreasonable. Why is time passing so quickly? No sooner said than done. Princess Cinderella pushed the prince hard, making him fall to the ground. The prince let out a cry of ah. As she ran, she didn't forget to say goodbye. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I have to go home now. Goodbye. Xiaoqi chased after her, calling out, Your Highness Princess. Just like the original plot, Cinderella. Yin Yu also lost a shoe. The prince saw it. His eyes lit up. Young lady, you can't escape. Whoever fits this shoe will be my wife. The prince had fallen in love with Cinderella. He had to find her at all costs. He ordered his maids to search the entire city. Finally, they arrived at Cinderella's house. And so, someone came to try on the shoe. But, why do so many people fit this shoe? Cinderella. Yin Yu, the two stepsisters, Yuan Jin Xiao and Miyu, and even the fairy godmother, Kong Han. Xiaoqi exclaimed with joy. They all fit. It seems you all fit this shoe. I'll have to marry all four of you. A reader shouted loudly. It shattered the absurd atmosphere. Then, this person hit the scriptwriter on the head with the script. He condemned. Look at what you've written. Marry all four? You didn't even spare the fairy godmother. I told you to revise it, not to make things up. The scriptwriter pretended to be wronged and argued. I can't help it. The princess wears a size 37 shoe. And all four of our actresses wear a size 37. The reader was furious. He placed one foot on the scriptwriter's head. He gave an ultimatum. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. You've made such a mess of things. Tell me, will you work overtime to fix it? Or will you work overtime to fix it? The scriptwriter knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Director, sir. Of course I want to work overtime to fix it. But working overtime to fix it doesn't mean the whole crew has to stay and work overtime to act it out. Hearing this, the reader sat down and pondered for a moment. Although it's a bit ridiculous, it's also quite creative. I won't scold people during the new year. You have to work harder next year. The scriptwriter was overjoyed. He repeatedly agreed. Yes, yes. Okay. Yuan Jin Xiao came out with a tea tray. She suggested, it's almost the new year. Let's take a picture. Everyone has worked hard this year. Miyu immediately called out. Everyone, come over here. Line up in 2 rows. The scriptwriter held up the camera and gave the command. Say it with me. 2, 3. Happy New Year. The scene shifts to an image of releasing flower lanterns on a river. In the sky, fireworks bloomed magnificently. They must be celebrating the new year. Third Master Kong Han had just released her flower lantern. She smiled and asked everyone present, has everyone made their wishes? Seeing that everyone was done, Second Master Miyu replied. Fourth Master Yin Yu asked curiously, are there any other activities next? I don't want to go back to the Xiaoming Divine Hall so early. Kong looked at Xiaoqi. She smiled and asked, what do you think? Hearing this, Xiaoqi propped his chin and thought for a moment. Let me think. I've got it. With that, he went back to his room. He pulled out a large pile of women's clothing and accessories from his wardrobe. Yin Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why does he normally collect so many women's clothes? Does he want to cross-dress? In no time, Xiaoqi had filled a rack with women's clothing. He brought it out and asked the masters, let's play a miracle Nikki-style dress-up game together. The ladies looked at him blankly and asked, wait, Nikki? What is that? Seeing this, Xiaoqi explained the rules of the game. The 4 masters will style each other using New Year as the theme. Then you will score each other. The person with the highest score will receive a special prize tonight. But it's a secret. It won't be revealed until the end. After speaking, he walked out, reminding the masters, I'll go prepare first. You only have 1 hour. The night sky was now filled with flower lanterns. Xiaoqi saw that the time was up. He stepped forward and knocked on the door, calling inside, "Time's up." Have the four masters finished preparing? A voice from inside responded to Xiaoqi. "Coming." Xiaoqi walked into the room, greeting the masters. The room inside had also been redecorated. Red paper pasted up, lanterns hanging. Xiaoqi thought in surprise. I didn't expect the room to be decorated as well. In front of him were 4 circular teleportation platforms glowing with golden light. Next to them were 4 empty scoreboards. On the first teleportation platform, a flame burst forth. The first contestant appeared. First is the performance of a 9-ly blade god, Yin Yu. Yin Yu wore a wine-red long dress. On her left shoulder was a golden rose. The chest area featured a bold cutout design. The skirt was also wine-red. The front of the dress was embroidered with a golden dragon, incredibly eye-catching. The stylist is Kong Han. Xiaoqi immediately gave a score of 100. Numbers appeared on the other 3 scoreboards. 85, 90, 100. The second performer is the Frost Sky Sword God, Kong Han. She wore a bold, modernized cheongsam, wine-red color. It perfectly accentuated her curves. The stylist is Miyu. This time, Xiaoqi gave 100 points again. The remaining scores were all 90. 90. 90. Next up is Miyu, styled by Yuan Jin Xiao. But why is she wrapped up tight in a coat like that? Xiaoqi asked curiously. Second master, why is your look different from everyone else's? Miyu replied shyly. I had no choice. Eldest sister bullied me. That outfit was too weird. It wouldn't pass censorship. I put a coat on over it myself. Half an hour ago, eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao had styled second master Miyu in a wine-red leather crop top, paired with leather shorts, also wine-red, but ridiculously short. It looked no different from lingerie. Miyu cried internally. How am I supposed to wear this out? I didn't expect second master to be put in a tough spot. But we can't expose it. This score is really hard to give. Then he gave his score. Let's go with 99 points then. The scores on the other 3 boards gradually appeared. They were all 100 points. Xiaoqi was stunned. He became confused. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" He pulled Miyu's coat open and said, "What exactly is it? Let me see." Miyu screamed and wouldn't let him pull it. The final performance is by the Lycan Empress, Yuan Jin Xiao. She wore a skin-tight, flesh-color crop top and a short black hip-hugging skirt, paired with black and red gloves. The stylist is Yin Yu. But this outfit really doesn't fit the New Year theme very well. Xiaoqi immediately gave 100 points. Try and salvage some face for Yin Yu. Quick, save the situation. I don't know if it's in time. The other 3 scoreboards all showed 60 points. Yin Yu angrily questioned everyone. On what basis? Why is my score so low? Kong Han saw this. She explained to Yin Yu. Our theme is New Year. Little sister, you went off topic. Yin Yu was crestfallen. She sighed in depression. Is that so? Eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao tilted her head and asked, Can we announce the winner yet? Xiaoqi coughed a few times to clear his throat, preparing to speak for this solemn moment. Ahem. Yes. The person honored with first place in this miracle Nikki styling contest is our Lycan Empress. Applause rang out. The other masters also clapped in congratulations. Yuan Jin Xiao asked curiously what the special prize was. At this moment, Xiaoqi clapped his hands, revealing, You can bring the gift in now. Servants brought in 5 plates filled with dumplings. They looked incredibly delicious, sparkling, like they were shining before the eyes of a starving person. Xiaoqi then invited the 4 masters. These are dumplings I made personally for my 4 masters. Yin Yu was already drooling with craving, but Yuan Jin Xiao had a cold expression, feeling like she had been pranked. This is the special prize? I feel like I've been taken advantage of. Seeing this, Xiaoqi immediately parried. The special prize is, the winner can make one request of me, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of fire. I will try my best to fulfill that person's dream. Yuan Jin Xiao confirmed. Really? Xiaoqi replied heroically. A real man never goes back on his word, for horses couldn't chase it back. Yuan Jin Xiao looked at him, smiling a mysterious smile. Then, I want you to wear women's clothes. A barrier created from blue profound energy and interwoven lightning opened up, pushing a person down in front of the main hall's entrance. That person was Yin Lee. After being hit by Yuan Jin Xiao's orb of purple light, she had taken a hit. Now Yin Lee lay on the ground, clutching her left shoulder, her face twisted in pain from the heavy injury. Residual purple, profound energy still lingered around her wound. Yanli was filled with resentment towards Yuan Jin Xiao, screaming loudly towards the eldest master. Yuan Jin Xiao, you damn wretch! With every curse word uttered, a sharp pain shot through the wound. It hurt so much she had to memorize the person who caused this to settle the score later. Yanli looked up and saw the throne high above. Suddenly she let out an ah, as if remembering something. Then she walked over and sat arrogantly on the throne. Yanli got angrier the more she thought about it, roaring, "I'm so pissed off." Suddenly, a notification panel with a black background and red text appeared with a warning. Then, a series of notification panels appeared repeatedly. Warning, 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 I will find you. Found you. Then they shattered on their own, disappearing into the void. Yanli sat to the side, sighing in frustration. I almost failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice instead. The current location of the sacred capital's holy land has been noticed by the heavenly Tao. But Yuan Jin Xiao ruined my good plan. We are not done yet. While Yanli was passionately complaining, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Queen, bad news. Those 2 spies haven't returned yet. Yanli suddenly realized, thinking to herself, I almost forgot about the 2 spies I sent out. Forgot about those 2 useless fools. Saying that, she became smug again. A strange smile bloomed on the corner of her mouth. I'll feed those rebellious sinners until they're full before sending them on their way. But today you guys are a bit unlucky, because my mood isn't very good. 3 dishes and a soup is impossible. I'll just make something quick. At the Shaming Divine Hall, Xiaoqi held the stick tied to the toad from earlier, curiously thinking, how should I deal with this guy? Eat it. Feels a bit gross. It might be poisonous. If this were a frog, I wouldn't be hesitating like this. Release it? He was torn between cooking it or releasing it. The toad, Hutu. 4th Master Yin Yu immediately added some information about this toad. Toads are naturally poisonous. Their saliva, blood vessels, and skin glands all contain white fluid. Its eggs contain more than 30 types of toxins. Anyone who eats it will damage their heart, liver, kidneys, and other organs. So it's also known as the poisonous toad. 4th Master Yin Yu looked at the toad, doubt rising in her heart. She poked it with a stick, causing it to croak a few times. She asked Xiaoqi her question. You say this is that old guy Hutu? At this moment, eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao asked Xiaoqi, Speak, what happened? Xiaoqi didn't answer immediately, but threw the toad towards 4th Master Yin Yu. 4th Master, for you to play with. 4th Master Yin Yu looked terrified and disgusted, refusing profusely. I don't want to play with it. It's disgusting. Xiaoqi turned to eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao, cupping his hands in greeting. I'll introduce these people first. Elder Lin needs no introduction. This one is Shan Bei. Surely the 4 masters in the inner sect have an impression of her. She is also quite an outstanding disciple. The other 2 are spies from the sacred capital's holy land. They are disciples with poor aptitude, deliberately stayed back a grade for many years. They killed quite a few fellow disciples during the inner sect assessment. At this moment, Wang was so scared he was sobbing. Seeing this, Shan Bei shouted, What are you crying for? Xiaoqi slowly recounted the whole story to the masters. I used a bit of illusion magic taught by 2nd Master, making Hutu's soul see this toad as his descendant, Shan Bei. The process wasn't anything special, so I won't go into detail. 3rd Master Kang Han sternly asked the female disciple Shan Bei, Shan Bei, we have long known about your background, but the sins of the father do not pass to the child. Moreover, you have a talent for cultivation. We want to nurture you into a proper person. Elder Lin couldn't help but be surprised at how much the masters knew. After this statement, she thought to herself, the 4 immortals are indeed the 4 immortals, connecting heaven and earth. Naturally, they know everything. At this moment, 3rd Master Kang Han was expressionless, cold as if interrogating. Now your father has paid for his crimes. He is no longer of this world. Do you have anything you want to explain? Shan Bei remained silent, recalling the time she spent with her father. She remembered back then. Shan Bei's father looked like a demon full of evil energy, hovering in midair, laughing at her. Heh, this kid Hongda is truly filial to me. Plotting for you for so long. Sacrificing a body isn't bad either, although she's just a granddaughter. But she's usable. Shan Bei was panicked. What did you say? The flashback ended. Returning to reality. Shan Bei crossed her arms, accepting her fate. I understand. To my father and the Immortals. I am just a tool to be arranged at will. I have nothing left to say. Yuan Jin Xiao looked at Xia and asked, You caught the people. How do you want to deal with them? Seeing this, Xia pondered and said, Let me think. Qiji and Wang Fuling, Wang. Just hand them over to Candice and Xiao Ling Dang to deal with. I think as fellow townsmen meeting each other, they will definitely be very excited. Hearing this, Qiji screamed, Candice, he's still alive. No, you can't hand me over to him. Wang beside him could only cry and lean on Qiji. Xiao, Qiji, what do we do now? Suddenly, the ceiling cracked open into two giant spatial rifts. From those two space-time rifts, two beams of orange light shot out, shining on Qiji and Wang. The surroundings were filled with blood energy, accompanied by Yan Li's message. Forgot two things. Yuan Jin Xiao, I'll settle the score with you next time. Xia was about to rush up to save them when he was stopped by eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao, explaining to him, This is the dragon roar. You cannot interfere, or you'll get hurt. Xia asked worriedly, Are we just going to let them go like that? Wang and Qiji were gradually sucked into the void. At this moment, Qiji loudly begged the Lycan Empress. I beg you, hand me over to Candice. No, kill me is fine too. Kill me. But it was too late. The two space-time rifts had sucked both of them in, then shrank and disappeared. Xia looked at where the two rifts had just vanished, wondering, what is the dragon roar? It will cause injury? Looking at their final state, they'd rather die than go back. At this moment, fourth master Yin Yu put on her glasses, acting scholarly, explaining to Xia, Dragon roar is actually the sound of a dragon's stomach growling. This is my first time seeing it too. This is considered a racial talent of the ancient dragon race. Once a soul is marked as food, no matter where they are, they can only become food for the dragon race. Unless, speaking of this, fourth master Yin Yu paused for a moment. Unless what? Yin Yu then said honestly, Last time, the two elder sisters also told me up to the last part. Why are you the only one curious? Why do you have to ask until the end? At this moment, Yuan Jin Xiao spoke up. Taking them away is good too. Saves us the trouble. The so-called living is worse than dying. Is exactly like that. Scene changes to the next day. Xia carried a large travel bag, walking behind fourth master Yin Yu. Thinking, this girl Yin Yu hasn't said a word since receiving the family token. It's a bit unfamiliar. He recalled when eldest master Yuan Jin Xiao instructed Xia, She's going home this time. You go with her. Xia said, Oh, in surprise. Looking at Yin Yu, filled with worry. What's wrong with fourth master? What was written in the letter? Her mood seems very bad. After eldest master gave her instructions, I also asked Yin Yu what she was going back for, but she didn't say anything from start to finish. It was clearly a letter from home. Could it be that a relative passed away? Is that why she's so heartbroken? Xia continued to ponder as he walked. I thought Yin Yu was the incarnation of Fire Lotus, a type of lava spirit. I didn't expect her to be a human born of parents too. Thinking this, he quickened his pace to catch up with Yin Yu, asking, Fourth master, we've been walking for 2 hours. Why don't we just teleport straight to the destination? Yin Yu was silent for a moment, then stopped walking. What's wrong with walking? Why fly so fast? Do you want to arrive at my house immediately that badly? Xia felt he had grasped this girl's thoughts. He affirmed, Looks like she just has a bad relationship with her family. Not as serious as I thought. Thinking this, he probed with a few more questions. If fourth master doesn't want to go back, just write a letter refusing. Adults must learn how to say no. Yin Yu was silent again for a moment, then said, It's a situation where I must return. You are so. I'll show you then. Saying that, she took out the letter and showed it to Xia. Father is critically ill. Return immediately. Xia seemed to understand everything, starting to think about his role in this trip. I understand. Yin Yu and her family have a bad relationship, but her father is critically ill. She cannot help but return. But what is eldest master's purpose in sending me along? For me to be a mediator? Yin Yu urged Xia, keep walking. We'll teleport when we're tired. Xia had guessed the situation, so he continued walking, thinking, I'll just improvise. Her state right now, asking too much will only annoy her more. Course number 784. Guide for Gentlemen on How to Treat an Angry Female Friend. On the screen appeared Xia Qi dressed in a dashing suit. A friendly reminder from Xia Qi's female friend. When a girl is angry, don't ask anything. No, every word she says is right. Everything she does is not wrong. We cannot be too enthusiastic, nor too distant. Must pay attention to every small detail. Ready to serve. But for example, right now, I can't really say nothing. Do nothing. That would make her feel neglected. Not cared for. The important thing is the pacing. Xiaoqi stepped forward to ask Yanhua. Fourth Master, are you hungry? Shall I cook a bowl of noodles for you? Fourth Master Yanhua immediately revealed a probing look. Get lost, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi replied, Ekpidi. Yes, ma'am. Thinking to himself. See? Agree to all her requests. She's completely right. Have you guys learned yet? At Yawning City. Yanhua said faintly. We're here. Xiaoqi replied. Yawning City. If I'm not guessing wrong, Fourth Master's father is the city lord, right? Yanhua gave a soft MHM. Saying that, she pulled Xiaoqi's hand to walk together. Let's go straight in. Save us from being questioned at the city gate. Xiaoqi asked in surprise. Questioned? Aren't you the city lord's daughter? Why? Yanhua cut Xiaoqi off, explaining, don't ask anymore. I don't want to be too flashy. Xiaoqi was dumbfounded. Huh? Saying that, the two turned into a streak of fire shooting into the sky. Xiaoqi thought curiously. Does Fourth Master have a misunderstanding about the word flashy? Looking at the entire city before his eyes, Xiaoqi recalled old knowledge. Yawning City. I remember this place. I read an introduction about this city when reading books in a library pavilion. At that time, I hadn't connected it to Yanhua yet. This city is culturally prosperous. There aren't many cultivators, but the overall quality of the cultivators is very high. It is a wealthy and powerful city. How did Fourth Master go from being the city lord's daughter to becoming one of the 4 immortals of the sanctuary? He looked at Yanhua. The two just landed in the courtyard outside the hall, dragging a ring of fire with them, scaring 2 nearby maids into falling backwards. Screaming, Yanhua looked at them and asked, What's wrong? New here? Don't recognize me? Only then do they notice and recognize the identifying features. The voice of the city lord's young miss. Fiery red hair. Could it be the young miss? Must be. Yanhua looked at them and said, Go inform Yin-Ri. Tell him I'm back. The 2 maids hurriedly said, yes, and retreated. Yes, yes. Xiaoqi thought to himself. The maids are just ordinary people. It's understandable they haven't met Yanhua. But why does it seem like they don't know Yanhua is a fairy of the sanctuary? Yanhua then called Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, this guy really deserves a beating. I have to endure a bit. Xiaoqi walked to beside Yanhua, arms crossed over his chest, looking at Yanhua thoughtfully. Eldest Master told me to follow Yanhua. There must be a reason. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Xiaoqi. Oh my, Fairy Yanhua. One of the Shangming 4 immortals has returned without even notifying us. This brother is truly rude. Unable to receive you properly. It was Yin-Ri. He smiled and asked, Fairy Yanhua, little sister, you've been gone for so many years without writing a single letter to report your safety, making this brother and father very worried. Xiaoqi was very displeased with this guy's way of speaking. His eyes also clearly showed disgust. This brother, Fairy sister, saying he doesn't know his place is a bit of an understatement. And that squinty-eyed smile truly deserves a beating. Yanhua couldn't be bothered with Yin-Ri's fake concern. Coldly asked, Where's father? Not sure if it was unintentional or intentional. He didn't answer but turned to ask Xiaoqi, This brother is? Xiaoqi still had his arms crossed. I am Xiaoqi, disciple of the Ninely Blade God, Yanhua. Yin-Ri heard this, sneered. Haha, Fairy sister, you yourself are still a child, yet you've accepted a disciple? Very good, very good. Finding someone to play house with isn't bad either. Yanhua angrily shouted. Yin-Ri, Xiaoqi cursed silently. My blood pressure is about to burst. If you weren't Yin-Ri, I'm afraid you'd be dead already. Although thinking that inside. Outwardly, Xiaoqi still appeared calm. Look at what you're saying. That's too much. Yin-Ri was smug inside. Can't even handle a little provocation. Can't achieve great things. Little sister only deserves this kind of person. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, Xiaoqi continued speaking. Big brother wants to praise his sister for being young. I can understand. You could just praise her directly. We are all family. Why beat around the bush? Why use playing house to praise your sister's youth? Moreover, doing so makes you look very weird. It almost made me say you were rude. Yinhua was tickled by his words and laughed out loud. Yin Lee's face became flustered. I didn't mean that. Xiaoqi put his hand on his shoulder and said, I also don't know what official position you hold now. Anyway, you're my master's older brother, so I'll just call you Uncle Yin Lee. You can't be like this in the future. He leaned his face close, speaking in a provocative tone. That's right. I hear Master often say, Uncle Yin Lee's realm is not inferior to my master's at all. Later, let's find a place to exchange pointers, shall we? Yin Lee turned pale with fright. Realm? Exchange pointers? Yinhua waved her hand, her face full of mischievous laughter. My big brother reached the great perfection of the out-of-body stage at a young age. Known as the genius of the Yin clan. He will even inherit Liuening City in the future. You have to be careful. Minor injuries are fine, but serious injuries wouldn't be good. Yin Lee was stunned. Huh? Xiaoqi bowed his head, but on his face was still a teasing look. Future city lord. Just now I was momentarily confused. For someone who doesn't specialize in cultivation to reach the out-of-body stage is already very impressive. Yin Lee was shaking with anger. Turns out this brat following that disrespectful girl also learned a sharp tongue. Just let that wretched girl be smug for a moment. Although joking, Yinhua didn't forget to remind her disciple. You have to work hard. Otherwise, my big brother is about to catch up to you. Facing her advice, Xiaoqi wasn't worried at all. Look at who my master is. Yinhua turned to Yin Lee, mocking, if big brother wants to spar, I'll tell him to hold back his strength later. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn girl, just you wait. Let's see if he can still laugh later. Thinking this, he quickly changed the subject. Little sister, Liuening City has always valued literature. Big brother's daily time is used for reading books. Cultivation will naturally be delayed. Governing a city requires brains. We just need to command those cultivators to work. Right? Does little sister still write characters incorrectly now? Seeing Yin Lee questioning his master, Xiaoqi quickly moved in front of Yinhua to shield her. I have a small question. Just like Brother Yin said, later you will inherit Liuening City, and Liuening City is one of the cities of the sacred sanctuary of heaven. My master is one of the Shangming Four Immortals, which is the military governor protecting a region for the Four Immortals. Xiaoqi provoked. I am the only disciple of the Four Immortals. I should be able to order you to work, right? Go back and copy books, get out. Yin Lee was instantly stunned. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Yinhua saw the situation wasn't good. Spoke up to interrupt. All right. In this city, besides the clan members, not many people know my identity. Coming home for a visit. Just put aside the status. Take me to see father. Before leaving, Xiaoqi didn't forget to throw a taunt. Useless scholar. When copying books, remember to write neatly. Yin Lee stood motionless for a moment, his hands clenched into fists, trembling all over with rage. Regaining his composure, he led Yinhua and Xiaoqi to Father Yan's residence. As he walked, he thought to himself, Yinhua is clearly one of the Shangming Four Immortals, but none of the servants here know who she is. Even along the way, very few people know who she is. It seems they don't take pride in her at all. Arriving at the place, Yin Lee knocked on the door. Father, Yinhua is back. A voice came from inside the room. Come in. Yin Lee opened the door, gesturing for Yinhua to enter. Please come in. After Yinhua went inside, Yin Lee then said to Xiaoqi, this is our private family matter. You wait outside. He replied softly. The door closed. Xiaoqi naturally didn't want to let this conversation escape his sight. So he ordered the system to go listen to what they were saying. It approached him, raised a hand to make an okay sign, but not sure if it was unintentional or deliberately misunderstood. The system didn't sneak in. Instead, it drilled a hole in the door to eavesdrop. Inside, Yinhua greeted. Father. MHM. Father Yin looked sickly. You're back. Cough. I am ill. Cannot bow to the fairy. I need you. Yinhua asked blankly. Need me for what? He explained. Not long ago, I couldn't break through normally in my cultivation. Got injured. Needed to transfer some cultivation to me. Outside, Xiaoqi facepalmed helplessly. Damn system. I told you to go in and look. If you drill a hole, what do I need you for? Xiaoqi looked calmly at the system and said, haven't forgotten, but perhaps she just treats it as a joke. The system glanced sideways in disagreement. But I feel Yinhua takes it seriously. This sentence from it made Xiaoqi wake up. His eyes widened. Reaching up to scratch his head, he said, if she really takes it seriously, then I will definitely fulfill the promise. How can I? Xiaoqi, hurt a woman's heart, just afraid that when the time comes. I sent my heart to the bright moon. Who knew the bright moon shines on the ditch? A halo radiated from Xiaoqi, causing the system to cover its eyes with its hands. It exclaimed in surprise. This man's image is too blinding. Xiaoqi hurriedly ran off. I'm going in, standing in front of the door. He knocked rapidly and shouted, Fourth Master, I'm coming in. Saying that, Xiaoqi pushed the door open. The tall figure stood at the door, looking inside. Seeing the scene clearly before his eyes, he instantly froze. Eyes wide open, Yin Yu was sitting amidst a pile of food, holding a chicken leg and eating deliciously. Xiaoqi immediately scolded Yin Yu angrily. What are you doing? Daring to eat behind my back? Yin Yu was still blankly gnawing on the chicken leg. I didn't eat behind your back. Aren't you eavesdropping right next door? I am eating in front of you, openly and honestly. Xiaoqi scratched his head helplessly. I thought you were crying. He asked foolishly, so those boohoo sounds were made by you eating? Yin Yu replied calmly. What else? How could I shed tears for that father and son pair? What kind of people they are? I've known for a long time. Although everything in front of him was clear, but Xiaoqi began to doubt. He looked at the pile of stacked plates, wondering, usually I don't see her eat this much. He seemed to understand something. Blurting out, he turned to Yin Yu. Fourth Master, if you're sad, just cry. No need to eat so much to torture yourself like this. She immediately looked embarrassed and avoided Xiaoqi's gaze. I didn't. Yin Yu couldn't help but start trembling. She revealed a pitiful expression, eyes brimming with tears. Seeing this, Xiaoqi immediately hugged his fourth master to comfort her. We are family. There's no shame in crying in front of me. Yin Yu's last line of defense instantly collapsed. Tears couldn't help but pour down. The chicken leg in her hand also slowly loosened. Falling down, she cried loudly. Boo-hoo! Why did father treat me like that? Am I not his child? Xiaoqi panicked and wanted to dodge Yin Yu's hug. Fourth Master, your hands are full of grease. Knowing he couldn't stop Yin Yu anymore, Xiaoqi gave up helplessly. Fine, you just cling on. Yin Yu sobbed while hugging Xiaoqi, recalling the past. When I was small, he only hired teachers for Big Brother. I could only stand aside and listen, not allowed to participate. Any delicious food was bought for Big Brother. To make him look at me one more time, I desperately cultivated. But in his eyes, I was nothing. Her pitiful face was drenched in tears. She questioned why. What exactly should I do? What must I do for father to acknowledge me? I thought this time he was ill. It was because he missed me that he called me back. She stared at her hands, voice full of sorrow. Turns out he just wanted me to transfer cultivation to him. Xiaoqi gently wiped away Yin Yu's tears, calmly said, Fourth Master, you were wrong from the start. Blood relations sometimes are just a cloth covering selfishness. Yin Yu's memory returned to her childhood. She was led by the hand by a maid, standing at the study door watching her father and brother. The maid told her, Mississippi, you don't need to learn these things. Let's go. She asked innocently, then why does Big Brother have to learn? The maid replied briefly, he is the heir. The memory shifted to the dining room. Her father was coaxing her brother. Yanea, eat more meat to grow up strong and healthy. Yan replied sweetly. Thank you, father. The pitiful little girl spoke up. Father, I want to eat meat too. Contrary to her small expectation, her father said impatiently, eating more vegetables is good for health. After that, during the times her father was always with her brother, the pitiful little girl could only be silent, hiding behind the door, watching them with longing eyes. Yanea, to become an heir, you must be versed in both literature and martial arts. Don't disappoint, father. Yin Ri smiled and replied, Father, I will definitely succeed soon. At this moment, in little Yin Yu's immature mind, she thought, martial arts? If I am more powerful than Big Brother, the little girl could only bury her head in hard training when she achieved worthy results. Yin Yu happily boasted, Father, Yue knows how to control fire. However, when Father Yin angrily scolded her, everything collapsed. From now on, you're not allowed to secretly cultivate anymore. So what if you master cultivation? Your purpose is to support your brother. At that moment, little Yin Yu's tender heart shattered, watching her father and brother stride away. Those painful memories made Yin Yu doubt. Xiaoqi, should I have not been born in this world at all? Xiaoqi firmly, forcing you to support your brother, while not teaching you literature, nor letting you cultivate. There can only be one reason. Xiaoqi wiped the tears from Yin Yue's face. Continued, he is jealous of you. Hates you. He is deliberately suppressing you. Little Yin Yue's pitiful circumstances and extraordinary ability, fortunately, caught the eye of Yuan Jin Xiao. She looked at Yin Yue's image. Her face couldn't help but reveal a trace of sorrow. Then, what comes will come. Yinhua, follow me to the Shangming Divine Hall to cultivate. Okay. Little Yinhua opened her eyes wide, thinking vaguely. The image of her father holding her brother's hand and leaving coldly played like a slow-motion movie in her head, urging her to agree. Big sister. Just like that. Little Yinhua left that day in Yuan Jin Xiao's arms. Yuan Jin Xiao waved her hand to turn off the system. She whispered, Little Yue, this is a tribulation you must go through. Hope you can find what you have always been looking for. The system suddenly asked Yuan Jin Xiao back. What is the thing you want to find? She lowered her head, closed her eyes, laughed out loud. Don't you know very well? It asked again with a doubtful tone. Huh. Yuan Jin Xiao sat down, crossing her legs. She answered the system. In the name of helping me ascend to sainthood. What you systems want is nothing more than an obedient puppet. As for me, I don't want to be a puppet. So, Yuan Jin Xiao's eyes suddenly became sharp. I can only kill people. On the other side, Yin Yue, after the emotional outburst, her eyes were still wet. She asked Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi, am I very shameful? Clearly the master of the Shangming Sanctuary, yet getting exhausted by these worldly troubles. Looking really useless, Xiaoqi said seriously. Unless you were born from a rock, having absolutely no connection with this world. It is precisely because you are a flesh and blood human, knowing how to cry, laugh, and worry. That makes you even more suitable to sit in that position. Although Xiaoqi tried his best to persuade her, the entanglement in Yin Yue's heart still hadn't dissolved. But my father once said, those who rule must be ruthless first, must be forged until invulnerable to poison. Only then are they qualified to stand in the Great Hall. Xiaoqi's needed contemptuously. So your father is just the lord of a tiny city. What he has experienced is not enough for you to reference. Xiaoqi patted Yin Yue's head, continuing to advise. Fourth master, high mountains, long rivers. How vast is this world? People who like to preach are countless. Do you have to listen to everyone's principles? Yin Yue asked confusedly. I don't understand. Xiaoqi patiently explained. The heavenly Tao is high above. But the heavenly Tao may not be completely right. If the heavenly Tao really knew everything, understood everything clearly, then why are there so many unjust cases in this world? Speaking of this, Xiaoqi's face clearly showed disdain. Moreover, the high position your father stands on depends on who he is compared to. Compared to the heavens, he is nothing but an ant. Yin Yue seemed to want to confirm her doubt. You mean, father was wrong? Xiaoqi held Yin Yue's hand. As an affirmation, he stood up. From ancient times to now, every city, every country, has countless rulers. Usually, those who have affection and righteousness, who have a place to entrust their feelings, are loved even more. He turned to the bewildered Yin Yue beside him. Fourth master, you just need to continue being a warm ruler. Yin Yue's mood improved significantly thanks to this sentence. I'm warm, Xiaoqi replied. Of course, rubbing his chin, eyes looking up at the sky, pretending to ponder. You're just a little hyperactive, a little hot-tempered. Personality is a bit bad. Xiaoqi sat up to hear. Yin Yue's face, which was just touched, darkened. She glared at him. Xiaoqi was completely unaware, still rambling on, a little arrogant, occasionally doing some stupid things, sometimes feeling like you have no knowledge either. Oh, that's right. Handwriting is also ugly. Cultural level is a bit low. Yin Yue's face had completely darkened by now. She was furious. Speaking up to warn Xiaoqi, Yin Yue spoke while preparing to attack. Say any more and it'll be rude. She chased after Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi had already managed to run to the door. I argued all day only to discover you were really toxic when scolding people. Xiaoqi, Godi. Xiaoqi was attacked unexpectedly, panicked and stammered. Hey, I didn't. He ran for his life while turning his head to shout. I'm unarmed. The system calmly watched the drama, helplessly shrugging. Sigh. My skills are being treated as a flirting game by these two again. Night gradually fell. In the Yin manor, lights began to be lit everywhere in the courtyard. In the manor, Yin Lee was receiving the young master of the Heavenly Blade sect, Liuening's older brother. Liuening saluted Yang Ri, hearing that the city lord is unwell. My father specially sent me here to offer the city lord precious medicinal herbs kept by our Lee family. A small gift, not worth mentioning. Hope you accept it. Yin Ri smiled politely in response. Oh my, brother Yuan Kuei, you are too polite. We are all acquaintances. Yuan Kuei signaled the servants to put down the gift box. Yin Ri gestured to invite. Please, you two please sit. After sitting down, he started making small talk. Surely this is young Master Yuan Jing? I didn't expect him to be so big already. Truly handsome and elegant. Like a jade tree in the wind. The teenager was praised, smiled and replied, Young Master Yin Ri flatters me. At this moment, Yuan Kuei got to the main point. Coming here this time. Besides giving medicine, there's also a matter I want to discuss with young Master Yin Ri. Yin Ri asked back, Discuss with me? Yuan Kuei seemed to have seen through Yin Ri's hesitation. The city lord is recuperating. Naturally, it's inconvenient for me to disturb him. Moreover, young Master Yin Ri will inherit Liuening City sooner or later. Speaking with you is the same. Yin Ri was very pleased to hear this. Immediately smiled and agreed. That's true. What does brother Yuan Kuei want to discuss? Yuan Kuei's expression became sharp. I want to ask you to introduce Fairy Yin Yu. Yin Ri asked suspiciously. Yin Yu? Yuan Kuei explained that. Although very few people know Fairy Yin Yu's identity. But our Heavenly Blade sect has some friendship with the Yin Manor after all. Now that Miss Yin Yu is a master of the Xiangming Sanctuary, we naturally want to bask in the reflected glory. Yin Ri's tone became cunning. Then that's really unfortunate. Very soon, Yin Yu will no longer be one of the four immortals of Xiangming. Yin Ri's answer made Yuan Kuei very dissatisfied. Why? Yin Ri waved his hand, explaining thoroughly. Father is critically ill. The only way is for Yin Yu to transfer her cultivation to him. Once she loses her cultivation, how could she shoulder heavy responsibilities anymore? Don't you agree? Yuan Kuei heard Yin Ri's answer. Extremely shocked, he thought to himself, Father's orders. Fairy Yin Yu dare not disobey. Looks like there's no need to cling to her coattails anymore. He revealed a thoughtful look. But if old Master Yin gets Yin Yu's cultivation, wouldn't that be a step to heaven? Then why not cling directly to the Yin family? After thinking for a while, Yuan Kuei spoke up to reply to Yin Ri. So that's how it is. Then I wish old Master Yin a speedy recovery in advance. In the future, our Heavenly Blade sect will still need Liuening City to look after us. Yin Ri suddenly darkened his face, looking at the teacup beside him, putting on a sorrowful look. It's just a pity that, now that girl is bewitched by her disciple, refusing to listen to father. Truly unfilial. Now, the whole family is in a very difficult position. These words from Yin Ri made young Master Yuan Jing, who was listening silently beside him, suddenly frown, suspiciously muttering to himself. Disciple? He abruptly stood up, loudly said, Could that person be Xia Qi? Yuan Jing trembled all over. Yin Ri saw this, asked confusedly, Does the little young master know him? Yuan Kuei also turned to his younger brother. Could this person be the useless rogue you told me about? Yuan Jing gritted his teeth and said, It's him. That trash doesn't know what cheating methods he used to become the direct disciple of the fourth immortal. Then he caused me to lose all face. If this grudge is not avenged, I'm not a gentleman. Yin Ri secretly rejoiced in his heart. So there's such a good show. The Heavenly Blade sect's power is very large. If I can get their assistance to seize Yin Yu's cultivation, that would be great. But outwardly, he pretended to be sorrowful, acting helpless. No wonder I couldn't deal with that brat. 2 days ago, my sister brought a disciple home. Originally, we had already discussed transferring cultivation to father. Who knew what that brat said? To sow discord between father and sister. Hearing this, Yuan Jing chimed in. That's right. This guy specializes in sowing discord. He has no skills. Only good at talking nonsense. Whatever he says, don't take it to heart. Yuan Jing got angrier as he spoke. He clenched his fists and said, If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been forced by the sect to return home to repent. Delaying my cultivation. I originally had a bright future. All ruined by him. He also caused our Heavenly Blade sect to lose all face. Yin Ri pretended to be helpless. It's just a pity he has Yin Yu protecting him. I really can't do anything. I can only let him act arrogantly and recklessly. Finished speaking. He even sighed. At this moment, Liuening smila ta siniste smila. It's not like there's no way. A glowing golden pill, round and plump, appeared in the palm of his hand. Liuening said confidently, "This is our Heavenly Blade Sect's secret level-up medicine. Take it. Within half an hour, you can jump 3 major realms." Yin Lee heard this, but still didn't quite believe it. "Even so, I'm not Yin Yu's opponent." Liuening laughed again. Calling him, "There are some things that require a detour. Young Master Yin Lee, lean your ear closer." The two whispered something unknown, only seeing Yin Lee's face becoming increasingly vicious. He thought to himself, truly a brilliant plan, then said, "Let's do it that way." Another place, near the feline, Xiaoqi and Yin Yu were still strolling leisurely, hands behind his head. He glanced at her and said, "Fourth Master, you finally came back to your hometown. Don't keep thinking about those messy things. Why don't you be a tour guide for once? Introduce me to the delicious food and beautiful scenery here." Yin Yu turned around, pointing at Xiaoqi. Frowning, she said, "Don't think just because you comforted me, you can order your master around at will. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a teacher." She kept talking. He asked, "A lifetime is what?" Yin Yu suddenly walked quickly ahead. Annoyed, she said, "Nothing." Xiaoqi stood stunned on the spot, eyes wide, confused expression. Then he took 2 steps and 1 to catch up and asked, "A lifetime as a mother, right?" Yin Yu shouted loudly. "No," she thought angrily. "If it's as a mother, then what is our relationship?" Phew. Luckily I shut up in time. This guy Xiaoqi truly doesn't understand romance. At this moment on the streets of the Western region, hawking sounds rang out everywhere. Hot scallion pancakes. Blow while you eat. Passing by, don't miss it. Novel toys from the Western region. Come take a look, everyone. Grilled lamb. Grilled lamb. 1 coin for 5 skewers. Xiaoqi bought a stick of candied hawthorn. The vendor smiled and took the money. "Thank you, boss." Then he handed the candied hawthorn to Yin Yu. She whispered, "Only kids eat candied hawthorn." Xiaoqi glanced at her, pretending to ponder. Yin Yu angrily crossed her arms. "What are you looking at?" Xiaoqi said, "Sure enough, still a kid." A red progress bar appeared above Yin Yu's head. Rage value +1. She ate the candied hawthorn while saying, "Humph, you always say one thing, but mean another," deliberately provoking people to anger. "But considering you've worked hard cultivating these past few days and helped Xiangming's sanctuary resolve a crisis, I won't hold it against you." A blue screen suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoqi. Yin Yu's rage value +1. Reward, 9 Li Chan x1. He thought in surprise. Just 1 point of anger, and it gave me something so precious? System, are you deliberately trying to curry favor with me? But the system seemed speechless at his narcissism. A line of text appeared on the screen again. "This is anger containing hidden affection. Belongs to the advanced stage of rage value. Host, please feel it carefully." Xiaoqi was stunned, face blushing, thinking to himself, hidden affection? He turned to Yin Yu, who was eating candied hawthorn. "This little girl likes me? Why didn't I see it?" Xiaoqi recalled every bit of time spent with her. When Yin Yu said, "Don't ask anymore. I don't want to be too flashy." When she chased him with a flaming sword. When she always walked in front, and he followed behind like a lackey. Xiaoqi couldn't help but doubt the system's judgment. She's all fighting and killing towards me, or getting angry for no reason. Is this really liking someone? But then again, when boys were little, they liked to pull the hair of the girl they liked, provoking her to anger. The system seemed to notice his doubt. The screen displayed again. "Host, please trust my judgment." At this moment, Yin Yu had just finished the whole stick of candied hawthorn. She saw Xiaoqi staring at her. So she asked, "What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face?" Xiaoqi swallowed his saliva, whole body tense. He used both hands to grab her shoulders, making Yin Yu face him. "Fourth Master, let me ask you a question. You must tell me the truth." Yin Yu still didn't understand what was happening. Asked confusedly, "What question?" Later, Xiaoqi regretted it immensely. Suspecting his brain was flooded with water at that time. Must have been confused to ask that question. But now, wearing a face that everyone wanted to punch, asking Yin Yu, "Do you like me?" Yin Yu's body trembled slightly. She asked shyly, "Why ask this question all of a sudden?" But in her heart she thought, "We already did that. Why still ask this? So embarrassing." Xiaoqi decided in his heart, "Looks like she really likes me." He felt an immense headache. Clearly she's the master. Why did it turn out like this? But a master-disciple relationship. It's not like it's impossible. It's just that she's too childish. I have to reshape her. A rebellious disciple like me. How could she like me? Xiaoqi turned his head to look at Yinhua, immediately thinking shyly. This look, full of affection. Truly blinding. Yinhua saw Xiaoqi just looking at her without speaking. So she spoke up. Why aren't you answering? Why ask that all of a sudden? Xiaoqi spoke hesitantly. Fourth master, he made up his mind. When the boat gets to the bridgehead, it will naturally straighten out. Xiaoqi looked straight into Yinyue's eyes. Asked, Fourth master, do you remember our bet? Yinyue thought in surprise. I didn't expect him to still remember. She responded shyly. Xiaoqi encouraged himself in his heart. The arrow is on the bowstring, cannot turn back. But he was still wondering between the two of them. Who will be the first wife? Who is the concubine? Outwardly, Xiaoqi still appeared calm. He said, I won the bet. I will definitely fulfill the promise. Yinhua asked back, really? Xiaoqi guaranteed. Of course. A word once spoken is worth 9 tripods. For horses can't chase it back. The two just stood in the middle of the street, ignoring the passers-by. Yinhua asked, so you mean, you want to marry me? Xiaoqi replied without hesitation. Marry you. But in his mind, he was already thinking of the scene where third master and fourth master confronted each other. Kanghan saying, husband, today you must stay with me first. Yinhua immediately retorted. Sister, it's always you every time. This time, no matter what, it must be my turn first. Xiaoqi thought with mixed joy and worry. If those two fight, one ice, one fire, the one suffering is me, truly creating bad karma. Suddenly, Yinhua seemed to think of something. She frowned, asked seriously, you, isn't it because we became Tao companions? Did that you want to take responsibility? If it's just for responsibility, I don't want it. A bunch of question marks appeared in Xiaoqi's head. What Tao companions? Which that? He spoke confusedly. Fourth master, since when did I become Tao companions with you? Yinhua blurted out. What did you say? Xiaoqi hurriedly added. I am asking sincerely. Absolutely no intention of evading or shirking. Yinhua quickly pulled his hand. Follow me. Don't talk in the middle of the street. The two went to a small alley. Yinhua began to explain. It was in that Tushin space. Me, you, and third sister too. Didn't we already do this and that? Xiaoqi suddenly realized. It was that time? But I didn't do anything to you. That night, I was just busy treating third master. Yinhua heard this. Face blank. She suddenly shouted. Did nothing. How? How is that possible? Xiaoqi scratched his face in confusion. That night, I was treating third master. I was too tired, so I couldn't help you change sleeping spots. Actually, it went like this. Xiaoqi recounted the whole event of that day to Yinhua. Yinhua was extremely embarrassed, thinking I even thought, I have no face left. Xiaoqi turned his face away and said, sorry for letting you misunderstand like that. Yinhua asked confusedly. What? He said, now that you are still pure. Do you still like me? First, don't force yourself. Second, Yinhua answered immediately without thinking. Of course I like you. Xiaoqi smiled smugly and said, sure enough, you like me. Yinhua realized just then. She turned angry from embarrassment. You tricked me, Xiaoqi said calmly. Wanted you to be honest with yourself. To confirm I'm not delaying you. Had to spend a little effort, right? Suddenly, Yinhua covered her nose and said, so smelly. Xiaoqi didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed to this. Bewildered, he let out an ah. Yinhua frowned and asked, do you smell something? Like cooking poop? Xiaoqi replied, that's right. Smelling carefully, there really is a faint, foul odor. At this moment, people on the street also smelled it. Consequently, they suddenly ran in a certain direction. Yinhua frowned and said, there must be something strange. Let's go check it out. Xiaoqi agreed immediately. Red flames quickly enveloped the two. They quickly turned into 2 red dots. Flying into the sky, Yinhua said, that thing. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Xiaoqi already replied. Understood. Xiaoqi and Yinhua stood on a roof, looking down at the small stall crowded with people below. Xiaoqi said, so it's selling stinky tofu. No wonder it smells both fragrant and foul. Someone shouted, boss, give me 2 portions. The stall owner immediately smiled and replied, all right, coming right up. Seeing someone managed to buy it first. Others also scrambled to shout, boss, I want some too. I want 3 portions. Someone was squeezed. Angrily cursed, don't push. Wussing to die. 1 portion for me. Yin Yu saw them eating voraciously, mouths full of food. Curiously asked, is it really that delicious? But just looking at it, I don't feel any appetite. Xiaki explained, this stinky tofu dish. Smells foul, tastes fragrant. Yin Yu heard this and said, then forget it. Then she frowned. Let's go. These street stalls mainly sell atmosphere. Most are scams. Xiachi paused slightly, muttering street stalls. Such a familiar way of speaking. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared. Also, system-friendly reminder. The one-day experience in original world card for the host has not been used yet. Please don't forget. Xiachi smiled and raised his hand to make an okay sign, simultaneously replying in his heart. Still remember. 1 night passed. Xiachi and Yin Yu walked in the corridor of the Yin Manor, arriving in front of a room door. They stopped. Yin Yu put both hands on the door, turning her head to tell Xiachi, I'll make it clear and come out right away. Xiachi replied. Yin Yu smiled and promised, don't worry, I won't waver. The door closed. Yin Yu sat by old Master Yan's bed, hands placed on her lap, head bowed, expression unclear. Saying, Father, I came to say goodbye to you. Yin Ri asked back. Goodbye? He thought to himself. I knew it. Old Master Yin opened his eyes. Coughed twice. Cough. Her Highness the Fairy doesn't want to transfer cultivation to save this old man anymore. Is that right? Yin Yu didn't turn her head. Mocking, Father. Don't you feel that what you're doing is too selfish? Old Master Yin was helped up by Yin Ri in anger. He pointed at her, shouting loudly, I am selfish. Have I ever mistreated you? Now I ask you to save me. It's one of you to repay me. You think you have any right to refuse? Yin Ri beside him immediately chimed in. That's right, little sister. How dare you speak to father like that? Hurry up and apologize. Yin Yu wasn't swayed by their words at all. She said coldly, birthing but not raising is not a parent. Father isn't old enough to be senile yet. Both are your children. How did you treat Yin Ri? And how did you treat me? Ever since I left Yaning City, following the Lycan Empress to cultivate, I was no longer your daughter. Your son, isn't he very filial to you? Yin Yu made an attractive offer to old Master Yin. Yan Ri, you're most filial to father. If you transfer your cultivation to father, I will definitely use the name of the Shangming 4th Immortal to protect Yaning City. Even if you lose all cultivation, I will also protect Yaning City completely. Finally, she asked back, how about it? Yin Ri was so angry he couldn't speak. He gritted his teeth thinking, why is this girl suddenly so smart? Yin Yu couldn't be bothered with him. She looked towards old Master Yin, crossing her arms and asking, Father, this way you can be evergreen for eternity. Think about it. Consider this a business deal. It's also a profitable deal, right? Old Master Yin was silent, calculating in his heart. Yin Yu is one of the 4 immortals. As long as she is here to make a vow, Yaning City will receive more resources. Yin Ri transfers cultivation to me. My illness will also be cured, although the realm will be a bit lower. But with resource support, recovery, and even breakthrough is only a matter of time. Comparing them, indeed, Yin Yu's plan is better. Yin Ri hurriedly spoke up. Father, don't listen to her nonsense. She ranks 4th among the 4 immortals. I'm afraid she has the least say. Yin Yu waited for him to finish speaking. Calmly said, Young City Lord Yaning City. What you just said has some weight, but I can also invite the Lycan Empress here to be a witness. Old Master Yin asked back, Lycan Empress coming here? He secretly rejoiced. If the Empress personally comes to Yaning City, that is a God-given opportunity. Becoming the #1 city in the sanctuary is within reach. This deal, worth it. Yin Ri ground his teeth in anger. He thought gloomily, Yin Yu, I knew you wouldn't obediently listen. I anticipated your move. Just you wait. Suddenly, a servant ran while shouting, Bad news. Bad news. He ran past Xiachi, stopped in front of the room door, knelt down and kowtowed, reporting in panic. Master, bad news. Epidemic. An epidemic has broken out in Yaning City. Hearing this, old Master Yin told him to come in and speak. Yin Ri answered yes, then shouted, Come in. The servant knelt down as soon as he entered to report. An epidemic suddenly spread in the city. Many people have high fevers, vomiting and diarrhea. Medical clinics are all full, packed with people. Heard that many have died. Now everyone is blocking the door begging for medicine. Xiaoqi heard this from outside. Suspicion rose in his heart. What a coincidence. Just about to leave, and an epidemic breaks out. Inside the room, Yan Ri questioned. What disease can break out so suddenly? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? The servant explained hurriedly in fear. It broke out in just one night. No one had time to react. How would this lowly one dare to joke about this? Yin Ri looked towards Yin Yu and said, Lord Immortal, family matters must be put aside for now. The safety of the people of Liuening City is more important. He turned to look at old Master Yin. Father is in poor health. Leave this matter to me and Lord Immortal to handle. Xiaoqi laughed coldly upon hearing this, thinking, this sneaky brat is quite good. So he was waiting here, in the silent atmosphere. Yin Yu looked at Yin Ri with sharp eyes, thinking, I remember from childhood to adulthood. Yin Ri really never cared about the life and death of the people in the city. Actually, father should also understand this son of his well. He doesn't need to pretend like this. Old Master Yin looked at his son, worriedly asked Yin Ri, can you handle it? Contrary to his father's worry. Yin Ri said confidently, Father, just consider this a test for me. Haven't you always worried that I wouldn't manage the city well? If I can quell this epidemic now, Father will also be a bit more at ease. Hearing these words, he agreed immediately. All right, then I leave it to you to handle. Saying that, Yin Ri turned to Yin Yu, sneering, Lord Immortal, you can't ignore the people of Liuening City, right? You are one of the 4 immortals of Shangming. The people of Liuening City are also your subjects. Hearing Yin Ri say that, Yin Yu turned and walked out, but didn't forget to warn Yin Ri. Yan Ri, I don't know what tricks you were playing, but you'd better be careful. She turned her head back, looking at Yin Ri with eyes cold as ice, as if threatening him. If I discover you have any evil intentions, even the surname, Yin won't be able to save you. Yin Ri was scared pale. Cold sweat poured out. Yin Yu just left the door, immediately changed to a smiling face, and said to Xiaoqi, since something happened in Liuening City, then we won't leave today. He cupped his hands and replied, yes. 4th Master. Xiaoqi just answered Yin Yu when he saw Yin Ri walking out. He warned, young Master Yin Ri, heaven is watching whatever you do. There are many paths to take. Don't choose the wrong one. Hearing Xiaoqi's insinuating words, his face darkened, secretly angry in his heart. At the Fulian, Xiaoqi was talking to his system. System, is there a cure for the epidemic? The system replied, need the host to find the source of the epidemic to determine the type of pill, or use a sky-high price to buy a panacea pill. Suddenly, he thought of something, continuing to ask, since it's a sky-high price, I won't consider it for now. Will I be able to find the corresponding pill for diseases in the system in the future? After upgrading, yes, but I'll need to determine the cause and symptoms. If treating an epidemic, because the number of people is too large, it might consume a lot. Hearing this, he laughed out loud smugly, looking like a profiteer. I don't do losing business. At worst, I'll advance it. After solving this, I'll drag the mastermind out and make him cough it back up for me. Isn't it just rage points? Simple. Suddenly, Yin Yu walked in from outside. I'm back. He immediately smiled happily and said, 4th Master, did you find out any news? She sat down and said, on Yin Ri's side, outwardly, he is busy preparing for tomorrow's relief assembly. The servants in the courtyard also don't know what he plans to do. The security work is tight. Couldn't find out anything from him. I went around the city to investigate. She suddenly turned her head and smiled. Coincidentally, I just saw something quite interesting. He also asked curiously, how interesting? Yin Yu laughed and said, of course it's the Heavenly Blade sect. They are actually selling stinky tofu. Having no skills, yet claiming to be a great sect of the sanctuary. I didn't expect them to do such petty business to earn extra income. He touched his chin and thought, Heavenly Blade sect. This name sounds really familiar. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered, immediately extremely surprised. I remember now, Yuan Jin, the guy who kept picking fights with me before, is the young master of the Heavenly Blade sect. Yin Yu turned into a detective, proudly pushing up her glasses. Then there's only one truth. He looked at her and said, please enlighten me, master. She placed her fist over her chest, confidently said, the young master of the Heavenly Blade sect spent all his money. Hearing this, he helplessly spat out the water in his mouth. Truly a truth. Wonderful. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. The epidemic is spreading on a large scale. Tracing the source is extremely difficult. Are you free before tomorrow, fourth master? Let's go investigate too. She asked back. Do what? Stinky tofu. Kevin ni bla dissect. Epidemic. Can't you connect these keywords together? He tapped lightly on her head, making her blush in embarrassment. Don't tap my head. I'll become stupid. Mouth said so, but in her heart she thought, this brat is getting more and more excessive. After investigating for a while, the two stood in a small alley talking. He spoke first. Those two patients both ate stinky tofu. Sure enough, it's related to him. Yin Yu replied hurriedly. Then this is simple. We go to the Heavenly Blade sect. Force them to hand over the antidote, right? He waved his hand explaining. No, we just need to sneakily take a sample of stinky tofu, then investigate how the Heavenly Blade sect poisoned it. Or in other words, whether the Heavenly Blade sect colluded with Yin Lee or not. You make sense. She seemed to have understood something. If Yin Lee really colluded with the Heavenly Blade sect for his own benefit, exploiting the lives of the people, I will absolutely not forgive him. Then, the two walked forward, sneaking around, looking east and west, afraid of being discovered. He continued, next, we have to be thieves for once. She asked worriedly, but what if they have already disposed of all the stinky tofu? He explained, they prepared a large amount of stinky tofu to make the entire city's population sick. To destroy it without a trace in one day, there certainly isn't enough time. Moreover, I don't think they are smart enough to destroy it completely. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with this mass poisoning trick. Suddenly, Yin Yu stopped walking, calling his name. Xia, he. He turned his head in confusion. What's wrong? Yin Yu's whole body was shrouded in a gloomy aura. She looked at him with a darkened face. I remember when you participated in the Four Immortals assessment. You were only at Spirit Blood Stage 1. Then in just a few short months, you achieved what you have now. So why did you make no progress during your time in the outer sect? Hearing her ask that, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Pretending to be stupid, he asked back, why do you suddenly ask about this? She replied with a worried face. Maybe because you are too smart, making me a little scared. Seeing her like this, he also said seriously, if there is a chance, I will tell you everything. Bang! The system flashed a warning. Host, please be cautious with your words, otherwise you will be punished by heaven at any time. Instantly exploding into pieces and dying. Ignoring the system, screaming warnings in his head. His face remained calm as he continued. Wait a bit. It's not time to say it yet. Don't be afraid. She looked at him doubtfully and asked, why can't you say it? The system kept warning, making him roar angrily in his heart. So annoying. He closed his eyes, secretly weighing things. Even if I tell others I cheated, to them, it's just a type of talent. What exactly is the system? Why is revealing it forbidden? What am I here in this world for? After becoming the Holy Son, what benefit does the system get? Seeing him silent for a long time, she spoke up. Xiaoqi, he sighed, because saying it will cause death. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, really? He assured her, absolutely the truth. Seeing him say that, she didn't ask further, turning her face away. All right, then I won't make it difficult for you. But wait until there is a chance. You must tell me honestly. I remember it. Don't you dare lie to me. Seeing she stopped asking, he smiled. Thank you, Master, for understanding. Yin Yu blushed and said, stop calling me Master this, Master that. For now on, just call me Yin Yu. Laughing loudly. Scene changes to night. He and Yin Yu hid on the roof, looking around in all directions. He said, the guard is extremely tight. Must be to prevent anyone from sneaking in. So annoying. After all, I am one of the Shaman Four Immortals, master of the Shaman Sanctuary. Yet I have to sneak around like this. She smiled confidently. But this can't stop me. He looked at her and explained. We are upright gentlemen. Calm down. Even if you want to use the authority of the Four Immortals, you must find solid evidence. Otherwise, it will leave a weakness for others to exploit. The enemy is in the dark. We also don't know how their defense is. Try not to bring trouble upon ourselves. Hearing him say that, she helplessly crossed her arms, complying. Fine. Listen to you, but you must let me go crazy reasonably. Xiaoqi placed his hand on the roof, closing his eyes, using the soul word art to probe. Golden light spread out, flying in all directions, helping him observe everything. There are 3 places with the most guards. I think the stinky tofu is most likely hidden in one of these 3 places. He touched his chin and thought, stinky tofu definitely won't be placed in the study or the main hall. Otherwise, it would be no different from living in a latrine. It can only be the warehouse. He turned to Yin Yu and said, "It's already the hour of the pig, 9 to 11 p.m. Usually, there's still so many people gathered in the main hall. Don't know if they're plotting something interesting. Shall we go over and take a look?" She threw him a disdainful look. "Didn't you just say don't cause trouble?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Know yourself, know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories." He lifted a tile to look down. Below, for people were discussing. Liuening. I didn't expect him to be in Yanni City too. So lively. Yuan Jin spoke up. "Big brother, this move of yours is truly the mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole follows behind. Truly too high." Liuening smiled and said, "My heavenly blade sect's influence spreads throughout the Shangming sanctuary. Those 3 small fries have also been dealt with. It's time for my heavenly blade sect to rise. That old man, Yin Hung, is wise. But it's a pity he gave birth to a useless son. Liuening buria internally. But fair Yin Yu is one of the Shangming 4 immortals." Before Yuan Jin finished speaking, Liuening continued, "Although she is one of the 4 immortals, she is also a daughter of the Yin family. Wait until Yin Lee finishes the job tomorrow. There will only be Yin Yu left. Not the Shangming fairy anymore. At that time, the debt of gratitude to our heavenly blade sect. Let's see what Yuan Jin Xiao uses to repay. I believe Yin Lee can still handle this small matter." Hearing Liuening say that, Yuan Jin immediately grinned ear to ear. Rubbing his hands, he said, "Big brother, after the job is done, can you hand Yin Yu over to me to teach a lesson?" Before, the 4 immortals were high above. We could only look up. Now that she has fallen from grace, must let me enjoy myself a bit. Liuening darkened his face, then smiled confidently. "Of course. Wait until I seize Yin Lee's cultivation. Make him obediently become our puppet. Yin Yu's matter can be blamed on the Yin family. Like an empress, won't be able to say anything either. Heavenly Blade sect rests and builds strength. Who knows, maybe one day we can step onto the stage. Achieve hegemony." His heart was full of schemes as he laughed. At that time, not to mention Yin Yu, even Yuan Jin Xiao will be for you to play with as you please. Hearing what needed to be heard, he put the tile back. Looking at Yin Yu's calm face in front of him, he thought to himself, "I'll just pretend I never said words like the enemy is in the dark. Must be on guard. I actually had unrealistic expectations for a bunch of idiots like this. Calm for not even long." 3 seconds later, Yin Yu flew into a rage, roaring, "Still want to teach me a lesson? Let him enjoy himself." He saw this and resigned himself. "Yin Yu, calm down. We'd better go steal the stinky tofu first." Yin Yu held her blade, ready to attack. "Just blow this place up. To catch bandits, catch the king first. Want however much stinky tofu, they will offer it up themselves. The enemy is stupid to this extent. I really can't tolerate it anymore. Can we change to an opponent with a brain?" He pulled her hand, walking while laughing and saying, Stop. Save your anger. You can't always demand the opponent be smart. That would be too hard, since they like to play like this. Let's just play along. Consider it a game." She replied immediately, "If not for maintaining this mindset, I really want to slash this place to pieces with one blade. Solve everything." He looked at her fuming appearance, advising, "Startling the snake now will ruin their plan, adding a bunch of messy time-wasting things. Mainly, this is also a good opportunity to strike at Yin Lee. Just endure a little longer." Seeing him persuade her, she had to listen, pulling his hand to leave. "Fine. I also want to see to what extent my good big brother can go. Don't disappoint me too much." Arriving in front of the warehouse, seeing 2 guards squatting on the ground very far from the warehouse, he couldn't help but wonder, why are these 2 guards standing so far away? They didn't think much more. Sneaked inside. Once inside, he realized their faces turned from pale to nauseous. He covered his mouth with his hand. "Finally, I know why the guards stood so far away." In front of the 2 of them, several large barrels were emitting a purple foul smell, spreading everywhere. Damn it, this smell is truly pungent. Yin Yu couldn't take it anymore, looking like she was about to faint on the spot. The next day, everywhere in the city were cries for help from the people. "Young master, save us. Dying of sickness. Save me. Young master, it hurts so much. My body really hurts. Young master, save my son." In the city center, everyone gathered around a high platform, watching Yin redirect everyone to work. The people below discussed animatedly. The young master disregarded the danger of infection, personally coming to save us. Boo-hoo! How can we repay this kindness? That's right, and coming up with a countermeasure so quickly, making people feel at ease. Before, we were worried about the old city lord being critically ill. A snake without a head. Now we can rest assured. Yin Yu and Xia sat nearby, looking at the crowded mass, speaking one after another. Quite a few people came. Yin Lee wants to do something big today. If he succeeds, it's called a big thing. If he fails, it's called stupidity. Upstairs, Liuening and Li Yuanjing looked down, smiling conspiratorially. Li Yuanjing spoke up. That bastard Xia still doesn't know a great disaster is about to befall him. Li Yuening looked down, let out a hum. Seeing this, Li Yuanjing asked, "What's wrong?" Li Yuening raised his teacup while looking and said, "That is Fairy Yanhua, looking just like a young girl. Indeed beautiful, considered worthy of my younger brother." Li Yuanjing heard Yin Yu's name, immediately blushed, stammered, "Brother, you tease." Below, Yin Lee stood in front of everyone and said, all right, everyone please be quiet. Listen to me say a few words." He raised his hand, eyes determined. Our great city-state is facing unprecedented difficulty. A sudden epidemic has struck, sweeping through every corner, causing countless innocent lives to suffer pain. In this difficult moment, we must unite as one even more, strive for our common home. Xia sat on the side mocking. This opening sounds really familiar. Yin Lee continued. Originally, father could turn the tide. But surely everyone knows. My father was heavily injured due to careless cultivation. My bloodline also contains similar power. It's just a pity my cultivation is insufficient, unable to activate this source of power. As for my sister, although her cultivation is sufficient, but because she is female, she cannot dissolve the power of the plague. Yin Yu looked at him with a face of disdain. Old wine in a new bottle. Yin Lee stood in front of everyone, hypocritically squeezing out crocodile tears, saying, "I fully understand how great a sacrifice this is. I also know we cannot force such a great contribution." He shouted loudly. "As the lord of a city, I must announce this discovery to everyone, because every single citizen's life is precious." He used to gaze, contemptuously looking at Yanhua, although you are my sister, but I still must implore you, please consider our situation. Think of the children, the elderly, and the families writhing in pain. Our future, even the fate of this entire city, now may depend on a single thought of Miss Yanhua. She looked at him with a darkened face. Yan Lee smiled coldly, wanting to turn her into a puppet for him to control at will. "We need Fairy Yanhua to transfer power to me. Only then can the people escape the epidemic." He smiled smugly, thinking of, "I've finished speaking. Let's see if you can still shirk responsibility. Yanhua, fighting with me? You're still too green. This young master reads more strategy books than the rice you eat." The people below heard Yin Lee's words, moved to tears, endless praise. "Oh my God, Miss Yanhua is actually the vessel for the antidote, transferring cultivation? Heavens, how great a sacrifice is this?" That's right, sacrificing the small self to achieve the greater good. The Yin family is truly selfless. Moved to death, Yanhua listened for a while, finally stood up and said, "Big brother, the word you just said, I deeply sympathize and am moved. If transferring my cultivation to you can save the whole city's people, I'm naturally willing." Yin Lee thought she wouldn't agree, so he said, "You are my sister." Before he finished his sentence, he realized something was wrong. "Wait, what did you just say? You agree?" Yanhua confidently crossed her arms. Standing in front of Yin Lee, smiling, she said, I agree to save the people. It's just that Big Brother's spiritual platform might not withstand my spiritual power if the spiritual platform shatters. But dies da vanishes. Soul scattering is a small matter, but the hope of the whole city turning into bubbles is the big matter." She looked at him provocatively. Smiling, she said, "Why don't we use your blood to refine medicine to cure the disease? That is the surest way." Yin Lee turned pale with fright upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking about? Me? Even if my blood is drained dry, it can't save the whole city's people." Yanhua immediately continued, "Drain as much as possible. In this critical moment, even if we can't refine a cure, reducing a bit of pain is also good. Am I right, Big Brother?" Liuening heard her words. His face darkened, not knowing what she was plotting, while Yuan Jin blushed and smiled foolishly. Worthy of being the fairy of Xiaoming, willing to sacrifice for the world. Liuening looked helplessly at his younger brother, telling him to stop being love-struck. Something is about to happen. Below, Yin Yu walked to the front of the platform, saying, as the city lord's daughter, and one of the Xiaoming four immortals, how can I stand by and watch everyone suffer? Big brother and I will definitely devote ourselves to Yaning City, until death do us part. Hearing her words, the surrounding people buzzed with discussion. I didn't expect the eldest miss. The eldest miss of the Yin family is actually one of the Xiaoming four immortals. Why didn't we know about this before? The eldest miss is truly humble. Didn't they say the eldest miss went out to cultivate very early? Oh, so that's how it is. The young master and eldest miss are both good people. Yinri looked at her, furious in his heart. Yinhua, what exactly do you want to do? She crossed her arms, calmly replied, of course, saving everyone. Come on, big brother. Draw blood. Just one stab. It doesn't hurt. Yinri ground his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything. The surrounding people continued to speak. Young master Yinri will definitely save us. The city lord truly gave birth to two good children. I will remember the young master for my whole life. Hearing this, his face turned pale, scared into a cold sweat. Damn it. Everything was ruined by a few sentences from this little girl, Yinhua. If I say Yinhua is talking nonsense now, surely no one will believe me. What should I do? Yinhua looked at his trembling appearance, smiling triumphantly. Oh my, look at my memory. She turned and called Xiachi. Bring out the antidote. Yes, master. Hearing the word antidote, Yinri turned pale with fright. Immediately asked, you have the antidote? Yinhua turned back to speak to everyone. The epidemic matter was urgent. I was busy until I was dizzy. Just forgot about it. Actually, last night my disciple and I refined a type of pill. Actually, the cultivation world today rarely uses blood as a medium for refining pills. That technique is too outdated. This type of pill is very effective. Take it and recover immediately. Extremely safe. Hearing her say that, he ground his teeth so hard they creaked. Yinhua, you dare. Seeing him angry to the point of losing his reason, she mocked and reminded him. Big brother, whatever you have to say, just keep it in your heart. There are many people watching here. She turned to look at Xiachi, ordering, distribute the medicine to everyone. He immediately accepted the order and left. He smiled while instructing. Everyone just take it directly. The system's voice rang in his head. Minus 300 rage points. Outwardly, Xiachi still smiled, pretending to know nothing. We have prepared enough pills. Everyone line up neatly. Everyone gets a share. The system's voice kept ringing. Ding. Minus 300 rage points. Behind him, a long line of people waiting for medicine. Yinhua stood on high looking at everyone and said, while everyone receives the medicine, listen to me. Liuening stood upstairs. Thinking in panic. The direction she's looking isn't towards us, is it? I must be overthinking. Yinhua cleared her throat, continued speaking. I conveniently investigated the source of the epidemic. Perhaps it is related to stinky tofu. I really don't know which immoral person poisoned the food. Speaking of this, she turned her head to look at Yin Ri, who was sweating cold bullets from fear. Continued, am I right? Big brother Yin Ri, a fool cooperating with a fool, both thinking themselves smart. And from childhood to adulthood, you have always been self-righteous. Yinhua walked down the platform without turning back. Contemptuously said, stupid. Yinri ground his teeth, glaring hatefully at Yinhua's back, daring to make me lose face in front of so many people. Yinhua. Yinri clenched his fists, thinking hatefully regarding the epidemic. I have also traced the mastermind behind it. Just then, Yinhua's voice rang in everyone's ears again. Now, I want to give the culprit a chance to surrender. If he admits his crime, I will spare his life. Yinhua said sternly. The surrounding people learned that the epidemic was caused by humans. We're all stunned. What does Fairy Yinhua mean by that? Could it be the poisoner is right here at the scene? Who exactly poisoned us? My son was already in poor health. He didn't make it this morning. Already gone. If I find a culprit, I will definitely chop him into 100 pieces. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Why harm us? The surrounding people screamed in anger. What exactly do you want to do? Want me to die here? Seeing the people below, screaming angrily, Yan requestioned Yin Yu in panic. Did I say it was you? What are you rushing for? The one to catch is that shameless culprit. That cruel and evil pighead. Yinwe turned her head back, retorting sharply to Yenri, deliberately letting out a string of insults. Yenri looked at Yinwe with both anger and fear. She knows. How could she know? Yenri very self-consciously assumed Yinwe was scolding him. In a nearby tavern, Yenri is truly a fool. At this point, he's still thinking about stealing Yinwe's cultivation. If he were a bit smarter, he would have used his father as a shield. Now, he failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. If Yinwe interrogates him, and he exposes us, we're all done for. Liuening slammed the table and stood up in anger. He cursed Yenri in panic. Yuan Jing, let's go. Something big is about to happen. Liuening panicked and called the Yuan Jing to run quickly. Li Yuan Jing still didn't understand what was happening, but still stood up and followed his big brother. At this moment, Xiaoqi had arrived downstairs of the tavern where the Li brothers were staying. System, I leave this place to you. Must ensure everyone receives the antidote. Xiaoqi snapped his fingers, ordering the system. What about you? From within the space. The system appeared in the form of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Asking back, I'm naturally going to catch rats. Xiaoqi answered confidently. Damn it. Damn it. This poison was secretly created by our Heavenly Blade sect. Where exactly did Yinyue's antidote come from? Truly seeing a ghost. At this moment, the Li brothers had run to the main hall. Liuening still dared not believe the truth before his eyes. Blurting out curses. Big brother, the first step was wrong. What do we do next? Do Fairy Yinyue and I still have a chance? Li Yuan Jing followed behind, still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Still fantasizing about Fairy Yinyue in his heart. What nonsense are you still thinking about? Now, clearing our relationship is the most important thing. As long as we aren't caught red-handed, we can gloss over it. Liuening turned his head and scolded loudly, feeling a bit helpless at his brother's stupidity. Looking at Yenri's reaction just now, this guy is considered done for. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have added unnecessary trouble at the start. Now it's truly shooting myself in the foot. Liuening was still panicking and scolding Li Yuanjing. Didn't notice someone had blocked his way. Liuening just crashed into the figure in front. Bounced back. Fell flat on the ground. Liuening looked up in surprise at the person in front. Li Yuanjing. Long time no see. Xiaoqi smiled and greeted. Xiaoqi. Li Yuanjing helped Liuening up, looking at Xiaoqi in horror. Where are you going in such a hurry? Planning to escape? Xiaoqi asked jokingly. Aren't you distributing medicine in the square? Li Yuanjing shouted in panic, blurting out, but thinking of his brother's instruction to clear relations. He hurriedly covered his mouth. This gentleman, please make way. We still have urgent business. Liuening regained his composure, pretending to be calm. Yinyue's direct disciple. Heard Yuanjing say, a few months ago he was just a spirit blood stage 1 trash. Probably not hard to deal with. Liuening silently calculated the cultivation of both sides. Long time no see. Don't know if fellow disciple Li's cultivation has improved? Still want to spar with me? Xiaoqi nodded to Li Yuanqui, but smiled and asked Li Yuanjing, what does it have to do with you? Get lost quickly. I'm not free. Li Yuanjing shouted rudely. Oh, not free? Then please. Saying that, Xiaoqi turned sideways to make way, letting the Li brothers run past. That's right. To cure the epidemic. I spent quite a bit of money today. Must think of a way to earn back the capital. Do you guys have any good ideas? Just then, the Li brothers heard Xiaoqi's gloomy voice from behind. Li Yuanjing didn't understand, turning his head to ask. I said I'm thinking of a way to make money. Are you guys interested in giving me a hand? For example, I beat you guys up. Xiaoqi smiled brightly, cracking his knuckles and saying, don't think just because you've been the 4th Immortal's disciple for a few months that you can climb on this young master's head. Li Yuanjing shouted angrily. Above his head appeared the text. Rage value plus 1,000. You want to die? Today I will grant your wish. My older brother is also here today. I'm not afraid of you. Li Yuanjing angrily used the fiercest tone to say the most cowardly words. After all, he couldn't beat Xiaoqi. Sigh. Yuanjing, don't waste time here anymore. Liuening looked helplessly at his younger brother. Just then, Xiaoqi held up 2 fingers. What do you mean? Li Yuanjing asked, confused. I said both of you come at me together. Beating one person won't earn me many points. Xiaqi's my teasingly. What? The Lee brothers were so angry their eyes turned red, roaring in anger. Above their heads, text continuously appeared. Rage value plus 1,000. But this little rage value isn't enough to cover the capital. Why can't you guys even do this little thing properly? Xiaqi touched his chin in disappointment, looking at the two brothers. How many people does your Heavenly Blade sect have? But thinking of something, Xiaqi asked Li Yuanjing again. Haha, little brother is too arrogant. Could it be you want to fight our entire Heavenly Blade sect? Li Yuanjing laughed and asked back. I'm just asking how many people you have. Xiaqi replied nonchalantly. Beat me and I'll tell you. Li Yuanjing bared his teeth and said fiercely. The Li brothers also took their stances, preparing to attack. At this moment, on Yin Yu's side, Yanri, I'm saving you some face. We can close the door and talk about this. Yin Yu said while walking down the platform. Who do you think you are? On what basis must I listen to you? Yin Ri roared back hatefully. Yin Yu stopped walking, turning to look at Yin Ri. You ask who I am? Yin Yu's eyes seemed to burn with angry flames. I am a master of the Xiangming Sanctuary. I am your master. Yin Yu said coldly. Her gaze looking at Yin Ri was like looking at a dead person. Yin Ri clenched his fists tight, looking at Yin Yu with hatred. In his palm was a purple pill. I am at the 4th stage of the out-of-body realm. If I use the pill Brother Yuan Kui gave me, I can break through to the 8th stage, the Void Passage realm. Plus the Yin family's technique passed down only to males. Fighting a spirit-refining realm cultivator isn't impossible. Yin Ri calculated silently in his heart. Yin Yu, an older brother is like a father. Even if you're one of the Xiangming Four Immortals, you're still my younger sister. All this time, I have yielded to you. Doesn't mean I fear you. Father and big brother are both here. This Yawning City is not yet yours to decide. Yin Ri held the city lord's token in his hand. Coldly said, why do I feel you suddenly toughened up, as if you're about to fight someone? Could it be me? Yin Yu sneered, crossing her arms to provoke. Beating you is indeed a bit difficult, but if someone at the out-of-body stage like me can exchange a few moves with you, what do you think the people of Yawning City will think? Yin Ri said while confidently walking down the platform. Big brother is truly both weak and cunning, able to make a sure-lose situation sound so reasonable. All these years, you didn't read books in vain. Yin Yu smiled and replied, little sister isn't afraid to accept the challenge, is she? Yan Ri approached Yin Yu, provoking, you don't need to look at me like that. Today, I will teach you a lesson in Father's name, also to let the people of Yawning City see. Their future city lord is versed in both literature and martial arts. This world is not completely decided by someone with hard fists like you. Yin Ri became more confident as he spoke, more eloquent as he spoke. You truly have a glib tongue and thick enough skin. Yin Yu retorted disdainfully. I have issued the challenge letter, but you keep hesitating to accept. If this gets out, I'm afraid it won't look very good. Yin Ri seized the advantage and didn't let go, continuing to force her. Father taught you to become like this. Truly spent quite a bit of effort. How do you want to fight? Where? Let me know when you decide. Yin Yu laughed coldly, then turned to leave. Playing a match with you today is a bit boring. I'm going to find some fun. Finished speaking, Yin Yu's whole body erupted with raging flames, like a vermilion bird incarnate. Sacred fire burning the sky. At this moment, on Xiaqi's side, a great battle was about to break out. The Li brothers simultaneously took out a pill and swallowed it. Again, Xiaqi picked his nose helplessly, looking at the two brothers popping pills in front of him. The moment the pill entered their mouths, their bodies instantly turned bright red. Huge medicinal power tore their outer clothes. Then, both drew their swords and slashed furiously at Xiaqi, only to see Xiaqi calmly looking at the two, transforming like Superman. Then he pulled a flaming greatsword out of the system. How is that possible? The Li brothers looked at the flaming blade in Xiaqi's hand in disbelief. The flames on the blade seemed to want to incinerate their bodies. Anything is possible. Xiaqi laughed coldly in response. Then he swung his sword, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Passage realm. One strike burned the Li brothers to ash. At this moment, Xiaqi had arrived at the Heavenly Blade Alliance branch. Knock, knock, knock. Open up. Open up. I'm sending warmth. Xiaqi knocked on the door, not forgetting to shout loudly. Looking for whom? A young man with a bruised face, swollen like a pig's head, opened the door and asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" Xiaoqi asked in shock. "No, not okay. What are you here for?" The pig-headed youth said he wasn't okay, while coughing up blood. Xiaoqi could only look at him speechlessly. "I'm here to smash the place up." Xiaoqi tried to act calm and said, "Old brother, looking like this, you're making me a bit panicked too." However, he still felt a bit uneasy inside, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. "Brother, which place are you here to smash?" The pig-headed youth asked again. "Heavenly, Invincible d'Alliance." Xiaoqi replied hesitantly. "Sorry, too busy, forgot to change the sign." The pig-headed youth turned back and said. Xiaoqi asked in confusion, "Wait a moment, I'll go in and come right back." Saying that, the pig-headed youth limped inside, blood splattered with every step. A moment later, several bruised servants struggled to take down the Heavenly Blade Alliance sign above the door. "Our place won't be called Heavenly Blade Alliance anymore." A bruised youth struggled to work, while answering Xiaoqi, "Quick, quick, hang it up, or Her Highness the Queen will get angry again." Another bruised youth struggled to replace it with a different sign. Saying that, the new sign displayed 7 large words. "Xiaoqi Entertainment Club, Queen?" Xiaoqi asked the youth in confusion. "If you came looking for the Heavenly Blade Alliance, you're a step too late. Our branch has already changed owners since noon. But if you want to find someone, I can lead you in." After changing the sign, a youth turned back to say to Xiaoqi, "Maybe I should go in and look myself. I see you guys are quite busy too." Xiaoqi waved his hand in refusal, a bit scared. "We wouldn't dare. Please come in." The youth with the face swollen like a pig's head struggled to squeeze out a smile. It hurt so much tears streamed down his face, but he still enthusiastically gestured for Xiaoqi to enter. Why did it suddenly change owners? Xiaoqi stepped uneasily into the Xiaoqi club. Could it be? But when he thought of a certain possibility, Xiaoqi's worried expression gradually turned speechless. At this moment, inside the Heavenly Blade Alliance branch. No, it should be called the Xiaoqi Club. Yin Yu was sitting cross-legged on the main seat. Her slender legs, hidden under alluring black silk, rested on the table beside her. She was fondling a precious jade cup, enjoying fine wine. "Thank you, fairy, for showing mercy. It's just that this lowly one doesn't know your identity. I don't know how to explain to the Alliance leader why this Heavenly Blade Alliance branch turned into a club. I hope the fairy can clarify." A bruised youth was kneeling on the ground. She said arrogantly, "Just go back and describe to your boss how I beat you up. He'll know who I am. No need to worry about him blaming you. Anyway, this club of mine will still need to be managed by you guys in the future," Yin Yu said with a smile. "Xiaoqi." Just then, Yin Yu saw Xiaoqi enter from the door. "Come here quickly. I'll introduce you." Yin Yu called Xiaoqi happily. "From now on, this is the manager of our club." "Name? What was the name again?" Yin Yu happily introduced the manager kneeling on the ground to Xiaoqi. Reporting to the fairy, this lowly one is surnamed Bu. Name is Fuqi. Fu as in Fu Ru Dong Hai, luck as deep as the eastern sea. Qi as in Zi Qi Dong Lai, purple air comes from the east. The manager youth raised his head, revealing a face also beaten swollen like a pig's head, struggling to introduce himself. "Name? Nice name." Xiaoqi replied hesitantly. "Your father gave you this name. Was he complaining that your life was too tough?" Xiaoqi thought speechlessly. "So you are Her Highness the Queen." Xiaoqi looked at Yin Yu sitting with her legs crossed on the main seat. Smiling bitterly, he said, "I work efficiently, don't I?" Yin Yu asked happily. Her eyes held a hint of expectation. "Fourth Master. You." Xiaoqi looked at Yin Yu speechlessly. "The capital for buying medicine hasn't been recovered yet. I see they were beaten by you until they don't even have the strength to get angry. Why didn't you discuss it with me? Heavy loss today." Xiaoqi screamed helplessly in his heart. "How am I?" Yin Yu opened her sparkling ruby eyes wide, looking at Xiaoqi expectantly, waiting to be praised. "People." Xiaoqi was speechless. "This girl." Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, looking at Yin Yu deliberately acting cute. "Nothing. Just too surprised. You did very well." In the end, he still couldn't bear to say harsh words to her. Saying that, Xiaoqi reached out and dotingly rubbed Yin Yu's head, praising. "Just talk. Why rub people's heads?" Yin Yu blushed, shyly turned away, daring not look at Xiaoqi. "What's good about it? I only occupied the Heavenly Blade Sect's branch in Yani City. Want to swallow the entire Heavenly Blade Sect. Still have to go to the headquarters. Picking a day isn't as good as hitting the day. Let's go right now." Yinwe turned her head back. Towards Xiaoqi, no need to rush like that. Xiaoqi helplessly spoke up to stop her. Isn't it because I want to prepare a bit more dowry? Yinwe mumbled shyly. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Xiaoqi leaned closer, curiously pressing. No, nothing. Yinwe waved her hand to deny. Why did I say what was in my heart? Yinwe blushed, thinking. The host has completed the distribution of all medicine. Just then, the system's notification sound rang in Xiaoqi's head. Okay, thanks to you. CG. Xiaoqi made a hand gesture of thanks. About Yin Lee's matter. How did you handle it? I see he isn't someone who can swallow this anger. Mentioning the medicine distribution, Xiaoqi thought of Yin Lee again. Frowning, he asked, he wants to challenge me. Yinue said, to her, this matter is nothing more than a joke. He is just an out-of-body stage cultivator. Challenging you? Isn't that seeking death? Xiaoqi asked back in confusion. Although Yin Lee doesn't look very smart, but he isn't stupid enough to strike a stone with an egg. Must have prepared something. Xiaoqi stroked his chin, muttering in analysis. The Yin family's ancestral technique. Passed to males, not females. Power is twice as strong as ordinary techniques. Must be this thing that gave him the courage to challenge me. Yinue said disdainfully. Even so, at most, he only reaches the strength of a low-level 5th stage. Xiaoqi was still a bit puzzled. Oh, Heavenly Blood sect. Xiaoqi seemed to remember something. Suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What about the Heavenly Blade sect? Yinue asked confusedly. Heavenly Blade sect has a secret medicine. When I fought the 2 Lee brothers, they used this type of medicine. Taking this medicine can increase power in a short time. Maybe when they colluded with Yin Lee. They also gave him some secret medicine, recalling the battle with the Lee brothers in the afternoon. Xiaoqi calmly voiced his thoughts. But the medicine they gave Yin Lee, the potency must be stronger than the type they ate themselves. That's why Yin Lee is so confident. Xiaoqi smiled, speculating. That is indeed possible. Yin Lee has been good at disguise since childhood. A good son of the Yin family, but personally likes to fish in troubled waters. These sneaky things certainly can't be without him. Yinue frowned, confirming. But I wonder, why didn't the 2 brothers eat the remaining type of medicine themselves? Xiaoqi frowned and stroked his chin, asking confusedly, Don't worry. When I treated 3rd sister, the injuries on my body have long healed. Even if he takes medicine, or father gives him more magic treasures. Against me, it's just useless. Just let him daydream one more time. Yinue confidently showed off her muscles. At this moment, at the Yin family home, in City Lord Yan's bedroom, the heavy atmosphere was like an invisible pressure, weighing on Yin Lee's mind. Yan Lee, you're truly exceedingly smart. City Lord Yin said coldly. Father, you know everything? Yan Lee trembled, looking at his father in disbelief. Cough, cough, doing shameful things and getting caught. Losing all face. City Lord Yan's face darkened. His old dry voice seemed to be trying to suppress anger. Moreover, I really didn't expect. You were bold enough to use the lives of the whole city as a bargaining chip. City Lord Yin shouted angrily. Father, it was because your child was blinded by anger. After Yinue became one of the Shangming 4 immortals, not only did she not regard me as anything, but even you, her father, she no longer put in her eyes. Yin Lee knelt on the ground, trembling as he explained with grievance. She slapped my face, but clearly she was deliberately making things difficult for father. Your child admits this action was a bit excessive. Your child will definitely apologize, begging father for forgiveness. Your child only wanted to be filial to you. Yin Lee tried to appear pitiful, to explain. A man has gold under his knees. Don't kneel easily. City Lord Yin turned away. Take it. Saying that, he tremblingly took out a small wooden box and gave it to Yin Lee. What is this? Yin Lee tremblingly reached out to receive it. Didn't you want to challenge Yinue? I don't know if you have a sure plan to win. I give you an extra protective talisman. City Lord Yin said kindly, then coughed a few times. Are you really confident? City Lord Yin coughed and pressed. This match, your child doesn't need to win. Yan Ri replied, just need to let everyone see. An out-of-body stage cultivator not only dares to challenge the Shangming 4th immortal, but can also force her into a verbal war. Then my goal is achieved. Like this, the prestige of the Shangming 4th immortal will be damaged. Like an empress will absolutely not allow this to happen. Yan Ri explained calmly. The empress will definitely punish Yinue heavily. She loses her backing, loses face again, can only return to beg father. At that time, won't she be at our mercy? She will have no reason not to transfer cultivation to father anymore. Yin Lee said smugly. He seemed sure of victory, but unreliable. Yin Lee is the heir of the Yin family, but he is not the best choice. City Lord Yin analyzed silently. Yin Yue's side showed no worry at all. Thinking of Yin Yue often laughing and talking happily with Xiaoqi, City Lord Yan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. City Lord Yin lost even more confidence in Yin Lee's plan. The condition Yin Yue offered before was the best choice. But now if I force Yin Lee to give up the challenge, his Dao heart will definitely shatter. At that time, it might even leave the Yin family without an heir. Also a troublesome matter. Is there no third way? Headache. If I weren't injured, maybe I could have another child. Thinking of Yin Yue's previous suggestion, City Lord Yin just wanted to have another child. The big one is ruined. Should just train a small one. Father? Father? Seeing City Lord Yin in deep thought, Yin Lee kept calling loudly. City Lord Yin, who was dazing, was finally called awake. He turned his head to look at his son. Father doesn't believe in me? Yin Lee asked somewhat unwillingly. Yania, you must give it your all. Understood? City Lord Yin didn't want to strike a blow to his son's confidence. Had to speak up to encourage him. Fine. Now this old man only has one son. The future of the Yin family must eventually be handed to him, with the family heirloom assisting. Plus the Heavenly Blade Sect's secret medicine. Maybe. City Lord Yin kept comforting himself in his heart. Father, rest assured. Yin Lee was overjoyed, confidently replied. There will be quite a few citizens coming to witness. Yinhua, even if you have 100 mouths, you can't deny it then. Wait to receive my punishment. Yin Lee kept fantasizing in his heart, thinking of the magic tool father gave. He couldn't suppress his curiosity. Open it to look. Inside the wooden box was a golden ring, set with a fiery red gemstone. This is a god-tier magic tool, an heirloom of the Yin family heads. Every day, there is one chance to completely defend against any attack. If used properly, maybe it can give you a hand. City Lord Yin said gently. Thank you, father. Yin Lee beamed with joy, knelt down to give thanks. The old man's treasures are certainly not few. Absolute defense. As long as I grasp the timing, maybe I can even win against that girl. Yin Lee smugly put the ring on the index finger of his left hand. Everything is ready. Thinking of the Heavenly Blade Sex pill, Yin Lee felt his confidence soaring to the sky. The next day, on the martial arts stage of Yaning City, Yin Lee walked up confidently step by step. On the other side of the stage, a pair of slender legs wrapped in alluring black silk were also leisurely walking over. How long do you think it will take? Yinhua turned her head to ask Xiaoqi behind her. 10 breaths? Xiaoqi guessed uncertainly. Too long. 10 seconds. Also not sure. What if something interesting happens? Yinhua asked excitedly. Just give him half an incense stick a time. Don't let the opponent lose too uglily. After all, he is your biological brother. Xiaoqi thought for a moment, then said, Rest assured, I have principles when beating people too, not hitting the face. Yinhua replied smugly. Beat until I can't recognize Manager Buu's features anymore. Thinking of Manager Buu of the Heavenly Blade Sect branch, Xiaoqi suddenly had a bad premonition. On the duel stage, little sister, if you give up now, and agree to transfer cultivation to father, I will save some face for you. Yin Lee said hypocritically, Finish speaking? If finished, then start. Yinhua didn't want to engage in a verbal battle. She just wanted to smash Yin Lee's fake face. Don't look down on people too much. Seeing Yinhua ignoring his words, Yin Lee gritted his teeth. I still have to count the time. Don't waste my time. Yinhua said calmly. Giving you face, but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yin Lee swallowed the pill while thinking. However, Heaven seemed to be annoyed with his villainous smugness. The pill got stuck in his throat halfway down. Gulp. This pill is too big. Really hard to swallow. Yin Lee kept trying to swallow the pill. His whole face distorted from lack of oxygen. Sure enough, not the same type of medicine the Lee brothers ate. Seeing Yin Lee's miserable state on the stage, Xiaoqi rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, Big brother, you truly spare no means to make things difficult for me. Huh? Swallowing such a big pill without water. Little sister truly admires you. Yinhua saw this and couldn't stop mocking. You will definitely regret it. Yin Lee swallowed the pill with difficulty. Looking hatefully at Yinhua, who was mocking him, he said, As soon as the words fell, an invisible power exploded in Yin Lee's body. He knelt on the ground, holding his head and screaming. Seeing this scene, Yin Yu stopped mocking and withdrew her expression, focusing her spirit. A powerful pressure erupted from Yin Lee's body, creating a hurricane sweeping across the stage. Yin Lee's eyes gradually turned bright red. Sparks shooting from his eyes seemed to want to burn everything. Yin Lee looked up at the sky and roared long. The energy in his body exploded violently, as if wanting to move mountains and overturn seas. Yin Lee's majestic aura seemed to materialize, sweeping across the entire stage. His body swelled up to size, muscles bulging, tearing his outer clothes. Power, endless power. Yin Lee indulged smugly in his new power. Powerful strength spreads throughout my body. Yinhua, fight! Yin Lee smugly pointed at Yinhua, provoking. However, Yinhua didn't answer him, but disappeared from her original position in the blink of an eye. Fight then fight. So much talk. Fighting so sluggishly. Yin Yue's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yin Lee. Her speed was so fast he couldn't react in time. Yin Yue ignored him and threw a full-force punch at Yin Lee's smug face. Useless. Everything you do is useless. I can completely defend against your attacks. Yinhua, I am a chosen one. Yin Lee stood smugly in place, screaming. He didn't believe Yin Yue could break his defensive field. Yin Lee hadn't finished his sentence before being punched flying by Yin Yue. Half of his face was caved in. Even a few front teeth were knocked flying out. Below the stage, City Lord Yin watched his smug son get punched flying. Couldn't help spitting out the tea in his mouth, crushing the jade cup in his hand. She specializes in hitting people's faces, doesn't she? Below the stage, Xiaoqi also held his face, smiling bitterly in thought. But the smile on his face also revealed the joy in his heart. Oh my God! The people below the stage saw Yin Lee being punched into the air and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Chosen one, huh? I'll send you to heaven, Yin Yu said while dusting off her smoking fist. The entire stage was silent. On the vast stage, only Yin Yu remained alone. What happened? So confused. Seems like the challenge started. Seems like it ended again. Kidding? Zulfast? The surrounding audience stared blankly at the heroic figure on the stage. Mommy, who is that pink-haired sister? So amazing. Sent the young city lord to heaven in the blink of an eye. I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to cultivate. I want to become a fighting expert. A little boy below the stage looked admiringly at Yin Yue on the stage, pulling his mother's sleeve and whining. Seems to be the young city lord's younger sister. Mom isn't too sure either. So, this. The boy's mother didn't know what to say. She also didn't expect the usually high and mighty young city lord to be punched flying like that. True, not going to school is fine. Decided. Her son can skip school, but cannot skip cultivation. What's with that expression? Let's go. It's over. Yin Yue ignored the discussions of the surrounding audience, turning to speak to Xiaoqi. How tragic. Xiaoqi held his face thinking. Don't know who promised to save face for Yin Lee earlier. Yin Yue walked down the jade steps one by one. Father, do you still think Yin Lee deserves to be the heir today? Yin Yue approached City Lord Yin, questioning as she walked, looking at the heroic Yin Yue approaching. City Lord Yin didn't know what to say either. This is for you. Consider it a daughter repaying your upbringing grace. Saying that, Yin Yue opened her hand. On it was a golden pill, emitting waves of medicinal fragrance. In the letter you said you accidentally damaged your vitality while cultivating. Second sister gave me this pill. Things didn't need to come to this. Yin Yue looked calmly at City Lord Yin. No trace of emotion left in her eyes. Thanks to the fairy's care, my heavenly blade sect has the standing it does today. This matter of practicing blades. How about another day? Another day. Li Dapeng hurriedly found an excuse to decline. Is that practicing blades with me? If my life weren't tough, I would have been sacrificed to the blade long ago. Li Dapeng screamed at his heart. Thinking back to that time, he still felt terrified. Forgot to introduce to you. This is Xiaoqi, my direct disciple. Matters related to the heavenly blade sect, I will leave to him to handle. Sect Leader Li. You stand up too. Don't keep kneeling if there's nothing. Yin Yue stood up. Introducing Xia, Ki. Venerable Xia, everything will follow your arrangements. Truly a famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. As long as not practicing blades, anything is easy to discuss. Easy to discuss. Li Dapeng heard Xiaqi was Yin Yu's direct disciple. Immediately moved closer to get friendly. This is my big boss. Not to that extent. Not to that extent. I just have a few ideas. Want to share a bit with sect leader Li. Don't know if sect leader Li has time to listen to me. Xiaqi smiled friendly, waving his hand. Yes. Yes. Plenty of time. Li Dapeng wiped his cold sweat. Hurriedly agreed. As long as not practicing blades. Anything goes. The next day, under Li Dapeng's endless waving, Xiaqi and Yinhua walked out. Sect leader Li should change the title to CEO Li now. Xiaqi patted Li Dapeng's shoulder and said, President Xia, wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Li Dapeng rubbed his hands, smiled and replied, Xiaqi Group. Our livelihood will depend on you in the future. Hope you could develop the enterprise stronger day by day. Xiaqi clasped his hands behind his back. Said seriously, wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Still have to follow the instructions of President Xia and President Yin. You two remember to visit home often. Come often to direct the work. Li Dapeng bowed and held Xiaqi's hand politely. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious like the morning sun. All right, sending off to here is enough. We have to return to the Xiaoming Divine Hall. Xiaqi held Li Dapeng's hand tightly and said, Must visit often. Li Dapeng watched the receding figures of Xiaqi and Yinhua, tears welling up. Don't know if they were tears of reluctance or joy for escaping a calamity. Farewell, two chairmen. The disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect divided into two rows, loudly bidding farewell. Majestic momentum. So the Heavenly Blade sect is considered to have landed safely. Back then, besides beating me, she didn't mention taking us in. The fairy truly took in a good disciple. I also have someone backing me now. Li Dapeng, former sect leader of the Heavenly Blade sect. Currently CEO of Xiaqi Entertainment Club, in another place. Xiaqi and Yinhua were leaving the Heavenly Blade sect headquarters step by step. Luckily, the Heavenly Blade sect headquarters and Xiaoming Divine Hall are on the way. Save quite a bit of time. Otherwise, I'd have to spend time running over again. Yinhua walked while smiling and talking to Xiaqi beside her. Fourth Master's complexion is very good lately. Looks like the injury caused by Third Master before has completely healed. Xiaqi smiled and replied, Now I can beat 1,000 people. Yinhua raised her fist playfully. Xiaqi beside her could only smile dotingly. Meanwhile, the two Li brothers were supporting each other miserably, walking towards the Heavenly Blade sect branch. However, a sign hung in front of them. On it was written, Xiaqi Entertainment Club. Big brother, did we go the wrong way? Li Yuanjing asked confusedly. How could that be? Ouch. Painful. It's right here. Not wrong. Li Yuan replied with difficulty. Just then, the main door opened. A bruised young man walked out, holding a broom preparing to sweep the front yard. Eldest young master. Second young master. You two are back. The bruised young man saw the Li brothers. Greeted happily. What young master? Li Yuanjing asked back in confusion. This is a letter written personally by CEO Li. I was worrying about where to find you two. The young man ran over excitedly, pulled a letter from his chest, and gave it to the two. Strange. How did father know we were here? Li Yuan took the letter in confusion. Big brother, what did father say? Li Yuanjing looked at the letter in his brother's hand. Asked curiously, Yuan Yuanjing, my two sons. There is no more Heavenly Blade sect in this world. From now on, we changed our name to Xiaqi Entertainment Club, specializing in salon club business in the future. Although father still doesn't know what a salon is, or what a club is. But Boss Xia said, another day he will come to give us on-the-job training. I don't understand what on-the-job training is either. Father's future position is CEO. What is this thing again? Boss Xia hopes you two can start working from the grassroots level. Father thinks this is very good. Besides, about the stupid thing you two did in Yanning City. President Yin has forgiven you. Must know gratitude. You two come back quickly. CEO of Xiaqi Entertainment Club. Li Dapeng. Was I beaten brain damaged yesterday? After reading the letter, Li Yuan turned back to ask Li Yuanjing in confusion. Big brother, I think my brain was beaten damaged too. Li Yuanjing scratched his head and said. He also dared not believe the content of the letter. Went out for a trip. Lost the home. Wah wah wah. The two brothers hugged their heads and cried loudly. Outskirts of Yanning City, in a bush in the middle of the forest. A fair and smooth body lay naked in a deep pit. Where is this? That figure slowly opened her eyes. asking herself, pain, so painful. She slowly propped herself up, body curves looming under the thin holy mist. She slowly sat up, full chest, bouncing breasts. Even the thin holy mist couldn't cover them all. A set of black lingerie suddenly appeared. Guaranteed, this channel won't be banned for posting this image. As if to compensate for the weakness of the upper body. Her lower body, without a stitch of clothing, was completely covered by a thick layer of holy mist. Sure enough, one of the three great enemies of men. Yinhua, I and you cannot coexist. As if remembering something. She clenched her fists hatefully and said, What's wrong with my voice? Why is it so soft? She covered her mouth in disbelief. But when her elbow touched the bouncing breasts on her chest, she couldn't believe the truth of her body. A naked, fair, and alluring body appeared in the forest. The thin holy mist expressed helplessness. So a set of black lingerie suddenly appeared on her body. At this moment, inside the Shaming Divine Hall, so hot, Miyu kept fanning herself with a small fan in her hand. Whole body drenched in fragrant sweat. Her full chest, even larger than the fan in her hand, also became wet. Third sister, why is it still so hot with you in the room? Can you emit a little cold air? So hot, so hot. Miyu whined. Kong Han beside her calmly read a book. After being treated by Xiachi, the spiritual power in my body is temporarily stable. So sorry. This summer, the two elder sisters will have to suffer a bit. Kong Han calmly closed the book and said. Just then, a jade-like hand reached out, grabbing one of Kong Han's shoulders. Slender fingers poked at her chest. You're also a good person with a big heart. Looks like I can only stick to you to enjoy a little coolness. Miyu said, while hugging Kong Han from behind. Little sister's body is so cool, so comfortable, and soft too. Miyu said, while hugging Kong Han's body tightly, hands also restlessly touching everywhere. Finally stopping on her pair of breasts, as long as second sister likes it. Living together for a long time, Kong Han also understood Miyu's nature. She didn't resist, letting those hands run wild. Second sister, third sister, we're back. Just then, Yin Yu's voice came from outside. Then, only seeing a streak of fire rush into the room, revealing the figures of Xiachi and Yin Yu. Little sister, is your father's matter resolved? Miyu saw the two return and asked. Sever ties with him. Yin Yu replied. So that's how it is. Miyu didn't care much. After all, to her, this was just a small matter. Heard you two went out for a trip. Conveniently subdued the Heavenly Blade sect too? Kong Han saw this and also asked. Who told them to do sneaky things? Such a disobedient organization. Better take it under management early to avoid causing trouble for the people. Yin Yu said with a matter-of-fact expression. Where's eldest master? Xiachi looked around and asked. Eldest sister went into seclusion for 3 days again. Come on, repli du ting li. Oh, eldest master likes seclusion a lot lately. Huh? Xiachi thought with some surprise. Just then, only seeing Miyu reach out to pull up her skirt, revealing snow-white thighs beaded with sweat. Hot to death. Hot to death. Hot enough to make one irritable. This summer is really strange. Every year I also feel hot. But gritting my teeth gets me through. Miyu lay on the bed complaining. Her hot body was on full display. Her clothes were in disarray. Her whole body was drenched in fragrant sweat. Second master is really sensitive to the heat. Xiachi replied with a smile. Let's find a place to cool down. Miyu opened her phoenix, eyes wide. She looked at everyone pitifully and said, I have a one-day travel ticket to another world. Should we use it? But how should I explain this world? Xiachi stroked his chin, thinking, I've got it. But then he thought of something. Xieki flesh de aperverted smile. I happen to obtain a god-level magical artifact. I heard it's the key to a secret realm. How about we go there to cool down? Xiachi said, pretending to be calm. Yes, yes. Let's go right now. As soon as she heard about cooling down, Miyu jumped up in excitement. Her full chest bounced along with her movements. It was a captivating sight. Use the one-day travel ticket. As he spoke, Xiachi opened the system. A line of text appeared on it. As you command, master. A blue light appeared in front of everyone. It transformed into a mysterious, colorful spatial gate. Just so, I have no idea what's behind this gate. Xiachi turned his head to remind everyone. All right, let's go. But before he could finish, Mi had already rushed in first. Right after, Kong Han, and Yin Yu followed her in. Xiaoqi, left behind, was speechless. He was at a loss for words. So he gritted his teeth and plunged in head first. Afterward, the spatial gate slowly disappeared. The scene changed. On the other side of the gate was a huge, fully equipped water park. Whoa, what kind of paradise is this? Miyu was stunned by the sight before her. Her emerald green eyes sparkled. Kong Han and Yin Yu had just stepped out of the spatial gate when they saw Miyu's figure flash before their eyes. She jumped into the pool. This secret realm even changes people's clothes? But this outfit is so strange. Yin Yu shyly tugged at the pink swimsuit she was wearing. The pink fabric covered her ample chest. It's not strange at all. Everyone here dresses like this. Little sister, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Don't overthink it. Although Kong Han's face was slightly flushed, she didn't try to hide herself. Instead, she confidently showed off her perfect figure. I can't believe we teleported directly to a water park. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was scratching his head helplessly. He hadn't expected to teleport straight here either. But when he saw the alluring figures of Kong Han and Yin Yu in bikinis before him, he suddenly felt that teleporting here wasn't such a bad thing after all. So fragrant, third master. Fourth master, your clothes are really beautiful. Xiaoqi gave a meaningful smile, enjoying the system's gift. Just then, Miyu slowly approached from the pool. Everyone, come over here. Miyu shouted, ecchi. Her alluring figure was partially visible under a dreamy purple bikini. It swayed with the waves, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Is this really okay? Yin Yu asked again, a little shyly. In my hometown, everyone wears this when they go swimming. There's no need to be shy. Just relax and have fun. Xiaoqi said with a reassuring smile. Hearing this, Yin Yu felt relieved. She also wanted to get in the water and play like Miyu. Second sister, I'm coming. Yin Yu waved to Miyu. Then she quickly jumped into the water. Third master, why aren't you coming in? Seeing Kong Han still standing on the edge, Xiaoqi approached and asked. However, his only reply was Kong Han's blushing face. He was a little confused. Suddenly, Kong Han gently took Xiaoqi's hand. She squeezed it gently. I suddenly feel a little unwell. Kong Han held Xiaoqi's hand with both of hers. She pulled it to her chest and said, blushing. The scorching summer sun beat down on the water park. Xiaoqi gently held Kong Han's hand. He led her away and said gently, I'll take you to rent a room. Kong Han was a bit confused. She asked him, what do you mean rent a room? Xiaoqi turned his head to look at her. He slowly explained, it's exactly what it sounds like. Renting a room to stay in. I've learned something new again. Although Kong Han's face was expressionless, a hint of admiration could be heard in her praise. She said to him, so that's how it is. Xiaoqi, you really know a lot. The two of them stopped under the shade of a nearby parasol. Xiaoqi turned to face her. He asked with concern, third master, can you still hold on? Kong Han lowered her head. Her expression was pained. She seemed to be trying to endure it. She suppressed her discomfort. She said with difficulty, actually, I started feeling unwell as soon as I entered the gate. I don't know if it's related to passing through the world gate. The fluctuation of spiritual energy inside and outside the gate has affected the balance of spiritual energy in my body. Seeing her in such discomfort, Xiaoqi became tense. He quickly turned and ran to the reception desk. I'll go rent a room right now. Kong Han stood still without moving. She didn't say a word. She just stared at Xiaoqi, who was frantically gesturing and talking to the receptionist. A moment later, on Kong Han's long, fair legs, her characteristic blue ice crystals began to appear. They clung to her like glue, but they didn't stop there. They carried a chill that spread up her upper body, even her face. The diamond-like ice patches grew more numerous, as if they wanted to embed themselves deep into her flesh. Seeing the situation worsening, Kong Han held out her hand to look. She couldn't help but feel alarmed and worried. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out. It gently took her hand. Xiaoqi took that hand, looking at her current state. He said calmly, it's rented. Let's go up. Kong Han was overjoyed. She was deeply moved and grateful. I'll have to trouble you again. Xiaoqi replied with a polite smile. I am your disciple. It's only right that I do things for you. Arriving at the room selected at the reception desk, Xiaoqi held the black room card in front of the sensor. After it was scanned, the room door opened. The two of them stood outside the door, looking in for a moment. The door was suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Kong Han pushed Xiaoqi against the door and kissed him deeply. Xiaoqi was caught off guard. His face quickly turned red. He let out a surprised MMPH. Kong Han's hand moved downwards. She slowly pulled the thin string of his swim trunks, letting them slide silently to the floor. Next was her bikini top. At some point, she had also taken it off. It lay quietly on the cold wooden floor. Mingling with the brilliant golden light that filled the room was the sound of their rapid breathing, interspersed with intermittent moans. Pant, Kong Han leaned down. Her cheeks and body were flushed. Her lips were parted. Panting, pant. Kong Han propped herself up on the bed with both hands. She breathed a hot breath on Xiaoqi's flustered and shy face. Her eyes were glistening. Her cheeks were flushed, with a voice trembling with rising desire. She shyly apologized. Sorry to trouble you. The room was now enveloped in a melody of debauchery, woven from the intimate contact of the two. Rapid and wet sounds echoed fiercely and intermittently. The pink hue of primal desire spread, filling every corner of the room. What followed was a series of private acts that couldn't be viewed even with a premium membership. In stark contrast to the intense 18-plus scene was the scene of the second and fourth masters, one lying down and one sitting. They were leisurely and quietly floating on pool floats, enjoying the warm water. Yin Yu kicked her feet, playing with the water. She suddenly spoke, breaking the surrounding silence. She asked curiously, where did Xiaoqi and third sister go? Miyu was still lying down. She pushed up her sunglasses. She turned her head and glanced at her. She replied vaguely, Xiaoqi probably went to treat third sister. Yin Yu also hummed faintly. Then, as if thinking of some mischief, she suddenly grinned slyly like a playboy and called out intimately, second sister, mi grecu sans cette danger. She was instantly on alert. What's with that look? Without a single wasted movement, Yin Yu sprang up from her float. She lunged towards Miyu. I'm attacking you, sister. Miyu also sat up. She burst out laughing. I'll have to scold this naughty child. Huh, but little sister, you really are a mischievous little devil. Meanwhile, in the private bathroom of the rented room, Xiaoqi and Kong Han were facing each other, soaking in the bathtub. She raised her hand to look. She remarked, the ice frost is almost completely melted. Right after, she moved closer. She snuggled into Xiaoqi's pounding chest. She hinted, I still need you to put in a little more effort. Do you still have the strength? Without hesitation, Xiaoqi lifted the blushing Kong Han, full of youthful vitality. He replied confidently, I'm not afraid of hardship. Time flies. The years pass like a shuttle. Once gone, it never returns. It waits for no one. In a flash, it had passed like a wild dog off its leash. The clock ticked. Xiaoqi leaned tiredly against the edge of the tub, as if he had aged several years. He stuck out his tongue and sighed. Now I'm really tired. Kong Han stood up. She wrapped a towel around herself and went out first, not forgetting to remind him to be careful. You rest for a bit. Taking off the towel, she bent down, picking up the swimsuit that had been carelessly tossed aside earlier as she walked. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Gentle, crystal-like sunbeams shone on the sign of the resort where Xiaoqi's group was staying. Kong Han stepped out of the room. Since her body had recovered, her steps were much steadier than before. Her figure was slender yet incredibly alluring. She walked gracefully. Suddenly, a loud call brought her back to her senses. Third sister. It was Yin Yu. She ran over like an excited puppy. Her eyes sparkled brightly. She asked cheerfully, how are you feeling now? Where's Xiaoqi? Kong Han saw her childish demeanor. She smiled gently. I'm fine. Xiaoqi is a little tired. I told him to rest for a bit and come out later. Then she took Yin Yu's hand and suggested enthusiastically, take me to have some fun. Yin Yu's face lit up. She chattered like a 3-year-old. Okay, there are lots of fun things to do in this amusement park. When we get back, I have to ask eldest sister to build one on the empty land behind the Xiaoming Divine Hall. The two walked for a while. Canaciden du stupid. Her expression was cool, but with a hint of seriousness. She carefully advised, little sister, I know you like Xiaoqi. Don't let your imagination run wild. Hearing her say this, Yin Yu burst out laughing. She put her hands on her hips and said reasonably, this is normal. Why are you overthinking it? She walked over and linked arms with Kong Han, who was looking at her gently. She nestled against her like a young bird returning to its nest. She chirped and laughed. I just hope third sister can fully recover. And I hope the five of us can be together forever. All good things must come to an end. Xiaqi's group left the water park. They returned to the lotus pond. The bright summer sun shone on Yin Yu's porch. Her face was flushed. She dangled her feet in the lotus pond. She spoke absent-mindedly. Second sister, Xiaqi. Miyu sat beside her. Her legs crossed. She gently stirred the water. She continued, "What about Xiaqi?" Yin Yu absent-mindedly swung her slender white legs, playing with some lotus flowers. Her cheeks were flushed, whether from the weather or her mood, it was unclear. She stammered nervously. He still remembers that bet. He even asked if I like him. You're not being straightforward. You can't give him a direct answer. He's so smart, whether you're straightforward or not. He'll definitely know your answer. Don't worry. Miyu turned around. She pinched Yin Yu's cheeks, making her look like a pufferfish. She smiled reassuringly. Yin Yu was encouraged. She cheered up a little. Although her worries hadn't completely disappeared, she still hummed softly. Then, Miyu suddenly pulled Yin Yu into a hug. She affectionately encouraged her. If you want to be with him forever, your sisters will help you. Don't worry. Yin Yu was deeply moved. A feeling of happiness filled her chest. She replied cheerfully, "Yes, but right now, Xiaqi is still our disciple. If he marries his master now, it will affect the reputation of us, the four immortals of Shangming." Miyu let her go. She looked directly at Yin Yu. She placed her hands on her shoulders and gently advised, "Queen Yin Lee of the Shengdu Sacred Land has already set her sights on Shangming. We absolutely cannot afford to waver people's hearts right now." Yin Yu grinned and looked straight at Miyu. She replied with great confidence, "I understand that much. There's no need to rush." A long time later, the sunlight had softened a bit. Along with the swaying tree shadows, it sprinkled onto the dark wooden house with a sign that read, "Yuan Pavilion." "Eldest sister, may I come in?" Miyu asked gently. She knocked twice on the door. A moment later, a tired voice came from inside. "Come in." With the owner's permission, Miyu gently pushed the door open. It creaked. She carefully stepped inside. After taking a few steps into the warm brown wooden house, she saw Yuan Jin Xiao lying on a small single bed, propped up on her elbows. Her whole body exuded exhaustion. Her eyes were closed, resting. Seeing her like this, Miyu's heart ached. She sighed sadly. "Eldest sister, you're always so tired after every seclusion." Hearing her voice, Yuan Jin Xiao quickly struggled to sit up. She told her to come closer in a tired voice. "Miyu, come here." Suppressing her fatigue, Yuan Jin Xiao stretched out her legs. She slowly slipped on her familiar purple shoes. She calmly closed her eyes and sat up straight in silence. Someone sat intimately beside her and asked, "Eldest sister, do you have any instructions?" She silently took out a solid gold token. Yuan Jin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Her demeanor and tone were as calm as ever. She said slowly, "The Fox Emperor gave this to me." She handed the gold token to Miyu. The space seemed to freeze. Neither of them said a word. Taking the precious token, Miyu held it up and examined it for a moment. Her face was expressionless. She asked faintly, "Grandmaster, he wants me to return." The atmosphere around Yuan Jin Xiao immediately became heavy and gloomy. She kept her eyes closed and replied calmly, "It seems so." A moment later, she opened her eyes. She looked at Miyu with determination. Her words carried a hint of helplessness. "I cannot interfere in the affairs of Qingxiao." Miyu stood up. She clenched the gold token in her hand. She looked into the distance. Her voice held a hint of sorrow. "I know." Yuan Jin Xiao looked at her without blinking. She said with absolute certainty, "Miyu, you are my sister. No matter what happens, I understand." Miyu looked up at the sky, her face expressionless. She let out a heavy sigh, as if to pour out all her worries through this sorrowful sigh. In this heavy, sorrowful atmosphere, Miyu walked slowly. She headed for the door under Yuan Jin Xiao's pained gaze. Suddenly, she turned her head back. She said to the Grandmaster with a serious expression, "Let me think about it." Time flowed like a babbling brook. In the blink of an eye, it passed quietly. Since that day, 5 days had passed. In the sun-warmed lotus pond, Xiaqi was soaking in the water, surrounded by lotus flowers striving to bloom, while Yin Yu sat on the bank. Her legs dangled boredly in the water. Xiaqi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "It's in a few days. Why haven't I seen Second Master?" Where did she go? Yin Yu idly twirled a lock of her hair. Hearing him speak, she suddenly remembered. Now that you mention it, I just noticed. Although she said she was going into temporary seclusion to practice the zither, it would only be for 2 days at most. Just then, a clear voice rang out like a wind chime. She went back to Qingxiu. Kong Han, with a graceful, wind-like demeanor and a flower-like smile, calmly walked up to the two of them. She explained to them. Xia Qi, who was still soaking in the lotus pond, heard her words. He couldn't help but be surprised. He asked urgently. She went back to Qingxiu. Why so suddenly? Is there something urgent in her clan? Yin Yu was still sitting on the bank. Her eyes followed Kong Han as she walked towards them step by step. Kong Han calmly sat down next to Yin Yu. She slowly put her feet in the water and answered leisurely. She won't be back for a while. Hearing her say this, Yin Yu immediately became very excited. She exclaimed, if she's not coming back for a while, then let's go visit her. It's been so long. I've only been to Qingxiu twice. Then she suddenly blushed. She covered her mouth and giggled perversely. It was both shy and not shy. She squirmed. The male fox spirits in Qingxiu are all as beautiful as flowers. She secretly imagined a romantic pink scene in her mind. Handsome and elegant male fox spirits, each one dashing and charming. Their smiles were like the warm spring sun. He extended his hand towards her, invitingly. My dear beautiful lady, would you be willing to dance with me? Yin Yu was lost in a dreamy fantasy like a young girl in love for the first time. She covered her face with her hands and giggled lewdly. She was practically drooling. Xia Qi, down below, saw her like this. He pouted and glanced at her with a scrutinizing look. This girl is definitely thinking dirty thoughts again. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. It startled everyone. She's about to marry the Fox Emperor. Xia Qi felt like he had been struck by lightning. He shot up in alarm, causing the private parts he was hastily covering to be exposed. He asked in shock, what? Get married? Yin Yu also couldn't believe her ears. She quickly stood up and hurried over to Yuan Jin Xiao, who was walking towards them. She asked doubtfully again and again, marry the Fox Emperor? Why have I never heard second sister mention this? Is there some kind of mistake? Yin Yu couldn't hide the panic on her face. Her tone was both scared and anxious. Eldest sister, please tell me. Second sister only met the Fox Emperor when she was a child. That lord is clearly her elder. Yuan Jin Xiao was neither fast nor slow. She calmly corrected her. The Fox Emperor personally brought the token of Qingxiu. It can't be fake. Yin Yu looked like she was about to cry. She pleaded and asked urgently, her voice choked with emotion. But eldest sister, you never mentioned that second sister likes the Fox Emperor. How can she marry someone she doesn't like? Xia Qi stepped out of the pond. He placed one foot on the bank. As he wrapped a towel around his lower body, he frowned and asked doubtfully, is there some hidden story? Yuan Jin Xiao's expression didn't change. She still looked at Yin Yu with that ice-cold face. She explained calmly, to the people of Qingxiu, the Fox Emperor's command is like the will of heaven. It cannot be defied. Yin Yu still couldn't accept this. She begged Yuan Jin Xiao, eldest sister, you are the Empress of Shangming. You must have a way to bring second sister back, right? Hearing her earnest voice, Yuan Jin Xiao pursed her lips. She was silent in thought. A long time later, Yuan Jin Xiao looked towards Xia Qi. Her eyes held a deep meaning. She replied to Yin Yu indifferently. I cannot use my status as the Empress to do what others want me to do. I can't manage it. Yin Yu was unconvinced. She suddenly made a bold decision. I will go in my personal capacity to bring second sister back. Hearing her words, Yuan Jin Xiao immediately became furious. She looked at her with angry eyes. She shouted loudly to stop her. Foolish. You are not to go. Being scolded like that, Yin Yu felt both heartbroken and wronged. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked resentfully into the distance. Xia Qi, from behind, caught Yuan Jin Xiao's gaze. He suddenly realized that the Grand Master was hinting at him. Yuan Jin Xiao said no more. She turned and walked away, leaving Yin Yu reaching out towards her retreating back. She cried out in a mournful and helpless voice. Eldest sister, are you really not going to help? Xia Qi and Kong Han stood motionless behind her. Kong Han, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up, a little tiredly, to comfort Yin Yu. Lily Ware, calm down. Xia Qi quickly ran up. He grabbed Yin Yu's hand to stop her. Wait. Yin Yu turned to look at him. She questioned Xiaoqi in a wronged and indignant tone. Don't you also think we shouldn't interfere? But I think, at the very least, we should ask second sister what she wants. After speaking, her voice softened with a hint of sadness. If she's willing, I won't say anything more. Yin Yu and Xiaoqi both stared at Yuan Jin Xiao's retreating back. He was very resolute. He affirmed with great determination. Fourth master, I will go and bring second master back. In the small, simple room, the hanging lantern cast a warm, fiery glow. Xiaoqi's shadow, half kneeling, fell over Yin Yu. He ordered her sternly. Stop messing around. Being forcefully pinned to the floor by the person she liked. Yin Yu's heart was in turmoil. She was so nervous she broke out in a sweat. Shyness and tension sent all the blood rushing to her face. Her eyes were filled with only his reflection. Her mind was spinning in a panic. A few seconds of silence passed. Yin Yu softly called his name. Xieki. She looked away, avoiding his gaze. Her hazy eyes trembled. Her face was flushed from her exposed feelings. It was the same color as her hair. Her cherry lips parted. She whispered his name. Yin Yu's shyness made Xiaoqi's heart flutter. He was stunned for a moment. He was a little dazed. So beautiful. Memories of his time with Yin Yu flashed through his mind. Images that seemed to have faded in the corners of his heart. Every time she frowned and snapped, "What are you looking at?" Every time her sparkling, meaningful eyes were directed only at him. Every time she pouted and hesitated in a panic. "Where are you going? Why do you keep dragging me along?" Until the bold confession she once declared to him, "Of course I like you." Xiaoqi was truly blind. Only now did he realize his own feelings. It turns out I really get you. After a moment of being dazed, in the very next second, Xiaoqi leaned down. He moved close to Yin Yu's face. He called her name in a low voice. Yue. Then he suddenly grabbed Yin Yu's shoulders. His eyes half closed. He gently placed a kiss on her lips. Being kissed so unexpectedly, Yin Yu was utterly shocked. Her eyes flew open. Her sunset-colored pupils dilated and trembled. She stared at Xiaoqi without blinking. Her cherry lips parted. Uncontrollable emotions spread across her face. Yin Yu wrapped her arms around the back of Xiaoqi's neck. She held him tightly, as if wanting to merge their two bodies into one. She followed her feelings and returned his unexpected kiss. In that moment, their bodies pressed together without a single gap. Their lips intertwined, lingering endlessly. Sensual, ambiguous sounds echoed in the simple room. The two embraced and tangled with each other. Until the quiet, desolate late night. The full moon cast a serene blue light. It appeared and disappeared between the soft, fluffy clouds and distant stars, silently illuminating the world. The two were now sitting neatly side by side. Xiaoqi took Yin Yu's hand. He said to her in a low voice, "Yue, I still haven't officially said these words to you." Yin Yu sat beside him. Her face was still hot. She asked him what words. Xiaoqi looked straight at her. His eyes were firm and sincere as he expressed his feelings. "I've really fallen for you." Every word was like a heavy hammer striking Yin Yu's heart. She stared, her eyes wide with shock. Although she was ecstatic inside, she still avoided his gaze. She was hesitant and conflicted. She said, feeling wronged, but second sister said, "You can't marry me right now. It will affect the honor of the four immortals. I will become the holy son of Shangming, the lord of the three realms." Xiaoqi replied without a moment's hesitation. He clenched his hand into a fist and said with firm determination, "That way, no one will dare to gossip anymore." Yin Yu's heart pounded. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She hummed softly in agreement. While she was still shyly looking down, Xiaoqi suddenly lunged forward, startling her. He said something out of the blue. "Yue, I want you." Xiaoqi buried his face in her slender, fair neck. He took a deep breath of her fragrance. He said to her in a low, hoarse voice, "Not here. Your first time? I want to find a better place, to leave you with a beautiful memory." Yin Yu was initially tense all over. Her mouth was open, panting. Hearing Xiaoqi's words, she was deeply moved. Both her mood and her body relaxed, under the warm light that illuminated the room and their feelings. She hugged him tightly. She buried her face in Xiaoqi's broad, sturdy shoulder, and whispered a short word. Time passed quickly. In a flash, it was past midnight. The night sky was full of stars. Countless lanterns hung outside the house, casting a warm glow, serving as both illumination and a guide. Xiaoqi and Yin Yu stepped out of the room. They stopped in front of the tightly closed door. With their backs to the door, he discussed with her. Second Master probably won't be back tonight. Let's charge straight to the Imperial Palace. Yin Yu didn't hesitate. She agreed decisively. With that, the two of them, filled with killing intent, immediately jumped onto the roof. Their figures blended into the pitch-black night. The Imperial Palace of Qingxiu restricts some martial arts. You can't use teleportation techniques. You also can't fly or burrow in the palace. Yin Yu warned softly. She reminded Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's expression didn't change. He continued to walk quickly and steadily. He replied firmly, "It's fine. We just need to be careful." They didn't rest for a moment. They just kept moving forward. Along the way, they gradually encountered a few local fox spirits. All of them were hurrying in the opposite direction. Xiaoqi and Yin Yu walked straight from the empty house to the main street. The surroundings were unusually quiet and deserted. Other than the sound of their footsteps, they couldn't hear any other living creatures. Yin Yu gradually grew impatient. She pursed her lips worriedly. She turned back and asked Xiaoqi, "We've searched the entire Mi family residence. There's not a single clue. Could it be that no one is home today?" Xiaoqi was stunned. He frowned in a difficult position. He comforted her, feeling both apologetic and helpless. "Let's just wait in her boudoir for now. She has to come back to rest eventually." Yin Yu replied with a dejected hum. "Time flies. It stopped for no one. Just a moment ago, the sun was scorching overhead. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. The deep orange of the late summer afternoon blended with the clouds. The clouds, following the laws of nature, gradually turned purple, covering every leaf, every roof. The surrounding scenery was dyed with a layer of peaceful color. It was quiet. In a simple boudoir, Xiaoqi and Yin Yu were slumped listlessly over the table. He sighed in boredom. Why isn't Second Master back yet? Yin Yu, from the opposite side, leaned closer to him. She replied listlessly and tiredly. The execution is in 3 days. She must be very busy. After a moment of silence, Yin Yu blinked. She asked Xiaoqi, "What do you think about Second Sister marrying the Fox Emperor?" Xiaoqi touched his chin. His brows furrowed. He gave a serious and frank assessment. "I don't think Second Master is willing at all." Returning to Qingxiu, il recalled a graceful Miyu. Her lips were a fresh pink. Her smile was charming. Her eyes were as clear as jade. Xiaoqi's heart was heavy as he pondered. After I became the disciple of the 4 immortals, other than the time Second Master gave me the Fox Emperor's hair and mentioned Qingxiu, I've never heard her mention her hometown. After a long silence, Xiaoqi sat up straight. He crossed his legs and propped his chin on his hand. He wondered aloud in a slightly sorrowful tone, just like she never mentioned Yining City. If her hometown gave her beautiful memories, then when she left Qingxiu for Xiaoming, why wouldn't she miss it? With that, he frowned deeply again. He recalled the matter of the hair tying with the Fox Emperor. He propped his chin and thought seriously. There's a saying, a husband and wife tie their hair together. Their love is boundless. If she had any feelings for the Fox Emperor, why would she give his hair to me? Xiaoqi frowned. He held up 2 fingers. He told Yin Yu his speculation with a serious expression. The most likely possibility is that lock of hair wasn't a token of love, but a gift from the Fox Emperor to a junior. At this point, he raised an eyebrow. He shrugged, his expression utterly baffled. If they truly loved each other, they should have made it public. They should have returned to get married openly and honorably. Why leave without a word? After hearing Xiaoqi's words, Yin Yu nodded seriously. That makes sense. Right after that, Xiaoqi looked away. A smile that was 30% mockery and 70% ridicule appeared on his face. Besides, seeing him stop mid-sentence, being all mysterious, Yin Yu looked at him curiously. She asked, "Besides what?" After a long silence, Xiaoqi looked away again. He propped his chin and pretended to be clueless, talking nonsense. "For some reason, I don't want Second Master to marry someone else." Hearing this, Yin Yu was expressionless. She stared at him silently, without blinking. Right after that, her anger exploded. She slammed her hand on the table with a bang. She lunged forward and mercilessly pinched Xiaoqi's ear to vent her anger. The sharp pain shot from his ear to his brain. Xiaoqi's face contorted in pain. His eyes were half closed. Tears streamed down his face. His whole body tensed and trembled. He shouted through gritted teeth, It hurts, it hurts. Let go. What are you doing? Yin Yu questioned him sternly, her eyebrows raised with killing intent. She pressed Xiaoqi. You haven't fallen for second sister, have you? Xiaoqi had tears in his eyes. He suppressed the pain and answered. She's my master. I respect her. What are you talking about? Let go. Yin Yu returned to her seat. She put her hands on her hips. She sulkily turned her face away, not looking at him. She puffed out her cheeks and pouted angrily. Are you trying to define our relationship? I'm your master too, you know. Xiaoqi held his ear, which was red and swollen from the pinching. Although it hurt a lot, he still retorted with a roguish and nonchalant attitude. Yin Yu, how can it be the same? You don't act like a master at all. A moment later, Yin Yu frowned in dissatisfaction. Her whole face was as red as a ripe tomato. She said shyly, if you really like second sister, I wouldn't be as angry as a bolt from the blue. Xiaoqi was so shocked his eyebrows contorted. His eyes widened. His mouth dropped open as he let out a gasp. A long silence followed. Yin Yu's face was flushed. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Both nervous and expectant, she tried to express the wish in her heart. I hope the five of us can be together forever. As long as you treat everyone equally and don't show favoritism, because I really like my three sisters. I even thought, if it's possible. At this point, she suddenly stopped. She was so embarrassed, she squeezed her eyes shut. She covered her mouth with her hand, hiding the rest of her words. Oh, I'm not saying anymore. Hearing her confess her wish like this, Xiaoqi also became embarrassed. He was too flustered to look directly at her. He pointed at her, stammered an explanation. My becoming Tao companions with Third Master was just for healing and cultivation. I'm still developing feelings for you. I see Grand Master and Second Master as my masters. Don't just pair people up randomly. Seeing Xiaoqi's embarrassed state, Yin Yu grinned slyly. She propped her hands on the table and leaned forward. She teased him mischievously. Are you getting shy? Xiaoqi refused to admit it. He squeezed his eyes shut, not looking at her. He retorted out of embarrassment. No, I'm just telling the truth. Yin Yu wouldn't accept this perfunctory explanation. She quickly jumped over and pounced on Xiaoqi, catching him completely off guard. She pressed him relentlessly. Tell the truth. Are you shy? If you don't tell me, I'll make you tell me. Yin Yu was half kneeling, half lying on top of Xiaoqi. Her smile was sly and mischievous. She teased him relentlessly. I'm ordering you as your master. Answer me. Are you shy? Xiaoqi struggled to prop himself up. He sighed helplessly. He reminded this competitive master. Don't forget we have important business to attend to. Yin Yu was fearless. She directly pinned him down with both hands. She said to him cheerfully, then she enunciated each word, ordering him. There's a soundproofing spell. No one will find out. Hurry up and tell me. Xiaoqi was flattened on the floor. His face flushed. He looked up at her. After a moment, he had to admit defeat. He reached out and grabbed Yin Yu's shoulders. He pushed her down with force. He compromised helplessly. All right. He flipped over with a powerful movement. The two of them immediately switched positions. Xiaoqi was on top. He looked down at her and chuckled. He coaxed Yin Yu indulgently, as if she were a child. Stop messing around. For being in control, she instantly became passive. Yin Yu's hands were held tightly by Xiaoqi. She couldn't move. She pressed her lips together tightly. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't answer, just looked at him with those watery eyes. Her cheeks were flushed. Xiaoqi covered the eunuch's mouth. He let out a muffled cry of discomfort, as if to say, I won't scream. Hearing him say that, Xiaoqi asked doubtfully, You guarantee you won't make a sound? He let go, but didn't forget to threaten him. If you make any noise, the two of us won't be polite. Afraid of being gagged again, the eunuch quickly agreed. Okay. Yin Yu picked up the cloth bag that had fallen on the ground. She asked, What's your position in the palace? Why are you carrying a cloth bag? Seeing it, he replied, I'm a little eunuch. Isn't it obvious? She opened the cloth bag and took out a gold ring. She said doubtfully, stealing things from the palace to sell outside. No wonder you had to climb the wall to get out. The eunuch cried out, feeling wronged. I didn't steal anything. I just wanted to go out for a bit. With that, he snatched the cloth bag back. He suddenly remembered the main point. He asked, Who are you? Why are you secretly climbing the wall into the palace? Xiaoqi also immediately got to the point. We came to find someone. Martial arts are forbidden in this palace. We can only climb walls. Otherwise, I would have flown in long ago. He looked straight at the other person and asked, "You work in the palace. Surely you know about the marriage between the Fox Emperor and Fairy Miyu, right?" Hearing him say this, the person remained silent, looking confused. Yin Yu saw he wasn't speaking and got very angry. "You don't know? Could be you also came in from outside? What little eunuch? Clearly a thief." He replied calmly, "I know." The eunuch asked in confusion, "Why do you ask about this?" Hearing this, Xiaoqi asked him back, "Don't worry about what I ask. I'm asking you, have you seen Fairy Miyu recently?" He answered naturally, "Never met her." Xiaoqi turned to say to Yin Yu, "With his rank, it's true he wouldn't meet her." Hearing this, she also felt a bit conflicted. "So what do we do? If we let him go, what if he stabs us in the back?" Hearing this, the person immediately explained, "I'm really not curious whether I want to help you or not. Depends on the question I just asked." Xiaoqi asked him back, "You've never met Fairy Miyu or the Fox Emperor, so how can you help us?" To prove he was very useful, the little eunuch immediately said, "Although I haven't met them, I know where the Fox Emperor's palace is, but he rarely returns to his sleeping quarters to rest. Usually, he sleeps in the study. If you answer my question, I will lead you to the study. Very few people know about that study." He was speaking enthusiastically when suddenly a hand grabbed his throat. It turned out to be Xiaoqi. He questioned angrily, "Who exactly are you?" The person was afraid of being strangled to death, hurriedly shouting, "What I want to do, or who I am. All depends on your answer." Hearing this, Xiaoqi loosened his grip. He explained, "The person we came to find is Fairy Miyu, who is about to marry the emperor. We want to ask if she is marrying the emperor willingly. If she doesn't want to, we will take her away from here." Hearing this, the little eunuch was interested. "This matter? I know. Let's go. I'll lead you there." Seeing his attitude change, Yin Yu immediately became suspicious. Warning, careful of deceit. To reassure her, "Ecchi, it's fine. If he dares to trick us, I'll rape then kill him." Hearing these words from Xiaoqi, the little eunuch got goosebumps from fear. Scared, he stammered, "Oh my, you guys are too suspicious. That's not good for your health. Follow me closely. I know where there are no guards." In the silent space, the three arrived in front of a giant tree. Xiaoqi didn't relax his vigilance at all. There were no buildings around, nor any other exits. Suddenly, the person touched the ancient tree. A massive, mysterious energy immediately radiated out. Immediately after, a passage slowly opened before them. He pointed at the door and said, "Follow me in." To reassure Yin Yu, he held her hand. "Hold my hand." Hearing this, she replied. The door kept opening wider. On the other side of the door was a white expanse. At this moment, a spacious room appeared before their eyes. The little eunuch took off the hat on his head, turning to say to the two, "You two sit first. I'll go boil water to make tea." Qingshan sure chuckled. Taking off his hat, he went to prepare tea for the two. Xiaoqi silently observed his every move. In his heart, he gradually pieced together all the details. He knows the secret entrance. He's familiar with the paths. And that hair, the color and texture, are exactly the same as the lock of the Fox Emperor's hair that Second Master gave me. King Shan di Wolktover. He placed the steaming cup of tea down to invite his guests. The teacup emitted a fragrant aroma. The steam swirled, making the mood in the dark night more relaxed. He smiled faintly and said, "Please have some tea." Yin Yu, without any suspicion, picked up the teacup. She took a sip, feeling the warmth spread through every cell in her body. But Xiaoqi was different. He immediately stood up. He respectfully apologized to the person opposite him. "Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor, I have offended you greatly just now. I hope you can forgive me." Hearing this, Yin Yu immediately spat out the tea she hadn't swallowed. She was quite shocked by what he had just said. His Majesty the Fox Emperor calmly raised the teacup to his lips. He said softly, "In this study, I am temporarily not the Fox Emperor. You can call me by my pen name, King Shandi." These words not only failed to calm Yin Yu, but instead made her choke on another mouthful of water. She said in alarm, "King Shandi? Is it the Qing Shandi who writes books?" He chuckled softly. "That would be me." Yin Yu never expected to accidentally meet the person she had admired for so long. Her heart bloomed with joy. I actually get to meet Mr. Qing Shandi. I'm not dreaming, am I?" She was so happy she was about to cry. Xiaoqi couldn't see the joy in her heart. He only saw her body trembling. Her head was bowed, He couldn't ignore it. So he spoke up with concern. Yue, what's wrong? Yin Yu's eyes shone brightly. She hugged her 2 precious books. She walked up to Qing Shandi and asked for an autograph. Teacher Qing, I always carry your books with me. Could you please sign them for me? She looked excitedly at the idol she worshipped. Xiaoqi asked in surprise. Where did you get those from? King Shandi gave a standard smile. He took the books he had written with both hands. Of course. He gestured with his hand. A writing brush immediately fell into his hand. He wrote his name, stroke by stroke, on the first page of the book. After writing, he gently showed the book to Yin Yu. It's signed. Miss, are you satisfied? Yin Yu was moved to tears. She hugged the signed book tightly to her chest. Satisfied? More than satisfied. Xiaoqi stood beside them with a gloomy face. He really didn't understand what she was thinking. Satisfied without even looking? He took a step forward. He stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Facing King Shandi, he crossed his arms and said, regardless of whether you are Qing Shandi or the Fox Emperor, we need to talk. Qing Shandi calmly sat down in a chair. He accepted Xiaoqi's request. All right. Xiaoqi crossed his arms and questioned him. Do you like fairy Miyu? Qing Shandi propped his chin on his hand. He replied in an indifferent tone. Miyu, let me think. When she first took human form, I met her once. As the Fox Emperor, I gave some gifts to the juniors in the clan. What she looks like now that she's grown up, I've long forgotten, let alone whether I like her or not. I treat all the young people of the Fox clan the same. Xiaoqi said indignantly. If that's the case, why do you want to marry her? Is it her? Qing Shandi's eyes were hazy. He said with a bitter smile, this matter is not for me to decide. Yin Yu asked him, puzzled. Qing Xiu respects the Fox Emperor. If you don't agree, you could just refuse directly. Qing Shandi threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha, that's a thing of the past. His eyes gradually became gloomy. I'm just Qing Shandi. The Fox Emperor is merely a symbol of Qing Xiao. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Xiaoqi tried to listen to see what else he wanted to say. You mean, the ones holding power are the 3 great families. After hearing his words, Xiaoqi immediately pressed. Qing Shanshi just remained silent. His face also darkened a few shades. Xiaoqi continued to analyze. Fairy Miyu, the Mi family, is one of the 3 great families. Their daughter is also one of the Shangming 4 immortals. If she marries the Fox Emperor, she would truly be above 10,000 people. Xiaoqi didn't dodge the issue, going straight to the point. Why did things reach this point? Qing Shanshi couldn't explain clearly either. All these years I've been immersed in writing, so I handed over some power to the 3 great families. Yin Yu seemed to understand. So that means, if you refuse the marriage now, there won't be any problem? Qing Shanshi looked into the void. Even when he himself gave this answer, the outcome was unclear. Correct. Unless the Mi family gives up on the marriage. Otherwise, he paused for a moment. Waving to Yin Yu, he said, surely the young lady has also noticed. In the palace, many cultivation techniques are restricted. Actually, it's not others restricting them. It's me. Hearing this sentence, the stone in her heart seemed to be lifted. So that's how it is. I'm afraid your second sister doesn't know this either. Qing Shanshi turned to Xiaoqi and said, the Mi family wants to turn me into a puppet. Actually, I find it quite freeing. It's just that I want freedom. But they guard against me everywhere. Xiaoqi felt suspicious, because the information he received before was completely different from what Qing Shanshi said. Why is what I heard slightly different? Qing Shanshi immediately sobbed in grievance. Tonight, I intended to climb the wall to go out and gather material for my new book, but I was discovered by you too. He wiped the 2 streams of tears from his face. Aggrieved, he said, you were able to climb the wall into the palace smoothly because it happened to be exactly during the guard change. Missing this hour, I can't get out anymore. Yin Yu and Xiaoqi spoke in unison. Gathering material? Yin Yu was originally his loyal fan in the romance genre. Hearing this, her eyes lit up, feeling that if she had a tail, it would definitely be wagging excitedly now. Xiaoqi was the opposite. He had no good feelings about this at all. Both involuntarily turned away, pretending not to hear, signaling it had nothing to do with them. Qing Shanshi sighed. I don't know what formation they will set up to restrict me. Once restricted, I won't be able to unleash my full strength. Xiaoqi felt his opportunity had come, immediately eagerly nominating himself. If I help you regain power, will you refuse the marriage? Qing Shanshi suddenly leaned close, whispering to Xiaoqi, young man, what I want is in power. It's freedom. I don't care who becomes the Fox Emperor. In short, just giving me freedom is enough. Xiaoqi was so scared he stammered and backed away. Wait, I think I understand. From start to finish, you didn't care about being stripped of power. You just wanted freedom. Seeing the other party understood him, Qing Shanshi said happily, "That's right. I just want to write." Saying that, he leaned close to Xiaoqi again, speaking with a serious voice. "Don't you find writing to be the happiest, most joyful thing in the world?" Xiaoqi replied with a headache. "Up to you. In short, I will help you regain power first. Just help my second master get her freedom." Qing Shanshi tried to recall second master, finally remembering, happily saying, "I once heard the Shangming Four Immortals accepted a disciple. Just now this young lady called me Yu's second sister. So that's how it is." Xiaoqi didn't deny it, just replying indifferently, "I don't admit it either. These are all just the Fox Emperor's speculations." Qing Shanshi chuckled softly. "Ha ha, right? All my speculations." At this moment, Yin Yu finally spoke up. She hurriedly reminded, "The grand wedding is tomorrow. There's only one day left. How can we seize power?" Xiaoqi wasn't in a hurry at all. He leisurely raised his teacup and took a sip. "We just need to make it so the wedding can't be held." She looked straight at Xiaoqi. She completely disagreed with his leisurely attitude. "That's an emperor's wedding. You can't just crash it whenever you want. The security will definitely be tight then. Besides, Qingxiu is full of masters. If they all attack at once, we'll be helpless." Xiaoqi, however, saw this as a good thing. He said to her, "The more masters that come, the better. The angrier they get, the greater the benefits we'll reap." Yin Yu asked, puzzled, "What benefits?" Xiaoqi waved his arms aggressively to show his might. His face couldn't hide his excitement. "I haven't recouped my losses from the Heavenly Blade Alliance last time. I'll just have to let the three great families pay the price." He calculated in his head. Qing Shanshi saw his strange and somewhat terrifying demeanor. He was a little startled. Qing Shanshi also thought to himself, to give the gift bestowed by the emperor to this young man, that little girl has really grown up. Xiaoqi suddenly spoke up and asked him, breaking the silence, "Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor, can you fight?" He answered, "If my power wasn't restricted, I would probably be the strongest in Qingxiu. But now, I'm not even half a step into the spirit refinement realm." After hearing his answer, Xiaoqi was genuinely worried. He asked anxiously, "You're so strong. How could the three great families have the ability to harm you?" Qing Shanshi didn't know the reason either. "I don't know about that. Perhaps they borrowed external forces. I once guessed that this power came from other sacred lands." Xieki suddenly interrupted. "It's not related to Yin Lee again, is it?" Qing Shanshi seemed puzzled by the name he had just heard. "Yin Lee," Xieki explained. "Not long ago, Empress Yin Lee of the Xingdu sacred land wanted to annex the Shangming sacred land. You mentioned your power being restricted, so I made a connection." Qing Shanshi said loudly. His voice was full of excitement. "I know Yin Lee." Xiaoqi was startled. "You too?" At this moment, his mind was in a mess. It seems the monarchs of these sacred lands are all acquaintances. But before, I always felt that the sacred lands were too far apart. What exactly happened in the past? Could it be related to the system? Qing Shanshi propped his chin on his hand. He reassured him gently. "Of course I know her. I also know Empress Li Chan. So many years have passed. She has finally returned." Yin Yu immediately asked him, "What do you mean, returned?" "Eldest sister once told me that sacred land had disappeared. How can a sacred land disappear?" She was very confused. Qing Shanshi looked at her with sharp eyes. He pointed upwards and replied, "Because of the one above." Yin Yu and Xiaoqi asked in unison, "The one above?" Qing Shanshi explained, "In the eyes of the heavenly Tao. She wants to go against the will of heaven. I heard she found a way to escape the heavenly Tao. Now she's returning, despite the risk of being discovered by the heavenly Tao. I don't know what plan she has this time." He fell into deep thought when he mentioned this woman named Yin Lee. Xiaoqi didn't understand what he meant by escape. Escape the heavenly Tao? What happens after you escape? Qing Shanshi sighed. "I don't know." He answered helplessly. With that, he changed the subject. "By the way, you two still don't have a place to stay, do you? How about staying in my study tonight? There happen to be a few empty rooms here." Xiaoqi wasn't polite either. He accepted the Fox Emperor's invitation just like that. "Then thank you, Your Majesty." He calculated in his head. "I'll have to ask Grandmaster later. Why does it sound like the heavenly Tao isn't an intangible thing, but more like a physical entity, Grandmaster must know something. Scene change. Xiaoqi settled into the room that the Fox Emperor, Qing Shandi, had prepared. He carefully closed the door. He summoned his master's help. Grandmaster, requesting support. Yuan Jin Xiao immediately appeared. She had already guessed that her disciple must have made arrangements. It seems you've made your arrangements. You knew and you followed? Xiaoqi immediately picked up on the clue in his master's words. I know her personality too well. I didn't intend to stop her anyway. Yuan Jin Xiao sat down gracefully in a chair. She continued to ask, have you seen your second master yet? Xiaqian Surdonestli. Second master isn't home. I think she might have been detained by the Mi family as a hostage. He continued, Grandmaster, I've met the Fox Emperor. He personally admitted that he doesn't want to marry second master. He also told me that the three great families are now controlling Qingxiu. Furthermore, the Fox Emperor's power is currently restricted. His actions are very passive. Yuan Jin Xiao propped her chin on her hand, looking bored. She watched Xia Qi talking to himself. After listening, she thought for a moment and then said to him, King Shandi is restricted, but the three great families don't have that kind of power. Xia Qi then asked his master, do you think it's related to Empress Yin Lee of the Shengdu, Sacred Land? Her eyes suddenly darkened a few shades. A notification panel appeared in front of her. If you help me find Yin Lee, I will tell you how to break the restriction. But after reading this notification, Yuan Jin Xiao remained silent. A moment later, she turned to her little disciple. She continued to speak to him with that bored expression. For now, don't worry about Yin Lee's affairs. How do you plan to handle the Mi family's marriage? Xiaoqi revealed his plan. I will crash the wedding and snatch second master away in front of everyone. He was full of confidence in his perfect plan. The system notification sounded. What he was about to do was no different from seeking death. You understand this as well. Yuan Jin Xiao didn't reply. She remained silent. Seeing the Grandmaster sitting still, Xiaoqi asked tentatively, Grandmaster, why aren't you moving? Is the signal bad? Did we lose connection? He was like a child, constantly fooling around in front of his master. At this moment, Yuan Jin Xiao returned to the main topic. Xiaoqi, Yin Yu's power has recovered. If a conflict really breaks out, there's no need to worry about the political issues between the two sacred lands. You guys just go ahead and act. Your second master will take care of everything. Yes. Yuan Jin Xiao's system spoke up indignantly. Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? Xiaoqi followed his master's orders. He raised his hand in a salute. Yes, ma'am. By the way, Grandmaster, can I ask you one more question? Yuan Jin Xiao immediately interrupted. Don't ask. Now is not the right time. Then she gradually disappeared. A circle of blue light enveloped her. It slowly shrank into the jade. Xiaoqi hadn't even had time to react. He just said, huh? His face was full of confusion. Grandmaster went offline really fast. It seemed she knew I wanted to ask about the system. He immediately summoned the system to ask for clarification. CG, a small figure with long silver hair and a pacifier in its mouth appeared. Xiaoqi immediately asked CG, do you know what kind of restriction has been placed on the Fox Emperor in the Imperial City? The little imp spread its hands and shrugged. I don't know. Xiaoqi continued to ask, why don't even you know? I'm finding you more and more useless. Xiaoqi began to feel dissatisfied with this system. The little boy immediately defended himself. Knowledge about restrictions is beyond the scope of my database. The Immortal Tao cannot forcibly interfere with restrictions on mortals. Xiaoqi rubbed his chin and continued to ponder. Even the Heavenly Tao cannot interfere. So, is there a way to escape the surveillance of the Heavenly Tao? What happens after escaping the Heavenly Tao? Xiaoqi's heart was filled with questions. CG replied, I can't answer that question either. If I say any more, I will initiate the self-destruct program. At the current stage, you still need my help. It said this threat with an expressionless face. Xiaoqi suddenly asked curiously, CG, why are you helping me? Are you one of them? CG seriously asked the person opposite him back. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? You want to hear the truth. Xiaoqi, of course, wanted to hear the truth. He immediately replied, of course. The system recalled the tragic scenes it had once witnessed. It hesitated before giving an answer. Perhaps. I have also developed feelings like a human. Seeing this, Xiaoqi stepped forward to comfort it. I think I know what you want to say. You don't have to force yourself to say it. I don't hate you either. I don't want to lose you. Thanks to you, My cultivation progress is much faster. Before disappearing, CG cleverly reminded him about the restriction again. I've checked the internal system information. It is indeed related to Yin Lee. I've said too much today. After receiving the information from CG, he quickly told it to go rest. All right, you go rest. Lying in bed, Xiaqi's mind was still racing. CG is so cautious. It seems my every move is being watched by the people above. But I'm still alive and well now. Perhaps I shouldn't touch the heavenly Tao's reverse scale. He mumbled, what is heaven's reverse scale? Not killing anyone for 1,000 years? He turned over, his face full of curiosity. I'm really curious. Scene changed to Yuan Jin Xiao's lair. She was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed. Beside her was a purple system panel that was constantly chattering. Yin Lee has escaped the restriction that the heavenly Tao placed on her. Other than my internal database. In this sacred land, no one can break it. Qingqiu is not Xiangming. Xiaqi and Yin Yu are at a disadvantage. You have too much faith in their abilities. After listening, Yuan Jin Xiao replied nonchalantly. I want to rest now. Suddenly feeling talkative, Yuan Jin Xiao turned to the system and said, the heavenly Tao couldn't catch Yin Lee. Have you lost your memory? The system warned angrily. Yuan Jin Xiao, watch your words. Yuan Jin Xiao wasn't afraid of it. She replied contemptuously, boring. I'm sick of it. The other system was not to be outdone. Your body is about to give out. You still have a sharp tongue. Yuan Jin Xiao's face turned cold. She replied indifferently. On the contrary, you can't escape me. You're more pathetic than I am. She propped her head on her hand, looking bored. She didn't care about the two words heavenly Tao at all. So what if the heavenly Tao is high and mighty? I will definitely ascend to the heavens. I am the best proof. As for you, you who are high and mighty, your fall from the divine altar is not far off. The system said contemptuously. We'll see. With that, it disappeared. Scene changed to the day of the grand ceremony. The streets were extremely lively. People gathered to watch the wedding of the two big shots. The sound of birdsong rang out, signaling the start of the ceremony. A man with gray hair walked in front of the bridal sedan. He beat a gong and shouted, the immortal spiritual energy leads the way. A team of men in red robes carried the bridal sedan behind him. The clouds part, the mist clears. The heavens show an auspicious sign. The fairy of Qingqiu steps on the stars. The sun and moon hide themselves. The Milky Way bears witness. The Weaver Girl descends to the mortal world to form a fateful bond. The grand bridal sedan was carried by dozens of men. The figure of the Weaver Girl descending to the mortal world was faintly visible behind the red silk, creating a scene that was both magnificent and captivating. The young man beating the gong struck it again. He continued to shout as if to announce to the world, the sacred land of heavenly books. Fate has been decided. A single thread of immortal fate. A deep love spanning 2 lifetimes. The deep cave echoes. The crane cries to the 9 heavens. All living things, pray for this good match. Above, a small flame followed the bridal sedan procession. It was Yin Yu. She asked Xiaqi, Xiaqi, is everything really okay over there? There are so many people today. The person in the sedan suddenly trembled slightly. Her hands gradually clenched. Hearing this voice, she thought doubtfully, Liuening? On Yin Yu's side, seeing her sister surrounded by annoying bodyguards, she felt very annoyed. It's all bodyguards. There's no way to get close to second sister. A stream of pink spiritual energy flew out from the bridal sedan. It came to Yin Yu's side. It familiarly wrapped around the small flame, as if to protect it. Where were you doing in Qingqiu? It asked. Yin Yu saw the person in front of her. She called out happily, second sister. Before she could finish speaking, the little fox immediately covered her mouth. Shoo, my fox spirit can only be maintained for a short time. Otherwise, I'll be discovered. Yin Yu understood and nodded. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. After being released, she whispered, I came to take you back to the Xiangming sacred land. The fox spirit turned away. It didn't look directly at her, leaving a hint of melancholy. It replied coolly, I can't go back for now. Yin Yu tried to persuade her. We've already met the Fox Emperor. He said he's also helpless about this marriage. He doesn't want it either. The fox spirit was startled. What? She looked down in horror. Oh no, it seems they found out. I have to go back. Before leaving, Yin Yu emphasized one more time. Xiaqi said he will definitely take you back. You must believe him. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside. A girl with erect ears and jade-green eyes poke her small head in. She called out, Mississippi. Miyu was sitting inside. Her head was covered with a veil. She asked coldly, what is it? Seeing this, the little fox demon quickly pulled the curtain shut. Nothing at all. She thought to herself. For a fleeting moment, it seemed like something left. Could have been my imagination. The maidservant withdrew. The sedan was quiet again. Miyu let out a sigh of relief. Come to save me? You two are so foolish. But I'm really happy. She really didn't understand what these two were thinking. Why would they do this? But she was really happy. She tried to purse her lips to keep from crying. But 2 streams of tears still rolled down her cheeks. Perhaps because she was deeply moved by them. Outside, the gongs and drums were deafening. Both sides of the road were heavily guarded by soldiers. The bridal sedan slowly entered the ceremonial hall. Inside, the servants were busy adjusting Qin Shan Di's official attire. He pointed to the person changing his clothes. Then he said to the others, you all may leave first. Just leave him here with me. The others obeyed in unison. Thank you, Your Majesty. After everyone had left, Qin Shan Di turned and asked the person behind him, are you really sure you can ruin the wedding? Xia Qi stood beside him. He rolled up his sleeves, his face full of confidence. In this imperial palace, besides the special restriction targeting you, there are other restrictions on other people. But I've tried it. There are some special magical artifacts that won't be affected. Qin Shan Di still didn't completely trust him. But ruining the wedding is only a temporary solution. It can't solve the root of the problem. The 3 great families will continue to hold the wedding. You can't escape fate. What should we do then? He looked at the man beside him. He explained softly, rescuing Second Master is the top priority. As long as we can buy some time and find a way to lift Your Majesty's restriction, Your Majesty can help us solve the rest. Right? Erring xia kayese words, King Shan Di. Felt it made sense. He went along with his thinking. That's true. After a pause, Xiaki smiled. His eyes were firm as he proposed a method. As for the method, I already have a clue. Your Majesty, you look very handsome in this outfit today. Hearing this, Qin Shan Di still didn't understand Xia Qi's meaning. He continued, it's just a pity that you're not marrying the one you love. After hearing this, Qin Shan Di held a book in one hand and a pen in the other. He raised them excitedly and shouted, I'm already married. This is the one I love. I can't let down the readers who have worked so hard waiting for me to release a new chapter. Seeing that Qin Shan Di had understood the point, Xia Qi gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Your Majesty, I will definitely read every chapter. Elsewhere, Candace and Xiaoling were riding their horses at full speed in one direction. Ahead was a small hill. Xiaoling was shouting while concentrating on riding. Fairy Yin Yu is waiting for us at the gate of Qingxiu. Speed up. Hearing this, Candace, who was beside him, quickly caught up. The scene cuts back to Qin Shan Di. A maidservant knelt on the ground. She reported respectfully, Greetings, Your Majesty the Fox Emperor. The grand ceremony has begun. Qin Shan Di glanced at her. He replied coldly, I know. He stood on the steps of the grand hall. Below, the bridal sedan was slowly approaching. Inside was Miyu. The master of ceremonies announced in a loud voice. A good match made in heaven. A grand imperial ceremony. Today is our king's grand wedding. It officially begins. By the mandate of heaven, with the spiritual energy of the earth, Miyu stepped out of the bridal sedan. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly approached King Shan Di. The master of ceremonies beside them continued to read. The empress arrives. The phoenix descends to marry the emperor, to continue the family line. The gods in the vast heavens above pray for our king and queen. A match made in heaven. A peaceful and prosperous nation. A long line of descendants. Jade and jadeite shine together. Jewels worthy of an emperor. May the emperor and empress live in harmony for 100 years, and their dynasty prosper for 10,000 generations. King Shan Di stood above. Seeing Miyu approach, he extended his hand to receive her. Miyu gently took his hand. King Shan Di whispered, Xia Qi is about to make his move. Hearing this, Miyu was extremely surprised. Her eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed. Outside, the voice of the master of ceremonies continued to read according to the ritual. The sun and moon shine together. The stars watch together. May the world be at peace. The nation be forever strong. The dynasty lasts for 10,000 generations. Auspicious energy comes from the east. But the two of them seemed to pay no attention to these words. One looked up in surprise. Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Before the words were finished, a loud shout came. I object. This voice belonged to none other than ecchi. He rushed out as he shouted. He squeezed in between Qing Shan Di and Miyu. Everyone else was stunned into silence. Their minds were full of question marks. They didn't understand what was happening. Xiaoqi didn't hesitate. He grabbed Miyu's wrist and raised it high. He declared to the entire world, for a girl as beautiful as a flower to get married. Did you ask for my permission? Today, I'm here to crash the wedding. A gray-haired man in the crowd heard this. His anger immediately flared up. His rage meter shot up to 5,000. Guards, seize this brutal villain for me. Xiaoqi was not to be outdone. He glared and retorted loudly. Are you addicted to selling your daughter? Old man, I'm telling you. I'm here to cause trouble. I've already done the deed with Miyu long ago. Do you understand what the crime of bigamy is? You uneducated fool. The other man was so angry he wanted to cover Xiaoqi's mouth. His rage meter had reached 10,000. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The people around them started to gather and gossip. Meanwhile, the two of them were still arguing fiercely. I'm telling you old geezers, you're incompetent yourselves. You only know how to do sneaky things. Selling your daughter for money. Do you think the Imperial Palace is an auction house? Xiaoqi said this while pointing at the old man. He had one arm around Miyu's waist. He pulled her towards him. Miyu blushed. Who are you trying to anger to death? Xiaoqi immediately replied. Who cares? The more people who die of anger, the better. You went off to get married without my consent. I haven't even finished teaching you the method yet. King Gushan distud bezidedem. A dark aura emanated from his entire body. He laughed heartily. I didn't expect this kid to be so thick-skinned. Well, only the crazy ones win. Xiaoqi gave a sly smile. He opened the system to buy a flying carpet. He thought, I'll use your old man's rage points to build my house. Thanks. The system immediately displayed a notification. Minus 5,000 points. Flying speed faster than a high-speed train. Duration, 1 hour. In an instant, a flying carpet appeared out of thin air. All three of them stood on it. King Shandi asked, Do I have to go too? Xiaoqi acted according to the plan. Of course. I have to kidnap your Majesty as well. You have a point. As soon as Qing Shandi finished speaking, the flying carpet shot up into the sky, leaving the gray-haired old man with a face as black as thunder, and everyone else speechless. They were utterly shocked. How can he fly? The sky was clear and blue. The sun peeked in and out from behind the clouds. But it was raining. The sun shower created a beautiful rainbow on the horizon. Xiaoqi and Qing Shan Di chatted on the flying carpet. So it's true that when a fox gets married, there's a sun shower. Qing Shan Di lay on his stomach on the flying carpet. He laughed loudly in response. Look, they're in a complete mess. How interesting. Miyu was still wearing her bridal veil. She looked down at her hand and Xiaoqi's, still clasped tightly together. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. On the ground, the fox demons were in chaos, shouting loudly. Elder Mi pointed to the sky. He said angrily, What are you all standing there for? Go and capture that fox. That scoundrel is threatening his Majesty. But the others looked at each other when they heard this. They gossiped amongst themselves. It seemed they had something to say. A man with brown hair and brown eyes knelt down. He cupped his hands respectfully. Elder Mi, there's a restriction in the Imperial Palace. We cannot fly. After hearing this, Elder Mi froze for a few seconds. His mind was full of question marks. His dazed expression seemed to say, huh. Then, he gritted his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, this restriction is really shooting myself in the foot. Damn it. At this moment, the elder's face had darkened. He ordered his subordinate. The scoundrel who kidnapped his Majesty has a wicked plan. He won't leave Qingxiu for a while. You take some men and search all over Qingxiu. Follow the trail of that flying carpet. We will definitely catch that scoundrel. Hurry up and lead the men in pursuit. A man with brown hair and another with dark blue hair accepted the order. Elder, a man with long white hair, with a lock of hair behind his ear neatly tied up, spoke. Brother Mi, nothing can happen to his Majesty. Our plan. Before he could finish, Elder Mi waved his hand, signaling the person to stop. Bo bai xian, tao mui, ah. Let's find His Majesty first. We can discuss the rest when we get back. Hearing Elder Mi say this, Mi Tao and Bai Xian didn't say much more. They just obediently followed the order. Yes. After discussing with those two, Elder Mi turned back and said to the people below, "Everyone, please remain calm. The 3 great families and the royal army have been dispatched everywhere to search for His Majesty's whereabouts. We will definitely protect His Majesty completely and ensure that those scoundrels die without a burial place." Elsewhere, Xiaoqi, Miyu, and Qing Shandi had landed. They entered a room. Qing Shandi went first. Xiaoqi laughed to himself, thinking of how Elder Mi's rage meter had shot up to 1,000. Even 1,999. He couldn't help but think. It seems those people must be furious. Qing Shandi saw Xiaoqi smiling nonstop the whole way. So he asked curiously, "Xiaoqi, what are you smiling about? Your mouth hasn't closed the entire way." Xiaoqi quickly replied, "Of course I'm happy when I make money." But this answer probably didn't match what he was thinking. Miyu stood opposite them. Watching the two of them chat so intimately and comfortably, she wondered, when did these two get to know each other? Suddenly, Xiaoqi turned around. He slowly walked towards Miyu. "Second Master, why are you still wearing your bridal veil? This wedding didn't happen. You're free." With that, Xiaoqi reached out and lifted the veil on Miyu's head. She was startled. Her emerald green eyes constricted. "Why? Why did you lift it?" Xiaoqi scratched the back of his neck. He asked back, both confused and curious. I was afraid it was blocking your view." "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing this, Qing Shandi, who was sitting in a chair nearby, propped his chin on his hand. He said with a helpless expression, "It seems you still don't know the rules of Qingxiu." Xiaoqi turned to him. "What rules?" King Shandi then explained. "In Qingxiu, if we lift a bride's veil, it means the two of you are married, regardless of whether you agree or not. That moment is a vow of lifelong commitment." Xiaoqi had no idea about these strange rules. He silently turned to Miyu. He stammered, "I didn't know." Second Master, one of them lowered their head. Their gaze shifted elsewhere. Their cheeks flushed. For a moment, they were speechless, seeing that his master wasn't speaking, just turning her head to the side. Xia Kipanikt. He was a little scared. He quickly grabbed the veil, intending to put it back on for her. I'll put it back on for you." But Miyu just lowered her head and waved her hand. "No need." Xiaoqi was stunned. He still didn't know what to do. He quickly explained, But I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea what your Qingxiu rules were." He thought to himself again, "Why do I feel like Second Master is a little shy? This personality doesn't seem right. Where did your fierce and beauty-loving demeanor from before go?" Qing Shandi was still sitting there, but he had a not-so-innocent smile on his face. He even made a heart shape with his hands and said, "Originally, the one to lift the veil should have been me. But now that you've done it, this is your and her destiny. Now, your fates are intertwined. You can no longer be separated." Hearing these words, Xiaoqi's mouth dropped open even wider. "Your Majesty, I'm an outsider. I don't understand these things." Hearing this, Qing Shandi laughed so hard he cried. He laughed so much that others might have thought His Majesty was crying. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears. "But everything has a cause and effect. You two can pretend this never happened. I can also pretend I didn't see anything. Is that okay?" Master Miyu, who was standing there, suddenly took a step forward. Seeing her step forward, Xiaoqi called out, "Master." But unexpectedly, Miyu knelt down. She cupped her hands respectfully. "Your Majesty, this humble servant, Miyu, greets your Majesty." As she spoke, she bowed. Xiaoqi stood beside her. He was extremely surprised. He felt as if he had just woken up. He couldn't help but think to himself, the Fox Emperor is a supreme existence in the eyes of the people of Qingxiu. Even Second Master, one of the 4 immortals of Shangming, is no exception. No wonder Second Master's behavior was so strange just now. Qing Shandi gave a gentle and warm smile. He reached out to help her up. "Please rise." Miyu took Qing Shandi's hand. She smiled. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Qing Shandi said again, "I suppose I have finally met Fairy Miyu, one of the 4 immortals of Shangming. I apologize for being in a remote place. It's difficult to meet, but you have lived very well over the years." Miyu covered her mouth with her hand and replied, "Thanks to Your Majesty's blessings." Qing Shandi recalled the past again. He gestured with his hand as he spoke. "The first time I met you, you were only this tall. I didn't expect you to have grown so tall and elegant now. I have heard many rumors about you. I admire you greatly. Hearing this, Miyu shyly clasped her hands together. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Has your Majesty been well these past years? King Shandi Forstas Mide. So. Not too bad. I guess you could say average. But Miyu's expression became serious. She was no longer as shy as before. She said, Xiaoqi said you don't want to marry me. But I have received the Fox Emperor's token. Does that mean the 3 great families dared to forge your Majesty's decree? Qing Shandi sat down. He held a piece of paper in his hand. His expression worsened a few shades. It's also my fault for being impulsive these past few years. Miyu's Fachid Darkinid. She slammed her hand on the table. The table cracked. This outburst of anger made Qing Shandi and Xia Qi hug each other. They trembled in fear. Their mouths were agape, unable to speak. Miyu raised her hand. She said angrily, this crime is unforgivable. I'll go kill those traitors first. And vent your Majesty's anger. With that, she turned to leave. But Xia Qi stopped her. Second Master, wait. Hearing this, Miyu turned around. Her emerald green eyes also glanced at Xia Qi. What are you waiting for? Xia Qi said with a smile. His Majesty the Fox Emperor is under a restriction. We should strike directly at their lair. Find out the truth. It's not too late to kill them after we've clarified everything. With that, Xia Qi glanced at Qing Shandi. He thought to himself, Second Master really respects the Fox Emperor. If Yuan and I switch places, huh? He doesn't want to be king anyway. Thinking like this probably isn't illegal, right? Qing Shandi sat obediently below. He didn't say a word. Miyu found Xia Qi's words reasonable. She thought for a moment and then said, if that's the case, then let's torture them brutally first. I'm good at that. I guess this is related to Yin Lee. Xia Qi said this. It made Miyu say angrily. It's her again. Xia Qi seriously continued to analyze the situation. The 3 great families are not worthy of Master's attention. But interrogation may not yield useful information. We might not even have time to ask. At this point, Xia Qi was even angrier than before. During the intersect assessment, Yin Lee set a trap. Then she took away the people we captured. What if the patriarchs of the 3 great families have also been tampered with by Yin Lee? If we act rashly, we might miss a clue. Xia Qi thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Once we gets Candace and Ling Dang, we can start planning our trip to the Shengdu sacred land. After hearing Xia Qi's long speech, Miyu closed her eyes. If that's the case, they can live a few more days. Those old immortals are really getting off easy. With that, Miyu suddenly remembered Qing Shandi. So she turned to ask, Your Majesty, is this place safe? Qing Shandi said with a smile. It's safe. Firstly, only those I allow can enter this place. Secondly, we pretended to escape. But we actually returned to the Imperial Palace. They probably wouldn't have guessed that. That's good. Miyu replied quickly. King Shandi continued. This time, we were able to escape successfully, thanks to the fairy's illusion spell. As he spoke, he recalled. Earlier, when the 3 of them were on the flying carpet, Xia Qi had asked Miyu to cast an illusion spell. Second Master, please cast an illusion spell. Make them think we've escaped from the Imperial Palace. Miyu, standing beside him, hummed softly in agreement. Then she cast the illusion spell. A pink wind swirled around her. She gently placed her hand on her lips. She closed her eyes. A moment later, all 3 of them were inside a light pink sphere. Miyu still hadn't calmed down. If I had known they were so bold and rebellious, I should have let them taste the hellfire in the illusion. Xia Qi stood beside her. He glanced upwards. He scratched his cheek. Second Master, you wouldn't even spare the Mi family? Miyu's 2 foxtails appeared. Sparkling pink lights surrounded her. She said sternly, Jin Xiao is led by the Fox Emperor. How can they not enjoy the protection of the successive Fox Emperors, and instead think of other things? The Mi family was once in decline. If it weren't for the Fox Emperor's compassion, they wouldn't have the influence they have today. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. It's not a pity to kill them. Qing Shandi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Actually, before he could finish, Miyu's eyes lit up. Her face was beaming as if she had never been angry. Your Majesty, please speak. Qing Shandi was a little embarrassed. He closed his eyes. He lowered his head and said, the previous Fox Emperors, my parents, my ancestors, and my descendants, they all deserve their good reputation. Miyu stood beside him. She watched him attentively with a happy expression. Yes, 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 yes. That's a given. Qin Shandi paused for a moment before continuing. But I'm not a good king. At this point, his brows furrowed. Hearing this, Miyu quickly waved her hand. Of course not. She revealed her 2 fox ears, along with her small, cute fangs. Qin Shandi saw Miyu getting too close to him, so he put his hand on his forehead. He closed his eyes and leaned back slightly. Well, since the fairy is here, I'll just say it straight. You could be my witness. Miyu replied quickly without thinking. Yes, yes. I want to abdicate. Yes, yes. With that, she let out a loud shout. What? She stared with wide eyes. She shouted into Qin Shandi's ear. It scared him so much he had to cover his ears. His face was full of horror. After calming down, Qin Shandi sat up straight. He held his hand near his ear. I've already told Xiaoqi about this. I'm not really a king. The throne was passed to me simply because I am the only bloodline of the Fox Emperor. Before he could finish, Miyu interrupted and asked, Wait, are you serious right now? Isn't that enough? When she heard Qin Shandi say that, she thought he was just joking. But after he explained it so seriously, she had to ask again, because she still couldn't believe it. King Shandi replied, very naturally. That's right. Miyu disagreed with this decision. Her face darkened. She revealed her small fangs. The pure bloodline of the Fox Emperor. Who else in Qingqiu can bear this great responsibility? Your Majesty, did you make this decision because you were hurt by the 3 great families? I will go kill them right now. I really can't stand it anymore. Her dissatisfaction with them had already reached its peak. Faced with this situation, she couldn't just stand by and watch. As Miyu spoke, she turned and walked towards the door. King Shandi stood up. The fairy is one of the 4 immortals, and also a person of Qingqiu. How about you take the throne? The so-called bloodline. I, on the other hand, think you have the ability to handle it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. It would be a shame to ruin the bright future of Qingqiu. This sentence made Miyu stop in her tracks. She turned her head to look at Qin Shandi. She didn't understand his meaning. King Shandi squinted at ecchi. He continued, I might be pushing you a bit too hard. The fairy is, after all, the monarch of Xiaoming. Let me think who would be suitable. Xiaoqi felt Qin Shandi's gaze on him. He thought to himself, why are you looking at me? After a short pause, Qin Shandi walked up to Xiaoqi. The direct disciple of the 4 immortals has a fateful connection with me. Xiaoqi, how about you become the Fox Emperor? Xiaoqi was stunned. He froze on the spot. He didn't know what to say. At the same time, Miyu suddenly blushed. She turned around and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty. King Shandi seemed to ignore Miyu. He looked at the dazed Xiaoqi and continued, Didn't Fairy Miyu already give you the fur I bestowed upon her? The one who receives my fur is a citizen of Qingqiu. Who could be more suitable? Xiaoqi and Miyu were stunned on the spot. They couldn't process what he had just said for a moment. However, Qin Shandi continued, This is not a precedent set by me. My mother and many members of the royal family before her also became citizens of Qingqiu by being gifted the Fox Emperor's fur. I am merely following the example of my ancestors. This way, I can go write my books. And you have the 4 immortals to assist you. Qingqiu will surely prosper for generations to come. With that, Qin Shandi held a book in one hand and a pen in the other. He winked and smiled at them. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Is this his intention? Miyu was so shocked, she coughed up blood. Xiaoqi, standing beside her, was no better. Xiaoqi pulled Miyu into his arms. She closed her eyes and leaned against him. Your Majesty, please say a few less words. You've made my second master so angry, she's coughing up blood. Xiaoqi was so scared his face turned pale. He thought to himself, Fox Emperor, can you hear my thoughts? I was just kidding when I said I'd replace you. Miyu stood up straight. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. She asked again, Your Majesty, are you serious? Qin Shandi clasped his hands behind his back. He replied nonchalantly, Of course. Everyone thinks I'm not in my right mind. But I know myself that I am not a wise ruler, nor do I have the talent to govern a country. Someone like me is just living off the merits of my ancestors. Qingqiu will only gradually decline. At this point, Qin Shandi's gaze darkened a few shades. He continued, I also once thought about changing. I also wanted to govern the country well. It's just a pity that my heart wasn't in it. The harder I tried, the more tired I became. And the more tired I became, The harder it was to achieve my ambitions. I have failed. I have lost to myself, but I don't want to hold back the people of Qingxiu any longer. With that, Qing Shandi tilted his head. His purple eyes glanced at Xia Qi. The country should be handed over to someone with the talent to govern, not a mediocre ruler like me. Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Qing Shandi retracted the pink flame on his fingertip. He said happily, Yin Yu is back. With that, Qing Shandi waved his hand. A pink flame shot toward the open door. As soon as the door opened, 3 people walked in. It was Yin Yu, Candace, and Ling Dang. As soon as Yin Yu entered, she happily rushed over and hugged Miyu. Second sister. Sister, I missed you so much. Miyu, ugid, Yan Yue. She stroked her head and asked with a smile. You only realized you couldn't bear to part with me when I was being married off, right? Yin Yu looked up. 2 streams of tears rolled down her face. If you and Xiaqi had come back 2 days later, sister would have been married off to someone else. Yin Yu really couldn't bear it in her heart. She didn't want that to happen at all. Miyu reached out and wiped the tears for Yin Yu. She comforted her, don't worry. I won't go along with it anymore. The situation is much clearer now. Yin Yu seemed to have been re-energized. She gradually became cheerful again. Second sister, if you don't act, just leave it to me. Miyu looked at Yin Yu affectionately. She stroked her head. It's more interesting for your sister to handle this herself. Your second sister is not a weak fox. Yin Yu replied obediently. Yes. Xiaqi and Qing Shandi sat to one side. Watching this scene of sisterly affection, they thought to themselves, have they changed their name to the 4 demons of Shangming? Ling Dang and Candace had now entered. They bowed respectfully to everyone. Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Fedi, Miyu, Brother Xiaqi. Qing Shandi replied with a friendly smile. Hello. The 2 of them were secretly surprised. Candace glanced at Ling Dang, signaling him. His Majesty, the Fox Emperor, is so approachable. Ling Dang also received the signal. He replied, indeed. At this moment, Xiaqi spoke up and asked, was the journey safe? Ling Dang immediately replied. No one was following Fairy Yin Yu. Seeing this, Xiaqi said happily, that's good. By the way, this time you've come, something unexpected has happened. Everything is as I expected. I suspect the restriction on the Fox Emperor is related to Yin Lee. Furthermore, the villains of the 3 great families are not unrelated to her, although there is no concrete evidence. I have spoken to her directly. It's 80 to 90% certain. Candace saw Xiaqi fall into deep thought. He immediately and generously offered, Brother Xiaqi, if you have any instructions, just say the word. As long as I can help, I will not refuse. Hearing this, Xiaqi revealed his plan. We must make the 3 great families tell the truth peacefully. The first step cannot be done without my second master's illusion spell. The second step, if it is indeed related to Yin Lee, Candace, and Ling Dang. You also have the possibility of returning to your homeland. The restriction on His Majesty the Fox Emperor can also be lifted. After hearing the detailed and thorough plan of Xiaqi, Ling Dang and Candace looked at each other. Their eyes shone brightly as if they had seen a treasure. Xiaqi continued to explain in detail. Travel between different sacred lands is not blocked. If you want to enter without a visa, you need the direct guidance of an envoy from that sacred land. Condis, although you were exiled from the Chidwa sacred land, the bloodline flowing in you cannot be changed. With you here, our chances of entering the sacred land will be much greater. Candace immediately agreed. Then he suddenly asked curiously, by the way, brother, what's a visa? Xiaqi then defined it. It's a customs clearance document. It can also be said to be a token of guarantee for each place. Candace's eyes widened as he learned something new. He patted Xiaqi on the shoulder and said, so that's what it is. The word visa is so exquisite. Brother Xiaqi is truly a scholar. I am impressed. Seeing this, Xiaqi quickly waved his hand humbly. Oh, it's nothing. Then let's proceed with the first step. At the Mi family's grand residence, the elders of the 3 great families were gathered in a room. Elder Mi had now discovered that he had been tricked. He roared angrily. Damn it, it was an illusion spell after all, and none of the 3 of us noticed. If word of this gets out, people will definitely laugh their heads off. Tao Xian, standing beside him, said helplessly, if we're talking about who has such ability to be able to trick all 3 of us. Elder Mi glanced at Tao Xian. He gritted his teeth. Tao Xian, just say it's Miyu. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Tao Xian looked smug, but on the surface, she still pretended to be respectful. Aren't I just afraid of you losing face? It's just, why did Miyu suddenly turn against us and cast an illusion spell on us? Before her wedding, we specifically confined her at home. We didn't let her have any contact with any information related to His Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Could it be that she's already figured it out? Elder Mi's face was grim. He replied decisively, that brat has admired His Majesty, the Fox Emperor, since she was a child. It's not strange for her to return without a single complaint. She couldn't possibly have guessed what's going on behind the scenes, let alone escape our strict surveillance. A voice interjected, and it can only be said that someone is playing tricks. Elder Mi and Tao Xian were startled. They turned towards the source of the voice. It was Elder Bai's voice. He voiced his suspicion. My Bai family's people have discovered traces of someone from the Shangming sacred land sneaking across the border. This is too much of a coincidence. Tao Xian asked in surprise. The Shangming sacred land? The Fox Emperor's token. We had someone personally deliver it to Empress Li Chan. She should naturally understand the principle of not interfering in other people's family affairs. Elder Bai speculated nonchalantly. That's what they say. But if she really did interfere, what can we say? Everyone has their own agenda. It's just that everyone understands it in their hearts. Tao Xian was too embarrassed to speak. At this moment, Elder Mi spoke up to find a solution. All right. The brat Miyu marrying the Fox Emperor is the key for our three great families to take another step forward. The urgent matter is to find her and complete the marriage. Seeing this, Tao Xian mentioned, my younger sister is Tao Hua. In terms of beauty, she is not inferior to Miyu. Why does it have to be Miyu? Why not use my younger sister as a substitute? Hearing this, Elder Mi immediately objected. No, Tao Xian stubbornly argued back. Why not? She is a member of our three great families anyway, and she is my biological sister. Seeing this, Elder Mi explained to her. The brat Miyu is one of the four immortals of Shangming. She is Empress Li Chan's weakness. We can control both the Shangming sacred land and the Qingqiu sacred land at the same time. Elder Bai laughed and echoed Elder Mi. Brother Mi, your calculations are truly deep. Your ambition is not small either. I didn't expect you to also plan on annexing the Shangming sacred land. Elder Bai and Tao Xian left together. Elder Bai turned around first. He bid farewell to Tao Xian. I am sleepy. We'll talk tomorrow. He thought to himself. Insatiable greed. Admiring purity, but unable to reach it. Only able to watch with longing eyes. Watching the flowers fall and the water flow. Tao Xian watched his retreating back. She sneered inwardly. Oomph, you talk a good game. Don't you also want to have everything in your hands? If I really trusted you, I wouldn't know when I'd die, and I'd still be helping others count their money. In that case, I'll find a way out for myself. It's not too much to ask. Walking on the road, Tao Xian saw two Fox clan children. She praised. Whose children are these? They're so cute. Those two children were Xia Qi and his second master, Miyu, transformed by an illusion spell. Xia Qi looked at Tao Xian's back with some disappointment. She didn't recognize us at all. Hearing this, Miyu reached out and pinched Xia Qi's mouth. She praised him, as expected of the illusion spell cast by my good disciple. It has reached the point of perfection. Xia Qi curiously asked his second master, is it because that Tao Xian woman is unskilled? Second master burst out laughing and replied, she is famous for being diligent. To be able to fool her, you could be considered to have graduated. Xia Qi smiled humbly and mischievously. He said, this disciple is not even 1/10,000th as good as master. I still want to stay by your side and learn. Hearing this, Miyu waved her hand and laughed happily. All right. You're such a sweet talker. Next, we have to enter the Mi family. To ensure our safety, it's better for me to cast the illusion spell. With that, she pointed into the air. A pink smoke spread out, helping the two of them hide their figures. She confidently walked into the city. She called out to Xia Qi, follow me. In Elder Mi's study, he was busy writing in his myriad affairs notebook. Miyu has escaped. Where is she now? What should be the next step? Red words gradually appeared as the answer. A blinding spell. Elder Mi was surprised and continued to write on the paper. She cast an illusion spell. She might have fled back to the Shangming sacred land. It's a delaying tactic, but I always feel that the answer slowly appeared again. She definitely wouldn't just run away like that. Someone said she might be planning something. You must act with caution. There must be no mistakes. Elder Mi's eyes widened at this moment. Cold sweat broke out. His heart was filled with anxiety and fear. But he didn't know that. Xiaoqi and his second master, Miyu, were standing invisibly right behind him. Xiaoqi communicated with me, using his divine sense. He asked second master, "There's something I'm not sure if I should say." Miyu gave her permission. "Speak." Xiaoqi leaned close to Miyu's ear and whispered, "Your father." Miyu immediately interrupted him. "Fool." At this moment, Elder Mi had finished asking. He put the Myriad Affairs notebook back into the wooden box. Then he pushed open the door and went out. He summoned the soldiers. He gave the order, "Continue to search everywhere for the young lady's whereabouts. Damn it. If you can't find her, none of you will eat." The soldiers could only reluctantly reply, "Yes." Then, Elder Mi locked the study door and followed the soldiers. In the study, Miyu just waved her hand. The box containing the Myriad Affairs notebook appeared. She blamed her father's carelessness. "He's so careless. He didn't even lock it when he left. Even if he were careful, he probably wouldn't be on guard against me." Xiaoqi looked on curiously. "I just don't know if this communication method is encrypted. Besides you, if someone else writes, will the other party find out?" "You've reminded me again." Miyu only thought of this point now. With that, she cast an illusion spell. Myriad illusions. She transformed into the appearance of Elder Mi. She said with satisfaction, "This should do it." Xiaoqi felt it was strange, so he voiced the doubt in his heart. "Master, is this just a change in appearance, or a complete substitution?" Miyu, in the guise of Elder Mi, affirmed, "Of course it's a complete substitution, but it only lasts for a moment. However, it's enough." Hearing this, Xiaoqi moved closer. He begged his master to teach him. "Master, I want to learn." Miyu pinched his cheek. She said, "I'll teach you later. Hurry up and ask your questions." Miyu wrote a line of words in the Myriad Affairs notebook. Is it possible that Miyu is colluding with the Fox Emperor? The notebook seemed to sense the unusual intelligence in the question. A line of red text appeared. "Why have you suddenly become so smart?" Miyu wasn't flustered at all. She calmly twirled the pen. She wrote flexibly. "But the Fox Emperor has also disappeared without a trace. I'm worried that it will all be for nothing. In the end, I'll be ruined and never recover." The red text immediately appeared. "Then I will consider the necessity of our cooperation. So, you want to beg me to act again?" The fish has taken the bait. Miyu continued to write, "Just in case." Miyu continued to write, "Just in case." After writing, she lifted the pen. She stared at the empty space next to the 4 words, "just in case," that she had just written. The crackling of the candle flame eroded the waiting time. Finally, 5 other words appeared. "Wait for me to contact you." The footsteps suddenly stopped. They turned towards the door of the room. Just as they left with a creak, the 2 wooden doors were pushed open. Elder Miwolktin. He looked around. For some reason, he always had a strange feeling. Something's not right. He looked around. He still didn't find anything. Am I overthinking things? I should still be careful. It's best if nothing happens. He formed a seal and chanted an incantation. A pink aura carrying fragments like peach blossom petals spread throughout the room. It scanned every corner, from the paper curtains to the inkstone. The entire room was quickly searched. Finally, he carefully took out an exquisite box. He carefully opened the lid. After opening it, the notebook inside was still intact. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I was just being paranoid. Elder Mi was finally at ease. He left, humming a tune. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, 2 figures appeared. Miyu said contemptuously, He's made some progress over the years, but when it comes to scheming, his abilities are only SOSO. Xiaoqi continued. He sold out his own daughter time and time again. I don't think he has any schemes at all. I've known about that hypocrite's ambition since I was a child. It's just a pity he doesn't know his own limits. Miyu said smugly. In short, I've already swapped these 2 notebooks. From now on, whatever he says to the notebook, we'll know all clearly. Our side will use the one in our hands. First, we'll gain the other party's trust and see if it's Yin Lee. With that, Miyu hugged the notebook. She took Xiaoqi's hand. Let's go back first. The 2 of them flew out of the study. They transformed into 2 fox shadows, one blue and one pink. The scene changes to a familiar room. Miyu and Xiaoqi had successfully snuck back to their lair. Miyu placed a notebook on the table beside her. She quietly observed the miraculous change. Let's see what tricks the three great families are up to. She turned her head and asked, "Where's Yin Yu?" Candace pointed to another room. He said, "She's discussing short stories with His Majesty, the Fox Emperor." Miyu wondered what they had to do with short stories. So Xiaoqi stepped forward. He leaned into her ear and whispered an explanation. His Majesty the Fox Emperor's pen name is Qing Shandi, a famous author. He's Yuer's idol. Miyu nodded. She said to him with a meaningful smile, "Yue, you're already calling your fourth master Yuera? It seems I've missed a lot." Xiaoqi's mouth dropped open. He shyly looked away. "Because I won the bet with her, so she has to keep her promise." Miyu was no fool. She lifted his chin. She made him look directly at her. "I see. It's not just because of the bet, is it?" She leaned closer to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi stood still. He swallowed. "Your disciple first became Dao companions with me, your second master. Now you're capturing the heart of your little junior master. You have quite a few wicked thoughts, don't you?" His thoughts were seen through. Xiaoqi completely deflated. He didn't know how to defend himself. Her finger traced back and forth between his chest and lips. People often say that male fox spirits have many wicked thoughts. Could it be that you, being half Qingxiu, have also picked up bad habits? Xiaoqi's cheeks flushed. He stammered, I. Miyu finally withdrew her hand with a magical smile. She took the initiative to help him out. "It's fine. Don't they say that if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him?" This scene made the two innocent bystanders, Ling Dang and Candace, blush as well. Xiaoqi covered his face, which was so red it was about to bleed, and quickly ran away. I'm going to find fourth master Yuer." He complained about his second master in his heart. "You're the wicked fox. You're totally doing this on purpose to make things difficult for me." Seeing him being teased into the state of a young boy in love for the first time, one of them smiled wickedly with satisfaction. She watched his retreating back. She licked her lips. Xiaoqi ran back to his room in a panic. The heat on his face still hadn't subsided. He grabbed the teapot and filled a cup. He tilted his head back and drank it all down to soothe the burning sensation in his throat. "You're back? So excited. Did you find anything?" Finally, after putting out the fire, he panted and plopped down on a chair. "I did find something, but the excitement is for another reason." On the other side, the Fox Emperor put down his writing brush. He turned and walked to the door. He said politely, "Thank you for your hard work, fairy." Xiaoqi jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He quickly turned around and saw Miyu with a charming and enchanting demeanor. She said in a seductive tone, "Good disciple, what are you afraid of?" Miyu walked to the chair next to Xiaoqi and sat down. She crossed her legs gracefully. She picked up the notebook. "Just now, my old man contacted the other party again. I'll go play with him for a bit." A light pink spiritual energy transformed into a communication screen between her and Elder Me. The old man on the other side reported that they still hadn't found Miyu. The anonymous account replied, "Useless old man. That's all for tonight. I want to rest, but dragging this out will affect our progress." Her face darkened. Her fingers tapped continuously on the virtual screen. Second Master cursed her father without any mercy. The Fox Emperor became serious. They have indeed colluded with outsiders. Elder Me is truly foolish. Miyu typed. The Fox Emperor has been placed under a restriction by me. He is no different from an ordinary person now. Even without Miyu, we can use other methods. There's no need to be fixated on this. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It's fine. It's about time to ask some questions. Elder Me's side replied, "Yes, I won't disturb your rest. I will contact you again tomorrow." The virtual screen gradually disappeared. Miyu stood up from her chair. He doesn't suspect at all that the divine communication paper in his hand has been swapped. It seems we can confirm the mastermind behind this tomorrow. Everyone, rest for today. Once we confirm it's Yin Lee, we will proceed with the second step. She stretched and yawned loudly. So sleepy, Yin Yu wrapped herself around her. She hugged Miyu's arm and whined. "Second sister, I'll sleep with you tonight, okay?" Miyu didn't agree right away. She smiled and glanced at Xiaoqi. She said meaningfully, "Then wouldn't Xiaoqi have to be alone in an empty room?" Suddenly being pulled into the conversation of two women. Xiaoqi was startled. Yin Yu's face flushed. Her voice was also 8 octaves higher than usual. "What does being alone in an empty room have to do with me?" Miyue's cheeks flushed. "This little girl, it seems that while I was away, you two have been up to quite a few things. The Fox Emperor stood to one side, watching the three of them get along. He immediately had no idea. He raised an eyebrow. He assessed, "This is indeed good writing material. Let me help you out. As for a scholar's business, how can it be considered a bad thing?" He plucked a short hair. He blew on it. A strange demonic aura emanated from the hair. After finishing, he turned to leave. "I have to continue writing. You guys go to sleep first." "Oh, right. In this Qingxiu, some unexpected things will happen. Everyone, just go with the flow." He placed his hand on his left chest. He said with a smile, "Follow your own feelings." Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow in confusion. He didn't understand the Fox Emperor's meaning. The Fox Emperor didn't explain much. He closed the door directly. "Good night." In a hallway, Miyu, Xiaoqi, and Yin Yu were strolling together. Suddenly, on this cool, breezy night, Miyu was sweating as if it were the middle of summer. "What's going on? It's so hot. Do you two feel anything unusual?" "I don't feel anything strange. I just feel a little hot." "Xiaoqi, aren't you hot?" "Not hot." Yin Yu leaned against the door, panting. "This study probably doesn't have good ventilation. Second sister, let's go to sleep." Miyu's condition was similar to Yin Yu's. She was uncomfortably hot. She tried to breathe in the cool air. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. She swayed. Xiaoqi quickly caught her. He asked worriedly, "Second master, be careful." Yin Yu's rationality was also starting to fail. So hot. I can't breathe." "Xieki." "Me too." Miyu also fell into Xiaoqi's other arm. "Yuer, what's wrong with you?" He held the two weak-legged masters with both hands. "Hey, you two, don't scare me." The two beauties pressed against him. Their breathing was labored. Yin Yu said, "Xiaoqi, I'm so dizzy. My whole body is burning up." Xiaoqi's face flushed. He immediately thought of the culprit behind this scene. Fox Emperor, that sly fox. He must have done something. In his mind, the alluring buttocks of his fourth master and the full breasts of his second master appeared. He thought to himself, "I am a man, not a beast." At the same time, the Fox Emperor was somewhere, carefree and at ease. He was pleased with his arrangement. Xiaoqi struggled to carry the two masters to the bed. "You two sleep well. I'll lock the door for you." Seeing them sleeping peacefully, he allowed a sigh of relief. Just as he turned around, Miyu suddenly sat up. She grabbed his hand and said, "Don't go." He turned back, drenched in sweat. He intended to let her lie down, but she struck a seductive pose and said, "Don't go. I'm so lonely. Can you stay and chat with me?" Xiaoqi couldn't stand this scene. His nose was about to bleed. He thought to himself, "If Master keeps this up, I'm about to turn into a beast." He immediately turned and ran. "I have to run now." But he hadn't run far when he slammed into a barrier. He blurted out, "What the hell?" Just as he was rubbing his nose, which was sore from the impact, Miyu's tail reached out and wrapped around him. It yanked him backwards. A gentle hand placed itself on his chest. At some point, Miyu had gotten up. She sat on top of him. He said, "Second master, calm down. Don't get handsy." Miyu replied softly, "I know." Xiaoqi blushed and asked, "What do you know?" Miyu pushed out her high, half-exposed breasts. "I knew it when he was chanting the spell." Xiaoqi was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He said, "Then why didn't you do anything if you knew?" Miyu sat down. She pressed her firm buttocks against his lower body. Then she snapped her fingers. She cast a spell. She woke up the junior master lying beside her. Yin Yu woke up. She rubbed her eyes and said drowsily, "Why did I suddenly fall asleep?" She opened her eyes and vaguely saw her second sister sitting on top of her disciple. She said, "Second sister, Xia, Ki." She sat up. She rubbed her eyes and said, "The Fox Emperor must have done something to us, right?" Xiaoqi cried out in surprise. "You knew too?" Yin Yu replied confidently, "I've read every one of his books carefully. He's written this scene several times. I guess he wanted to recreate it in real life to find inspiration." After hearing this, Xiaoqi cried and laughed at the same time. "Why am I the only one who didn't notice?" Miyu stood up and reminded him, "This is a lesson for you. Remember, this is Qingxiu, a place where illusion spells are commonly used. You must always be on guard to see if you have accidentally fallen into an illusion." Xiaki replied, "I understand." Outside, the Fox Emperor shrugged. He chuckled softly. As expected, the four immortals of Shangming live up to their reputation. They didn't even give me a chance. The plan failed. He turned and left. Time to get back to writing. In the room, Xiaoqi respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, two masters. I will come to pay my respects tomorrow. Good night. He thought to himself, luckily I was focused just now. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. That being said, the alluring image of his second master, sitting on his lower body, appeared in his mind again. It made him blush. She smiled slyly. She pressed her chest close to him again. She lifted his chin and said, My good disciple, the only way to get everything is to become stronger. Xiaqi thought to himself, does this mean that if I become stronger, I'll get to eat meat? Yin Yu really couldn't stand this public display of affection. She pushed Xiaqi and said, All right. You should go back to sleep. Second sister and I have something to discuss. He was quickly chased out. The door slammed shut. He mumbled in disappointment. Second master's words are truly profound. The full moon hung high in the sky. It illuminated the long corridor. Miyu took Yin Yu's hand to go do important business. In the room, the candlelight flickered. Miyu channeled her true qi. The spiritual communication notebook floated in midair. The thousands of characters inside were constantly changing. She said, I've already synchronized this information for my father. So tomorrow, we'll know if the person behind this is Yin Lee or not. Also, what is this door that person mentioned? We can also take a look tomorrow. Xiaqi was silent. He seemed to be calculating something. Miyu noticed his thoughtful expression. So she asked Xiaqi, what are you thinking about? Nothing. If that person really is Yin Lee, would she dare to appear in Qingxiu under the surveillance of the heavenly Tao? Or would it not matter even if she did appear? During the battle in the Shangming sacred land, Yin Lee didn't seem to be afraid of being discovered by the heavenly Tao at all. Perhaps she has some way to avoid the surveillance of the heavenly Tao. Miyu didn't believe that his expression meant he was thinking about nothing. She asked again, Xiaqi, what are you really thinking about? Second master, what is the heavenly Tao? Hearing this, Miyu frowned slightly. She seemed unhappy. Yin Yu, beside her, took the initiative to explain. The heavenly Tao is an invisible eye, is the law and order of the universe. The normal operation of this world is thanks to the grace of the heavenly Tao. Why are you asking a question that everyone knows? Hearing this, Xiaqi's eyes widened in surprise. Everyone knows? He glanced at the system. He asked softly, is the heavenly Tao that everyone talks about the same when you talk about? The mechanical screen only showed one word. Xiaqi rubbed his chin. He changed his line of thinking and asked, have you ever seen the heavenly Tao? Miyu was speechless and pointed to the sky. She said, the heavenly Tao has always been up there. You can see it any time. Xiaqi, what's wrong with you? Xiaqi's eyes widened. He discovered something strange. When I asked Grandmaster and CG, they were both secretive. When I ask others, it's like common knowledge. That Yin Lee, why does she want to escape the heavenly Tao? They must know something. Your Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Second Master, Third Master. Do you know why Yin Lee wants to escape the heavenly Tao? The Fox Emperor chuckled softly. I know a little. Xieki bod. He pleaded, please enlighten me. The Fox Emperor looked down at the ground. He seemed to be lost in memories of the past. Although Yin Lee is the queen of the Qidwa sacred land, she is actually not a citizen of the Qidwa sacred land. This hard-to-accept news made Candace, who had been silent all this time, exclaim in surprise. The queen is not from the Qidwa sacred land? How is that possible? The Fox Emperor crossed his arms and looked at him. He analyzed softly. She's a dragon. Are there dragons in the Qidwa sacred land? Candace calmed down. He seemed to be thinking about the possibility in the Fox Emperor's words. Ling Dang was also stunned by this news. Xiaqi turned to ask his second and third masters. Do you two know too? Yin Yu shook her head. I don't know either. Every time eldest sister mentions Yin Lee, she just sighs. She doesn't say much. The Fox Emperor continued. Only I and Empress Li Chan know about this. Speaking of which, Empress Li Chan, Yin Lee, and I have a rather deep connection. The story about her was also told by her herself. Whether it's true or not is unknown. Xiaqi quietly watched as the Fox Emperor slowly closed his eyes. He was recalling the scene from years ago. I remember at that time, the three of us were sitting around a campfire. Yin Lee suddenly spoke up. My clansmen and my people have all been buried in the dust. This out-of-the-blue statement made the other two look confused. Yan Li Purset Harips. Have you ever heard of the Gloomy Land? That's the Gloomy Land. Looking at your expressions, you probably haven't heard of it. Yin Lee threw a few more logs into the blazing fire. The Fox Emperor was a little confused. He hesitated and probed. Yin Lee, aren't you from the Chidwa's sacred land? Yin Lee answered frankly. Now I'm a citizen of the Chidwa's sacred land. But I am a dragon. Yuan Jin Xiao couldn't believe it. A dragon? Yin Lee leaned back. She propped her hands on the ground. She slowly recounted. In the history of the Chidwa sacred land, there are no legends about dragons. Yahello is indeed knowledgeable. That's right. The Chidwa sacred land originally had no dragons. Xiangming and Qingxiu. Although they have legends about the dragon clan, and there are dragon clans that exist to this day, they also migrated here. They are not native residents here. Yuan Jin Xiao couldn't believe it. She quickly asked Yin Lee, "You're not going to say that the dragon clan came from that gloomy land, are you?" It wasn't called the gloomy land before. It had a better name. My hometown. Tun Xianlong. Yin Lee looked up at the starry sky that night, but her eyes were cloudy and sorrowful. The lively scene, the peaceful scenery of her hometown, she could never forget. Opening her eyes again, she looked at the two people in front of her. She pointed upwards. Don't anger the one up there. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, wandering everywhere, losing your hometown, the Fox Emperor said again. Later, I searched all the documents, but there was no information about the gloomy land. But her expression didn't look like she was lying. That place, it seems to have been completely erased. The scene changes to another place. Yin Lee crossed her arms. She leaned against a pillar of a tall building. She was deep in thought. She recalled those images. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, burning one person after another. The survivors fled in panic. She, as a child, was left behind by the crowd. She sat motionless, only able to watch with wide eyes. Returning to the present, she frowned in discomfort. The scene changes back to Xia Qi's side. He said, "Don't anger the one up there. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, wandering everywhere, losing your hometown." The one up there she mentioned must be the heavenly Tao. The Fox Emperor replied, "Probably." Xia Qi continued to voice his thoughts. If we analyze it word by word, it means the residents of Tun Xianlong did something to anger the heavenly Tao. They were punished by the heavenly Tao with heavenly punishment, leading to the destruction of a sacred land. It turned into the gloomy land. After that, she and her surviving fellow countrymen migrated to other sacred lands. What kind of rebellious act could they have committed to make the heavenly Tao not hesitate to slaughter an entire sacred land to punish the dragon clan? Miyu stepped forward and said, "These old stories, we can only find out after we capture Yin Lee. Now, let's get back to the main topic. The sect affairs need to be resolved immediately." He changed the subject. We have to overcome the time difference. First, we'll hide in the shadows and see how Mi-shun opens the door. Then we'll copy a door. Yin Yu came to offer her opinion. "I'm just afraid that too much of a time difference will make the other party suspicious." "What do you mean by copy?" Xiaki explained. "Use the divine power scroll to fake it. Make Mi-shun think he has to open the door early. That way, we'll have more time to figure out how to crack the door-opening mechanism." Miyu said, "What a coincidence." After speaking, Miyu opened a virtual screen window. Clack, clack. "Wake up and open the door." Xiaoqi looked at the message she typed out. His face was full of helplessness. "Second Master, isn't this a bit too disrespectful to your father? At least put on a disguise or something." Elder Mi replied immediately. "Isn't it tomorrow? Nonsense. I'll come whenever I want. Fine, fine. Wait for me to dress up a bit." A moment later, open the door. Okay. Miyu waved her hand. The virtual window disappeared. She turned around and announced, "I'm going undercover." Xia hurriedly followed. "I'm going too." Yin Yu couldn't sit still. She hugged Miyue's arm. "Second sister, I want to go too." Miyu gently rubbed her head. "Little one, do you think we're going on a picnic?" Yin Yu put on a pitiful expression. "Little sister, just rest up and get well. There might be a fierce battle tomorrow." In the end, she had to obey. "Fine, all right." She turned to say to Xia Qi, "If you're going, you must protect second sister well." He secretly felt a bit guilty. It seems second master doesn't really need my protection. Yin Yu really looks like she wants to go. Whoosh. Miyu pulled Xia Qi's hand and said, "Then let's set off." They turned into fox phantoms and flew away. A maid stood outside the door. She gently pushed the door open and entered. Bowing, she said, "Master, please rest." Elder Mi hurriedly threw on a fur coat. He cursed in annoyance. "Damn it. Being a dog feels really uncomfortable." He walked quickly into a room filled with books, paintings, and brushes. Mi-shun searched frantically, throwing books everywhere. Xiaoqi and Miyu stood invisible behind him, watching. She asked curiously, "What is this damn old man looking for?" He couldn't find it up high. He bent down to search below. He discovered something. He leaned in close to pick it up. He lifted the table leg and took out a jade stone from underneath. Elder Mi was ecstatic. "Found it." He scratched his head foolishly. "Why did I use it to level the table leg?" He lifted the hem of his robe and wiped the dirt off the jade. After wiping it clean, he pressed the engraving on it. A faint yellow light radiated out. The bookshelf next to him suddenly disappeared, replaced by an exquisitely carved door. "It's a door." Xiaoqi and Miyu were speechless. She stared with dead fish eyes and said, "That's how you open the door? Is it that simple?" She sighed wearily. "I wasted all that time scheming and planning." Elder Mi pushed the door open a crack. He stuck his head in and asked, "It's time. Why is no one here?" "Hey, big brother, are you in there?" "Over here." Miyu pulled Xiaoqi's hand. "Whoa, second master." The two of them quietly slipped through the open crack. Miyu took out another jade stone, identical to the one in Elder Mi's hand. She controlled her spiritual energy, swapping the soul imprints of the two jades. After passing through the door, she pressed the close button. Bam! The two iron doors slammed shut. Elder Mi was startled. He took a step back. "Hey, why did it close?" Suddenly decided not to come anymore. Xiaoqi glanced at his expression. He smiled with amusement. "Second master, your moves are really fast." She shook the jade in her hand, smiling with hidden meaning. "Then you have to learn well. However, being fast isn't necessarily a good thing." He was stunned. She was clearly making a dirty innuendo. The door gradually disappeared. They quickly walked in. Exiting that door led to the capital of Chidwa's sanctuary, Sarama's city. Xiaoqi tried waving his hand in front of passerby. "The illusion hasn't been lifted yet? Are we charging straight into the imperial palace? Our current outfits attract too much attention. Let's change first. I haven't decided whether to charge in or not." Hearing this, Xiaoqi could only smile bitterly in his heart. So, this impulsive style of second master really fits her personality. She wandered around. Suddenly, she found what she needed. It was a clothing store. Miyu dragged Xiaoqi over. She quickly grabbed 2 sets of clothes. Before leaving, she didn't forget to toss back a gold ingot. The stall owner couldn't believe his eyes. He stood up and scratched his head. "Where are the clothes?" The two of them dragged each other to a secluded corner. She threw a set of clothes to Xiaoqi. Miyu quickly pulled her dress down. Xiaoqi was a bit flustered. "Second master, you're undressing too fast." Miyu urged him. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and change." He blushed and turned away, thinking to himself, as expected of a fox. A moment later, Miyu had finished changing. There were just 2 ribbons she couldn't tie. She called out, "Come here and help me a bit." "Yes, second master. If we charge straight into Chidwa's sanctuary, isn't it too dangerous? The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. If we can solve the problem in Chidwa's sanctuary, without implicating Qingxiu, that in itself is a good thing. Besides, I'm just observing for now." At this moment, a beautiful bow was tied by Xiaoqi. "Done tying it?" "Done." Miyu lifted her skirt, revealing her long, slender, creamy legs. She smiled and asked him, "Does it look good?" Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. He answered immediately without thinking. She twirled a lock of hair with her finger, ordering, "Then hurry up and change." After they finished changing, they blended into the crowd. Miyu walked in front. Xiaoqi followed behind her. His eyes were glued to her hips, swaying with every step. Miyu raised an eyebrow, turning her head back. "Why have you been staring at but the whole way?" Startled at being caught, he hurriedly explained. "Second master, without the tail, doesn't it feel like something is missing?" "It's nothing." Seeing him hesitate, she directly pinched his cheek. "Ouch! Missing what? Say it." "Hey, saying such immoral things. It's best not to say it. If you say it, I won't forgive you." He blushed and looked away. Clearing his throat, he answered her. "It has flavor." Miyu curled her lips, understanding immediately. She got close to him. Suddenly, a fluffy foxtail appeared behind her back. Poof! It hit Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but speak up. "Second master, isn't this?" She seemed to understand his worry. comforting him they can't see it. Does it have flavor now? Xiaoqi was tongue-tied. He could only utter a MHM in response, making a resolution in his heart. This wicked vixen. One day, just then, Miyu got even closer. Her breath brushed past Xiaoqi, probing. What are you calculating in your heart? Clearly having a guilty conscience. Xiaoqi retreated repeatedly, waving his hands. Nothing. You're my master. I respect you. I wouldn't dare think anything. It's too late to worry now. She didn't believe it. Pouting. Too lazy to question further. Boring. Let's go. We still have to get close to the palace. She turned around and walked away, displeased, leaving Xiaoqi stunned behind her. Why does it feel like Second Master is a bit unhappy? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Scene shifts to outside the magnificent Imperial Palace. Guards were patrolling constantly. The two of them sat on a tree branch not far away, observing the situation. Xiaoqi said, not many guards, but it's still very hard to get in. True. Xiaoqi asked for her opinion. Charge in? What do you think? Let me try. Sure. She winked playfully. Bloingokish. Wishing him luck. CG. I want to exchange for a random personal item. Xiaoqi waited for a long time, but didn't receive any transmission back. He lost patience and called out a few more times. CG, why aren't you answering? Could Chidwa's sanctuary be blocking the system's connection? Miyu saw him hesitating and not acting. So she asked, what's wrong? Xiaoqi felt that waiting wouldn't bring the system back, so he went ahead. Nothing. I'll go try. I'll leave this with you. If I get in, we can communicate. Wall? What is this? This communicator is really figurative. Xiaoqi leaped out. His body flashed in midair, turning into an illusory black shadow. The fragments of black shadow gathered, forming a black wolf. Miyu watched this scene, a bit surprised. This kid, when did he learn transformation jutsu? The black wolf, Xiaoqi, transformed and rushed toward the palace. But halfway there, he slammed into a defensive barrier. He pitifully held the swollen bump on his head, complaining, does the defense need to be this strict? He turned back into a human, reporting to Miyu. Second Master, can't get in. The palace has a barrier. Yan Lee is really too cautious. We can't break the barrier right in front of someone's palace gate. How about waiting for her to come out and open the door? So we have to go back? Miyu calculated the time, grabbing Xiaoqi's hand, leading him away. There are still 4 hours until dawn. No rush. Let's go for a stroll. Xiaoqi happily agreed. He looked down at their joined hands, thinking to himself, is this the feeling of being moved? She cheerfully wandered around the street stalls, shouting, let's go traveling. Let's go traveling. As for Xiaoqi, he looked around with little interest, seriously evaluating. Commerce is booming. The citizens look very normal too. In short, no matter how you look at it, this is a wealthy and bustling nation, completely different from what Candace described. I just feel something isn't right. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, Miyu had already browsed 4 stalls. She was like a child at a market, happily admiring the cute toys. Tired of walking, she stopped in front of snack stall. Xiaoqi walked over, a bit helpless. Seeing him, she hurriedly said, you come here quickly. I want to eat this. Xiaoqi whispered the ariminde. Second Master, we don't have Chidwa's sanctuary currency. She didn't care. Using this will work. Gold is a universal currency, after all. Shopkeeper, I didn't bring money when I went out. Can I use this? Contrary to her expectations, the grilled meat stall owner curled his lips, refusing. No, miss, that won't work. Miyu put away her friendly smile. Putting the money away, she looked up at him. A black wind blew, rustling the leaves. Fallen leaves flew into his smoking grill. She suddenly realized something, immediately becoming alert. Pulling Xiaoqi carefully backward. The grilled meat stall owner also stood up. A swirl of power surrounded him. The elderly figure transformed into Yan Lee. She greeted them amicably. Long time no see, the Fox Emperor's bride, and the golden WIRM's little disciple. Xiaoqi was startled. Then he observed the surroundings. Amidst the bustling street scene, the passers-by were now motionless like clay statues. I said there was something strange about this place. They're all copies. Copied from everything I saw when we first arrived. Luckily, she hasn't noticed yet. So you discovered the peculiarity of Saramu City. I thought my illusion was flawless. Xiaoqi pondered. She must have noticed something wrong the moment the door opened, then probed step by step. until she confirmed that second master and I had intruded. Turns out both sides were probing each other. Yan Lee saw the two of them silent. She asked unhappily, "Why are you all mute? Say something." She smiled scornfully, snapping her fingers. The passers-by and surrounding scenery immediately vanished. She took the initiative to speak. "You suspect why everything here is different from what Candace said, right? Under my rule, the sanctuary capital's people are suffering, like a living hell. It's not that serious. It's just that I put some effort into setting the scene, to make it look prosperous, right?" Miyu calmly listened to her ramble. "I like lively scenes. It gives people the feeling of being alive." Ecchi frowned. This vixen, what's it called again? Getting a taste of her own medicine. An illusion master immersed in her own illusion without knowing it. What would that feel like? Miyu didn't answer her. Instead, it was Xiaoqi. He made a friendly gesture to Yan Lee. Rolling his eyes, he replied, "No one wants a narrow-minded woman." Being insulted, Yan Lee's face darkened. Only then did Miyu speak up. She seductively tucked her hair behind her ear, retorting to Yan Lee. "You already said I'm an illusion master. How could it be a wasted effort?" She walked up to Xiaoqi, turning to ask him, "Good disciple, tell me, does she have a good memory? Or is her memory poor?" Xiaoqi said bluntly, "She has brain damage." Yan Lee, facing them, watched them play off each other. Completely confused. "What on earth are you talking about?" Xiaoqi crossed his arms and closed his eyes. "We are saying, the one who fell into the trap is you. Moreover, this trap was set by the incompetent little disciple of the illusion master me." Spreading his hands, a whirlwind rose in the space above, twisting and distorting. Air currents tore through space. Peach blossom petals fell. Yan Lee shielded herself with both arms, suddenly opening her eyes wide. She recalled when the two were sitting on the tree. Actually, Miyu had asked him, "So what do you want to do?" "Let me think." He looked at the lights, thinking. CG has no reaction in the sanctuary capital. It must have been blocked. Sure enough, this place has completely escaped the Heavenly Tao's management. If we bring Yan Lee to Qingxiu, the Heavenly Tao will definitely detect it. It will be hard to ask questions then. Thinking it through, Xiaoqi smiled sinisterly, saying, "We lure her out." Back to reality, Xiaoqi said, "You are so cautious. It's impossible for you not to know someone opened the door at the wrong time, and even planned to cross the barrier. I just happened to use your caution against you." Yan Lee let out a heavy breath. As expected of the Golden WRM's disciple, I have 4 masters. Xiaoming's sanctuary. If not for the Golden WRM, it would have been in my pocket long ago. Queen, your highness, you lost twice to illusions. At least have some memory. Don't be too arrogant. Yan Lee shrugged indifferently. Provoking, huh? So what if I'm arrogant? Unless the Golden WRM comes personally. Otherwise, even if I suffer a temporary loss, victory or defeat won't change at all. You using these petty tricks to stall for time is completely meaningless. Xiaoqi was speechless. You really have a tough mouth. I don't want to fight you right now. I want to ask you a question. Do I have to answer just because you ask? He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her either. Asking directly, I help you eliminate the Heavenly Tao together. What do you think? Yan Lee was so shocked by his words that she could only say, huh. Seeing her expression, Xiaoqi said again, is my proposal ridiculous? I admit this is a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it's not impossible. Yan Lee acted like a maiden encountering a scumbag, hugging herself and retreating with high alert. Don't think I don't know. Qinglan definitely told you about my past. Xiaoqi, I won't trust anyone. Don't even think about exploiting a weakness to break me. Xiaoqi laughed helplessly. Ha! The next second his face turned cold. Then what if I say, I have a system? Sighing in relief internally. Phew. Sure enough, it's blocked. Otherwise, I would have been struck dead by lightning by now. Taking a different path. High investment, high return. Yan Lee was stunned by his successive, strange information. Asking back suspiciously, what? I have a system? Xiaoqi thought to himself. Basically confirmed that Grandmaster has a system. I don't know if Yan Lee has one. This humble one shall test the waters. Yan Lee crossed her arms, remembering something before answering. System? Are you talking about a rectangular frame that pops up? That is how the Heavenly Tao converses with humans. Xiaoqi hesitantly confirmed. Correct. But he felt uneasy inside. Why does that sound so weird? If it is, say it is. If not, say it's not. Don't you know that even here, the Heavenly Tao isn't completely isolated? If by chance the isolation layer thins right now, you would have turned into a puddle of gore by now. He gasped, covering his mouth from his speaking, suspecting in his heart. Hasn't the sanctuary capital escaped surveillance? Could she be deliberately exaggerating to trick me? Then why did you mention it? Yan Lee summoned a chair, crossing her legs and sitting down leisurely, sneering. I scared you. In the sanctuary capital, occasionally dirty things jump out, but it can only lock onto a location for that instant. Relax. You won't die. Xiaoqi didn't quite understand. Can only lock onto a location for that instant. Meaning what? Here. Even if you say it, it can't make people die suddenly. Otherwise, I would have died countless times already. His heart, afraid of death, finally relaxed, heaving a long sigh of relief. Phew. That's good. That's good. So you're also a transmigrator. Yan Lee frowned. Transmigrated? You mean possession? I'm not. Who had been sitting aside for a long time, finally spoke. Come on. Since you two aren't afraid of sudden death anymore, don't talk about those mysterious things. Don't you know foxes are very curious? If you want to fight, cut the crap. If you want to discuss, speak clearly. Xiaoqi tried to negotiate. Her Majesty the Queen, can't we really negotiate a little? For example, we fight the heavenly Tao together. Sorry, I don't trust anyone. Then there's nothing left to say. Yan Lee suddenly asked Xiaoqi, is the golden WYRM still in seclusion? Xiaoqi and Miyu spoke in unison. How did you know? She answered as if it were obvious. After fighting with me, her vitality was severely damaged. Naturally, she has to go into seclusion. Xiaoqi thought to himself. Incorrect. Grandmaster absolutely did not go into seclusion because of injury. Yan Lee's information is flawed. A long time ago, I once told her a story about my hometown. I wonder if she became suspicious because of this. After I, Qinglan, and she finished our journey, she became the Empress of Shangming's sanctuary. Later, she was also known as the strongest all-rounder in the sanctuary, possessing power comparable to the heavenly Tao. At that time, I thought she would be my savior. I have never seen such terrifying power. Never. Yan Lee lowered her eyes, still clearly remembering the pressure and appearance of the golden WYRM back then. Her voice became angry, but she betrayed our friendship, becoming an accomplice of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Xiaoqi shouted loudly. Wait, you mean my Grandmaster and the heavenly Tao are on the same side? Yan Lee rested her chin on her hand, asking back rhetorically. Is that not the case? Let me confirm. The three of you were as close as siblings before. So why do you think she betrayed you? Yan Lee was silent for a moment, suddenly flying into a rage. Why ask so much? I am the one who was betrayed. Why would I slander her? Xiaoqi still tried to argue. Everything needs to be clarified to find a solution. What if there is some misunderstanding in this? You said my Grand Master possesses power comparable to the heavenly Tao. Then if I were the heavenly Tao, I would definitely be wary of Grandmaster. My Grandmaster, you and Qinglan, if you join forces, perhaps you could put up a fight. Logically speaking, dividing the three of you, scattering your forces is the best way. Moreover, the three of you were once close friends. My Grandmaster doesn't have brain damage either. Not helping you, but helping the heavenly Tao instead. It's really hard to understand. Miyu stood up straight, affirming to Yan Lee. My big sister would absolutely not do something treacherous. Yan Lee gave a heavy umph. Ugh, my time is almost up. I have no time to chat with you. Wait until the day you are also betrayed by her. You will know that not a single word I said is false. Xiaoqi hurriedly wanted to keep her. What do you mean time is almost up? Speak clearly. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The space around Yan Lee had begun to distort. I admit I was careless this time, falling for your illusion. But there won't be a next time. A spatial rift appeared, sucking both Xiaoqi and Miyu inside. When they reappeared, the two had returned to the original secret room. Elder Mi said in surprise. Miyu, you? Why are you here? TSK. Is it strange that I'm here? No wonder I felt something was wrong. You used an illusion on me. The strange thing isn't that I used an illusion, but that father didn't detect it. Dignified as one of the three great families of Qingxiu, yet stupid as a pig, Miyu sat calmly on the chair, provoking him. I am your father. She sneered. Tisk. Bullshit, father. Raising a dog would be more useful than you. I can return to Qingxiu thanks to the Fox Emperor's token. Do you think I respect teachers and morals that much? What a pity. You borrowing the name of the token makes me very uncomfortable. Anyway, the illusion ended. You would see me too. A stream of pink power characteristic of Miyu poured from her palm, flying to wrap around his neck. Or should I just kill you to silence you? He was strangled in midair, groaning with difficulty breathing. The more pain he was in, the tighter Miyu squeezed. I ask you, who does Ling Xiao take as its leader? Xiaoqi stepped forward, gently reminding her. Second master, you are choking him. He can't make a sound. Miyu glanced at him, then looked at the old man again. She had to let go. The old man fell straight from the air to the floor, like a rotten fruit, crying out in pain, ah. The power wrapped around his neck also gradually dissipated. Miyu asked him. Now he can talk normally, right? Cough, cough. Just regained his breath. The old man immediately cursed loudly. Unfilial child, do you think becoming one of the 4 immortals of the Xiaoming Sanctuary means you can disregard your elders? Even the Fox Emperor doesn't dare to boss me around right now. No matter what, I'm still your father. I don't care how you were outside. But once you return to the Mi family, you must bow and scrape before me. The corner of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. Should I say this old man is a tough guy with skin of bronze and bones of iron? Or say he is stupid? He insists on stepping on second master's sore spot. Miyue's face was gloomy at this moment. She sneered contemptuously. The Fox Emperor doesn't dare to boss you around? You damn old man. It seems the question I just asked doesn't need your answer anymore. She turned to Xiaoqi. The Mi family is one of the 3 great families supporting Ling Xiao. But with a family head of this virtue, I think it's better to let you be the family head. Xiaoqi pointed at himself blankly, while the old man shouted in panic. What? Someone stupid as a pig like me, Shun, can be the family head? My good disciple here can definitely bring glory to the family. Don't you agree? Xiaoqi pretended to scratch his face shyly. Laughing, hee. Then this junior accepts with respect rather than declining. Mishan was like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, screaming crazily. What are you talking about to yourselves? What do you take me for? The Fox Emperor is under a restriction. He's nothing but a useless cripple. I, Mishan, am the true master of Ling Xiao. Xiaoqi looked at him, helplessly holding his forehead. Truly hopeless. Really hopeless. Miyue's gaze shifted from contempt to intense killing intent. She raised her hand, disrespecting His Majesty the Fox Emperor. Death penalty, as you command. Mishan's words hadn't even finished. Less than a second later, his body quietly collapsed to the floor. Miyu glanced at him, pushing off the chair with both hands to stand up. I'll spare your life for now, giving you a whole night to think carefully how to lift the restriction on His Majesty. Xiaoqi, let's go. Yes, master. Walking to the door, Miyu suddenly remembered something. Turning back, she said, Right. Inform the Tao family and the Bai family. Those who submit to me live. Those who oppose me die. Tomorrow, I want the patriarchs of your 3 families to kowtow and admit their mistakes in front of His Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Otherwise, the 3 great families don't need to exist anymore. Having said that, the 2 transformed into fox forms and flew away, leaving me Shun alone, paralyzed in the room. He gritted his teeth, heart full of unwillingness. I was actually suppressed to the point of having no strength. Resist? But the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Damn wretched girl. Just you wait. You will regret not killing me tonight. His smile was twisted and hideous. Scene shifts to Yin Yu's room. She rested her chin on her hand, bored, gloomy. Why aren't they back yet? Just then, Xiaoqi and Miyu returned, appearing in front of her. Little sister Yinhua. 4th master, we're back. She jumped down from the table in joy. I've been waiting for you two for so long. Finally back. Saying that, she rushed into Miyue's arms, leaving Xiaoqi with open arms on the side, hugging nothing. Second sister, have you confirmed how to open the door? No need to open the door anymore. Xiaoqi awkwardly clasped his hands behind his back, pretending not to care, humming a tune. Huh? Why? Miyu recounted what happened after she and Xiaoqi went through that door. The Fox Emperor said, Yan is indeed suspicious. Perhaps when exchanging via the divine letter, she had confirmed it was you and deliberately waited at the door. After so many years, she still hasn't changed. Xiaoqi asked His Majesty, the Fox Emperor, do you have a square frame? Square frame? What is that? Detected host speech. Host is invited to be cautious when speaking. Xiaoqi shrugged. Nothing. He began to ponder. But according to Yanli's words, The matter about the system seems a bit illogical. Moreover, she said time is running out. What time? How exactly did she escape the system surveillance? If Qinglan also has a system, then he definitely can't react to related topics either. Asking is useless. If he knew how to escape the system surveillance, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation now. Yin Yu heard the whole story, also crossing her arms and frowning. Then what should we do? If Yan Li hides in the sanctuary capital, are our hands tied? Suddenly, right at this moment, a soul imprint flew out from Xia Qi's chest. It's Yuan Jin Xiao. Qinglan, long time no see. Yin Yu happily ran to Yuan Jin Xiao's side. Big sister, you're out of seclusion? The Fox Emperor asked. You intended to come here personally? The grudge with her must be resolved eventually. At this moment, at the Shangming Divine Temple, Yuan Jin Xiao sat up high, asking Kang Han, this seat is about to go to Qingxiu for a trip. Can you hold down Shangming's sanctuary alone? Big sister, rest assured. Receiving her answer, Yuan Jin Xiao stood up with peace of mind. Walking a few steps, she turned her head and asked, with Xia Qi helping to nurse it, it's much better now. It hasn't recurred recently. I think it's probably stabilized. That's good. Finished speaking, Yuan Jin Xiao directly used spatial teleportation to leave. Kang Han continued to quietly read books in the main hall. Scene shifts to another place. Amidst floating palaces, Qingxiu Imperial Palace, Yuan Jin Xiao teleported to the room where Xia Qi and the others were staying. I'm here. Yin Yu ran over, smiling happily to welcome her. Big sister. She fondly rubbed Yin Yu's head. You little girl, catching a loophole in my words. Running to Qingxiu with Xia Qi on your own accord. I'll deal with you later. Yin Yu turned and hugged Miyu tightly. Seeking help. Everyone was worried about second sister, so, big sister, we made you worry. Yuan Jin Xiao said sternly. About your matter, I will speak clearly with you later. She walked to the side of the Fox Emperor who was reading over there. Yin Yu pulled Miyue's hand and asked quietly, what does big sister want to say to second sister? I don't know, but it's definitely not praise. The Fox Emperor saw her coming, also put down the book in his hand. Sorry, letting you see this down-and-out appearance of mine. Brother Qinglan, you've changed so much. She sat down on the chair next to him, looking at him with a smile, making the Fox Emperor touch his face a bit uneasily. Really? Older or more handsome? Became weaker. You're still strict as ever. You should be a bit more tolerant towards friends. Xia Qi's realm has increased again. It seems he has made good use of Suation. I dare not forget Grand Master's instructions. The Fox Emperor waved his hand frantically on the side. Ignoring me? Suddenly, Yuan Jin Xiao curled her lips, giving a cold snort. Xia Qi was dumbfounded. Snort what? This expression of Grand Master is truly profound. Did I do something to make Master unhappy? Miyu had tugged at the hem of his clothes, telling him to step back, whispering, you're done for. Second Master, don't scare me. Quickly help me think of what treasonous thing I did. I'm afraid Grand Master has discovered your wolfish ambition. Xia Qi felt like he was struck by lightning hearing this. Hurriedly defending himself. Impossible. My loyalty is witnessed by the sun and moon. Miyu covered half her mouth with her hand. Mocking, is that so? On one hand, flirting with fourth master. On the other hand, becoming third master's Dao companion. And you call that loyalty? Xia Qi didn't expect things to turn out like this. He grabbed Miyue's hand and pulled her out. I must clarify this matter with master. Come with me. Leaving Yin Yu bewildered behind. The Fox Emperor chatted with Yuan Jin Xiao. You really value this disciple. Is that so? Why do you think that? Although I and Yan Li once traveled together, and were good friends, but from beginning to end, you were very good at hiding your emotions. I rarely saw you smile so freely. Living peaceful days for a long time. People will also become a bit gentler. Haha, is that so? Yuan Jin Xiao picked up the book the Fox Emperor had just placed on the table. Flipping through a few pages, I thought you would write about the adventures of a youth. Unexpectedly, it's about love. This one is also about love and hate, right? Does the Empress also read books I write? I'm afraid my old friend won't have enough to eat relying only on writing books. So I just support the business a little. After all, I'm the ruler of a country. Ruler of a country, yet ended up in this state. You really have no one before you, and no one after you either. The Fox Emperor laughed heartily. Among the three of us, I am the weakest. Living a bit worse is reasonable. His Majesty the Fox Emperor once split a mountain peak and severed the ocean. No matter how bad life is, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? The Fox Emperor smiled bitterly. It was just a moment of carelessness. Falling for someone else's trick. It's because I trusted them too much. She put down the book, resting her chin on her hands, lying on the table. Speaking charmingly, I'll help you one more time. This favor, you must remember it in your heart for generations. The night sky was silent. Not a sound. Even more peaceful. Yuan Jin Xiao sat leisurely on the chair with her legs crossed. Suddenly, the system panel gradually appeared. It seemed very angry about what happened in the past. Yuan Jin Xiao, you clearly found Yin Lee. Yet you kept deceiving me. The Grand Master replied coldly. I said I'd help Qinglan. It doesn't mean I can find Yin Lee. Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, it became even more furious. Enough. Yuan Jin Xiao's face showed no hint of joking. I'm just telling the truth. Exactly. It boiled with rage. What? Then it emphasized. Don't forget who helped you become the Empress. Yuan Jin Xiao calmly questioned back. Speaking of which, what did you help me with? The heavenly Tao controls the fate of all living beings. Why would it need to help me? Moreover, compared to helping me, isn't what you're doing exactly restraining me? The system was speechless, immediately falling silent. The system screen suddenly turned purple-red, looking extremely malicious. It assumed a strange posture to threaten her. Yuan Jin Xiao, the heavenly Tao is the law of operation of all things. Opposing me is breaking the rules. You will cause Shangming's sanctuary to be doomed eternally. She was not afraid at all, facing it resolutely. Then I'll wait and see. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Come in. Miyu leisurely opened the door and walked in. Big sister, Miyu is here. Yuan Jin Xiao gestured with her hand. Seat. Miyu sat down. Smiling, she said, I'm here to listen to big sister's teachings. Yuan Jin Xiao seemed to see through her junior sister's mood. That sentence of mine, do you take it to heart that much? Yes. Her expression returned to seriousness. Asking me this matter. What lesson has it taught you? I still don't quite understand. Miyu continued. Please enlighten me, big sister. Yuan Jin Xiao suddenly stood up and shouted. A single token made you decide your whole life so carelessly. That is called stupidity. Miyu didn't dare face her senior sister's anger. Bowing her head, but that was sent by His Majesty the Fox Emperor after all. The Grand Master approached, reaching out to stroke her tender cheek, softly reminding, even if the Fox Emperor sent it, did you not have any resistance at all? Just because the Fox Emperor is the rule of Qingxiu? Miyu, I am a little disappointed. She turned her face away in shame, avoiding big sister. I have nothing more to say. Yuan Jin Xiao slammed the table in anger. You can naturally respect the Fox Emperor. But remember, respect and being manipulated are two different things. Your destiny should not be decided by others. If obeying the Fox Emperor's order came from your own will, then I would have nothing to say. The Grand Master seemed unable to suppress her emotions anymore. She shouted loudly. If that were really the case, then don't write the words unwilling on your face and want me to discover it. Miyu replied dejectedly. I understand. Yuan Jin Xiao seriously held her hand, carefully instructing, destiny must always be held in your own hands. Even if you fail miserably in the end, it is better than becoming a walking corpse bullied and controlled by others. Remember my words. Feeling her senior sister's care, a happy smile returned to Miyu's face. Yes, I will definitely remember it well. Yuan Jin Xiao took the opportunity to ask, what is going on between you and Xiaoqi? Hearing Xiaoqi's name, her cheeks turned red as a tomato. The Grand Master playfully guessed, don't think I can't see it. The way you look at that kid is so hot it can't be hidden anymore. Miyu covered her face in embarrassment. Speaking nonsense, I just treat him as a disciple. Big sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Then she hurriedly ran away. Big sister, I have to go to sleep. Good night. The Grand Master watched her until she completely disappeared, having to deal with too many troublesome matters. Yuan Jin Xiao felt quite a headache. She sighed. It was late at night. Outside Yin Lee's residence was a silent void. In the center, she was staring intently into a magic mirror. Can track Yuan Jin Xiao's whereabouts now. You finally decided to leave your den? She had just witnessed the conversation between the sisters. Thinking smugly, The restriction on Qinglan allows me to monitor the entire palace. I am in the dark. You are in the light. How will you fight me this time? She sat there leisurely, tapping her finger lightly. In a flash, she suddenly recalled the dialogue between herself and Xiaoqi. Why ask so much? I am the one who was betrayed. Why would I slander her? Everything needs to be clarified to find a solution. What if there is some misunderstanding in this? You said Grandmaster possesses power comparable to the Heavenly Tao. Then if I were the Heavenly Tao, I would definitely be wary of Grandmaster. A while later, she snapped out of it, muttering to herself in confusion. Why did I suddenly remember that kid's words? Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. In the mirror appeared the figure of Yuan Jin Xiao, wearing a dangerous smile, staring at a fixed point. She screamed in terror. Did she see me? On the other side, not knowing if Yuan Jin Xiao saw clearly, but she gave a suspicious smile. Not only that, she put a finger to her lips, eyes full of provocation. Yan Lee jumped, immediately making the mirror disappear. Damn it! Her face showed clear panic. Did she notice? How is that possible? Yan Lee felt more uneasy the more she thought about it. If she has a way to lock onto me, then wouldn't the Heavenly Tao force me to cut off all contact with Qingqiu? However, at that time, the communication channel between her and Qingqiu was still open. Realizing this extreme instability, she began to close the communication channel, seeming to sense this. Yuan Jin Xiao smiled with hidden meaning. She thought to herself, this is a return gift for you. In reality, Yuan Jin Xiao was showing a bit of dissatisfaction with Yan Lee. Didn't I already give you a gift? Why are you so careless? The night was deep. She entered the bedchamber. Yuan Jin Xiao took off her outer robe as she walked, preparing to relax and rest. The next morning, amidst the silence, a scream suddenly rang out, piercing through all directions. As soon as Xiaoqi heard it, he felt uneasy in his heart. What happened? Everyone ran towards the source of the scream. Qinglan looked at his hand, breathing a bit heavily. The restriction on me has been lifted. Yuan Jin Xiao had also arrived by this time. She smiled happily. Then, that is truly worth celebrating. She sat down calmly, reminding Qinglan, since you've recovered, reorganized Qingqiu properly. He was overjoyed, seeming to have guessed it was her doing. What did you do? Why was my restriction suddenly lifted? Yuan Jin Xiao replied modestly. Just used a little trick. Yan Lee placed a curse on you. And a curse naturally has to be connected to the caster. She revealed her plan. A beauty's methods are indeed terrifying. During the chaos in Xiaoming, I planted a seed on her. Although in the sanctuary capital, the seed would be cut off from me. But because she placed a restriction on you, the seed created a path. She was afraid I would find her. So naturally, she could only withdraw the restriction. Hearing this, Qinglan laughed heartily. As expected of the Empress. Reminds me of your saying. Opportunity is only for those who are prepared. Only Xiaoqi looked at Yuan Jin Xiao with somewhat dazed eyes. He seemed certain of one thing in his heart. Opportunity is only for those who are prepared. So accurate. Master is indeed a transmigrator from modern times. Candace still had questions. After cutting off the connection, haven't we lost clues about the sanctuary capital again? Yuan Jin Xiao calmly took out a crystal stone. Travel pass. Then she continued. Correct, but it's not completely without clues. Miyu chimed in to explain. This is what everyone has been looking for a long time. Obtained after interrogating that damn fat pig, but temporarily kept it for everyone, in case it's needed. After Miyu finished explaining, Yuan Jin Xiao casually tossed it to Candace. Then she carefully instructed him. We have a travel pass. We have a guide. Next will be much easier. But before that, let's handle Qingqiu's matters first. I don't want Miyu to be affected by family matters. Yuan Jin Xiao seemed to shoulder everything alone, turning to remind Qinglan. And you too. Don't mention abdicating anymore. Isn't it embarrassing? Do your own work yourself. Especially don't fight for disciples with me. He just smiled. My desire to abdicate was sincere. But since my old friend criticized me like this, if I don't try hard, there's really nothing left to say. Without further ado, Qinglan waved his hand to issue an order. Have the patriarchs of the 3 great families come see me. After that, he brought up the important matter from the previous day. Right, Yuan Jin Xiao. Your disciple lifted the veil of the second master. You know Qingqiu's rules. This matter must also have a conclusion. Xiaoqi's face turned green. Turning his head away, not wanting to accept this topic. Hey, didn't you say an outsider like me wouldn't understand? His Majesty, the Fox Emperor. Why bring up old matters? Yin Yu angrily scolded ecchi. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. He could only try to defend himself. Listen to my explanation first. Bewildered. What kind of person am I? Yin Yu pointed at his face decisively. An irresponsible person. Timidly glancing over. Yin Yu, are you okay? Yin Yu flew into a rage. Who are you saying has a problem? While he trembled and begged. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Listen to my explanation. She frowned in anger, emphasizing Qing Xiao's rules. How can we let you break them just because you want to? If word gets out, people will say our Shangming sanctuary doesn't teach disciples well. Facing this attitude, Xiaoqi couldn't handle it himself. He had to call for help. Grandmaster, please judge for me. Yuan Jin Xiao calmly turned a blind eye. I'm the empress of another country. I do not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. You figure out yourself. Xiaoqi broke out in a cold sweat helplessly. Sighing, the sky quickly turned dark. Outside, strong winds howled, blowing and shaking the tree canopy. Voices came from the empress's guest room. Long time no see. Let's chat a bit. Seeing everyone still being formal, Yuan Jin Xiao reminded them. What are you standing there for? Sit down. All three refused in unison. Reasons more ridiculous than the last. Ate too much. Standing to digest. Not sitting. No need to say more. Yuan Jin Xiao immediately guessed. Why do you look like you've committed a crime? Since it's like this, speak one by one. What mistake did you make? Miyu's hands were clasped tight. Her two thumbs twiddled back and forth, revealing anxiety and hesitation. She admitted her fault. I shouldn't have endured silently. I know I was wrong. Yuan Jin Xiao continued asking. What about little sister? Yin Yu scratched her face awkwardly. I shouldn't have sneaked into Qingxiu. After hearing the crimes of the two junior sisters, it was Xiaoqi's turn. Her gaze was extremely stern. And you? Scratching his head. Stammering. I also don't know what I did wrong. But surely there is something wrong. Seeing him unable to speak for a long time, Yuan Jin Xiao decisively reminded him. A man hesitating in his actions. Stand straight. Xiaoqi stood at attention, accepting the teaching. Master is right. Yuan Jin Xiao sat majestically on the chair. Her words carried weight. These matters could clearly be resolved quickly. But you're always hesitating, afraid of this and that. Disciple of the four immortals. Actions must be decisive. Solve problems immediately when encountered. You hesitating like this not only waste time, but might also miss good opportunities. Her gaze looked straight at him, serious as never before. Do you know why you're like this? Xiaoqi answered quickly. I know. Tell me. His face darkened, teeth clenched tight, full of resentment. Because I'm not strong enough. His hand also clenched into a fist, revealing unwillingness. Yuan Jin Xiao shared frankly. You're right. Precisely because you're not strong enough. That's why you are afraid. Afraid of failure. Afraid of death. That's why you try your best to avoid mistakes. That's very troublesome. Xiaoqi listened to Master's words. Feeling them deeply, she continued asking word by word. Answer me. What do you plan to do in the future? He didn't need to think, immediately answering firmly. Become stronger. Yuan Jin Xiao's face relaxed, seeming more comfortable. All right, since you guaranteed so, I won't say more. Dismissed. But this attitude made him even more confused. Huh? Just like that? On the other side, Yin Yu and Miyu were whispering to each other. What does that okay mean? I don't know. While sitting, Yuan Jin Xiao suddenly stood up slowly. Turns out she intended to leave. Before leaving, she turned back to remind them. Tomorrow Qinglan will deal with the three families. Can be considered a fun show. Everyone rest early today. Xiaoqi caught a glimpse of her eyes, seeming to have understood the deep meaning within. Grandmaster deliberately glanced at me. Does she have something to say to me? After that, the room gradually became quiet. Reaching the door, Xiaoqi tiptoed in the opposite direction of Miyu and Yin Yu. Yin Yu discovered him, speaking up, startling him. Where are you going? He blurted out a made-up excuse. I'm going to find a quiet place to practice with Suation. Yin Yu turned to go with him. Then I'll go too. Xieki jumped in fright, darting away as fast as lightning. I still have to practice swordsmanship. You two just go rest first. His steps got faster and faster. Suddenly, he wanted to stop, but finally decided to keep running. The two girls behind looked at him with suspicion. If practicing, he should call Master too. This kid is too suspicious. Finding the place where Yuan Jin Xiao was waiting, he hurriedly spoke. Grandmaster, I'm here. She went straight to the point seriously. Xiaoqi, how many years have you been here? He also understood the meaning. To confirm, he asked back, how many years have I been in this world? You're asking this? Yuan Jin Xiao didn't say anything for a moment. Xiaoqi looked at her. Judging silently, Grandmaster dares to ask. This question must be very safe. Thinking finished, he still answered with some hesitation. More than 4 years. Only then did Yuan Jin Xiao seem a bit emotional as she revealed the truth. I've forgotten how long I've been here. So long that I don't remember clearly anymore. She placed her hand on the tree trunk, speaking her feelings. Space and time here are completely different from the other side. Xiaoqi suddenly felt a bit worried. Can we not go back anymore? She smiled and answered honestly. Perhaps there is a 1% chance. This made Xiaoqi's mood sink. Seeing this, she asked, do you want to go back? He was a bit conflicted, not knowing how to answer. I don't know. What about you, Grandmaster? Yuan Jin Xiao didn't hide it all. I want to. She relaxed, gently leaning against the tree trunk. The usually strong Yuan Jin Xiao, sitting under the tree at this moment, revealed a hint of fragility. This is the only way I can ensure I am still myself. In the long, endless years, memories are buried bit by bit. If I can't remember where I came from, I might very well forget who I am. She looked straight at Xiaoqi with determined eyes. You must not forget who you really are. The night was silent. Two people heavy with thoughts sat together under the tree. Xiaoqi looked at Master. A while later, he asked, Grandmaster, do you know what this world is like? Yuan Jin Xiao sighed, not knowing how to say it properly for a moment. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, answering briefly. A storybook written by gods. She smiled, seriously asking a somewhat absurd question. If every blade of grass and tree, every living being in the world lives under the gaze of gods, do you still feel this world is real? All the NPCs in the game, no matter what choice you make, which option you click, their fates have long been predetermined. Even if the protagonist feels immersed, the story makes you feel they are very real. It's just because the planner and the scriptwriter are more talented, that's all. She explained in detail about the people in this world. We are like NPCs who have awakened in a game, wanting to break the fourth wall. But in the end, will it be a wasted effort? Drawing water with a bamboo basket? Xiaoqi lowered his eyes, denying one point. At least, we have awakened. Crossing his arms over his chest, curling up, looking a bit lonely. Gods look at us from the sky. We're also observing them. In my opinion, the heavenly Tao, or gods, or whatever, are quite perverted and despicable. Hearing him vent like this, Yuan Jin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoqi continued to complain, peeping at others' privacy from up there all day. Just a loser, that's all. She laughed incessantly. Huh, you have a point. He looked at Master helplessly, just telling the truth. He put on a confident look, boldly patting his chest. In short, in this world, you are my master. Whoever you tell me to deal with, I will deal with them. From now on, absolutely no looking back and forth, or being timid anymore. Yuan Jin Xiao looked at him with doting eyes, really like a bandit. But I like it. The sky quickly brightened. The wind today seemed colder than usual. Tao Shan, Mi Shen, and Bai Mu stood at the door early in the morning. It seemed Mi Shun was trembling from nervousness, not the cold. Tao Shan urged Patriarch Mi Shun to go in. Bai Mu could only smile bitterly to comfort himself. Go in and admit our mistakes. Surely His Majesty won't do anything to us, right? Mi Shun was so scared his face was pale. No vitality left. His Majesty won't do anything to me. But that unfilial daughter of mine won't spare me. Standing there for a long time, the three finally gathered their courage, walking in together. On the throne, Yuan Jin Xiao waited calmly. She had a habit. While waiting, she would tap her fingernails on the armrest. Seeing these three people, she didn't say a word, just quietly watching. Eyes not blinking. All three knelt down in unison to admit their guilt. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, this old subject knows his mistake. Please be magnanimous, Your Majesty. Spare us this time. Mi Shun was trembling all over, but still tried to defend himself. Your Majesty, this old subject was confused. Qingwan smiled wickedly, deliberately mocking. Confused? I see your mind is still very clear. Speaking clearly too. Not like you're confused at all. Yuan Jin Xiao's eyes also flashed with extreme danger at this moment. Turns out she was using magic to probe Mi Shun. Just a glance. Yuan Jin Xiao realized the problem. She thought to herself, Nanli, huh? What should I say to you now? Qinglan shifted his gaze to the other two. Question and Baimu. Tao Shan, what about you two? Also confused? Baimu patted his chest, trying to explain and beg. Your Majesty, this subject was not confused. This subject just couldn't resist temptation. If you want to punish, please punish this subject alone. Please spare the Bai family. The Bai family has always been dissatisfied with this subject's behavior, not united with this subject at all. Tao Shan was also trembling with fear. She bowed her head. Your Majesty, this subject is truly guilty. Your Majesty, in the future, this subject will definitely turn over a new leaf. Hearing these words, Qinglan felt a headache. You guys admit guilt really fast. Like this, the words I prepared in my head are all wasted. The plan succeeded. Baimu and Tao Shan looked at each other smugly. Sure enough, apologizing works. However, immediately after, Qinglan cast a gaze cold as ice. But letting you off so easily, isn't that hanging the Fox Emperor's dignity on the city gate for the world to laugh at? Although it was already hung on the city wall for everyone to mock long ago. Right? He ordered the second master, standing beside him. Miyu, you are also one of the victims. Why don't you give us some ideas for punishment? Miyu immediately obeyed. She crossed her arms over her chest, coldly pronouncing the sentence. Baimu and Tao Shan are exiled to Blackwater Cliff. As for Mi Shun, cripple his spirit root. Expel him from the Mi family. Tao Shan and Baimu turned pale with fright. Cripple the spirit root? While Mi Shun felt struck by lightning hearing this punishment. My spirit root. He was full of resentment, not wanting to accept this punishment. I cultivated for hundreds of years to reach today's realm. You might as well kill me. Miyu threw him a chilling glance. Kill you? What for? You let a wolf into the house without knowing, bringing disaster to so many citizens of Qingxiu. Killing you 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you? Facing his daughter's cruelty, he broke out in a cold sweat. Miyu, I am your father. She acted like she didn't hear, turning away to leave. Being a father, but not acting like one. Relearn how to be a human. Helpless, Mi Shun kowtowed on the ground, begging Yuan Jin Xiao. Your Majesty, please say something. This subject deserves to die 10,000 times. But this subject has also served you for hundreds of years. Even without merit, there was hard work. Qinglan frowned at his attitude. Looking unhappy, Miyu continued to make him realize. You kneeling and begging now is just because you lost. If you succeeded, His Majesty the Fox Emperor lost real power and was deposed. Would you care about His Majesty's safety? Every word of Miyu at this moment was terrifyingly sharp. Mi Shun, you were the one who was cruel first. To not waste any more time, she decisively raised her hand to cast a spell. In an instant, Mi Shun transformed from human form back into a small fox. He still retained a shred of consciousness, realizing he had lost so much face. Immediately, his fur stood on end, angry beyond control. Couldn't stay for another moment. Mi Shun leaped out of the main gate, crying while running due to extreme regret. Start over. This time I must live well. The wind today was still cool, gently shaking the leaves. Under the tree, several kinds of fresh fruits were laid out. Qinglan raised his teacup, chatting idly. Miyu lay leisurely on Big Sister's lap. The three of them laughed and talked happily, chatting together. A while later, Yuan Jin Xiao got to the main topic. The rebellion has been quelled. Next, we should also discuss Yin Lee's matter. Xiaoqi sat there bored, spacing out. His eyes followed the hand holding the weapon of Yin Yu. She was extremely focused. He spoke up. Yin Yu, why didn't you teach me that move just now? Hearing this, Yin Yu said angrily. What? I taught you already. She frowned slightly, warning him. Also, when teaching, you must call me fourth master. Xiaoqi deliberately teased her. Turns out you like this immoral teacher-student romance play? Yin Yu was so angry her face turned red, shouting loudly, What? Are you tired of living? She grabbed her blade, chasing straight after Xiaoqi. Give me your life. He still wouldn't stop, continuing to tease. Hey, you want to murder your husband? Watching the two kids playing like that, Qinglan smiled and said to Yuan Jin Xiao, Young people are truly full of vitality. Indeed, Suddenly, both recalled the days cultivating with Yan Lee, playing around back then. And now, Xiaoqi, Yin Yu, and Miyu were having such youth. The two of them secretly hoped. Don't let anything sever this friendship. Qinglan suddenly remembered the past. Jin Xiao, you are still the same as back then. I seem to remember the word you taught me to call it. Right, it's king of roles, workaholic. Just finished solving one matter. Already going non-stop to solve the next one. Yuan Jin Xiao reached out to stroke Miyue's tail. Smiling, she confided in Qinglan. I want to retire early, so the faster the better. He asked seemingly very seriously. Suppose we successfully enter the sanctuary capital and catch Yan Lee. What do you want to do? She answered honestly. Probably sit down and drink a cup of tea with her. At this moment, the system appeared, repeating that question. What do you want to do? Qinglan offered his opinion again. Compared to drinking tea, she definitely prefers drinking wine. She likes cooking so much. How about letting her make you a few tasty snacks? Yuan Jin Xiao calmly joked. Are you sure she makes snacks? And not poison? Hearing this, Qinglan could only laugh loudly, raising his teacup. In her heart, a feeling still lingered. Warm and nostalgic. The system kept sending notifications. She's a traitor. Traitor. Yuan Jin Xiao frowned impatiently in her mind. Reminding it, I know. Don't be noisy. I'm reminiscing with an old friend. Truly no sense of reading the room. It even threatened Yuan Jin Xiao. Do you want to betray me too? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? But she wasn't afraid at all. If you can kill, then kill. Seeing it couldn't scare her, it put on a serious look, speaking to Yuan Jin Xiao in a lecturing tone. It's true I can't kill you immediately right now, but my suppression of you for so long has exhausted you, hasn't it? I don't mind spending a little more time. Eventually, there will be a day you collapse under the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Yuan Jin Xiao directly ignored it. She turned to Qinglan, asking about another matter. Right? Bai Mu and Tao Shan were exiled to Blackwater Cliff. Mi Shun had his spirit root crippled and degenerated into a fox. Have you thought about the future of the three great families? Qinglan thought for a moment, slowly answering. Tao Shan's younger sister is Tao Hua. I'll watch her grow up. Handing the Tao family to her, I'm very reassured. The Bai family. His expression suddenly became serious. I will give the Bai family some time for them to choose a new patriarch. As for the Mi family, just let Miyu arrange it. Suddenly, Xiaoqi leaned in close. What kind of place is Blackwater Cliff? A prison? At this moment, Miyu was reaching for a blueberry. She leisurely popped it into her mouth, feeling interested in that topic. So she spoke up. Blackwater Cliff, huh? Is indeed a prison. Tao Shan and Bai Mu were exiled there. They can only stand on a small rock in the middle of pitch black water. It is a place that can trigger the most primal desires. Just as Miyu said, Bai Mu became skinny as a skeleton, sighing heavily. So hungry, while Tao Shan gritted her teeth in resentment. I didn't expect to be exiled to Blackwater Cliff. That Mi family brat has truly vicious methods. Miyu explained to Xiaoqi. If you want to survive, you have to jump off Blackwater Cliff again and again, using those deaths to overcome the torment of unsatisfied needs. Bai Mu and Tao Shan looked helplessly at the rushing torrent. Exiled for 15 days. Bai Mu completely collapsed. He had never experienced this feeling. We originally didn't need to eat or drink to sustain life. But at Blackwater Cliff, we still have to worry about food. Hungry for 5 days already. So painful. The black water is undrinkable. There's nothing on the cliffside either. Tao Shan clutched her stomach in pain. Don't mention hunger. I wasn't hungry yet. Now I just feel stomach acid reflux. Only a burning sensation remains. He looked down, making a decision. Jump. I can't take it anymore. After that, both relaxed their bodies, falling into the stream. Hearing this, Xiaoqi thought to himself, isn't this infinite reincarnation? Just as he was concentrating on thinking, Yin Yu ran to his side, startling him, daring to use a blindfold trick on me. I thought you ran out of the palace. Made me search all day. She didn't say another word, dragging him straight away. Follow me to Suishan Hall to practice. Yuan Jin Xiao turned to ask Miyu, why aren't you going with them? Although she wanted to go in her heart, she pretended to turn away and refuse. I'm not that childish. A few days later, the weather here was still cool. Miyu took out her crystal magic tool, preparing the formation. Little Belle and Candace were already standing in the magic circle. Finished, she called out. Big sister, preparations are complete. Yuan Jin Xiao closed her eyes. chanting spells to activate the formation. Little Belle clasped her hands in prayer, hoping everything goes smoothly. The formation gradually activated. Miyu let go, letting the crystal fly inside, falling into the center of the formation. Everyone looked up with anticipation. In another place, Yan Lee was sitting when she suddenly coughed up blood incessantly. She herself was surprised, muttering to herself, "Why am I suddenly vomiting blood?" Back on Yuan Jin Xiao's side, the barrier was complete. Stopping the spell, Yuan Jin Xiao said, "We can enter now." By this time, everyone had arrived. Little Belle and Candace's contribution was over. She gently told the two they could go home. The little girl was extremely grateful for Yuan Jin Xiao's power. Very excited. "Thank you, Empress." The two siblings didn't leave. Instead, they stood there watching everyone enter the barrier. It was Yuan Jin Xiao's turn to enter. The system panel suddenly appeared with displeasure. "Yuan Jin Xiao, you're not thinking of taking me." Her steps didn't stop, continuing towards the barrier. The system was about to explode with anger. But at this moment, besides cursing, it couldn't do anything. What? Hateful. The barrier took everyone to a terrifyingly desolate forest. Looking around, Xiaki commented, "Looked really weird." Just as he was looking around intently, Yuan Jinju spoke up, startling him. "Xiaqi, is your system here?" Too afraid of being heard by others, he directly covered her mouth. "Why did you say that out loud? Aren't you afraid of death?" This scene quickly attracted everyone's attention. Yin Yu was so stunned she forgot to blink. "Wow, really? Daring to cover Big Sister's mouth?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. Everyone gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Facing this awkwardness, he also realized he had gone too far, hurriedly letting go. Seeing him flustered and unable to explain, Yuan Jin Xiao bailed him out. "This child said he has a spirit pill he wants me to eat. My disciple is just too enthusiastic." Xiaqi broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly admitting, Right. I was afraid Grandmaster wouldn't take it. So I was a bit forceful." Everyone turned away indifferently, since they didn't care much. Candace was a bit worried, so he made a plan. "This forest is too strange. But let's get out first. Wait until we leave the forest. Maybe we'll know where we are." Xiaqi stayed behind, whispering, "Is the system blocked outside?" Yuan Jin Xiao asked back, "Didn't you come here once already? You should be very clear about it." He scratched his head and sighed. "I just reacted instinctively. I'm afraid of dying suddenly." Yuan Jin Xiao closed her eyes, slowly instructing, "Without the system, you must be mentally prepared to rely on yourself in the sanctuary capital. Strength determines everything." Although feeling worried, he still had to rely on himself to strive in this place. "Yes, I understand." Candace went ahead, parting the weeds to open a path. A while later, he spoke up. "We've reached the edge of the forest." Below the hill where they stood was the vast and novel Bada City. Appearing before their eyes was the panorama of Bada City. Bada City is the second largest city in the sanctuary. Not long after, everyone finished changing clothes and entered the city together. The streets here were extremely deserted. The roadside stalls were all empty. On the wide road, people were sparse. Only a few scattered figures could be seen. Little Belle said with some regret, "When we left the sanctuary capital, Bada City was still quite bustling. Why has it turned into this now?" Candace didn't know the reason either. He only guessed. Her Majesty the Queen has abandoned Bada City. Xiaqi approached some stalls, reaching out to touch. When he rubbed his palm, there was a thick layer of dust on it. Xiaqi dusted off his hands, commenting, "The dust is too thick. It seems this stall hasn't been used for a long time." Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by something. Opposite was an old woman acting sneakily. Not knowing what she was doing, she seemed to realize someone spotted her, immediately turning around to leave in a hurry. Xiaqi found it strange, quickly chasing after her. Wait, the person didn't stop. He had to use his skills to jump up, blocking the old woman in the blink of an eye. Xiaqi leaned gently. Using the gentlest tone possible, he said, "Ma'am, I want to ask you something." The old woman stepped back in fear, asking, "What is it?" Hearing your accent, "You are from out of town, right?" He waved to call everyone over, while asking cheerfully, "Ma'am, why has Bada City become so desolate?" The old woman was extremely panicked seeing this. "What? Did you just arrive in Bada City? Why come here at this time?" Xiaqi assessed the old woman. "Seems there's a hidden story." The old woman's words sounded very strange. "There are ghosts in the city. The rich and the young have all fled. Most importantly, and most terrifyingly, the old woman didn't dare speak loudly, only whispering in his ear. Staying in the city too long will make you go crazy. The old woman frowned, hugging her arms. He isn't a bandit, is he? I'm out of money. Xiaoqi hurriedly waved his hands to explain. How could I be a bandit? The old woman walked away, not forgetting to carefully remind him. Not a bandit, that's good. It's getting dark. I have to go quickly. You guys shouldn't stay in the city either. While it's not dark yet, hurry out of the city. He wanted to ask more, but she didn't want to answer anymore. Are there ghosts? Xiaoqi had to let her leave in peace. After that, Yuan Jin Xiao slowly walked over. She probed, did you ask anything? She said there are ghosts in the city, so ended up like this. Staying too long will make you crazy. Moreover, night seems very dangerous. Even Miyu is wary of these ghostly things. What kind of ghost is so powerful, able to turn a city into a ghost town like this? Yinwe was scared just hearing it, hurriedly hugging her senior sister's arm tightly. Second sister, don't scare me. Xiaoqi took the opportunity to tease her. So fourth master is afraid of ghosts. Yinwe didn't want to lose face, so she tried to make excuses. What's so scary about ghosts? I'm just curious because I've never seen one. Xiaoqi was still daydreaming at this point. In my opinion, ghosts aren't as scary as fierce beasts. Besides, I've never seen a ghost. If it's a beautiful female ghost, Miyu frowned slightly and questioned. Then what would you do? Yinwe too, very much looking forward to Xiaoqi's next sentence. Thought he would say something shocking, but knew it was just some ordinary sentences. If she behaves, I will chant scriptures to help her cross over. If she doesn't behave, I'll beat her until her soul scatters. Yinwe turned her face away to warn him. Xiaoqi, don't forget who you are. Don't be careless for a moment and do something wrong. When you get home, you'll have to kneel on a washboard. He placed his hand on his chest, looking at them with determined eyes. I am wholeheartedly loyal to my four masters. Heaven and earth can bear witness. Hearing this answer from him, Miyu felt very satisfied. She smiled with interest. Really? Xieki firmid. Seeing everyone chatting for a long time, Yuan Jin Xiao had to intervene. All right, let's calmly wait for dark. See what exactly will happen. Her expression was serious, because she sensed this place wasn't easy to deal with. First, find an inn to rest. Everyone followed her lead. Yinwe asked a very naive question. Is there any inn still open? Xieki smiled optimistically. If not, we'll have to wander the streets. At this moment, a sneaky black shadow suddenly appeared, quietly following them. When it realized someone noticed it, the black shadow immediately faded away. Yuan Jin Xiao was the first to notice the existence of this black shadow. But momentarily, she hadn't seen it clearly yet. Walking for quite a distance, they stopped in front of a large inn. Xiaoqi went up to knock on the door. Seeing no reaction, he judged. Probably no one here. Yuan Jin Xiao made a request. It's getting dark. Let's rest here. Obeying her, he pushed the door open and entered with her. Inside, sure enough, there wasn't a soul. While walking inside, he asserted, the people of the inn didn't leave long ago. Probably more than half a month. Xiaoqi swiped his hand across the table to check again. Observing for a while, still feeling uneasy, he spoke up. Let's go to the second floor to check. What exactly happened in Bada City? Everyone walked upstairs with uneasy moods. Could this really be a ghost city? Seeing a suitable room in front, he assigned it to Yuan Jin Xiao. Grandmaster, you rest in this room. He also arranged rooms for the other two girls one by one. Second master, fourth master, you two rest in this room. I'll go to the guest room to check the situation here. Candace also chose two good rooms, convenient for guarding. Little Belle and I will stay in the two rooms next to the stairs. Yin Yu stretched, reminding everyone, rest a bit first. Build up your energy, then we'll see. Soon, the moon rose high. The whole city sank into the silent night. Unknown why, lights everywhere automatically turned on. In the inn where Yuan Jin Xiao's group just stayed, it suddenly became noisy and lively, crowded with people. He was asleep, hearing a loud noise. Xiaoqi opened his eyes abruptly. He immediately sat up anxiously. What's that sound? He put on his clothes, quickly walking out. Listening closely, he discovered not only him, but everyone was woken up by this noise. Before he could react, Xiaoqi hurriedly ran to the railing. When he witnessed with his own eyes many people eating and chatting downstairs, his eyes were full of astonishment. What is going on? Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. We don't know either. Yinwei revealed. I was just talking to the waiter. Right at this moment, a waiter carrying hot food walked over. What would you guests like to have? I will arrange it for everyone immediately. Yuan Jin Xiao replied coldly. We'll go down to join everyone downstairs. This waiter carried a kind of magic on him. Strange. He could walk straight through Xiaqi's body. Yuan Jin Xiao glanced at him suspiciously. Guest wine and meat are here. Because the event was too sudden, Miyu couldn't determine it immediately. This seems to be some kind of illusion. I need time to figure out its principle. Yuan Jin Xiao quietly walked down the stairs. She turned back to remind them. Didn't we say we wanted to join the fun? How about we take a walk around? Just consider yourself a member of them. The more normal, the better. Hearing her words, everyone walked downstairs together. Xiaqi worried Yinwei would be scared, so he pulled her along. The three of them followed closely behind. Walking out the door, the scene of people coming and going before their eyes, along with the whole city brightly lit, made Xiaqi even more confused. The whole city operated as if it had never been abandoned. Little Belle and Candace also couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? Yuan Jin Xiao was the leader. She had to appear optimistic. Don't think too much. Since it's so lively, why don't we go for a stroll? Little Belle hesitated a bit, but Candace decided to follow. Just listen to the Empress. So, everyone ran out together, as if responding to this lively atmosphere. They all gathered to stroll the streets. The people on the street all bore an indescribably strange look. In the crowd, a black shadow exactly like the one in the afternoon appeared faintly. Yuan Jin Xiao sensed it was stalking her. This vague aura kept following, making her realize it very quickly. Yuan Jin Xiao's eyes became stern. She glanced behind. They walked close together on the street. Occasionally, he stopped to ask at a few stalls, seeing Xiaqi looking very tense. Yuan Jin Xiao whispered, Don't turn your head. Just keep walking straight ahead. He continued walking, while voicing his feeling. Grandmaster, you discovered it too. Little Belle and Candace both nodded. We all. Miyu picked up an earring. Try it on Yinwei. Look at this. Really pretty. He thought Miyu was immersed in the illusion, so he leaned in close to whisper. This is an illusion. Before knowing the way to break it, the best way is... She then revealed the deep meaning in her words. In abnormal times, do normal things. Hearing this sentence, he didn't understand for a moment. In abnormal times, do normal things? Suddenly, that black shadow moved as fast as lightning, pressing close behind Xiaqi's back. Even though it tilted its head to look around, he had to pretend not to see anything, because he was too nervous. He made up a reason to reduce his fear. Oh, a bit hungry. What to eat now? Actually, he was screaming inside, when the black shadow widened its eyes and pressed close to Xiaqi's face. A voice rang in his head, reminding Big Brother, careful of getting pink eye. He immediately turned to Yuan Jin Xiao. Let's go eat noodles. He couldn't face that ghostly thing anymore. Xiaqi legged it. What the hell is that? Trying to scare who? He turned randomly into a small roadside shop. Shopkeeper, 1 bowl of clear soup noodles. The shopkeeper welcomed happily. Coming right up, everyone followed Xiaqi into this small eatery. Sitting around a table, that black shadow followed all the way here, flickering in and out of sight outside the door. Its head suddenly moved violently. Swish! It turned into a face, smiling sinisterly, making one's hair stand on end. A moment later, the shopkeeper brought the noodles out. Guest, here are your noodles. Thank you. Yinwei turned pale, just glancing at the bowl of noodles. A wave of nausea hit her. Xiaqi hadn't looked into the bowl yet, so he was still calm. Yinwei, what's wrong? Why does your face look so bad? Only when he looked down did he discover the noodles in the bowl were all black, wriggling monstrosities, constantly squirming. Xiaqi's face turned pale. Miyu still smiled, trying to act like nothing was wrong. She whispered to everyone, This is an illusion. The food is also fake. Don't be stunned there. Remember, in abnormal times, do normal things. Right now, the normal thing is eating noodles. However, Xiaqi still couldn't accept this cruel reality. My expression is about to lose control. Help! Little Belle looked at the bowl of noodles. Looking depressed, the shopkeeper suddenly leaned in close, startling her. Does it not suit the guest taste? Candace had to fake a smile to bail Little Belle out. Smells great. Haven't tasted the flavor of home in a long time. Saying that, he directly shoved a large chopstick full of noodles into his mouth. Only then did the shopkeeper become happy again. That's good, that's good. Xiaoqi looked at Candace. Couldn't help admiring. Big brother, you're truly tough. Finally, he decided to put that thing in his mouth too, swallowing his fear. The black shadows' smile gradually blurred because of this, finally fading and disappearing. Only then did Yuan Jin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. That thing is gone. Yin Yu was scared into a cold sweat. I ate half a bowl. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was shocked. Silly Yin Yu, no one is fighting you for it. Why are you so honest? A while later, he dared to ask, Grandmaster, do you know what that thing actually is yet? Yin Yu beside him still hadn't recovered her wits. I'm about to vomit. Sounds of chatting and sighing rang out in the noodle shop. Yuan Jin Xiao still couldn't determine what that strange black shadow was. She shook her head. I don't know. Xiaoqi asked a very naive question. Can we use violence to level this place? Miyu behind him immediately objected. No. She stirred the noodles in her bowl with chopsticks, explaining with worry. This illusion seems connected to the real world. If we use violence to level this place, I'm afraid it will hurt the citizens in the real world. Moreover, I always feel this illusion is a bit strange. I can't explain it clearly for now. Xiaoqi was both helpless and angry, slamming the table. So troublesome. Don't tell me this is Yan Li's devilish trick. At this moment, the people who couldn't accept reality and were most annoyed were Little Belle and Candace. Is Her Majesty the Queen really so cruel, treating the safety of her subjects as a joke? We left for so long. Perhaps Her Majesty the Queen changed long ago. Yuan Jin Xiao stood up calmly, speaking her thoughts. Yan Li hasn't reached that point yet. Go back to the inn. Start observing the overall situation from small details. Maybe we can discover useful information. A moment later, they were at the inn. The inn was still brightly lit. On stage, there were still hot-bodied girls dancing to entertain. Yuan Jin Xiao's group sat around a table, quietly observing everything. An older waiter walked over and asked, What would you guests like to eat or drink? Yuan Jin Xiao made a request elegantly and clearly. Specialty dishes and fine-aged wine. Just serve dishes according to our number of people. Yes, the waiter answered and turned away immediately. Suddenly, Xiaoqi was attracted by a man in red at the next table. Looking for a while, he shifted his gaze to another table, where a group of people were toasting and drinking together. Everything seemed extremely natural. A burly guy stirred back and forth in a hot pot with his chopsticks, then said impatiently, Where's my lamb? He looked up and asked the people at the same table, Which one you ate my lamb? The other two denied it. I didn't eat it. Find it yourself. Using chopsticks is too troublesome. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. He stood up abruptly, face gloomy. You're right. Using chopsticks is indeed troublesome. The hot pot was empty, only the broth boiling and bubbling. After that, he stuck his whole hand directly in. Movements neither fast nor slow. He groped from this side to that side. None. A while later, staring with terrifying eyes. Definitely eaten. Eaten by you guys. The table companion laughed a chilling sentence. How can lamb be as delicious as the meat on your hand? I already smell the fragrance. That burly guy actually sniffed it, then brought his hand to his mouth. Not bad indeed. He said no more, biting hard into the meat on his hand. Hearing the chewing sounds from behind, Xiaoqi was disgusted beyond endurance. Ugh. Only Miyu remained calm. In abnormal times, one should do normal things. His lamb is gone. His meat is tastier. So him eating his hand is no problem. Little Belle covered her mouth, about to vomit. Is that so? Candace quickly came up with a plan for the little girl. Little sister Belle, you lie down and sleep. Pretend you're drunk. Seeing Xiaoqi looking east and west all this time, Yin Yu reminded him in a low voice. Don't look around anymore. Your behavior right now isn't normal at all. Careful of being considered a thief. At that time, who knows what normal methods they will use to deal with a thief. Yuan Jin Xiao had sharp eyes and quick hands. Thinking of a good idea. When we came in, I saw a hiring notice posted at the door. Go check it out. Wanting to blend into this inn. Becoming a waiter here is the most normal way. Yes. Xiaoqi listened to her, walking to the place with the notice. Seeing many papers posted. The information on the hiring notice was written very clearly. Hiring. Food and lodging included. Salary 1 gold coin a month. Hiring manager. Hiring runner. After reading, he evaluated silently. Hiring quite a few people. Isn't this wage a bit higher than normal? Feels like tricking fools in here to butcher them. After that, he still stepped forward firmly. Boss, I'm here to apply. The man introduced simply. I'm not the boss. I'm the manager. What work do you want to do? Know how to do what? Xiachi patted his chest. Confidently said, runner. Look at my physique. Can endure hardship and hard work. The manager saw this young man was handsome, so he let him pass the first round. Indeed not bad. Have experience running tables? Xiaki nodded repeatedly. Yes. Then start working right now. Xiachi was just waiting for this sentence. Yes. He happily signaled okay to Yuan Jin Xiao, indicating success. Yin Yu looked at him confusedly. What does this mean? Yuan Jin Xiao explained briefly. This kid infiltrated successfully. Yin Yu opened her eyes wide. Praising. Big sister's really amazing. Knowing everything. Xiachi received a towel for a waiter. Confidently walking around the inn. Guest, any orders? His eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, because he discovered something. At the small door over there, that black shadow suddenly appeared again. This time, he kept a calm face. Sure enough, it still doesn't believe we are part of this world. The black shadow leisurely flew into the inn, sitting down at a small table with a contemplative look. Just then, a woman behind spoke up to order. Waiter, bring me a pot of wine. A plate of snacks. Yes, she was Sihong Hanyo. Her dual-colored eyes added a few degrees of dangerous aura. She called him over. Here, a tip for you. She smiled, casually placing something in his hand. That wasn't money. It was a piece of severed tongue. Vet. No, that piece of tongue was still squirming in Xiaqi's hand. But he had to try hard to control his body, not letting himself tremble. Xiaqi's whole body went stiff. He could only force a smile. Hanyong caught his terrified look. What's wrong? Not enough to pay for the wine? Xiachi was afraid of being discovered, hurriedly concealing it. Enough. Enough. Then he quickly left, while she leisurely sat enjoying her tea. Walking to the main counter, Xiachi stopped his heavy steps, handing the squirming tongue to the manager. That guest paid for the wine. I'll go prepare the food immediately. The manager just calmly flicked the abacus beads and answered Xiachi a while later. Xiachi glanced at the black shadow behind him. His heart began to feel a bit chaotic. Xiachi continued to ignore these things. Turning to leave, he saw a fat woman nearby devouring pieces of tongue. Anyone seeing it would have their hair stand on end. He stared at her mouth, feeling extremely abnormal. The guest was clearly stuffed full, but still didn't stop stuffing things into her mouth. Clearly sweating profusely, but still grinning from ear to ear. Observing her belly, the skin outside looked like it was about to crack. At this moment, he felt extremely worried. Some people look like they are about to eat themselves to death, but show no sign of stopping. The table was still full of bizarre dishes. Stinking, whether it's this noodle shop or this place. The delicacies on the table, saying it's for people to eat. It's better to say they want to eat people. That fat woman continued to reach for food. His eyes were extremely panicked. What exactly does this illusion want us to do? In front was a curtain, obscuring the room inside. People inside walked back and forth, carrying eyes and noses. Xiachi stood outside, still concentrating on thinking. And that black shadow, what exactly is it? Seeing him standing blankly for a long time, the manager walked over to remind him. What are you doing? Xiaki sighed, comforting himself. Do normal work. Do normal work. He had to think of a reasonable excuse to explain. Today is the first day working in the shop. A bit nervous. I see it's so busy inside. Afraid I won't do well. Making the chef unhappy. The manager seemed quite satisfied. You know manners too, but hurry up and serve the dishes. Don't let the guests wait long. On another side, Miyu couldn't take it anymore. Standing up abruptly. Big sister, my hallucinations are getting serious. Yin Yu also held her head. Face pale. The situation is even more serious. Me too. Suddenly, her eyes turned into spirals. As if hypnotized, Yin Yu's eyes spun faster and faster. Before her eyes appeared a half-human, half-octopus woman, crazily clawing at her face. The ground was full of slime and terrifying, unidentifiable objects. On another side, there was an obese man, sitting so long his body began to melt, but his eyes still flashed with shocking light. On stage were no longer beautiful girls, replaced by pieces of cloth dancing by themselves. Yuan Jin Xiao still maintained a certain calmness. This situation is like reason is gradually being lost. A while later, Xiaoqi regained his composure. Lifting the curtain, inside were deformed monsters, cooking while tearing apart living creatures. The atmosphere was weird to the point of nausea. He tried to suppress the fear to the bottom of his heart. My sanity points are running out. Just mentioning this, he immediately thought of sanity points. I understand. This illusion will affect mental state. Based on what I see now, my sanity points will continue to drop. At a certain stage, perhaps memory will be lost or severe chaos will appear, abnormal behavior or loss of control. But not now. CG isn't here. I can't exchange for mental replenishment medicine either. Must quickly think of a solution. The chef turned into a monster with a mouth stretching to its ears, pointing at him, reminding, "What are you standing there for? Serve the dish to the guest." Yes. Xiaoqi immediately had to walk calmly. Yes. Do normal work. Do normal work. Carrying the dish from the kitchen, he walked quickly to Han Yong. "Guest, here are your snacks." Xiaoqi carefully placed a tray of food and wine on the table and stepped back a bit timidly. Suddenly, she locked eyes with him, telling him, "Waiter boy, hands and feet are quite agile, huh?" Xiaoqi could only smile awkwardly. "This is what I should do." He bowed and smiled. "Please enjoy your meal." Then he didn't linger anymore. Turning to leave, his steps paused because he realized an anomaly. He frowned slightly, feeling confused. Not right. Why hasn't she changed at all? He glanced at the others, then began to understand. Could it be? He suspected. This whole city was created by Sihong Han Yong alone? Related to her? Han Yong leisurely sat enjoying wine, admiring the surrounding scenery. Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly became panicked. The black shadow discovered the moment he was distracted. It rushed straight in front of him, giving him a fright. Facing its terrifying face, he had to try to calm himself down. Do normal work. Do normal work. Normal people don't see ghosts. Fortunately, a sloppy guy raised his hand to call. Xiaoqi immediately ran through the black shadow's body. Coming. Guest. The black shadow could only watch helplessly, unable to catch him for the moment. Xiaoqi took the order, while quickly repeating this guest's request. 2 tails of beef, half a caddy of sorghum wine. The guest hadn't finished speaking, continuing to order more. All right, give me another half caddy of trotters. Get the spicy kind. Yes. His eyes wandered, still thinking silently in his heart. Black shadow. Woman. Who exactly is the key to solving the problem? Seeing him spacing out, the guest urged impatiently. Hurry up. This master is about to starve to death. Take these squirming things as money. He replied, yes. He took the things to the cashier counter and pretended to chat happily. Manager, business is really good today. One of the manager's eyes had popped out. He looked at the pile of tongues squirming on the table. Then Xiaoqi took the opportunity to lean in close, pretending to admire, saying, Manager, that beauty over there really is class. Xiaki spoke, while pointing towards Han Yong. The manager advised sarcastically, Her? You brat, don't have delusions. You two are worlds apart. She isn't someone you can climb up to. He continued to dig for information. Could she be some high official or noble? The cashier wasn't guarded at all, frankly revealing. That person is someone by the queen's side. After gathering the necessary information, he found an excuse to leave. Turns out to be a superior. Then I'll go back to work. When leaving, Xiaoqi deliberately acted regretful. Because the truth was gradually becoming clear. Interesting. The person by Yan Li's side is the only one not transformed. The key is, there is Yan Li's person here. Suddenly, a familiar hand grabbed him. Yuan Jin Xiao had approached unbeknownst to him. She whispered, Follow me. Because it was too sudden, he momentarily lost control. Grandmaster, you, she hurriedly instructed. Be careful with your behavior and gestures. Just act like a female guest wants to give you a hard time. Yuan Jin Xiao secretly glanced at that black shadow. Xiaoqi followed her gaze. Extremely surprised, that black shadow somehow became weak, seeming to be gradually melting. The two decisively turned to leave. Yuan Jin Xiao pushed Xiaoqi into a corner. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. She pressed close to his body, whispering, We can talk now. Facing her plump and seductive face, his cheeks flushed red. A numbing sensation gradually took over his mind. Grandmaster, us like this. What do you want a disciple to say? Disciple's brain can't think of anything anymore. Yuan Jin Xiao placed her hand on Xiaoqi. throwing him a provocative look. You act like a waiter being teased by a female guest. This is normal. He stammered. Is this normal? Normal. Let's talk business. Outside it looked like that. But actually, the two had started discussing business. Did you notice Si Hong Han Yong? Yes. She is someone by Yan Lee's side. I suspect the memory loss is related to her. Grandmaster, why do I see you aren't affected at all now? Right at that moment, Yuan Jin Xiao became unusually seductive. The two pressed close together. Acting real, she revealed. When I held your hand, I replenished your mental power. He was also quite surprised. You even thought of this. What is the dimensional treasury used for? Before a big battle, supplies must be replenished. In short, you must remember this matter well. The black shadow was still suspicious. It suddenly appeared beside the two. Yuan Jin Xiao acted to the end. She rested her head on his shoulder. Voice full of provocation. Waiter, serve me tonight, okay? Xia, he stammered. Her hand suddenly squeezed his but hard. Grandmaster, you got into character too fast. Xia jumped, crying out in embarrassment. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly continuing the act. Guess this isn't proper. Yuan Jin Xiao took a step back, pulling his hand, her eyes still full of allure. The two walked upstairs together. The black shadow just stood there watching. In a flash, the black shadow appeared at Han Yong's place, as if reporting the situation. Done, it gradually faded away. The remnants of the black shadow returned to Han Yong's body. She smiled with hidden meaning. Han Yong inexplicably put her hand on her forehead, laughing smugly. Seems she is very satisfied with this strange world. Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. This expression of hers hid an unpredictable danger. On the second floor, Yuan Jin Xiao was still clinging to Xia Qi, trying to play her role well. Seeing everything seemed fine, she relaxed a bit. All right. She quickly returned to her cold appearance. Sharp. The effective clue now is, that woman is the one by Yan Lee's side. She deliberately let us see. Either she has a plan in mind, or she's probing. Finished speaking, Yuan Jin Xiao sat down, looking towards him. Xia, Qi. What is it? Xia Qi was still immersed in the day's feeling, startled awake when called. Yes. Grandmaster? Yuan Jin Xiao saw through it at a glance. You were distracted just now. Yet he justified. Just now I was thinking about the woman downstairs. His heart was full of helplessness. Grandmaster really doesn't treat me as a man. He also sat down, returning to seriousness. Using mental replenishment medicine has a cooldown. Moreover, it can't be used much. It will affect the brain. We must fight quickly. Just don't know if that woman was sent by Yan Lee. Yuan Jin Xiao sighed because she was still suspicious. Unfortunately, those downstairs aren't real entities. She listed a series of important details to map out a plan. I lean towards the possibility that this is her own idea. She has always been probing us. Combined with the rumors of ghosts causing trouble, there must always be living people breaking into her formation. She knows we are outsiders, but can't judge our identity. Guarding against Han Yong is obvious. Yuan Jin Xiao's speculation was extremely accurate. So as long as we don't endanger the illusion, she won't make a move. Hearing Master say that, he also suddenly understood. Makes sense. In such a short time, Yuan Jin Xiao had come up with a hypothesis. If so, the illusion won't trap people inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be legends of ghosts causing trouble. But if ordinary people encounter this, they would indeed be scared out of their wits. Therefore, Bada's city turned into what it is now. Her eyes darkened with worry. Now I'm worried about not being able to resist mental pollution. Those guys are still downstairs. Can't pin hope on the illusion disappearing by itself. Xia Qi stood up anxiously. I'll go inject mental replenishment medicine for them. Yuan Jin Xiao immediately grabbed his hand to stop him. No. Why? Even you have to rely on mental replenishment medicine. Her control ability cannot be underestimated. Now she must have guessed we aren't a threat. That's why she spared us. She explained seriously and thoroughly. If you go inject mental replenishment medicine now, it will make her feel abnormal. We still haven't confirmed the opponent's limit. I'm worried if she expands the range of influence, it will harm innocent people. In my opinion, dealing with her is as easy as turning a hand. Powerless. He had to sit down dejectedly. Are we just going to sit and wait like this? Yuan Jin Xiao already had a plan. Of course not. Use the Shuanga axe to call out my puppet. Then take it outside together. As for me, I will personally track her. Yes. Xiaoqi didn't hesitate, immediately obeying. Yes. When going out, the two continued to act. Xiaoqi lovingly put his hand on her shoulder. Careful of the steps. He brought Yuan Jin Xiao to the counter. Manager, I want to quit. He was quite surprised. You just started working today and want to quit already? Suddenly, several tongues fell onto the table. Turns out Yuan Jin Xiao took them out. She asked briefly, Enough? Seeing so many, his eyes lit up. Enough. Enough. Then he looked at Xiaoqi, reminding, You must serve the guest well. Yes. Seeing his attitude change so fast, he sighed. Is this an inn or a brothel? You even agree to guests buying out staff? After that, Xiaoqi put his arm around Yuan Jin Xiao and left together. Please. Over there, Han Yong was still calmly enjoying wine. The two successfully left the main hall. Han Yong glanced over until the two figures disappeared. When stepping out of the inn, Yuan Jin Xiao also turned back to probe. She sat enjoying the hot dance of the beautiful girls, dancing really well. The rhythm of this dance indeed has a problem, emitting a strange magical power, enveloping the entire main hall. And she, with a lazy smile, still sat still there. The rhythm of the music and dance steps became more and more urgent. Han Yong stretched, yawning a long yawn. A dark aura emitted from her body, blending into the air here. It quickly spread to every corner. At this time, Yuan Jin Xiao's team members had all fallen, sinking into sleep. Not only spreading in the inn, it also diffused throughout the city. At this time, Han Yong was flying towards a magnificent castle. She didn't enter from the main door, but through a window on a high floor. In her room appeared a strange snake. Quite satisfied with today, she happily returned. Two maids were waiting in a room with towels ready. Patriarch, you're back. Another small maid carefully brought a tea tray. Patriarch, please have tea. She ordered. You all withdraw. I have something to say to the queen. The three maids quickly left the room. Yes. Waiting for everyone to leave, Han Yong raised her hand to activate a barrier. The barrier appeared. Opposite was Yan Lee. Han Yong leisurely reported. Your Majesty, I encountered some things today. Speak. Yan Lee spoke coldly. Han Yong sighed, recounting in detail. There were few people from elsewhere coming to Bata City. Unexpectedly, there are still people daring to come to Bata City. I was very curious, but following them all the way, they seemed to be just ordinary people. Yan Lee closed her eyes, expression impatient. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, scolding Han Yong. I gave you Bata City to manage. You turned it into a ghost city. Now you bring this up to joke with me? What attitude do you want to show? Han Yong was not afraid at all, smiling and retorting. I am originally a poison cultivator. On the path of cultivation, it's hard to avoid some accidents happening. Hope your Majesty tolerates. Yan Lee questioned. Then what about the citizens affected by you? She recounted like listing achievements. Those who were fine were scared away. Those who have issues, I locked them all up. All invited into the fortress for treatment. You mean locked up, right? Hearing her explain like that, Yan Lee could only sigh helplessly. Rest assured, I will soon restore Bata City to its former prosperity. The current situation is just an accident. Everything is under my control. Nothing else important? Yan Lee quickly canceled the barrier. I'm very busy recently. No time to worry about your matters. You'd better restore Bata City to its original state for me. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the delicacies I make myself. Han Yong heard that sentence, crying out, Queen, you are so cruel. Then she stepped onto the bed. Whatever. Sleep a bit first. She lay indulgently on the soft bed. Later go see those locked up trash. Outside, an aura appeared. The buildings were no longer lit. The whole street sank into darkness, returning to its original appearance. Turns out that aura belonged to Xiaoqi and Yuan Jin Xiao. The two had followed her all along. Sure enough, Xiaoqi understood the reason for the illusion's appearance. That woman just left. The illusion disappeared immediately. So the key to the problem is her. The problem still hasn't been solved. He could only sigh angrily. At this time, Yuan Jin Xiao's soul hadn't returned yet. He placed his hand on her head, looking a bit worried. Grandmaster has been gone for an hour. Wonder if she's done yet. Word just finished. Yuan Jin Xiao's soul returned. Truly speak of Chao Chao. Gao Gao Adi. He hurriedly asked. Grandmaster, found any clues? In a short time, she had investigated everything clearly. That woman is named Sihong Han Yong, patriarch of the Soaring Snake clan, sent here by Yan Lee to be the city lord. from the conversation between her and Yin Lee. The strange phenomenon in Bata City is related to her poison cultivation. I guess this kind of poison affects the nervous system, causing mental power to decline severely. Yes, the two walked slowly, discussing. She assigned him a task. First go settle your masters. Then we go to Sihong Hanyong's residence. Yes, the bright moon hung high here, illuminating the forest they walked through. The two moved agilely. Suddenly, there was movement ahead. Yuan Jin Xiao projected her technique outward to find the right place. Not long after, Hanyong's hidden castle quickly appeared. Just seeing it, the two immediately became more serious than ever. In a flash, the two sneaked inside together. Someone broke in, but because the door was still silent, no one knew. Slept for a while, Hanyong woke up. She stroked her hair. The maid spoke up. Patriarch, do you want to take a bath? Hanyong leisurely stepped off the bed. A while later, she fully woke up. Answering the maids, she put on a robe. Walking towards the bathroom, the maids carefully took off her outer robe. Next was the dress inside, revealing skin white as snow. Not a stitch of clothing left on her body. She walked towards the bathtub with satisfaction. She didn't jump down immediately, but first tested gently with her toes, enjoying every moment, then slowly stepped fully inside. Soaking in the warm water, she comfortably shed all the fatigue of the day. Such a large space was just her bathtub. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqi felt a bit worried inside. Could the bathtub be full of poison? Yuan Jin Xiao had the same thought. Probably. But the medicinal bath in the tub seems to be able to suppress the diffusion of toxins. She scanned the surroundings. Judging otherwise, the maids around would have been affected long ago. Two maids stood silently there, motionless, observing this. Yuan Jin Xiao began to suspect. All the way here, maids and guards weren't affected by her poison cultivation. She looked at every corner, guessing there must be a formation in the palace, or there is some treasure that can prevent mental pollution. The steam in her bathtub covered the huge room. Xiaoqi raised his head, concentrating on thinking for a long time. He wanted to solve the problem quickly and thoroughly. Because Grandmaster was by his side, he was full of confidence. If that's the case, we control her right here. It won't affect the citizens of Bata City. Seeing Yuan Jin Xiao had no reaction. Xiaoqi stretched his muscles, preparing to act. His technique turned into flames, flying away quickly. In a flash, he appeared in the middle of the bath. The two maids fell to the ground in fear. Who are you? He held a flaming blade in his hand, eyes stern, facing Sihong Hanyong. You and I originally had no enmity, but being affected by you. For self-defense, I had to bring a blade to find you. She wasn't panicked at all. Instead, smiling to welcome him, seeing her keep silent. Xiaoqi felt extremely uneasy. Say something. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. She sighed, then stood up straight, not a stitch of clothing on her body. Sihong Hanyong really knows how to joke. She followed his wish and spoke. But her expression was extremely leisurely. Don't kill me. I'm so scared. Seeing this perfunctory attitude, Xiaoqi also knew he had no deterrent power. He continued to threaten to hide his embarrassment. Stand still. Don't move. Under the bath, countless fierce, poisonous snakes suddenly appeared. Sihong Hanyong looked closely, recognizing him. Snakes scrambled to crawl onto her. Turns out it's you. Really destined. I thought you were just an ordinary passerby. She revealed a look of contempt, laughing coldly nonstop. Seems you have some skill. Actually not affected. I'm so scared. Huh? Xiaoqi continued to raise his voice, but his words to her seemed to be just, Kid, cut the weird talk. I found you for one thing. Liberate Bata City. As long as you do it, I absolutely won't harm you a bit. The mockery on her face disappeared, replaced by a terrifying coldness. I can't do it. At this moment, Yuan Jin Xiao realized the situation wasn't right. So, she came personally. She reached out from behind to strangle Sihong Hanyong. Do as he says. She still responded disdainfully. Already calling for help. Why not call a few more? She raised her hand, preparing to chant a spell. Looking down on me like this. I also lose face too much. The snakes were supposed to obey her orders. But at this moment, they were completely controlled by Yuan Jin Xiao. Sihong Hanyong was terrified to the extreme. How can this be? This woman, the snakes on the bank, could only squirm in place. She glanced at Yuan Jin Xiao, realizing an extremely correct thing. This is not someone I can deal with. Yuan Jin Xiao repeated once more. Now, what can you do as he says? Sihong Hanyong stammered. I can't do it right now. Yuan Jin Xiao's eyes turned cold, suddenly flashing in front of Sihong Hanyong, mercilessly choking her, lifting her out of the water, interrogating the reason. Sihong Hanyong explained in panic. I am in my estrus period. Hearing this, Yuan Jin Xiao let go. She looked at the opponent, gasping for breath, then gave a few orders and walked away coldly. Put on clothes properly, then come see me. Xia Qi stood not far away, watching Yuan Jin Xiao's back disappear, exclaiming in his heart, truly worthy of being Grandmaster. Scene changes. Yuan Jin Xiao was leisurely waiting for someone to fill her teacup. She crossed her legs, speaking in a commanding tone. Xia Qi was speechless. Whose house is this anyway? Yuan Jin Xiao rested her chin on her hand, going straight to the point without beating around the bush. Miss Sihong is the patriarch of the Soaring Snake clan. That's why you chose a place with suitable temperature and humidity like Bata City, right? Sihong Hanyong lowered her eyes to answer. Yuan Jin Xiao continued asking, have you ever given birth before? This sentence made the lady blush, hurriedly denying. Never. Yuan Jin Xiao calmly raised the teacup and said, no wonder. Sihong Hanyong said loudly, I'm still a virgin. Not everyone is worthy of the patriarch of the Soaring Snake clan. Yuan Jin Xiao scolded with dissatisfaction and pressed on. Precisely because you haven't given birth. So with age, every time an estrus, the toxin diffuses stronger and stronger. Is there anything in your palace that can suppress the alluring scent? Sihong Hanyong was poked in a sore spot, immediately jumping up to retort. Who are you saying is getting older? After that, she answered unhappily. There's indeed one thing, but the coverage range is only this palace. Only then did Xia Qi speak up to ask, is there any other way? Yuan Jin Xiao calmly blew the heat off the teacup, taking a sip, putting the cup down, and answering. Of course there is. Then she glanced at Sihong Hanyong. Estrus period, that's all. Very easy to deal with, right? Sihong Hanyong was bewildered a second ago. A second later, suddenly smiled extremely wickedly. She looked at Xia Qi with lustful eyes. If it's a female snake, just need yang replenishing yin. Words just finished. Sihong Hanyong turned into a giant white snake. Xia Qi was shocked to the extreme. What? The giant python wrapped tightly around his body. The upper half of the snake turned back into Sihong Hanyong's form. She wickedly lifted his chin to tease. Do you know what mating is? Xia Qi frowned. Then her eyes became affectionate, sticking out a long, snake tongue again, speaking extremely terrifyingly. Do you know why I said no one is worthy of me? On the other side, Yuan Jin Xiao smiled, while Xia Qi resisted fiercely, struggling desperately to escape. You think too highly of yourself. But Sihong Hanyong didn't care much, irrelevant to thinking highly or lowly. Our Soaring Snake clan's mating ritual usually lasts 2 to 3 hours. As for me, she leaned close to his ear, whispering ambiguously, it takes 5 hours. Hearing this, Xia Qi, scared until his face had no drop of blood left, terrified to the extreme. Sihong Hanyong laughed coldly. Those men pee their pants just hearing 5 hours. All a bunch of useless trash. After that, she turned back into human form. Couldn't help sighing while walking away. She sat down on a chair, rubbing her head while speaking her mind. So it's not that I want to harm the citizens of Bata City. Her face was full of depression and helplessness, but because those men can't do it. In the living room, Sihong Hanyong rested her chin on her hand, saying coldly, even the men in the Soaring Snake clan, no one dares to touch me. Xia Qi looked at Yuan Jin Xiao, who was still leisurely drinking tea, a bit speechless, thinking to himself, Grandmaster, what do you mean by this? Sihong Hanyong rolled her eyes, using teasing eyes to say to Xia Qi again, do you want to try? 5 hours. Xia Qi refused in panic immediately. 5 whole hours. You still ask if I want to try? Who normal would try that? Try means losing your life. Xia Qi just finished speaking. Sihong Hanyong's eyes were filled with disgust. She pouted and said, didn't you want to save the citizens of Bata City? Now I submit to the threat. Have to let you take advantage. If mating is truly successful, everyone will be saved. For me, this is a huge merit. Xia Qi asked back blankly. Big sister, who threatened you? Only then did Yuan Jin Xiao put down the water cup. This beauty smiled slightly, but her eyes carried a few parts of inexplicable sharpness. Seeming no one knew what she was thinking, Yuan Jin Xiao called. Si Hong Han Yong. Si Hong Han Yong stood up guiltily. What I said is true, she stammered, trying to explain. I had no other way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left my clan to come to Bata City. I didn't mean to harm the citizens of Bata City. You think I don't want to solve the problem? Si Hong Han Yong clenched her fists, speaking her helplessness. I am the patriarch, must maintain the bloodline for the tribe. If I can't give birth to an heir, this patriarch position will be hard to keep, she said loudly in frustration. But a man who can mate with me for 5 hours. Where to find one now? Cheetah's sanctuary cut off contact with the outside long ago. What other choice do I have? But Yuan Jin Xiao picked up the teacup again, saying 4 words lightly. Remove the suppression. Si Hong Han Yong was stunned. Not knowing what to say, Yuan Jin Xiao sighed. It seems, to save everyone, only the path of mating is left. Si Hong Han Yong also sighed. You could say that. Yuan Jin Xiao called. Xiaoqi walked over quickly, face full of confusion. He stammered. Can I refuse? Yuan Jin Xiao replied faintly. Try tonight. Si Hong Han Yong jumped up to object. Try what try? I didn't agree. Yuan Jin Xiao just glanced at her coldly. Si Hong Han Yong immediately deflated, apologizing in a low voice. I forgot my status. Yuan Jin Xiao stood up. As if comforting, also as if encouraging. Xiaoqi was flustered. Wait. Yuan Jin Xiao only answered briefly. Take the world's living beings as priority. Good luck. Then she walked straight away, not saying another word, but her steps suddenly slowed down. Yuan Jin Xiao turned around and said, Prepare a room for me. Don't come to disturb me. Seeing Si Hong Han Yong not responding, she asked again, Didn't hear me? Si Hong Han Yong stood up and ordered loudly. Lead the way for the exalted one. The servant nearby received the order. Yes. Then the maid smiled politely and said, Exalted one, please follow me. Xiaoqi looked at Yuan Jin Xiao's back, speechless. His eyes were teary, muttering in his throat. No one sells out a disciple like this. The servant left the room and closed the door. Xiaoqi thought nervously. Why close the door? Si Hong Han Yong looked at Xiaoqi with hidden meaning. Being a disciple is really hard work for you. Huh? She curled one side of her lips. My life is now in your master's hands. Compared to my chastity, I'd rather stay alive. But if you die, I won't take responsibility. Si Hong Han Yong waved her hand, then used a sweet and seductive voice to say, Little young master, come here. Xiaoqi's cold sweat flowed like a river, thinking nervously, since transmigration until now. The most speechless thing has happened. Xiaki hesitated, undecided. Pondering for a long time, I've encountered a difficult problem. Save the common people, or keep my chastity. Si Hong Han Yong waited until her eyelids were drooping, yawning constantly. She rubbed her eyes and asked, Have you decided yet? Suddenly, Xiaoqi shot to his feet. He said aloud to himself, What's so difficult? For me, nothing is difficult. I'm doing this for the greater good. He stepped forward and grabbed Si Hong Hanung's wrist, startling her. Xiaoqi said in a determined tone, It's only 5 watches. Then he pulled Si Hong Hanung along. Don't look down on me. Si Hong Hanung pointed and reminded him. Wrong way. This way. After being corrected, Xiaoqi blushed with embarrassment. Si Hong Hanung was silent for a moment, then asked, Aren't you afraid of dying? He answered frankly, I am sacrificing myself for the greater good. Sacrificing yourself? Si Hong Hanung raised an eyebrow. Ow! Siati buset Si Hong Han Dao. He answered irritably. Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking. Si Hong Hanung lay on the bed, striking a seductive pose. She teased. I find you quite interesting. I really don't want you to go and get yourself killed. In truth, the people of Batu City have nothing to do with you. If you're just a little bit ruthless, everything will pass. He declared loudly. Things have already come to this. More talk is useless. Let's get on with it. In reality, Xiaoqi was still a little worried. He thought, I have the Chinkawan saint body. I've been trained by my 3 masters. I should be able to handle it, right? Si Hong Hanung smiled and said, If you pass, it won't be too late to decide then. As soon as she finished speaking, Si Hong Hanung began to transform. She turned into a giant white snake. Her eyes were enchanting and seductive. The giant python slithered over and coiled around Xiaoqi's body. The scene changed. A moment later, the python and Xiaoqi were entwined. Si Hong Hanung rubbed her tail against Xiaoqi's erection. Xiaoqi was caught off guard. He couldn't help but moan and gasp. At that moment, Si Hong Han Ung's upper body transformed back into human form. She also began to feel aroused. She gazed passionately at Xiaoqi. I didn't expect you to be so delicious. Xiaoqi looked at her and asked, did I pass the test? Si Hong Han Ung stuck out her long tongue and licked Xiaoqi's chin. Then she said in a seductive voice, consider a pass. Xiaoqi suddenly grabbed Si Hong Han Ung's waist. He took the initiative, flipping her over and pinning her down. Xiaoqi asked, how am I supposed to mate with a tongue snake? Si Hong Han Ung laughed. She caressed Xiaoqi's face. That's 5 watches, you know. Xiaoqi said, you just need to tell me what to do. Si Hong Han Ung laughed teasingly. Want to take advantage of me? Xiaoqi cleared his throat and replied, I'm being serious. Si Hong Han Ung sighed sarcastically. What if you do it for a while and don't run away? Then I'd be in big trouble. Si Hong Han Ung blushed. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, we eating snakes only have one man in our entire lives. If you fool me, and we can't mate successfully, my whole life will be ruined by you. Xiaoqi replied seriously. What I want to save is not just the people of Batu City, but also my family and the people I love. Once I've agreed to mate with you, I will definitely see it through to the end, even if it kills me. Hearing this, Si Hong Han Ung raised an eyebrow and asked, you already have someone you love? Xiaoqi gave a wicked smile. It bin Si Hong Han Ung Xin, teasing her back. What? Regretting it? If you regret it, then I'll have to trouble you to find a way to save the people of Batu City yourself. Si Hong Han Ung immediately slapped his hand away. She warned, if you can't see it through to the end, I'll kill you. He replied, matriarch. At that moment in that room, the two were entangled on the bed. Sounds echoed out continuously. And so, 2 watches passed. Just then, a voice echoed from the bed. I want some water. Xiaoqi clung to the edge of the bed with both hands. His voice was somewhat exhausted. Glucose. Glucose. Doesn't this world have glucose? Not long after, he was pulled back onto the bed. He shouted, wait. Wait. Time passed just like that. Another 3 watches went by. In a magnificent palace, outside a luxurious room, a voice asked, Your Highness, are you awake? Inside the room, the silhouette of the Highness gave an order. Come in. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of palace maids entered, carrying trays of delicious food. Seeing this, Grand Master Yuan Jin Xiao asked, Is everything going smoothly down there? The palace maid heard the question. She answered in a bit of a panic. It seems not so good. All we can hear are miserable screams. It's been almost 3.5 watches now. Xiaoqi was exhausted. He cried out miserably. Si Hong Han Ung lay on top of him. She smiled and asked, How does it feel? She sat on top of him. She laughed smugly. Can you still go on? He refused to admit defeat. He forced a smile and replied, Of course I can. Suddenly, his hand squeezed her neck. But she wasn't scared at all. She said calmly, Are you really not afraid of death? The two pressed against each other. Her laughter rang out endlessly. She said in a provocative tone, You're truly a madman. Suddenly, he placed his hand on the small of her back, causing her to cry out in alarm. And so, behind the translucent curtain were their silhouettes. By now, Xiaoqi had regained the upper hand. He was on top of her. The two were entwined. The sounds coming from inside made even the palace maids outside blush with embarrassment. Just then, a strange dragon appeared out of nowhere. It coiled around a palace maid. It squeezed her waist tightly, causing her to scream. No, don't. The palace maid next to her watched in horror. In the palace, the screams and moans continued unabated. Si Hong Han Ung sat on him and ordered, Water. At that moment, a shy palace maid brought in water. She said, Matriarch, the water is here. She reached out and took the cup of water. She drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, she laughed loudly and placed the cup back on the maid's tray. The palace maid asked, Matriarch, are there any other instructions? Suddenly, the tray in her hands fell to the ground. The teapot and cup shattered. Si Hong Han Ung walked over. She lifted the maid's chin and said, If you want to watch, then watch properly. What's there to be shy about? Seeing this, the palace maid knelt in fear. She bowed her head and said, This servant wouldn't dare. Then, the terrified palace maid turned and fled. The palace maid closed the door, but she could still see what the two of them were doing. In her room, a girl opened her eyes. Miyu rubbed her eyes with one hand and asked, Where is this? She sat in the room, not understanding what was happening. Time flew by. The 5 watches were finally over. Xiaoqi now stood up straight. He raised his hand and wiped his forehead. He let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his hand and said, I actually broke through. He looked at Si Hong Han-ung, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, exhausted. Then he turned and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, the palace maids said in unison, Congratulations, matriarch. He saw the palace maids had mistaken him for someone else. So he said, Your matriarch is asleep. Wait until she wakes up to congratulate her. Hearing this, the palace maid replied, No, we're congratulating you, matriarch. At that moment, he said, Grandmaster, Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. You've worked hard. His mind was in a state of panic. He thought, I'm screwed. Damn it. How am I going to explain this to you where? Yin Yu is now standing in front of him. She spoke. Xiaoqi readily explained, Where my heart for you can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Yin Yu looked with some disappointment at the hand on her shoulder. You belong to us 4 sisters. How could you do this? Xiaoqi, you're a traitor. She pushed him away in a fit of rage. She shouted, Don't touch me. He had no choice but to turn his head and call out. Grandmaster, Xiaoqi cried miserably. Help me. Seeing this, the Grandmaster could only sigh. She turned to Yin Yu, as if to help him out. Where he did this to save you. Hearing this, Yin Yu explained her reasoning. Logically, that may be true, but emotionally, I can't accept it. He said softly, Where, I never thought of betraying you. You must believe me on this. Suddenly, he coughed violently, even coughing up blood. Seeing this, Miyu rushed over to support him. She asked worriedly, Xiaoqi, what's wrong with you? But she continued to call his name. Xiaoqi. He gradually lost consciousness, but he could still hear someone calling Xiaoqi. However, Yin Yu still walked away. Tears were now streaming down her face. Some time later, he finally opened his eyes. His somewhat tired eyes stared blankly. He looked to his side. He saw Yin Yu sleeping. Seeing this, he took the opportunity to stroke her cheek. He said, Where? But before he could finish, she woke up. She looked at him happily. She said, You're awake. Seeing her like this, he asked, Are you still mad at me? She didn't answer right away. Instead, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. After the kiss ended, she said softly, You've been asleep for 5 days. Still in that room. Xiaoqi saw her like this. He asked curiously, You're not mad at me anymore? Hearing his foolish question, she raised his chin with her hand. Then she crossed her arms, pouting. It's true that I was worried you'd die. It's also true that I'm mad at you. She frowned, her expression dark, and said, 5 watches. My dear, you're truly a one-man army, holding the pass against 10,000. Hearing her say that, he lay there with a thoughtful expression. Is that how you use that phrase? At that moment, he put on a pitiful look. His eyes welled up as he said, This is the only time in my life. I guarantee it. His words made Yin Yu's expression even darker. She spoke, Are you saying that I'm not worth 5 of your watches? Feeling that she had misunderstood him, he cried and tried to explain. That's not what I meant. In his heart, he almost had this thought. He thought about this strangely familiar plot development, hearing him plead his innocence. She raised her hand majestically. She questioned him. Then what did you mean? With another woman, you're full of vigor and vitality, never getting tired. But as soon as you see me, you're exhausted. Isn't that right? He didn't dare say a word. He was thinking about his seemingly bleak future. Seeing him like this, she also spoke up. Forget it. At least you're awake. Without waiting for his reply, she continued, There's nothing left for me to do here. As she turned, she said something that made him feel incredibly guilty. A boring person like me should probably just find a place to get some air. Even though she had reached the door, he still tried to call out, Yue. Seeing she didn't turn back, he thought helplessly, My life is over. As she reached the door, she ran into Miyu. Miyu looked at her. Little sister. Hear Miyu call her? She replied, Second sister, that brat is awake. Looking at Yin Yu's sorrowful back, Miyu thought to herself, Looks like Xiaoqi has angered little sister. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. With that thought, she entered the room. Xiaoqi, seeing her, he quickly looked up to greet her. Second master. He felt that being a patient was truly miserable. She said, All right. Aren't you tired of greeting people? Just lie still. Then, she quickly walked to the chair by the bed and sat down. She asked, "How's your body? Feeling completely drained?" He covered his face in embarrassment and said, "Second master, please stop teasing me. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River now, I couldn't wash myself clean." Hearing this, she asked calmly and curiously, "What river is the Yellow River, anyway?" "Oh, never mind. You're probably talking about a river from your hometown again, right? You're still putting on airs." He cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. He said, "If it were half a watch, that would be torture." After hearing this, Miyu said wickedly, "It really was 5 watches." But in her mind, she was also thinking, what does 5 watches even feel like? I wouldn't know either. She sat there and said, "Don't be fooled by your 4th master acting like an angry pufferfish right now. She's been taking care of you these past few days, in case something happened." And he, lying on the bed, replied, "I thought so too. She's never been straightforward." Then she asked him, "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Xiaoqi gave her a weary glance. He said the bad news. "Let's lower my expectations first." Getting his answer, she replied cheerfully, "Si Hong Han Ung is waiting for you in the inn's main hall." Hearing Han Ung's name, he shot up. Seeing his reaction, she feigned surprise. A miracle has happened. His face showed panic. He stammered, "Ecchi. She's here to see me?" Seeing him like this, she covered her mouth to hide a smile. She said, "That's right." He still wore that unhappy expression. He asked, "So what's the good news?" Hearing him ask, she leaned close to his ear and replied, "Congratulations. You're going to be a father." His face grew even paler. He said, "Second master, this is no laughing matter." Suddenly, a desperate cry came from outside the door, calling his name. Xiaoqi had already expected this. He was about to answer, when Yin Yu shouted from outside, "Get out here." Hearing the voice of his beloved, he shot out like a flash of lightning. Yin Yu was so angry her head was about to steam. She ordered furiously, "Explain yourself." Realizing the situation was bad, he frantically called her name, Yin Yu. However, Si Hong Han Ung held her head high. She was holding a pet. She glanced at Yin Yu, confused. Fortunately, Yin Yu's eldest sister appeared at that moment. She said, "Yin Yu, put down your sword." Seeing her eldest sister, her long-suppressed anger burst like a dam. She stammered, "But eldest sister, Xia, Ki, that woman, what right does she have?" But she still regained her composure. She said, "I hate her." Her eldest sister was also looking at the other woman. She spoke, "Things have come to this." The other woman, however, remained nonchalant. Yin Yu's eldest sister continued, "Let's just ask her why she's here first." In a vast, magnificent mansion bathed in the light of the setting sun, Yuan Jin Xiao told her to speak. Si Hong Hanung turned her head and said, "None of you are from the sacred domain, are you? But these two, I have some impression of them." She continued, "Don't be so tense. Although I have some impression of you, I'm not so idle as to remember everyone I meet." Si Hong Hanung smiled and asked, "You said your name is Xiaoqi?" He replied. She stepped forward. She said softly, "I'll remember that name." Then she leaned in close to him. She said in a queenly tone, "Her Majesty once mentioned you to me. Don't be so serious. I never said I was going to do anything." Seeing this, Yin Yu was angry enough to want to burn her to a crisp. "Get away from him. Don't touch Xiaoqi." Fortunately, Miyu held her back in time. "Fourth sister, calm down." Si Hong Han Strok Tarchin. She asked softly, "Are these people your family and loved ones?" Xiaki replied. She sighed. "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background. In that case, this must be the Licha Empress, Yuan Jin Xiao. No wonder I was so out of my depth before." He asked with confusion, "You're pregnant?" She closed her eyes and said. But then Si Hong Han Ung smiled with great interest. "My first child is the child of the Empress's enemy. How ironic." She smugly stroked her belly and said to herself, "As they say, a mother's love makes her strong. Now I understand. Si Hong Han Ung Spuke. It's fine. We were just using each other. I won't force you." She began to explain. "I only came here today to tell you 2 things. First is about this child. Second, I will not give up my position as the matriarch of the Tang Snake clan. I also will not get involved in the grudge between you and Her Majesty, the Empress. Thank you for giving me this child. It helped me secure my position in the clan." Xiaoqi was at a loss. Everything she said was beyond his expectations. However, Si Hong Han Ung really did turn to leave. "I said what I came to say. It's best if we never meet again." She performed a spell. With a gentle wave of her hand, she said, "In that case, farewell." Then she decisively vanished into thin air, leaving him in a daze. Xiaki realized. Her straightforwardness makes me feel so despicable. Yin Yu was also stunned. She just left like that? She ran over and grabbed his arm. She asked worriedly, "Things are still unclear. You're just going to let her leave like that?" Miyu frowned and thought to herself, "Oh, fourth sister, fourth sister." Xiachi said bluntly, "Yin Yu, this is for the best." She asked, confused, "What about the child?" He explained to Yin Yu. This was a mistaken union from the start. She pushed him away, her face filled with sadness and confusion. "I don't understand. Isn't that your child too?" Xiaki roared. "Then what do you want to do now?" He was filled with frustration. As if wanting to vent all his anger on Yin Yu, he shouted, "I had no choice back then. I wanted to save you. I wanted to save everyone. I didn't think about the consequences at all. All I could think about was you. All of you." He rubbed his aching forehead. "I don't know why I ran into such a strange situation." A thought arose in his mind. "I'm stepping out of my own body, looking back at the soul named Xia Qi in this body." Yin Yu stood motionless. Miyu frowned sadly. Yuan Jin Xiao remained silent. He tried to hold on to him. Xia Qi. It was only then that he realized that for all these years he hadn't lived honestly, nor had he been at ease. Xia Qi grabbed her by the shoulders. "I once promised that I would never betray you." And he decisively pulled her into his arms. So, I'm sorry." Si Hong Hanung had charged in without hesitation, and then left just as quickly. Yin Yu smiled happily. Xia Qi took her hand. "Yin Yu," he thought, "in the end, I'm still not as good as a woman." Xia Qi said with determination, "Grandmaster, I want to marry Yin Yu." That night, in the magnificent palace, Si Hong Hanung was talking in her sleep. No, I want to go with you too." She frowned in pain. Why? Why are you marrying her? Why can't it be me? I was just pretending to be noble. Why don't you understand?" Xia Qi asked curiously. "How much longer is she going to sleep?" Yuan Jin Xiao replied. "She's the one who doesn't want to wake up." He asked doubtfully, "In your opinion, what is she dreaming about? Her expression is a bit strange. And her sleep talking is strange too. Something about marriage. Could it be that she has a secret lover? Who could possibly withstand the mating punishment of the tongue snake matriarch?" She smiled and said, "Who knows, but I think she'll wake up soon. All dreams must come to an end." That night, the palace was quiet in the darkness. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. "Don't!" Si Hong Han sat up in a panic. Her eyes were filled with tears. My child! My child!" She screamed frantically. Someone! As she turned, she saw Xia Qi and Yuan Jin Xiao. This made her even more frantic. "You! Why are you here? Where's my child?" Xia Qi frowned and asked, "Child? You have a child?" He thought, whoever can handle the tongue snake matriarch is a true hero. Si Hong Han was still groggy. She blushed and said, "Our child." Xia Qi was completely stunned. He almost face-planted right there. "What?" He scratched his cheek and replied, "Mi Xiong, I'm not even married. How could I have a child?" She was horrified. "What? Xieki, what on earth are you talking about?" Yuan Jin Xiao reminded her. "Si Hong, it was all just a dream." She sobbed and wailed. "Impossible." Xia Qi sighed and said, "Mi Xiong, the person you're facing is my grandmaster. How could master possibly be affected by you?" He continued, "Master is the strongest Licha empress of this era." Only then did she realize the problem. It was all fake. Everything was fake. Xia Qi explained, "You were in heat. My grandmaster took action to help you control the spread of the toxins." Si Hong Han held her head. She was full of doubt. "How is that possible?" "She was clearly affected by me too," he replied. "What you dreamed was half real, half fake." Then he explained in detail. "At first, we couldn't pinpoint the center of the influence. We were fumbling in the dark. But the moment you appeared at the inn, Grandmaster locked onto you. Everything that happened after that was a mix of real and fake. Fake and real. But she was still stubborn. What about your other two masters and your friends? Don't you dare try to fool me," Xia Qi said helplessly. "They're helping you clean up the mess. Your heat and toxins have thrown the entire Batu city into chaos." Si Hong Hanung's spirit seemed to collapse. "So from that moment on, I'd already fallen into your trap." He reminded her, "You should have realized, if the enemy you were facing was my grandmaster, would she have needed to beat around the bush like that? If I were you, had long been alert and struggled to wake up. She frowned and questioned. Wasn't she afraid that a forceful attack would implicate the residents of Boss's city? Xiaoqi said with immense pride. She won't. She is my first master. Her attacks are both vicious and precise. Sihong Hanyong had to admit defeat. Yuan Jin Xiao, I didn't expect your methods to be so despicable. If you were certain of victory, why didn't you just kill me? Why did you have to? She shed tears in despair. Why did you have to make me dream of those things? Thinking to herself, dreaming of my children, Yuan Jin Xiao said sternly. State of mind affects what is seen. What you dreamed of, what you saw, are all the things you desire most. She stammered, cheeks flushing red, extremely embarrassed. I dreamed it all. Yuan Jin Xiao asked, Sihong, do you know my purpose for coming here? She replied, I don't know. She questioned, do you still want to dream that beautiful dream again? Sihong Hanyong immediately seemed tempted, hurriedly turning her head back, then bowing her head and replying, dream or not, up to you. Yuan Jin Xiao, you're asking me? I don't know. Her gaze became stern, staring at the other party, then gently stroking Sihong Hanyong's cheek, speaking, if you don't want to dream a beautiful dream anymore, then I can show you everything you least want to see. She seemed cornered. You dare. Yuan Jin Xiao frowned. This seat is Empress-liken, then crossed her arms and affirmed. There's nothing this seat cannot do. Sihong Hanyong sadly blamed herself. I didn't expect to be so foolish. I thought everything was real. A look of deep regret appeared in her eyes. Looking straight at Xiaoqi, thinking, what I dream is what I long for. What I long for is you. Making it sound so grand. Clearly just controlling me. Causing illusions to grow in my heart. He was looked at in confusion. Why is she looking at me like that? Sihong Hanyong wiped her tears dry, regaining a serious expression. Speaking, Yuan Jin Xiao, I know what you want to ask, but I will absolutely not betray the queen. Even if you search for a lifetime, you won't find her majesty. She just quietly looked straight at the other party, then sighed. Yuan Jin Xiao spoke. I believe we still have a chance to negotiate. She flatly refused. Absolutely impossible, she suddenly declared. I want to save her. Sihong Hanyong immediately retorted, save her? Her Majesty the Queen doesn't need anyone to save her. In this world, if it wasn't you attacking her, who else could hurt her? She frowned and said bluntly, I'm afraid the one who wants to kill her is you. Hearing this, Xiaoqi also felt annoyed on behalf of his master. Miss Sihong, my first master said save, so she will definitely save. When the Lord is in trouble, a subject who knows but doesn't report is no different from being an accomplice to the enemy. You should think carefully. Sihong Hanyong suddenly flew into a rage, roaring, stop using those words to scare me. Furtermore, ecchi, you have no right to say those words to me. She clenched her fists in hatred. I wasted my effort. Recalling those intimate moments from before, then suddenly realizing all of that was just a dreamscape. It had nothing to do with him. The more she thought, the more heartbroken she felt. In the end, he and I are just strangers. Xiaoqi asked in confusion. Miss Sihong, what do you want to say? She screamed. Nothing. In short, you have no right to say those words to me. He immediately understood the problem, thinking with an unsightly expression. So, the person she saw in her dream could have been me? What on earth happened between us in the dream? Sihong Hanong stood up straight and declared, Yuan Jin Xiao, no matter how beautifully you word it, I won't fall for it. Her Majesty the Empress has shown me kindness as vast as a mountain. I will absolutely not let you harm her. She scoffed. Then she said, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Finally, she turned to leave. Xiaoqi, let's go. This stunned her. You people, it was too late to even try to stop them. You're just leaving like that? Xiaoqi smiled and waved. In that case, Miss Sihong, you should get some more sleep. Being tormented by my grandmaster like that. It's easy to confuse reality and dreams. Don't worry about what happened in Batu City. My masters have already taken care of it. After all, the citizens are innocent. Sihong Hanung asked softly, aren't we enemies? She chased after them to get to the bottom of it. Could it be that you already know the Empress's whereabouts? Yuan Jin Xiao only replied mysteriously, we'll know soon enough. If we turn the Imperial Palace upside down, we're bound to find some clues. She felt a sense of unease. She immediately said with determination, I won't let you go. Then she commanded countless giant snakes to attack. You come to my territory. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yuan Jin Xiao snapped her fingers. The snakes, and even Si Hong Han were frozen in place. She appeared like a ghost. She grabbed her chin with one hand. She said, "If you want to die, you'll have to see if I agree first. Not everyone has the right to die before me." The terrifying killing intent made her stammer. She was both angry and wanted to throw a tantrum. "I know you're strong, but being this ridiculously strong is just too much." Xiaoqi spoke up from behind. "Miss Xiong, everyone has their own skills. I advise you not to throw your life away for nothing." At that moment, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. Yuan Jin Xiao let go, releasing Si Hong Han, letting her fall backward. Afterward, she struggled to sit up. Her face was contorted from the sudden pain. Yuan Jin Xiao still stood proudly above, looking down on her like a supreme queen. He stunned Si Hong Han. She suddenly thought with great interest, "I've never seen anyone as strong as the Empress." Si Hong Han's gaze grew more and more infatuated. "I love strong people the most." Xiaoqi broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss, your expression is a little off." The next day, the three of them slowly walked into the house. Miyu appeared at the door. She stretched and said in a coquettish voice, "Eldest sister, you're back." When she saw the person next to her sister, she was a little surprised. Si Hong Honung. Miyu was secretly impressed. So smooth, as expected of eldest sister. The silent atmosphere between the two women was a bit scary. Miyu took the initiative to approach Si Hong Honung. She started conversation. "Why so cold? Truly a femme fatale." She lightly brushed her hand over Si Hong Han's shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted out, causing Miyu to see a vision of the two of them in a passionate scene. She smirked. How interesting. Si Hong Hanung felt that Miyu was very dangerous. She immediately stepped back to avoid her. "Fedi, Miyu. Keep your hands to yourself." Xiaoqi looked at Miyu, confused. He thought, "Why is Second Master looking at me like that? It's giving me goosebumps." Miyu suddenly leaned in close. She suggested to Xiaoqi, "Come with me to the cosmetics shop." "Okay." Xiaoqi asked doubtfully, "Are there any cosmetics shops still open now?" Without waiting for Xiaoqi's agreement, Miyu pulled her by the hand. "Did you think we were doing nothing these past few days?" "Of course, there's shops that want to open for business." Hearing this, Xiaoqi replied in surprise. He turned his head and said to Yuan Jin Xiao behind him, "Grandmaster, I'm going with Second Master then." Si Hong Han remained silent behind them, watching the two of them leave. Miyu linked her arm with Xiaoqi's. She laughed with excitement. "How interesting. This is so much fun." The scene was so vivid. Xiaoqi looked at Miyu's actions. He was even more confused. What is Second Master so happy about? At that moment in a room, Si Hong Han rested her chin on her hand. She asked the person opposite her, "Empress Yuan Jin Xiao, why did you bring me to the inn?" Jin Xiao replied calmly, "We're setting off today." Hanung asked in surprise. "What?" She said angrily. "What does your departure have to do with me? I only agreed not to fight you anymore. I didn't promise anything else." Jin Xiao replied bluntly, "Of course you have to come with us." Hearing this, Hanung was so angry she slammed the table and shouted, "Don't think you can just mold me however you want just because you're invincible." Yin Yu sat to one side. She looked at the two of them, confused. She thought, what are they talking about? Jin Xiao rested her chin on her hand. She explained calmly, "If I don't keep you by my side, where else will I find clues about Yin Lee? I'm sure she cares a lot about you. After all, the nature of the Tongue Snake Clan. When it's time for heat." Hanung didn't listen to Jin Xiao. She turned away and refused. "Sorry, I'm not going." Seeing this, Jin Xiao turned to speak, coming face to face with Hanung. The two looked at each other with hostility. Hanung spoke first. "I only yield to you out of respect for your strength. This isn't the Shangming sacred domain. Even if you're an empress, in my eyes, you're just an ordinary person. Bullying the weak like this, are you worthy of being called a hero?" Jin Xiao replied calmly, "I was never a hero to begin with." Hanung was caught off guard by her retort. She blushed with anger and said, "A heroine then. Is heroine okay?" Hearing that, Jin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. "I am indeed a heroine." Hanung really couldn't stand the person in front of her. She just wanted to cry her eyes out. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Where is the dignity of an empress? Yin Yu witnessed the scene. She was utterly astonished. I never thought Miss Si Hong could be so childishly naive. Jin Xiao crossed her arms and closed her eyes. Si Hong, if you're not afraid of getting tired, feel free to go out. Although I am strong, I also have weaknesses. Who knows, if you try a few hundred times, a few thousand times, you might actually be able to leave this inn. Hearing this, Hanong replied with an icy gaze. You tricked me into coming here. You led me into a trap. Your heart is truly vicious. I was wrong about you. Her eyes turned sharp. She made a decision. So you're determined to have me come along, are you? Fine, I'll go. But for the rest of the journey, don't expect me to let you have any peace. Hanong sighed confidently. Your little disciple. I will definitely have my fun with him. Yin Yu, standing to the side, became more and more confused. What are the two of them talking about? Jin Xiao had no reaction. Instead, she played along with her. Very good. I'm looking forward to you leading him on. Don't disappoint me. Hanong became even more confident and provocative. Just you wait. The relationship between you all and him, I've seen through all. Men, in the end, are just animals who think with their lower half. I refuse to believe I can't stir up trouble in these waters. But Jin Xiao still replied calmly. We'll see. Meanwhile, where Xiaoqi and you were strolling, Xiaoqi felt like someone was talking about him. Achoo! Xiaoqi shared his thoughts with Miyu. Second master, I think someone is bad-mouthing me. Xiaoqi walked in front. Very coolly, he entered with the beauties. A moment later, the sound of splashing water. The man's pile-driving hands were incredibly fast. Xiaoqi wiped a drop of sweat from his brow. He smiled, a great success. Just as he finished pile-driving, fourth master Yin Yu appeared. She suggested that Xiaoqi practice with her. Xiaoqi gripped his weapon tightly. He agreed with great enthusiasm. Bring it on. Behind them, Xiong Han Ung stood behind a tree. She was watching the two of them. Second Master Miyu smiled faintly and invited. Miss Xiong, would you like to try some of the cosmetics Xiaoqi helped me pick out? She fiddled with a makeup box. She waited. This little disciple of mine has a great eye for clothes, cosmetics, and the like. Xiong Han Ung stood before the tent. She crossed her arms and said sourly, what's the point of a man knowing about these things? Second Master Me, you made a dismissive gesture. She said, men aren't just for brandishing swords and spears. It's good for them to know a little something about romance. Otherwise, if they cling to a block of wood their whole lives, wouldn't that be terribly boring? Feeling like she was being lectured, Xiaonung became annoyed. She tilted her head and reminded her, Feri, Miyu, you'd better not raise an effeminate man. In response, Miyu struck a seductive pose. She said provocatively, but from what I saw in your dream, Miss Si Hong, you seem like this type of man very much. Her words hit a nerve. Si Hong Honung Fraunet. She pointed at her angrily and scolded. Yu, what did you say? Miyu waved her hand. She mocked. Of course, it was a passionate wet dream. Truly a good show. Being spoken like that by Miyu, Si Hong Hanung was utterly shocked. She sent out a distress signal. You dare to peek into my memories? Feri, Miyu, Yu, are all you disciples of a Shang Ming sacred domain this shameless? Miyu showed no remorse. Instead, she blamed her. You're the one who imagined those things. Miss Xiong, feeling that she couldn't win the argument. Si Hong Han Ung angrily turned her face away. She spoke up. Fine, you're ganging up on me. I won't argue with you. Just then, Yuan Jin Xiao fortunately appeared to mediate. Little sister, you need to rein in that habit of peeking into people's dreams. Miyu wasn't scared at all. She even blinked and stuck out her tongue teasingly. By a small stream, Xiaoqi and fourth master Yin Yu were sparring. The two were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who was winning. Master Yin Yu put her hands on her hips and praised Xiaoqi. Not bad. To think you could block so many of my moves. Xiaoqi's smiled. Fourth master, you don't have to go easy on me. Seeing Xiaoqi provoke her, Master Yin Yu charged forward with great momentum. As if I dare go easy on you. Xiaoqi, take this. She angrily demanded that he stop just dodging. Fight back. In a flash, Xiaoqi switched positions and appeared behind her, startling Yin Yu. So fast. Afterward, Xiaoqi took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Yin Yu's waist. I know why Grandmaster said that. But Xiaoqi was still so shocked his eyes went wide. However, his condition plummeted to rock bottom. He was as weak as an overcooked noodle. Every day, he had to go out at 4 in the morning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And he had to persist for 81 days. Ecchi glanced at the Kandisi. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. This guy can really sit still. It's been over 70 days, and he hasn't even frowned once. A vague memory surfaced in his mind of being beaten so badly he cried for his parents, and even having someone step on him. Xiaoqi thought to himself, Kandisi must have gotten much stronger during this time. I had to borrow Grandmaster's power to beat him last time. He clenched his fist confidently. The corner of his mouth lifted. He muttered, I've gotten stronger too. Maybe I should find him for a match. In the forest, Kandisi was severely exhausted. He looked completely drained of energy. Xiaoqi appeared. He grabbed his hand. Xiaoqi suggested, Kandisi, let's have a match. Kandisi asked weakly. Now, he pleaded. It's just a spar. Let's go to the forest. Kandisi hesitated for a moment. If it's just a spar, Kandisi thought to himself. After losing to Xiaoqi last time, I've been training hard for a long time. It's about time I tested my results. He quickly returned the gesture. He grabbed Xiaoqi's hand and agreed. A spar it is. Don't cry when you lose. Xiaoqi retorted. You're the one who's going to be crying. Introducing Xiaoqi. Realm, Spirit Refinement, 5th Stage. Cheers rang out. Go, Xiaoqi. Don't embarrass yourself. Miyu acted as the referee. She announced the rules. The match will last for the time it takes one incense stick to burn. Both sides will rely on their own abilities. Use your full strength. Fight to the death. Kandisi and Xiaoqi faces darkened. They looked at Miyu. She said with an innocent expression, If you don't fight to the death, how will you know your limits? Don't worry, all the masters are here. As long as you're not dead, we can save you. Miyu's expression suddenly changed. She revealed a mischievous look. May I ask you too? Xiaoqi didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Kandisi got into position. Miyu's voice rang out. Are you ready? They said in unison, Ready. Miyu ordered. Begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them rushed at each other. Kandisi used his long leg advantage. He threw a high kick. Xiaoqi quickly blocked it. On the other side, the masters leisurely drank tea while watching the match. Watching them fight, the Grandmaster thought to herself, Xiaoqi, you must get used to not having the system support. Fourth Master, Yin Yu nervously asked her two senior sisters. Sisters, who do you think will win? Miyu smiled and said, It's just started. What's your hurry? She didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Afraid your precious disciple will lose? Her words hit a nerve. Fourth Master Yin Yu said angrily, I am not. Miyu covered her mouth and laughed. Only by not fearing defeat can one win. No one can win forever. Yin Yu paused. She said softly, like Grandmaster, You will never lose. Hearing this, the Grandmaster quickly said, I have lost before. You have too. Only by not fearing defeat can Xiaoqi win forever. Yin Yu hesitated for a moment. I think I understand. Watching them fight, Yin Yu was a little worried. Ling Dang, aren't you worried that Kandisi will lose? Ling Dang's face was rosy. She wasn't the least bit nervous. She smiled and said, I'm not worried. He's lost to Xiaoqi before. He's lost to others too. Fairy Yin Yu, don't worry. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Yin Yu's gaze rested on Xiaoqi. She cared for him secretly. Xiaoqi, although everyone says they're not worried, I still hope you win. She looked at his determined fighting stance. She thought, You promised to marry me. How can you marry me if you can't win? The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she became. You better not break your promise. Time passed. The incense stick had burned out. Xiaoqi lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered. Second Master Miyu announced, In this match, Kandisi wins. Kandisi took Xiaoqi's hand and pulled him up. Kandisi sighed softly. Sorry, I won this round. Xiaoqi replied. Congratulations. Xiaoqi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I forgot to use my skills. Fighting barehanded, I couldn't feel the pain. I also didn't have a realistic sense of my opponent's strength. The difference of 3 minor realms is that big. Without the system's support, I'm still far behind. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yin Yu witnessed Xiaoqi's defeat. She roared in anger. Xiaoqi, from now on, I want you to train nonstop for 12 hours a day. Do you hear me? Xiaoqi trembled like a puppy. I understand. He cursed in his heart. Little Yuan is a real tigress. Ever since that match with Kandisi, Little Yuan has been tormenting me relentlessly. Yin Yu repeated the rules. Every day, from the Z hour to the Mao hour, you will cultivate the sacred sun body tempering art. Xiaoqi and Candice sat cross-legged, cultivating. Yin Yu's anger had not subsided. She whipped his butt with a riding crop. Undergo instinct training. He did sit-ups tensely. He ran under her urging and supervision. Faster. Keep going. Yin Yu said again. Sparring. The two of them fought under the supervision of Miyu and Ling Dang. The sword fell to the ground. Xiaoqi lay panting on the grass. Miyu came over to watch the fun. What's wrong? Are you tired? Xiaoqi replied, wearily. No, but he was too lazy to even open his eyes. Seeing this, she jumped to his side. Miyu pretended to be concerned. Let me share a little secret with you. To defeat Yin Lee, you must break through the spirit refinement realm. Back then, it took me nearly 100 years to break through from spirit refinement to the Mahayana realm. Although the time God space can give you enough time, just cultivating like this is far from enough. Hearing these words, he shot up like a spring. He looked at her with a probing gaze. Then what should I do? Miyu revealed softly. Your grandmaster has already prepared for you. Before that, Yin Yu will also train you well. At that moment, he felt a surge of motivation. He clenched his fists and said. Fragments of memories from his training flashed by. From when he forgot to eat and sleep while doing sit-ups, to when he practiced his swordsmanship relentlessly. Time got space. Half a year later, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wow, the results are amazing. Not bad at all. Xiaoqi showed off his toned muscles and abs. Yin Yu said proudly to her second sister. Sister, you should be praising me. If it weren't for me, could he have trained so well? Not wanting to spoil her mood, Miyu played along. Thank you, little sister. Si hong hon yonat. She thought, couldn't Yuan Jin Xiao just do it herself? Why make things so complicated? I really don't understand these people. Suddenly, her attitude changed. Si hong hon suggested to Yuan Jin Xiao. Can you let me watch your cultivation process? I'm not one of you. I won't understand, right? But she was bluntly ignored by Yuan Jin Xiao. She screamed in her heart. You're ignoring me on purpose, aren't you? Xiaoqi's voice rang out. Grandmaster. Yuan Jin Xiao asked curiously. Are you ready for the next stage of cultivation? I'm ready. Xiaoqi replied. Receiving his answer, Yuan Jin Xiao drew a circle of spiritual energy with her hand. A new space opened up. Yuan Jin Xiao requested. Go in. Xiaoqi accepted the order. Yes, Grandmaster. Then he stepped into space. The aura of certain death became intense. Miyu said nervously, Grandsister, what is this? Yuan Jin Xiao announced. From this day forward, he will complete the trials in the time God space on his own. Candice is already inside. If they can't complete the trials, then defeating Yin Lee is just empty talk. She rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, what kind of trial is inside? Yuan Jin Xiao's expression was grim. A trial of life and death. Xiaoqi stepped through the trial gate. He thought blankly, am I all alone? A voice rang out. Trial taker, Xiaoqi. Do you accept the first level trial? Xiaoqi heard the voice. He was startled and looked around. Who's talking? Xiaoqi calmed himself. I accept. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared on the ground. Trial taker, Xiaoqi. Just cross the stone bridge. To the trial gate on the other side. The gate opened, revealing a path through a sea of fire. Xiaoqi carefully took one step at a time. With every step he took, the sea of fire followed closely behind. Xiaoqi realized the situation was not good. He broke into a run. He cursed to himself. I knew something was up. Xiaoqi ran to the end of the path. The moment he lifted his foot, the ground also disappeared. Xiaoqi fell in front of the trial gate. He panted. A voice rang out. Congratulations on passing the first level screening test. You have one last chance to withdraw. Step through this door, and there's only death or victory. This sent a shiver down Xiaoqi's spine. Xiaoqi placed his hand on the door. He said with determination, for me, there's only one answer. He put his hands on his hips. He said with resolve, victory. Welcome to the trial city. The woman in front of him spoke respectfully. Thank you, Xiaoqi said with his hands clasped. She instructed, the gates of the trial city have opened for you. The real trial has just begun. For the next 24 hours, I will be your guide. I will lead you into the trial city. She smiled and held out her hand. My name is Shashi. He took her hand and replied, hello, Shashi. I will take you to your resting place. From now on, you will survive here. Shashi said as she led the horse. During these 5 days, Only when you have collected 100 trial coins will you be qualified to enter the final trial. Pass, and you can leave the city. Fail, and you will remain in the trial city forever. He asked, how do I get trial coins? The sound of horse hooves echoed on the stone pavement. The city gates opened wide. Shashi replied, by playing games. She smiled and said, for example, that old woman over there. You can ask her if there are any games you can join. Not far away. A person was huddled in front of a door. She continued, depending on the difficulty of the game, you will receive a corresponding number of trial coins. The person looked up at the two of them. Their face was unclear. She turned her head to look at him and said, or you can ask me. I can tell you which trial games have generous rewards. Correspondingly, the death rate of those games will also be higher. Xieki chuckled. All right, I'll go talk to the old woman first. After playing her game, I'll come find you. Yes, of course, she replied. After speaking, she turned around. She placed her hat on the saddle. She turned her head back and said, I'll take you to the inn first. There's still time to join a game today. He said. The two of them walked in. He was very surprised. The atmosphere here was incredibly heavy. He exclaimed, this is really grim. The uncle with the goatee frowned and asked Shashi, little sister, is this a new person? I don't recognize him. After replying to him, you are all experienced people. Please take care of him. Everyone present suddenly stood up, seeing their actions. He instinctively took a step back. Are they trying to start a fight? Well, it makes sense. Living in this godforsaken place with no sunlight, they're bound to be a little aggressive. Each of them had a grim expression. He turned his head to look at Shashi. He thought, if I fight here, will I get trial coins? I don't want to waste my energy on meaningless things. A hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. The uncle with the goatee asked cheerfully, brother, what's your name? Xia, he stammered. Xiachi, he thought to himself. So they weren't trying to start a fight. The others also had a very gentle attitude. We haven't seen a new person in a long time. A new person means new hope. The uncle with the goatee said cheerfully. His hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Xiachi turned his head to avoid it. He opened his mouth and said, for everyone. After speaking, innkeeper, please arrange a room for him. The old innkeeper said. Of course, the innkeeper said. Young man, follow me. Your room is on the second floor. Light glinted off the several rings on his hand. He said, thank you. Then he followed him. Looking at Xiachi's back, the uncle with the goatee said softly, little sister Shashi, it's been at least 100 years since we've had a new person here. Do you think this is a new opportunity? She looked at him and asked, Uncle Goatee, do you still want to get out? He clenched his fist and said, of course I do. The flow of time in the trial city is different from the outside. Our wives and children are still waiting for us. A light flashed in his eyes. For those who are trapped here forever, someone has to get out, to let their families know. Even if only one person survives and escapes this trial city in the end, that person is the new hope. This new person might just be that hope. She said, isn't it nice to live here? For people outside, at most, only a year or two has passed. Uncle Goatee, do you really have to get out? He said sternly. Little sister Shashi, I don't know why you became the gatekeeper. Since when? Why did you become the gatekeeper? You weren't born and raised here. You have to remember who you really are. She closed her eyes and said, I've forgotten. But living here, for me, there's nothing wrong with it. I really enjoy my time with everyone. The uncle with the goatee leaned down. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, this isn't good enough. You're the gatekeeper, but you're always too soft. You should be stopping those who have absolutely no chance. Shashi remained silent. She went outside and untied the reins. One person, one horse, they moved forward. Xiachi opened the window. He looked down and saw the old woman from before. She seemed to sense his gaze. She also looked up. Is she looking at me? He thought. The old woman waved at him with a terrifying expression. Then she said, come and play. He slammed the window shut. He felt a little creeped out. Did that old hag deliberately turn back to look at me? For some reason, he mused. I feel like she must have been a beauty when she was young. An image of a shy beauty appeared in his mind, waving and calling in a sweet voice. Little brother, come and play. It's so much fun. I'm usually too lazy. It's easy to get distracted. I still have time today. Maybe I should find a game to challenge myself. He shook his head, his face pale. He thought, I'll deal with that old hag's game later. The wind outside was very strong. Xiachi called out to Shashi. She asked, Have you finished resting? He replied, I'm planning to find a game to challenge myself. She pointed at the old woman who was still waving. She said, didn't you say you wanted to go to her place earlier? Xiaoqi quickly shook his head and waved his hands. He said with extreme resistance, not right now. I have a feeling her game is very difficult. Are there any games suitable for a newcomer like me? Follow me. She stood up and said. She led the way. The sound of a knife chopping meat could be heard. She said, you can go to that butcher over there. His game is suitable for newcomers. She pointed forward. He asked, what kind of game does he have? She replied, all the games in the trial city can be collectively called killing games. The difference is that the loser might be seriously injured. Odi. Hearing these words, he broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to sign up. The man glanced at the two of them. He said, we're one person short. He asked, one person short? How many people are needed for one round? The man replied coldly. 2. Xiaoqi said, don't tell me it's for 2 people to kill each other. What's the reward? The man continued to focus on chopping meat. He replied, the survivor gets 10 trial coins. Looking at the spider webs on the counter, he said, it must have been a long time since anyone played here. The spider webs are everywhere. Haven't you thought about increasing the reward a little? He asked again. After speaking, the people from the inn usually don't come here. He turned back to look at her. He said, you mean the inn is actually a faction? She replied, you could say that. She said, no one comes to play here. The main reason is that the reward is too small. However, there are some madmen who would like this kind of game. The knife in his hand was thrown to the side. Are you playing or not? If you're not playing, don't get in the way of my business. The man said in a deep voice. He thought, I doubt you have any business to begin with. He said, I'm alone. I can't play either. The man pointed with the tip of his knife at a figure in the distance. He said, go find them. She pointed at the figures. She said, the people from the inn call them the Heartless Bones. They're a bunch of madmen. Stay here long enough, and many people will become madmen. He asked, I want to know if they're still considered human. Probably not anymore. Their appearance was extremely bizarre. Drool dripped from their mouths. Their eyes glowed with a strange green light. Shashi said again, Xiaoqi, if you want to play this game, you can go find those Heartless Bones. The advantage is if you beat them, you won't have any psychological burden. The disadvantage is if you fall into a weak position, you'll wish you were dead. They don't like a clean kill. He replied, since you think the butcher's game is suitable for newcomers, then I'll have to find them to test the waters. He waved at the group of Heartless Bones. He shouted, hey, is anyone free to play the butcher's game with me? Damn, that's scary. Looking at their disgusting appearance, he sighed to himself. Hey kid, I've never seen you before. One of them spoke up. I just arrived. Xiaoqi frowned. The man continued, that game will get you killed. Xiaoqi replied, just as the gatekeeper said, it's suitable for newcomers. The man placed a black hand with long nails on his shoulder. He said, is that so? Kid, then I'll play this game with you. Afterward, the man slowly walked away. This is my ticket. The man gave his ticket to the butcher. The butcher turned back and asked him, where's yours? He asked with wide-eyed surprise. Isn't it free? The man glanced at him. He said, no ticket, no play. The same goes for the other games. He pointed at himself. He said, I don't have one. After speaking, you do. Everyone gets a ticket when they enter the main gate. Try feeling for it. He reached into his pocket. He frowned. 5 trial coins for 10 tickets. The loser pays with their life. This business model of yours, isn't it a bit of a ripoff? The other man said, I hope you all die in there. He placed the ticket on the table. He said, I'm not that easy to kill. He pushed the door open. The 3 of them walked in. See you later. Xiaoqi waved and said to Shashi. The door slammed shut. Doesn't he know he could die in there? She said softly. She sat down. She muttered, I'll wait here until the moon is high. The high-hanging moon was red. He brandished the knife in his hand. He asked, are these our weapons? You're not allowed to use your own weapons here. The butcher said with his arms crossed. You can't use magic either. You can only hack at each other. He took a step back. He said, begin. The Heartless Bone roared. The 2 blades clashed. Sparks flew. He thought through gritted teeth. The Heartless Bones' fighting style is to have no fighting style. They attack based only on their body and memory. Their moves are vicious, without any hesitation. He brandished his hand and thought, when dealing with this kind of person, you absolutely cannot let your guard down. He lunged forward. He cut the heartless bone in two. Fluids splattered everywhere. He frowned and thought with confusion. He didn't even dodge. It was unharmed. It continued to charge and attack him. He cursed, "You lunatic!" It attacked relentlessly. Every move was vicious. The two of them backed away. He panted heavily. He thought, he attacks with no skill, but every strike is aimed at a vital point, and he doesn't dodge attacks. He just charges in. This fearless type is indeed the hardest to deal with. The heartless bone suddenly burst out laughing. It covered its wound with its hand. It licked the fluid from its hand. It said madly, "Blood, fresh blood." It rushed forward. It greedily reached out its hand and said, "More, more, so delicious." He raised an eyebrow. "It's not even my blood. What are you laughing at? If you like drinking blood so much, cut yourself and drink your own. You lunatic." Xiaoqi also rushed forward. He said, "It's one thing for you to not fear death, but slashing around randomly is another. I've already figured out your level. Let's end this quickly." He brandished his knife and rushed forward. "Aren't you afraid of death?" It dodged. "I don't believe you're really not afraid, or just pretending." He swung his knife again. The blade was blocked. He said, "You don't talk when you fight?" "How boring." It said, "If you don't kill people, someone will die because of you." Xiaoqi was silent. "Damn them." It laughed madly again. "Come on, kill me. Don't hesitate. Don't hold back." He frowned. "You really are a lunatic." He beheaded it. He said, "But I admit you have a point. If I drag this out any longer, I'll run out of steam." The head rolled on the ground. It said, "Did that woman tell you that if you collect 100 trial coins in 5 days, you can participate in the final trial?" Before closing its eyes, it said, "Have you ever thought, what will happen to you if you don't collect enough after 5 days?" He walked towards the butcher and said, "Hey, I won, right?" The man replied curtly, 10 trial coins. Come again next time." The man gave him the coin. He said. The man laughed sinisterly. He stepped outside. Shashi turned her head. He said, "If I don't collect 100 trial coins, what will happen after 5 days?" The night was dark and gloomy. Only the lanterns gave off a little warmth. Xiaki spoke. "Shashi, tell me." She lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Shashi stood up. She said, "You'll never be able to get out." Xiaoqi didn't understand. "Is that all?" She replied helplessly. "Yes, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. I just felt that you would definitely be able to complete it in 5 days." Xiaoqi asked, confused, "Do you say that to everyone?" Shashi replied, "Yes. Instead of telling them they might never get out and causing everyone to lose hope, it's better to let them face the trials with a challenging mindset." She lowered her eyes. She seemed to be in thought. People have too many fears. In the end, it's not a good thing. Xiaoqi didn't want to hear anymore. People get stronger to overcome their fears. "Let's go. That red moon in the sky doesn't look good." He immediately started walking. "I'm sure there are other rules you haven't told me, right?" Shashi glanced at the red moon. "You're very perceptive." He replied to her. "Let's talk as we walk." The eaves were bathed in the red moonlight. Xiaoqi reached out and slammed the window shut. He sighed and collapsed onto the bed. "Sha," she said from her horse. "Whenever the red moon appears, the trial city will turn into a hunting ground. Xiaoqi, at night, keep the window on your second floor tightly shut. No matter who knocks on the window, don't answer. And don't go near the window." She warned, "That's all I can remind you of. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer be your guide." Xiaoqi tossed and turned restlessly in bed. Could there be a vampire outside the window? A sound startled him. Xiaoqi shot up. "It's really here." He was drenched in sweat, his face panicked. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The person outside the window knocked a few times. "Xiaoqi, why don't you open the window for your master?" Xiaoqi was stunned. "As second master?" The person claiming to be his master kept knocking and calling. "Who else did you think I was?" Then she coaxed. "Good disciple, hurry and open the window for your master. I had a hard time finding my way into this trial city." Xiaoqi was a little suspicious. "Second master, I'm already in bed. If you want to come in, just push the window open yourself. Or come into the inn. I'll open the door for you." The person remained silent. They didn't push the window open. They turned hostile, banging on the window from the outside. "Xiaoqi, open the door for me. Open the door. Open the door for me now. You useless, disrespectful brat. Open the window for me now." Xiaoqi pretended not to hear. He lay back down on the bed. "If you're not tired, knock as long as you want. I'll just treat it as white noise." But please, stop impersonating my second master. You're not even a good imitation. How embarrassing. The person stood still outside the window again. They scraped the window frame with their long nails. You like listening, don't you? Xiaoqi covered his ears in annoyance. He turned over angrily while covering his ears. Will you stop it? Xiaoqi shouted impatiently. Are you crazy? Are you trying to keep people from sleeping? The person replied arrogantly. If you don't let me in, I won't let you sleep. I'll wear you out. Tomorrow, you'll die in the game. Since you're going to die anyway, you might as well die in my hands now. What do you think? Xiaoqi put in earplugs. He turned away. Sorry, I sleep with earplugs. I can't hear a thing anymore. My friend outside, if you don't mind, please continue. Xiaoqi thought in agony. Actually, I can hear everything perfectly. The demon outside placed its nails on the window frame again. Then it turned into a puff of black smoke and vanished into the air. Xiaoqi heard no movement. He turned back around. Gave up that easily? Is it trying to lure me into opening the window to check? Sorry, I got hurt this afternoon. I've had my fill of curiosity. He turned away again. He closed his eyes. Whether you've left or not, I'm going to sleep. Dark clouds covered the moon, staining it red. Xiaoqi let out a long yawn. He observed the situation. He felt something was wrong. He thought, something's happened. The uncle with the goatee came over to talk. Xiaoqi, you're here. Xiaoqi replied hesitantly. Uncle Goatee, what's the matter? He brought the news. Someone died again last night. Xiaoqi didn't understand. As he explained, he pushed Xiaoqi closer to observe. He couldn't help but open the window. I don't know why. Recently, more and more people have been dying. Scholar Wong lasted for over 10 years. In the end, he still didn't make it. He was stunned. Over 10 years. He was stunned. Over 10 years.